Other people's priests can heal and save lives, but you, as a priest, only deal damage. It turns out that during the awakening ceremony just now, you transformed into a watery priest. You thought you would become a protected winner in life, but unexpectedly, your talent took a turn. Healing spells turned into blood burst, causing explosive damage and even burning blood for continuous damage. At this moment, you stared at the skill description, increasingly confused. I'm a serious priest. Not only do I not heal, but I also bleed. Even my aunt isn't this ruthless. However, when you looked at your attribute panel, you noticed something unusual. Other people's initial attributes are only in the teens, including Byruyan, who just awakened as a 3S ice goddess, with only 30 points in total. Yet your attributes have already exceeded 50, which clearly isn't right. Are these the attributes a blank class should have? As expected of the protagonist, you start strong and keep getting stronger. Then you began to try learning new skill books. You learned the prayer aura, which slowly restores the health of allies within a 3-meter radius. With a change of skills, you learned the plague aura. When releasing any skill, all targets within a 300-meter radius will be affected by the same effect. This skill is passive and does not consume mana. After reading the skill introduction, you couldn't help but curse. According to the skill description, casting a blood burst would inflict damage and continuous effects on all targets within a 300-meter radius, and the skill can be upgraded. Isn't that a guaranteed area effect? You hurriedly learned the remaining healing skill books, but they all did nothing. Disease spells randomly inflict a disease on the target and deal a small amount of damage, while the tear skill doubles the target's pain sensitivity and also deals a small amount of damage. Suddenly, your eyelids twitched. These skills are so dark. Starting with a disease spell to inflict a status, then using tear to increase pain sensitivity, followed by blood burst to burn blood, just thinking about it is top-tier torture. A priest has turned you into a judge of fate. After calming down, you decided to test the waters in a dungeon. With your damage, the newbie dungeon was meaningless. You then went to the adventurer's hall and bought a ticket to the Glen Forest. At this moment, the entrance to the dungeon was filled with shouts for party formation. Most commoners would choose to team up in the early stages. While it may lower experience ratings, it's safe. After declining several party invitations, you stepped into the Glen Forest alone, and the next moment, you found yourself at the entrance of a forest. The dungeon is vast, and most people linger at the entrance to level up, but you didn't stop at all. You plan to venture deeper into the grasslands, where the monsters are mostly level 5 and above, just right for testing your skills. Upon entering the grasslands, a lone prairie wolf became your target. However, with only 3,000 health, the wolf was merely a matter of a single blood burst spell. The prairie wolf jumped up high like a startled rabbit, but the next moment, its body seemed to burst like a balloon, exploding into a mist of blood midair, landing on the ground with chunks of meat still steaming. You know that a full 4-person team of level 5 players would take forever to kill a level 6 monster, yet you, a level 0 priest, just one-shot it. Just as you were about to feel excited, you noticed another prairie wolf not far away glowing red, and the next moment, it too exploded into a mist of blood and fell to the ground. Then you saw your experience points surge. Within seconds, your body was surrounded by golden light. It dawned on you that this was the spreading effect of the plague aura. You had only released one skill, and in the blink of an eye, you had jumped straight to level 3. The efficiency was so incredible that even you were stunned. You quickly opened your attribute panel and found that your stats had reached a terrifying 80. To put it in perspective, ordinary classes only gain a total of 10 points when leveling up, yet you gain 10 points in every attribute with each level up. At this rate, your level 10 attributes would crush those of first-tier classes, and with your leveling speed, you were practically a monster. You took a deep breath and prepared to pick up the gold dropped by the prairie wolf before delving deeper. However, at that moment, an angry wolf howl echoed nearby. The next second, a massive prairie wolf appeared on the small hill opposite you. No one expected the Wolf King to suddenly appear on the outskirts of the grasslands. Instantly, several small teams scattered in fear of being caught up in it. In the early stages, encounters with bosses usually rely on sheer numbers to survive, but these few people wouldn't even be enough for the Wolf King to snack on. To their surprise, you charged towards the Wolf King alone. You were worried that the smaller monsters were too weak to withstand your onslaught. But as you got closer, you noticed something was off. The Wolf King had injuries on its hind legs, and it seemed to be in a berserk state. No wonder it had wandered to the edge of the grasslands. You didn't dwell on it. 50,000 health was just a matter of seconds for you. You grinned and raised your staff to cast a disease spell on the Wolf King. Instantly, the Wolf King's body arched, and its hindquarters tightened. With the current disease spell's effects rewriting, you saw the feedback and couldn't help but laugh. This disease spell is too funny. At this moment, the Wolf King locked onto you with its hatred and charged over. Without hesitation, you raised your hand and unleashed a tear skill. In an instant, the charging Wolf King stiffened, and the next moment, its body split open with several wounds, spewing out bright red blood, dealing over 2,000 damage. You should know that the tear skill also doubles pain sensitivity. At this moment, the Wolf King was rolling on the ground in agony. You tossed a blood burst at it, and after it exploded into a mist of blood, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the original wounds. And that's not all. The boiling blood and torn wounds made it impossible for the Wolf King to control its muscles. The next second, its hindquarters burst like a flood, splattering everywhere. If the Wolf King could speak at that moment, it would surely be spouting nonsense. Finally, unable to bear the humiliation, it used a summoning skill to call over the nearby prairie wolves. But instead of being afraid, you were excited. This Wolf King was too considerate. It was just when the monsters weren't dense enough for AoE attacks. Then, with a wicked smile, you immediately cast another blood burst on the Wolf King. The next moment, all prairie wolves within your 300-meter range fell instantly, silenced. Congratulations, you leveled up. The system announcement seemed to mock the Wolf King. Seeing its subordinates, even in death, scrambling around, the Wolf King became fearful and tried to flee with its tail between its legs. But you wouldn't give it that chance. After a few bombarding bloodbursts and continuous bleeding, the Wolf King finally fell. In its last moments, it covered its face with its paw. What a disgrace for a wolf. There could be no more humiliating way to die. The next moment, a golden explosion erupted from its body. You killed the Prairie Wolf King. Experience gained, 6,273. Congratulations, you leveled up. Filled with anticipation, you walked over. This was your first treasured kill, so you naturally wanted to see what it dropped. You received 25 gold, a damaged Wolf King fur, a wolf tooth necklace, blue, and a skill book for binding. Seeing this notification, you were momentarily stunned. A skill book dropped. You know that the shop only sells basics. The rest of the skills are almost entirely reliant on drops, and the drop rates are pitifully low. Every book is priceless, so just imagine how lucky you are. You quickly check the skill description. As a control-type mage, you can learn it and imprison targets up to 10 levels below you for 3 seconds. It's a control skill. What a great find. You must learn it. Once you master the Neuro control skill, you can manipulate all the target's movements for 300 seconds. After reading the skill description, you are left speechless. Don't forget, your skill can spread. Controlling one means controlling a whole group. Just imagine, everything in your sight could be under your command. Suddenly, a sly grin appears on your face, and you wipe your drool. Walk into the depths of the grassland. Not long after you leave, 2 people stand before the Wolf King's corpse, gazing at the scattered bodies and the mysterious yellow-black substances on the ground, nearly throwing up. Sure Hao originally brought 2 bodyguards with him to painstakingly find the Wolf King, but the bodyguards were too high level, and with just 2 skills, they scared the Wolf King away. Now that the Wolf King has been stolen, how could he not be furious? Anyone who dares to steal from Sure Hao in Apocalypse City will die. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards speaks up. Young master, should we continue with our plan? Sure Hao glances at the Wolf King's corpse, frowns, and says, no one can stop my plan. The next moment, he forces back his disgust and starts stuffing the corpses into his backpack, thinking they should be enough. Meanwhile, you have crossed the grassland and reached the forest's edge, where the monsters are all at least level 15, so there aren't many people around. You rush towards a group of monsters and release neurocontrol, instantly freezing all monsters within a 300-meter radius, and a new thought emerges in your mind. At this point, you try a few simple commands, and the monsters start moving. After getting the hang of it, you even have them wave their arms around. However, during your subsequent practice, you find that the monsters you control are very inefficient at attacking others. Their only purpose is to help you draw aggro. Once they enter the 300-meter range, you take care of the killing. After a few minutes, 100 monsters pour out of the forest, rushing towards you. At this point, your mental control wears off. You unleash a tear skill followed by a blood burst skill, and the monsters all drop dead. Your experience bar skyrockets, and you level up to level 8, while your plague aura rises to level 2, expanding its range to 500 meters. Watching the relentless stream of monsters pouring out of the forest, your grin nearly stretches from ear to ear. When there are no more monsters, you control the remaining ones, lure them in, and wipe them out in bulk, causing your experience bar to skyrocket like it's on steroids. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the grassland of Glen Forest, a dozen well-equipped individuals suddenly appear, blocking the dungeon entrance and even starting to drive away the adventurers inside. The grassland area is fully booked by 10 parties today. If you want to level up, head to the nearby forest. They then collectively display their levels. Everyone gasps in shock. They are all second transformation classes. No wonder the Sure family is so confident in booking the area. these people must all be over level 60. But the next second, before anyone has time to think, a loud bang echoes from the depths of the grassland, and a wave of black energy suddenly spreads out. The demonized abyss has opened. No wonder the Shi family booked the area. To help Shi Hao level up, Shi Jia is resorting to any means necessary. Moreover, the conditions to open the abyss are extremely harsh. Although the drop rates and experience can increase several times, it's almost explicitly forbidden in novice dungeons. Once the abyss is opened, all monsters become magical, and boss attributes can increase by up to 20 times. Novice adventurers will die with just a touch. Instantly, the adventurers in the grassland turn and run, not needing the Shi family to say anything. At this moment, at the border between the grassland and the forest, you are bent over searching through the corpses when suddenly a wave of black mist rises behind you, quickly engulfing the entire grassland. Your expression changes instantly as you recall the textbook description of the demonized abyss. There are two ways to open it, using a large number of corpses along with an abyss ticket, or it can open randomly. Regardless of how it opens, unless there are many high-level adventurers providing escort, adventurers of the same level will have no chance of survival. Not only will the original monsters in the demonized dungeon transform, but also, from the abyss cracks, endless abyss creatures will emerge. After pondering for a few seconds, you decide to test the strength of the demonized monsters. As long as they aren't too absurdly strong, there should still be a chance to manage them. The abyss eruption should still take some time, so you don't delay any longer. Sitting on a rock, you start to recover. Your level has now reached 11, and your hedgehog attributes have far surpassed those of first transformation adventurers. After the recent battles, your blood burst and tear skills have also leveled up to 2, with bleeding effects now causing over 5,000 damage at a time. You toss the unfinished bread into your backpack and glance at the sky, gradually shrouded in black mist, estimating that the time must be about right. However, the next second, a wolf howl suddenly echoes from deep within the grassland, filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Moments later, a giant wolf over 10 meters tall leaps out of the black mist, its blood-red eyes and body covered in numerous wounds of all sizes. Though its once fresh fur has turned completely black, you still recognize it. It's the Wolf King you defeated earlier, the Abyss Wolf King, a rare boss, level 15, with 1 million HP and an attack range of 5,000 to 9,000. With an armor rating of 8,000, after checking the Wolf King's stats, you can't help but twitch your mouth. A level 50 monster isn't even this powerful. Good grief, 1 million health and such absurd attack power. My health is nowhere near enough to withstand even 2 hits. However, you're not afraid. Instead, you feel a bit excited. You keep your distance from the Wolf King and throw out a disease skill, applying various statuses. You see the charging Wolf King suddenly freeze, a number -3,743 floating above its head. The memory of its death hits the Wolf King hard, causing it to tremble in agony, but it endures the pain and charges again. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in your head, and you throw another disease skill. This one inflicts abdominal pain and coughing. Your eyes widen in surprise. You didn't expect they could stack. Since previous monsters were too smart to let you try this, you continuously wave your staff, applying more intensity to the Wolf King. Moments later, the Wolf King shivers like a mountain, spewing from both ends, afflicted with abdominal pain, coughing, fever, dizziness, and diarrhea. Just as you're about to unleash a tear skill on the Wolf King, you notice the corpses of the monsters you previously defeated behind you start to emit black smoke, and within seconds, they rise one after another. And it doesn't stop there. Before you can react, the black mist in the grassland and the forest behind you sinks down, and a chorus of growls begins to close in on you. In an instant, you find yourself surrounded by an endless horde of monsters. Seeing this, the Wolf King lets out a long howl and charges at you in an instant. But the next moment, he realizes that his legs won't obey him, and all the surrounding monsters have also stiffened in place. The vile human waves their staff, and the Wolf King, along with a group of controlled monsters, charges towards the uncontrolled enemies. In an instant, thousands of monsters are mixed together, flying in the air and running on the ground. Meanwhile, you aren't idle either. You keep throwing skills at the Wolf King. After all, with his reduced health, your skills keep spreading through his rampage. Although the smaller monsters have also gained significant boosts, with health around 50,000, they still fall apart under your high damage. Before long, a flood of experience points rushes in. Your eyelids jump with excitement. You know that killing an ordinary monster gives you around 100 experience points, but now, defeating a demonized monster rewards you with a staggering 5,000 experience points. However, the next moment, the Wolf King, who was still rampaging, suddenly turns around and charges at you with overwhelming fury. You are momentarily stunned. What's going on? The control time isn't up yet, so how has it failed? Can neuro control be broken? It seems reasonable, though, if you could control all targets indiscriminately, you could control adventurers and become invincible. So you quickly cast another mental control, and the furious Wolf King turns back to charge into the monster horde. Finally, after most of the surrounding monsters have been defeated, you bring an end to the Wolf King's humiliating life. In its eyes, you even see a glimmer of relief. After nearly an hour of battle, you not only level up to 20 but also raise all your skills by 1 level. Your Blood Burst skill now has a base damage of 15,000, and combined with Tear, your actual damage per second exceeds 30,000. You then begin to tally your loot, 3 pieces of equipment, a skill book, and several coins and materials. The gear is standard, except for 1 pair of boots that has a speed skill. Of course, for someone in your ragged clothes, that's top-notch. The skill book is for the mage class and can only be sold. After changing into your new equipment, your mouth waters. This is what the demonized monsters in the dungeon are like. Just think of the loot that would drop from the abyss creatures emerging from the cracks. With your eyes shining, you grab your staff and rush towards the center of the grassland. With the speed boost from your purple boots, you quickly reach your destination. In the distance, you see a swirling column of black mist, and to your surprise, there are quite a few people there, all well-equipped and displaying dazzling skills. They are clearly second transformation adventurers. At that moment, abyss monsters are continually crawling out of the black mist. A group of people works together seamlessly, taking them down in mere seconds. However, you are surprised to see a familiar figure among them. It's Shirhao, going around delivering finishing blows. Initially, you benefited from the demonized abyss and didn't intend to antagonize them. Although you don't consider yourself a good person, you still have some principles. However, since it's Shirhao, you decide to be a bit flexible with your principles. So you cast Neuro Control to immobilize the abyss monsters crawling out. The group of second transformation adventurers notices the monsters suddenly stop moving and also halts their attacks. What's going on? Why are the monsters not moving? However, the next second, the controlled monsters collectively unleash their skills, sending countless black wind blades and flames hurtling toward Shirhao, who is not far away finishing off monsters. The second transformation adventurers barely have time to react as countless skills fly towards Shirhao. Luckily, he also has an S-class talent with high initial thought attributes, and he rolls away to evade the attack. However, the monster's aggro shifts, disrupting the rhythm of the adventurer's kills. No matter how Shield Chi taunts, he can't regain aggro. The recently emerged monsters, seeing their companions in pursuit, join the chase, turning the area around the abyss crack into complete chaos. You release your control, having only aimed to create a bit of trouble, saving the real profits for when the abyss opens. Not long after, Shirhao's equipment becomes damaged, and he's being chased by countless abyss mages, running for his life. While the adventurers manage to hold some aggro and take down monsters one by one, the abyss mages relentlessly pursue Shirhao as soon as they appear. How can they handle that? Just then, a thick black smoke suddenly erupts, and a massive claw emerges, followed by a monster with a ghastly human form appearing before everyone. As soon as it appears, all the surrounding abyss monsters enter a frenzy, and in a single encounter, one adventurer is instantly killed. Seeing the 20-meter-tall giant abyss behemoth, Shirhao hesitates no more. In a fit of panic, he pulls out a teleportation scroll and crushes it, disappearing from the scene at the same moment as the other adventurers. Hiding at a distance, your eyes gleam with excitement. What a massive boss! If you take it down, imagine the loot. Thankfully, Shirhao ran fast, otherwise, you were ready to start indiscriminate attacks. However, when you check the information, you find that apart from knowing its name is the Abyss Lord, everything else is marked with question marks. You are momentarily stunned. Only monsters over level 30 have hidden info. Has this guy surpassed level 50? According to the rules, the Abyss level shouldn't exceed twice the dungeon level. Glen Forest's highest level is 20, so the Abyss boss should be level 40 at most. You instinctively check the Abyss creature's stats. The Abyss monsters are level 45, with 5 million HP and an attack range of 30,000 to 60,000. You exclaim a curse, this is outrageous. Even the lesser monsters have 5 million HP after going berserk, and their attack power is so high. No wonder one hit can kill a second transformation adventurer. However, the monsters have already picked up your trail, and you have no time to think before unleashing a flurry of skills. You see the monsters spray and unleash their attacks, but they suddenly slow down. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lord is blocked by the chaotic monsters ahead, forced to roar in frustration from behind. So you run ahead while drawing aggro, with the monsters behind you spraying and roaring. Before long, you achieve your first kill, taking down an Abyss monster and receiving 12,000 experience points, over 10,000 per monster. If you finish off this batch, you might even reach level 30. Instantly, you feel invigorated and unleash another series of skills. Every skill you unleash is top tier, and your damage output is incredibly high. With doubled pain sensitivity and stunning effects, not every monster can withstand it. As the number of monsters decreases, the Abyss Lord finally makes its move, launching a massive spear shrouded in thick black mist directly at you. Following closely is a massive black wind blade. Instantly, you release your skills, activate the speed skill of your boots, and turn to run. A tremendous explosion erupts where you just were, sending up a cloud of dirt and dust. This is the power of a Lord-level boss. Not only would you be unable to withstand a direct hit, but even the residual force would be too much for your current health to handle. After all, you are still a priest, a fragile class, so you begin to kite more carefully, activating your speed boost whenever you encounter unavoidable attacks. Finally, after the horde of monsters has nearly vanished, the Abyss Lord becomes enraged, and after all this time, its health begins to dwindle. Suddenly, the Abyss Lord's form expands dramatically, its once pitch-black body now glowing red. Oh no, the boss has gone berserk. Once the transformation is complete, it teleports right in front of you, moving twice as fast as before. Throughout this time, none of its skills have landed. It's in so much pain that its blood feels like sludge, occasionally sputtering as it suffers from dizziness, leaving it only able to watch this vile human escape. This is its final opportunity. If it doesn't land a hit now, it can only harbor hatred in the northwest. However, as you watch the vengeance right before you, you can't help but smile slightly. Your skill levels have long since increased. Your damage per second is now 40,000, with critical hits reaching 120,000. You know the boss is on its last legs. When the Abyss Lord charges at you with a powerful strike, you don't dodge or evade. Instead, you throw out a skill. The massive body falls to the ground in fury, its eyes filled with resentment and anger. The next moment, countless items burst forth from its corpse. Congratulations on your first personal kill of the Abyss Lord. You are rewarded with an orange treasure chest. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. Please head to the mountain ridge area to kill the demonized leopard and obtain a class change scroll. But you don't have time to read the system message. You're frantically picking up the dropped items. You've obtained 782 gold and 76 silver, as well as the Lord's Glory, Lord's Will, and Lord's Mask achievements. You have obtained the skill book, Honor of the Demonized Lord. Item, Top. Magic attack plus 350, attributes plus 100, critical hit rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 20%, spell damage plus 20%, cast speed plus 20%. Active skill grants 30 seconds of invulnerability and increases movement speed by 200%. All skills inflict an additional 10,000 points of demonized damage. After reviewing the attributes, you exclaim, "Wow, this is incredibly powerful. No wonder it's an orange piece of gear." The other two pieces have the same base stats and also include magic penetration. With these three pieces of equipment, you can easily farm dungeons below level 60. You then gather your loot and prepare to leave this place of trouble. Sure enough, just as you leave, Shurhao returns with his group to this place. However, looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, Shurhao is puzzled. Where are my monsters? And why do all these corpses look like the Wolf Kings? What's going on? It's only been half an hour since they left. How is it possible to kill thousands of monsters in such a short time and even defeat a level 6 Abyss Lord? Suddenly, someone points in the direction you left, saying, "Young master, look over there. Someone is coming. It must be him who stole our boss." In the Bisher mountain area, within a coniferous forest, Lin Chen, dressed in a black robe and wearing a black mask, was sitting on a stone, eating bread. He regretted not clearing out all the monsters he encountered on the way here, opting instead to bypass as many as possible. After all, the task was important. However, it was already past 3 a.m., and he was feeling a bit tired, so he decided to take a break and observe the movement patterns not far away. He had just checked the attributes of the monsters here. Their health was at 6 million, and they were level 40. Not as absurd as the monsters that emerged from the Abyssal Rift. To be honest, when he first saw these attributes, Lin Chen felt a bit unaccustomed. But without the presence of the abyssal corruption, they would only be level 20, and their attributes wouldn't be so inflated. With his current strength, it shouldn't take long to defeat them. After finishing his bread, he put the wrapper into his backpack, clapped his hands, and stood up to stretch his muscles. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can go back to sleep. Every day is exhausting. Lin Chen twisted his neck and leaped down from the stone. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he slowly curled his lips into a smile and activated his skill. Demon Transformation. Buzz. Lin Chen's body trembled violently as countless streams of black smoke erupted from within him, quickly enveloping him like armor. Boom! As he landed, the massive black mist kicked up a cloud of dust, and the nearby monsters, alerted by his arrival, turned their attention toward him. Roar! Seeing a human approach, The creature known as the Pig King immediately let out a deafening roar. It then raised its wolf-toothed hammer and a shield the size of a door and charged at him. As the dust settled, Lin Chen's figure finally became visible. He had grown to 3 meters tall, his body covered in flowing black flames. His hands and feet had transformed into enormous black claws, with barbed spikes protruding from his joints. The black mask on his face merged with the black smoke armor, making his hair appear unnaturally long. From a distance, he looked like a humanoid beast. Feeling his attributes surge, his power skyrocketed. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and a glint of ferocity flashed in his crimson gaze. This overwhelming sensation was simply marvelous. He smirked, watching the pig-headed creature rushing toward him, and lifted his massive claw-like foot, the sound of it thudding against the ground growing from slow to fast as he met it head-on. This time, he didn't plan to use any control skills, he decided to experience a real fight. So, at the moment of impact, he didn't even use a skill. He simply turned slightly to the side and shrugged his shoulder, delivering a solid shoulder check. Boom! A violent explosion erupted where his shoulder met the Pig King's shield. The Pig King let out a pained cry, stumbling backward as if it had collided with a train. Its shield dented. It looked at its shield in shock, then glanced back at Lin Chen, who was about the same height as it. For a moment, its ferocity was ignited, and with a roar, it charged forward again, shield in hand. Seeing this, Lin Chen laughed heartily and rushed forward faster than the Pig King. "Come on!" Lin Chen shouted, raising his right claw and striking down with a skill-rending strike. Boom! The Pig King's shield shattered under the blow, proving to be no match at all. Massive critical damage numbers lit up, causing the Pig King to howl in agony as pain and blood loss overwhelmed it. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected his damage to be this high, which was somewhat beyond his expectations, but now was not the time to dwell on that. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to finish it off. With his left hand transformed into claws using the rending strike and his right hand transformed into a fist using the blood burst technique, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on the Pig King. Boom boom boom! A series of terrifying numbers floated up as the Pig King quickly turned into a bloodied mess, its armor in tatters, and deep, bone-exposing wounds covering its body. It took only 5 seconds. Yes, just 5 seconds. The Pig King's health hit rock bottom. With the final abdominal punch crashing into the defeated belly of the Pig King, it let out a mournful cry before its massive body fell to the ground. You have killed the demonized Pig King. Experience points, congratulations. You have cleared the bisher plane, reward experience points, 10,000. You have obtained 500 gold. You have obtained beginner skill scroll. You have obtained equipment, agile ring, purple. You have obtained beginner forging stone. Lin Chen's attention was not on the voice of the world's will, because after it fell, a red scroll flashed with light, accompanied by a multitude of gold coins and equipment that burst forth. A first turn scroll. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over after dispelling his demonized form. He swiftly picked up the equipment on the ground. You have obtained 125 gold, 32 silver, 65 copper. You have obtained Eye of the Demonized Pig King. You have obtained Skin Fragment of the Demonized Pig King. You have obtained Tusk of the Demonized Pig King. You have obtained Tail of the Demonized Pig King. You have obtained Magic Core of the Demonized Pig King. You have obtained equipment Fang Hammer of the Demonized Pig King, purple. You have obtained equipment Leggings of the Demonized Pig King, purple. You have obtained First Turn Class Promotion Quest Scroll, exclusive. Got it. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he quickly took out the scroll. First Turn Class Promotion Quest Scroll, exclusive. Description: quest item, cannot be destroyed, cannot be traded, exclusive. Lin Chen? Priest. After confirming he hadn't picked up the wrong item, Lin Chen immediately clicked to use it. After all, he had come all this way for this, right? Ding! Congratulations! You have started your first class promotion quest. You need to deliver the quest items to the hidden one. Ming Yun, Quest Item 1, Taldarel's Finger Bone, Quest Item 2, Bone Scab's Spine, Quest Item 3, River of the Underworld Water, Quest Item 4, Dark Moonstone, Quest Item 5, Migratory Grass. Isn't this a bit excessive? Lin Chen twitched his mouth, feeling quite speechless. First of all, the first turn quests for ordinary professionals usually involve killing a certain target to obtain quest items, then going to any main city to find their class mentor to turn in the quest. One could say that the first turn is a freebie. Secondly, even for someone like Bai Jinqing, an orange epic class professional, the first turn quest is a bit harder, but it wouldn't require this many quest items. Looking at this, he would need to kill at least 3, if not 5. Lastly, the hidden one, Mingyun? Who is that? Who is Taldarel? Who is Bone Scab? And what are those strange items? Where would he even find them? There were no hints for the quest, just a bunch of items he had never heard of. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that hidden professions are so overpowered, he would have given up. Forget it, I'll go back and check. After being speechless for a while, Lin Chen finally accepted reality. There was no other choice. Who told him he was a hidden professional? The greater the power, the greater the quest. This is why his current level, equipment, and damage were all absurd. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete anything. May I ask, which good person knows the first turn quest, recognizes the words, but not the rest? It's indeed hard to evaluate. Lin Chen sighed, just about to leave when a familiar and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. Isn't that the Pig King? Why has the monster changed? Isn't demonization supposed to not change the monster's form? Lin Chen was taken aback and instinctively turned around. He saw Bai Jinqing holding a staff, looking suspicious and on guard. Jinqing? Lin Chen was a bit confused. What are you doing here? Bai Jinqing's expression changed again, taking a step back with suspicion in her eyes. Since when can you know the names of professionals? Have you become so intelligent? Is it because of the demonization? Lin Chen had a black line on his face. Enough already. Bai Jinqing was taken aback. Oh no! It really has gained intelligence. It can even make sarcastic remarks now. Lin Chen, thank you so much. It's me, Jinqing. Bai Jinqing murmured with suspicion in her eyes. This voice. Why does it sound a bit familiar? Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, finally remembering that his gear covered his entire body. He looked down at himself and indeed appeared quite terrifying. Then, he concealed the appearance of his gear, and that sunny, handsome boy reappeared. Jinqing, it's me. Seeing the familiar face, Bai Jinqing was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in shock. Lin Chen? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It's me. Bai Jinqing's expression changed drastically, and she hurried over. Lin Chen, are you hurt? Are you okay? Lin Chen tilted his head. I'm fine. Really? Look, I've completed the quest. Bai Jinqing was taken aback, and after confirming that Lin Chen was indeed okay, she instinctively glanced at the fallen Pig King beside them. Completed the quest? Who did you defeat? Lin Chen shrugged as if it were obvious. Me? Who else could it be? You? Bai Jinqing's expression shifted slightly as if recalling something. Lin Chen, where are your teammates? How did you escape from the mutated monsters? Where are they? Why are you the only one here? Lin Chen realized that she thought he had always been in a team with others. After all, in her perception, he was the priest without any offensive capabilities. I've always been alone. No teammates. No? Bai Jinqing looked a bit confused. How could you possibly evade so many monsters alone? You. Bai Jinqing's expression changed again as she suddenly realized what Lin Chen had just said about completing the quest. Once she understood, she quickly looked at the fallen figure, her mouth unconsciously opening wider. Did you really defeat this? Seeing Lin Chen nod, Bai Jinqing's eyes widened. Lin Chen, aren't you a priest? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. It's a bit complicated, but just understand that I'm not an ordinary priest. Saying this, Lin Chen smiled confidently. Didn't I tell you I was going to continue being classmates at Dongda? Bai Jinqing's face flushed, still somewhat incredulous, but with the facts before her, what was there to be conflicted about? Moreover, if Lin Chen really had the ability, wasn't that exactly what she wanted? She also remembered that just now, Lin Chen was wearing some very terrifying gear. It's good that you're okay. Seeing Bai Jinqing a bit shy, Lin Chen chuckled and gently patted her head. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Under such a familiar gesture, the usually aloof Bai Jinqing couldn't help but blush. Over the past 3 years, their exchanges through glances had actually surpassed their verbal communication. Lin Chen understood that the Bai family had only this one precious child, and they must protect her well. Plus, she was also afraid that Shi Tang would act rashly and put Lin Chen in danger. So, their interactions were not frequent. But, how to say it? Sometimes, people are very strange creatures. In some ways, a shared understanding can surpass 1,000 words. Often, just a glance or a smile is enough for them to know what the other is thinking, which is quite magical. Bai Jinqing looked up at Lin Chen, who was so close. Just now, Chen Rui sent someone to bring me a message. The abyss is dead, and the abyss rift has healed. So the city lord and various forces have lifted the blockade. Many professionals have entered the dungeon. I estimate it won't be long before we can get out. Lin Chen nodded, feeling that this was good. He was already the biggest winner in this mutated abyss, and letting them have a little bit of the small monsters was also fine. Besides, if he were to clear everything alone, he would probably miss the college entrance examination assessment. Now that he had taken on a new quest, he needed to hurry out to complete it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly realized, oh right, open the trading panel. Bai Jinqing was taken aback but obediently activated the trading function. Then, she saw a skill book and a black gemstone ring. Blade wind technique can be learned by the mage profession effect, releases 3 wind blades at the target, dealing 55 damage per second. After 3 seconds, the wind blades merge into a blade wind, allowing for one controlled attack or explosion, causing 2 points of mental damage. Magic killing ring, purple, part, ring magic attack magic critical attribute, strength, spirit, constitution effect, increases your spell damage by 2 effect, restores 20 mana per second durability, 50 equipment level. What? After reading the attributes, Bai Jinqing stared wide-eyed in shock. What? These attributes? Bai Jinqing slowly opened her mouth, completely dumbfounded. Lin Chen might not have a concept of skill books, especially for the mage profession. Take the beginner ice arrow skill she bought before, which cost her a full 2 million. And this level 15 blade wind technique, if it were on the market, would definitely be worth over 10 million. This is not an exaggeration from Bai Jinqing. Magic professions are loved by everyone because of their wide skill range, considerable damage over time, and sustainability. Skill books for magic professions typically start at 3 to 5 times that, especially since this skill has a unique attack range and method, plus it has 2 segments of damage. Among active attack skills, it is a standout. Moreover, the most valuable part is that the number of wind blades can increase with the skill level. Oh my god, she felt that this skill book would definitely sell for 10 million. Coupled with that purple equipment that increases magic damage and restores mana, she conservatively estimated that these 2 items could sell for at least 20 million. I can't take this. You have to take it back. Bai Jinqing instinctively wanted to cancel the trade. Hey! Lin Chen firmly held her shoulder. Take it. This is my awakening gift to you. Looking at Lin Chen's serious and earnest eyes, Bai Jinqing opened her mouth, hesitating. But, this is too precious. Lin Chen shook his head. It's just a skill book and equipment. Besides, nothing is more important than you. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinqing's little face instantly turned from the top of her head to the base of her neck. This, Lin Chen changed from serious to a gentle smile. Alright, just take it. Didn't you also give me a skill book? But, that skill book was only over 100,000. Hey! Lin Chen interrupted her. I've said it. This isn't important. Looking into Lin Chen's gentle eyes, Bai Jinqing felt warmth in her heart, bit her lip, and gently nodded. Then, I'll accept the skill book, but you can take the ring back. No need. I have a ring. The reason Lin Chen gave her the magic killing ring was that he thought it looked a bit feminine, and also because the reward for defeating the Pig King had given him a ring with better attributes. Although a person can wear 2 rings, to be honest, the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment didn't matter much to him. With the orange equipment, he no longer valued purple equipment. If necessary, he could just farm again. After all, with his current damage, what did he not want? Seeing that Bai Jinqing finally accepted it, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Hurry up and learn what you need to learn. Wear what you need to wear. Since you're here, let's farm together. Bai Jinqing's little face turned red, and after stealing a glance at Lin Chen, she nodded. Looking at the black gem ring on her finger, Bai Jinqing didn't know what she was thinking, but her lips were definitely upturned. Let's go. Bai Jinqing nodded again, but just happened to catch a glimpse of the Pig King nearby. She had been focused on Lin Chen earlier, but now that things were settled, looking at the corpse, she felt it looked somewhat familiar, especially that terrifying wound that was deep enough to see the bone. Lin Chen, did you really kill it all by yourself? She suddenly remembered that after being demonized, the Pig King would become a level 40 rare creature. Its health would definitely be over 5 million. Could Lin Chen, as a priest, really kill it? Yes, just killed it. Still warm. Lin Chen casually took a sip of water and handed it to Bai Jinqing. Bai Jinqing stared intently at the water as she took it and said, "This wound." She took a sip and suddenly her eyelids twitched. "Wait." Bai Jinqing gripped the mineral water bottle, looking at Lin Chen in shock. "Lin Chen? You didn't also conquer the abyss, did you?" Although this thought was bold, the wound looked too similar, and considering Lin Chen's equipment, Lin Chen was a bit confused. "Yeah, how did you know?" Seeing her fixated on the corpse, Lin Chen started to realize. "Ah, you figured it out from the wound?" Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Chen in astonishment, opening her mouth several times without knowing what to say. She had seen the corpse of the abyss with her own eyes. It was so massive and terrifying, definitely over level 40. The Bai family was a prominent family, so she naturally knew some things that ordinary people did not. For instance, if the abyss had a name, it would at least be a small overlord in the abyss rift. Such beings would not be below level 60. Coincidentally, she had noticed that it had a name. In that case, to conquer it, it would be impossible to kill it in a short time without a fully formed 20-person team that had all undergone second-class advancement. How did Lin Chen grind? Alone? She simply couldn't understand. Wasn't he just an ordinary priest of white potential? Seeing her expression was incredibly complex. Lin Chen was about to speak when suddenly 4 demonized pig-headed monsters patrolled into the area. Because of where they were standing, they immediately entered combat mode. Roar! The monsters roared angrily and rushed towards the two. Bai Jinqing snapped back to reality, checked the monsters' attributes, and her face changed dramatically. Not good. These are level 30 demonized monsters. Their health is actually 1 million. Lin Chen, run! I'll kite them. She instinctively pulled Lin Chen, trying to get him to run, but Lin Chen looked completely unfazed. No need. Just accept the party invite. Bai Jinqing was taken aback, only then realizing Lin Chen had just sent her a party invitation. She didn't think much of it. After forming a party, she would know where Lin Chen was, making it easier to find him. But she didn't expect that after the party was formed, she would immediately sense something was off. "Wait, you're level 30? Lin Chen, hearing this, glanced at her level. "Oh, you've leveled up to 16? Pretty fast." "Ha!" Bai Jinqing was initially shocked, but upon hearing this, her expression turned into one of confusion. "What? Are you being polite?" Lin Chen laughed heartily, not answering her question, and raised his hand to cast a skill. Rending technique. Roar! The armor on the 4 pig-headed monsters instantly burst open with dozens of gashes, and a large amount of black blood flowed from their bodies. After a scream, their speed noticeably dropped by half, as she saw the huge damage numbers pop up, accompanied by a bleeding damage of 100,000 per second. Bai Jinqing's eyes widened, her expression utterly captivating. Lin Chen, not paying attention, casually cast another skill. Blood explosion technique. Boom! The 4 pig-headed monsters felt their blood boiling, and the next second, a massive amount of blood exploded from their wounds. Roar! You killed a demonized pig-headed monster. Experience points, you killed a demonized pig-headed monster. Experience points, you killed a demonized pig-headed monster. Experience points, you killed a demonized pig-headed monster. Experience points. Hearing the voice of the world will, Bai Jinqing's mouth could fit an egg. Her astonished expression left her in a daze. Looking at the 4 pig-headed monsters lying on the ground, Bai Jinqing remained stunned for a long time, until Lin Chen spoke. She suddenly snapped back to reality. "Let's go, Jinqing." This. Bai Jinqing's eyelids twitched, shocked as she looked at the monsters and then at Lin Chen. "No. Ha? No. No way? Just like this? They're dead?" Lin Chen looked at her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Ah, of course. What did you expect? A back-and-forth battle for hundreds of rounds? No, that's not it." Bai Jinqing still couldn't comprehend the instant death of this monster, commonly known as unheard monster demise, but that's a level 30 demonized monster. 1 million health? You killed it in less than 10 seconds with just 2 skills? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded seriously. That makes sense. Next time, I'll add 2 more skills and take it down in an instant. You? Bai Jinqing looked at him with a face full of disbelief. Are you really that abnormal? You can still take it down in an instant? Lin Chen was speechless, raising his right index finger to lift her chin and close her little mouth. It's just adding 2 more skills. Can't you do that? Can't you do that? Bai Jinqing tilted her head in disbelief. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Seeing Bai Jinqing's adorable expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I was just teasing you. Let's go. Bai Jinqing's expression stiffened as she realized Lin Chen was genuinely playing with her, and her little face turned red. You're really annoying. Bai Jinqing put away her shocked expression, pouting cutely and narrowing her big eyes. I told you. How could a monster with 1 million health be taken down in an instant? I'm serious about this. You? Bai Jinqing was instantly both angry and amused, instinctively raising her little fist to hit him. Lin Chen laughed heartily, ruffled Bai Jinqing's hair, and ran off. Let's go. I'll take you to take down monsters. Hey, you! Bai Jinqing was once again both angry and amused, quickly chasing after him. You stop right there. Where's my monster? Where's my loot? Where's my forging materials? Where's my completion rewards? Shi Tingfei looked at the pig king lying dead on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Lu Hong. Shi Tingfei turned his head stiffly. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Lu Hong opened his mouth, staring at the corpse on the ground. This should be the same person who stole from the young master in the abyss? Shi Tingfei was taken aback, instinctively examining the body, and sure enough, the wounds were identical. At that moment, Shi Tingfei was furious, his eyes nearly bleeding. It's you again. It's you. I will kill you. Ah. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest area closest to the Bisher mountain area, Lin Chen looked up in confusion while picking up items. What's going on? Did it respawn again? Bai Jinqing, also picking up items, looked suspiciously towards Bisher mountain. It can't be, right? This demonized abyss isn't over yet? Lin Chen. In a corner of the Bisher Plain safe square, Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Chen with reluctance, her expression very hesitant. Well, I'm leaving. Lin Chen smiled. Go ahead, take a break. There are 3 days until the college entrance examination. That's enough time for you to prepare. Bai Jinqing bit her lip and finally nodded. I will help you inquire about the task. I'll let you know as soon as I have news. Since the two of them teamed up, they had been grinding for 2 more days. This morning, all the monsters had been cleared, and the dungeon's teleportation portal had opened. During this time, Lin Chen had also asked her about the first transfer task. Of course, he didn't mention it was a transfer task, saying it was a quest given by a strategy guide. Bai Jinqing didn't think much of it, feeling it was quite normal, and she also agreed to keep the secret for Lin Chen. Unfortunately, she was just as clueless about the items in the task. Lin Chen curled his lips, seeing her reluctance, and gently patted her head. Alright, go ahead. See you in 3 days. Bai Jinqing bit her lip, mustering her courage to look at Lin Chen and whispered. The college entrance examination has 2 assessments. The first one is a team combat assessment, and you need at least 3 people to team up. Can I team up with you? Lin Chen was taken aback. Aren't you teaming up with Chen Rui and Zhang Xinyue? The Chen family is the 3rd-ranked big family, and although the Zhang family is a bit weaker, they are still decent, at least more affluent than the Li family. Moreover, the Chen and Zhang families have always had a good relationship with the Bai family. They are both classmates and close friends, so it's quite normal for them to team up. Bai Jinqing shook her head, her little face slightly flushed. Rui is a fire mage, which conflicts with my profession, and Ye is an archer, also ranged. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. But I'm also ranged, a white potential priest. Oh dear. Bai Jinqing rarely showed a little girl's demeanor, stamping her foot shyly. You, put. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh again. Alright, I have no problem. I'll call the monkey later, and we can team up together. Of course, if you're willing. I'm willing. Bai Jinqing agreed immediately without any hesitation. Lin Chen was taken aback. Perhaps her quick agreement lost the girl's modesty, especially for someone like her, the icy school beauty in front of others. Bai Jinqing's little face turned red to the roots of her neck. Well, anyway, having a shield warrior to help tank the monsters is pretty good. She racked her brain and finally thought of a clumsy reason. Lin Chen was speechless. With a beauty inviting him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the college entrance examination is a comprehensive assessment. It not only looks at individual ability but also at teamwork skills. After all, no one has ever defeated an entire abyss crack alone, not even the 12 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. In large battles, team ability is more important than individual strength. So, teaming up is indeed necessary. Ching? Just as Bai Jinqing was about to explain further, Chen Ruirui's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Ching, I finally found you. My goodness. Chen Ruerue squeezed through the crowd and hurried over. Are you okay? I'm fine. Looking at Bai Jinqing's awkward smile, Chen Ruerue turned to see Lin Chen. Big class? Chen Ruerue's eyes lit up. Did our Qingqing find you? Lin Chen smiled, raising the corners of his mouth. Yes, found me. Really? Chen Ruerue visibly became excited, feeling like she had stumbled upon a big scoop. Hey, Qingqing, when did you find big class? Have you been together all this time? Good for you, leaving your sisters to have fun with big class. Oh, Rue. Seeing that Chen Ruerue was relentless with her questions, Lin Chen cleared his throat to interrupt her. You guys chat. I'll head back first. He still had a lot to do and needed to rest a bit. He hadn't had much rest these past few days. No matter how strong he was still human. Chen Ruerue nodded excitedly. Okay, big class. Goodbye. Hey Qingqing, where did you find big class? You're really something. Leaving your sisters behind and running off. Forgetting your friends for a guy. Listening to Chen Ruerue chattering away, Lin Chen walked away, both amused and exasperated. However, he didn't head home immediately. Instead, he took a car to the Adventurer Trading Hall in Tianqi City. He sold all the items dropped by ordinary monsters to the trading hall and put the materials and junk equipment dropped by the corrupted monsters up for auction. Then, he used the trading hall's cheaper mailing function to send some purple armor and weapons to Li Fei before finally heading home. From this dungeon run, he obtained 3 orange items, 1 gold item, and several purple items. He also collected a huge pile of various materials and over 60,000 gold coins. He had upgraded his gear significantly and was living a good life. Not to mention, he had also unlocked a world quest and a first turn quest. One could only say, Shirtang Fei, you did well. In the car, Chen Ruerue, sitting in the passenger seat, turned sideways to look at the driving by Jinqing, excitedly chattering away. Qingqing, how did you level up to 29? That's terrifying. Is orange potential really that amazing? What about big class? How many levels did you help him level up? You're already 29, he must be close to level 20, right? Don't even mention the corrupted monsters, the experience is really a lot. Oh my gosh, you're so impressive. I shouldn't have let you leave the team, I should have stuck with you, or else I wouldn't still be just at level 20 now. Bai Jinqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She wanted to explain but was afraid of exposing Lin Chen's secret, so she could only purse her lips and pretend she hadn't heard. You should know that if you knew the truth, you'd go mad. What leveling him up? He was nothing but a burden to me. Can you imagine? An orange epic potential, reduced to a mere item collector behind an ordinary priest. No one would believe it if you told them. Moreover, Lin Chen's damage output was terrifying. He used only 2 skills throughout, and they were forms of skills she had never seen before. The damage was both horrifying and explosive. Watching the monsters wail, she felt that death was their only release. It was too torturous. She had thought about asking Lin Chen, but everyone has their secrets, how could she ask? Besides, she couldn't even check Lin Chen's stats. Not to mention others, she had teamed up with Lin Chen for 2 days and still hadn't figured it out. But then again, Lin Chen was so powerful that she was the happiest, even happier than Lin Chen himself. When she awakened, she had truly worried for a long time. No one understood her situation better than she did. She even considered doing something privately to help Lin Chen. Fortunately, all problems were resolved by Lin Chen's strength. Compared to Chen Rue's excitement now, she was even more thrilled, especially when, Bai Jinqing, while waiting for the red light, secretly glanced at her right hand's ring finger. There, a ring embedded with a black gemstone sparkled. Ha! Chen Rue had been staring at Bai Jinqing and immediately noticed the unusual look in her eyes and the ring on her hand. Is this the equipment you got? So beautiful. That luster. It can't be a purple item, right? Bai Jinqing couldn't help but nod, trying to appear calm. Yes, a level 20 purple item. Wow! Chen Rue's eyes lit up, and she quickly hugged Bai Jinqing's arm. Oh my gosh, Qingqing? I've been grinding for 3 days, and the best I got was a blue level 10 trash necklace. You actually got a level 20 purple item? It must have been demonic. Quick, show me the stats. Let me broaden my horizons. Her family also had many retainers and bodyguards, and she had seen high-level purple items, even orange ones, but none of those compared to the sense of achievement from her sister personally grinding for it. Hearing this, Bai Jinqing didn't hide it and directly shared the ring's stats with her. Holy crap! After reading it, Chen Rui, disregarding her ladylike image, exclaimed, "My goodness, this adds 25 magic power, and 2 magic damage and mana regeneration? Wow! So many attributes, plus 15 spirit? This is an exceptional purple item." Seeing Chen Rui's shocked expression, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile wider. "It's okay, just average." Chen Rui, upon hearing this, retorted in disbelief. "You really are full of yourself. Don't just stand there talking without feeling the pain. You're making me so envious." Chen Rui gently stroked the ring on Bai Jinqing's finger, almost crying from envy. "Oh my gosh, I've heard that demonic drops are high, but I never expected it could drop a level 20 purple item. Xingqing, you're so lucky." Bai Shipinjuan was just a beginner dungeon. Purple items existed, but the drop rate was no better than skill books. After all, too many people were grinding, and the drop rates had been lowered. To this, Bai Jinqing only smiled silently, feeling very proud. He, envy me? This was a gift from Lin Chen. Good, ha ha ha. In the Bai family study, Bai Xiangnan, with graying hair and a thin frame, was laughing heartily with a look of satisfaction. "Our Qingqing has made it. In just 3 days, she's reached level 29. She's way stronger than I was." Seeing her father so happy, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smile. "Dad, I plan to go to Emerald Mountain tomorrow, and after reaching level 30, I'll go directly to do the first transfer quest." Bai Xiangnan nodded happily. "Good. I'll have Uncle Zhao take people with you, aiming for you to complete the first transfer tomorrow." Bai Xiangnan looked at Bai Jinqing with a beaming smile. The first transfer quest for an epic potential isn't just about killing a certain monster. The task is relatively more complex. But with you, Uncle Zhao, following along, it will be easier to strategize. Bai Jinqing had no objections to this. Black legends, orange epics, golden myth level potential practitioners, the difficulty of career advancement tasks would increase sequentially, something ordinary practitioners were unaware of. After all, ordinary practitioners had not experienced it, only those from major powers knew. However, speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something. "Dad, do you know about the river of the underworld, migration grass, and dark moonstone?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiangnan was taken aback. "Did you receive a special task?" Bai Jinqing shook her head. "No, I'm just inquiring for a classmate. For equipment." Bai Xiangnan paused for a moment, then fell silent. He stared at Bai Jinqing, lost in thought, but she could clearly sense that her father's emotions seemed a bit off. After a long while, Bai Xiangnan spoke softly. "The river of the underworld is most likely a product from the first layer of the abyss, because there is a river of the underworld there. The dark moon stone drops from the captain of the dark moon team guarding the 7th layer of the abyss. However, there will be this item at the auction in Rongqing tomorrow." Hearing this, Bai Jinqing's eyes lit up. "Is it the auction you're going to tomorrow?" Bai Xiangnan pursed his lips and reluctantly admitted. Bai Jinqing's eyes brightened, and she instinctively clenched her fists. "Then, can you help me bid for it? I have my own money." Saying this, she took out 2 cards from her backpack and placed them in front of Bai Xiangnan. "There's 20 million in here. Oh, and I have 20,000 gold coins too." Looking at the cards on the table, Bai Xiangnan fell silent for a moment and said softly, "All right, keep your pocket money for yourself. I'll see the situation tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Bai Jinqing excitedly ran forward and grabbed Bai Xiangnan's arm. "Dad, you're the best. You must help me buy it back." Bai Xiangnan was speechless, opening his mouth several times without saying a word, ultimately just smiling indulgently. "I'll do my best." Bai Jinqing tilted her head happily. "By the way, Dad, what about the migration grass?" Bai Xiangnan, upon hearing this, did not speak but silently looked at her. Seeing this, Bai Jinqing suddenly froze. After a long time, watching Bai Jinqing run out the door, Bai Xiangnan sat in the chair, silent for a long while. His eyes fell into memories, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he looked at the door and spoke softly. "Old Sue, could you please make a trip?" The next second, an aged voice came from the air beside him. "All right, 5 p.m. Lin Chen's home. Boss, 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 boss." Lin Chen, who was sleeping soundly, felt something ringing incessantly, and groggily opened his eyes. It turned out to be Li Fei using the communication function to call him repeatedly. He yawned, closed his eyes, and answered the video message. What are you shouting for? Can't a person sleep in peace? Damn, boss, you finally answered. If you hadn't, I would have lost the 200 gold I just earned. The communication function could ignore distance and contact friends, but if the other party didn't answer, you couldn't reach them. However, if you had an urgent matter, you could use the emergency call mode to reach them. 1 second. 10 gold coins. In a world where 1 gold could be exchanged for 100 yuan, this function wasn't in use, but it was rare, because it was really too expensive. Lin Chen knew why he was contacting him, but he didn't expect him to be so reckless with costs. What's up? What's the matter? Speak. I'm still sleepy. He yawned again. Seeing Lin Chen, Li Fei's eyes turned red with excitement. Damn, boss. No, dad. Biological dad. You really are my biological dad. That equipment. That one-handed hammer. It's so awesome. Damn. Purple gear. 3 pieces of purple gear. Dad, did you pull some strings? Lin Chen opened his eyes speechlessly, a black line on his face. Can you be a little more composed? Am I crazy to pull strings? That's not it, Dad. I've been teaming up with others for 3 days, and not a single purple item has dropped. How come you get 3 when it's your turn? What? You don't want them? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. If you don't want them, just give them back to me. Li Fei immediately clutched his chest. Not even my own father could take this from me. Once you give it to me, it's mine. I'd rather die than give it back. Lin Chen was both amused and helpless, but he knew the kid was genuinely excited. After all, who else could flaunt 3 orange items and 1 gold item? Who would look down on purple items? It was just that his life had been a bit too extraordinary. Alright, enough nonsense. What level are you now? Haven't you advanced yet? Advanced? Li Fei sounded as if he had heard the biggest joke. Boss, are you kidding? What kind of family do you think I have? 3 days for an advancement? Lin Chen almost laughed out loud at that. 3 days? I can advance in a day. Okay, hurry up and work on your advancement. Once you're ready, I'll take you to take the entrance exam for Dawn University. Li Fei hadn't had high hopes for the future, thinking that with his skills, getting into a decent first-tier university would already be a miracle. Who would have thought that Lin Chen giving him 3 pieces of equipment would directly place him in a mid-tier professional team? Dawn University? He didn't dare to hope for that, they wouldn't want him anyway. But with his current equipment, getting into a good first-tier university shouldn't be too difficult. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely work hard. I won't say anything about the advancement, but reaching level 20 is no problem. Lin Chen smiled and didn't take it to heart. Li Fei's presence didn't affect much. The reason he brought him along was not just because they had to form a 3-person team. It was purely because they were close friends. Li Fei had always been there for him. Even when Shi Tingfei, the young master of the first family, was targeting him, he was one of the few brothers Lin Chen had over the years. Lin Chen originally wanted to say some encouraging words, but then his communicator rang again. Monkey, you level up first, I'll handle the communication. Oh, is that your sister-in-law? Alright, I'm hanging up then. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. Before he could scold him, Li Fei had already hung up. He shook his head and connected to Bai Jinqing's call. Lin Chen. Bai Jinqing cheerfully spoke first. You're awake, right? How was your rest? Lin Chen stretched his neck and sat up. Pretty good. And you? You didn't stay up all day out of excitement, did you? Bai Jinqing's face turned slightly red. No, I rested for a long time. I just woke up. Oh, by the way, there's news about the mission. Bai Jinqing didn't waste any time because she knew Lin Chen was short on time. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Chen perked up. My dad told me, Tateril and Bonescab are both in the first 3 layers of the abyss. Someone has seen them before, but they're not gatekeepers, so their exact locations are unclear. There's a hard-to-find river in the first layer of the abyss called the River of the Dead. The water from there is probably what you need. I'll help you figure out the rest of the dark moonstones and migration grass. At this point, Bai Jinqing felt a bit embarrassed. As for Mingyun, Dad doesn't know which one that is. Lin Chen's spirits lifted at her words. That's enough. Jinqing, this is already very good. After he returned, he had checked the information and browsed the forums, but there was no news about the mission. Bai Jinqing being able to ask about almost all the items had saved him a lot of time. Thank you, Jinqing. When I come back, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Chen was very excited, which in turn lifted Bai Jinqing's mood. Great, then I'll have to make sure to eat well. Lin Chen had spent 2 days explaining his strength to her, so even though the abyss was dangerous, Bai Jinqing didn't stop him. As long as he didn't go below the 4th layer of the abyss, with Lin Chen's current strength, it might be tough, but safety was definitely not an issue. Lin Chen was speechless, blinking as he said, "Alright, no problem. When I come back, you can order anything from Tianshu Mansion." Bai Jinqing chuckled, her lips curling up in a teasing manner. "That's great. I've longed for the dishes from Tianshu Mansion for a long time," Lin Chen said, feeling both amused and helpless, yet inexplicably relaxed inside. "Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to buy a ticket and head out." No one knew how long the journey to the abyss would take. He only had 3 days, and he still needed to find Ming Yun, so he had to hurry. Bai Jinqing understood this point very well. Although she was reluctant, she still nodded. "Okay, you go quickly. Contact me anytime if there's anything." After hanging up the communication, Lin Chen hurriedly bought a teleportation ticket to Guan City at the Adventurers Hall. He then stood up, grabbed his coat, and walked out. Guan City. It is known as one of the 3 major guard cities of the Dragon Kingdom. It borders nearly 1/3 of the largest abyss rift in Blue Star. At the same time, it also guards one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Dragon Kingdom, the Abyss. This place is not only an important checkpoint for protecting the Dragon Kingdom but also a checkpoint for safeguarding Blue Star. Moreover, there are 2 guardians stationed in the city, making it as solid as a fortress. At 6 p.m., the sky was slightly dim. The bustling teleportation hall was incredibly lively. The 10 teleportation gates that lit up from time to time announced the arrival of adventurers from all over the country. Lin Chen was one of them. As he stepped out of the teleportation gate, the guard watching over it immediately let out a soft exclamation. "You can't be a newly awakened student, can you?" Seeing Lin Chen in a daze, he raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Coming to Guan City right after awakening, where's your guardian? How did you get here using this teleportation gate?" Lin Chen was a bit confused. "I'm all alone. If I don't use this teleportation gate, which one should I use?" The guard was taken aback. He instinctively looked Lin Chen over again. "You're alone?" Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, the guard spoke in a strange tone. "Are you planning to enter the abyss rift?" "No." The guard suddenly realized, thought for a second, and didn't say anything more, just smilingly gestured for him to leave. As Lin Chen left with suspicion, the guard muttered while pinching his chin. Not someone from a major power, but how could he not see the panel? Although the guard found it a bit strange, Lin Chen didn't think much of it. Looking at the endless stream of people around him, he curiously observed as he walked. This was his first long journey since crossing into this world. The teleportation ticket alone cost 1,000 gold, which was quite a distance. "Hey, little brother?" Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the hall's exit, a shifty-eyed man appeared in front of him. He flatteringly said, "Little brother, is this your first time in Guan City? Do you need a guide? Let me tell you, Guan City is huge, with delicious food, fun activities, and beautiful sights. It's no need. Thank you." Lin Chen smiled and directly refused. However, the other party did not give up and followed Lin Chen to the bus station outside, his small eyes nearly squinting with joy. "Hey, little brother, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. My name is Old Cat, the best scout in Guan City. I know all the big and small news and cultural customs about Guan City." At this point, he mysteriously winked. "I also know the latest news, secret news. For example, the recent disturbances in the Abyss Rift. For example, news about the Abyssal Ghost Tide. And also, the City Lord's precious jewel is going to hold a martial arts competition for marriage after the college entrance examination." Lin Chen raised his left eyebrow. "A martial arts competition for marriage? What era are we in to still be doing this?" "Hey." Old Cat's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness, wearing an expression of "you don't understand." "Little brother, you probably don't know, right? The City Lord's precious jewel, her beauty and figure are enough to bring disaster to the country. Moreover, with the City Lord's important position, those who want to marry her could line up from the City Lord's mansion to outer space. And, just a few days ago, she awakened, and she's a gold-level potential adventurer." "Gold?" Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting that someone had actually awakened with golden myth-level potential. The territory of Tianqi City ranks 12th in the Dragon Kingdom, with a population of 9 million, yet it has only awakened 2 orange-level individuals. However, Bigwencheng, with just one main city slightly larger than Tianqi City, has a permanent population of less than 2 million, and it has managed to awaken a gold level? Gold is the strongest potential on the surface. After all, for hidden professions like his, only 12 have emerged in 300 years. Seeing Lin Chen's interest, the old cat chuckled. The matter of martial arts competition for marriage is indeed a bit cliché, but there are reasons behind it. You know, after all, the Lord's mansion is large and has the duty of guarding the abyss and the purgatory. The Lord is also a great professional. The intricacies of this. The old cat grinned lewdly. Little brother, do you want to? The old cat raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his hands. The profession awakened by the pearl in the palm. 10 gold. The reason for the martial arts competition for marriage. 100 gold. So, little brother, are you interested? Seeing his lewd demeanor, Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. This matter, you can find out from anyone. And you want me to pay 100 gold? As Lin Chen shook his head and turned to leave, the old cat quickly blocked his way. Hey, little brother, don't rush to leave. You really can't find out the reason for the martial arts competition for marriage. Hey, little brother, I'll tell you both things, and I'll give you a secret message about the pearl in the palm that no one knows. A total of 100 gold. How about it? Lin Chen waved his hand, glancing at the bus stop sign. I don't need to investigate any news. I have things to do. Go find someone else. Every city has people like this, but most are scammers, even if they aren't. He doesn't need it. What pain does the Lord's pearl in the palm cause him? He'd rather chat with Jinsheng. As for causing disaster to the country and the people, isn't Jinsheng the same? Besides, 100 gold? How much money does a professional earn in a month that they would spend on such news? Has he lost his mind? So he didn't think twice, not even waiting for the old cat to react, and boarded the bus that had just stopped. Watching the bus leave, the old cat's flattery vanished, and he curiously tilted his head to look at the bus stop sign. A student who just awakened actually can't see the panel. The old cat pondered for a few seconds, not knowing what he thought of, blinked, and then smirked, muttering, "Purgatory. Where is she?" Reporting to the Lord. The young lady. I am just in the Lord's mansion of Bigwencheng. The Lord looked expressionlessly at Aunt May, who stood at the lower position, stammering with her head down. How long has it been? Aunt May opened her mouth, her expression quite complicated. It's been over 10 minutes. The Lord frowned slightly, unable to help but sigh inwardly. This child has been spoiled by her mother. Aunt May hesitated for a moment. No, the young lady is sensible and understanding. She's a good child. Enough. The Lord interrupted her, tidying up the documents on his desk as he spoke. You need to keep a closer eye on her in the future. Don't let her run around. Aunt May nodded, anxiously clenching her fists. Lord, the young lady. She actually doesn't like martial arts competitions for marriage. The Lord raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze calm as he spoke softly. Like, if everything could be solved by liking, what use would I have as the Lord? Aunt May bit her lip, knowing he didn't want to discuss this matter, so she could only lower her head. Lord, the young lady is currently missing. I'm afraid the Lord frowned, a mix of helplessness and speechlessness. She just turned. She should have gone to the abyss to test her skills. Take some people with you, find her, and follow her from behind. Let her suffer a bit first, so she doesn't always think that her father is autocratic and doesn't give her freedom. Aunt May opened her mouth, her eyes very complicated. Yes, where exactly is the river of the underworld? Standing on the scorched earth, smelling the faint burnt and bloody scent in the air, Lin Chen surveyed the barren surroundings, his eyes filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he had painfully spent 1,000 gold to buy a ticket to enter. Yet, after nearly 10 minutes of wandering, he hadn't seen a single monster, let alone a professional, not to mention the river of the dead. Speaking of which, in such a charred place, can there really be river water? The more Lin Chen looked, the more bewildered he became. This didn't seem to make sense. He. The sudden, faint sound of a sinister chuckle made Lin Chen freeze for a moment. He. The sound grew closer, and Lin Chen could even feel a chill in the air. But he didn't panic. Before coming here, he had researched information about the inferno on the forum. The monsters on this level were mainly soul ghosts and iron corpses. Iron corpses were bodies that appeared iron blue, while soul ghosts were a different kind of spirit. It was said that they were the souls of deceased professionals whose spirits could not find peace, and whose bodies had nowhere to rest, thus materializing in the first layer of the inferno. However, that was just a legend, and Lin Shen didn't take it seriously at all. He glanced around the empty space, and just as he stopped, the ground began to shift, as if something was about to emerge. Seeing this, Lin Shen removed the hidden appearance of his equipment and took out his novice staff. The next second, green smoke began to rise as iron-blue corpses crawled out from the ground. A handsome man, engulfed in black flames and exuding a somewhat sinister aura, appeared. Inferno Iron Corpse, Rare, Race, Corpse Level, Health, 2. 3 million Mana, 1. 2 million Armor, 2532 Attack, 1423 Skills, Bite, Smash, Poison Gas. Even the small monsters have 2. 3 million Health. It truly is the Inferno. After checking the attributes, Lin Shen couldn't help but nod. In comparison, the properties of these monsters were not much different from those of the corrupted white stone plains. That abyss was outrageous, but this monster seemed quite normal. However, now was not the time to ponder this. As more and more iron corpses crawled out from the ground, Lin Shen raised his staff and cast a skill. Tear technique. Tear. A piercing sound of metal being ripped apart suddenly echoed from the iron corpse. Its speed was halved, and it let out a chilling roar. Immediately after, the body, already emitting green smoke, became even more suffused with it. The next second, a portion of the smoke spread to the nearby iron corpse. With a case of nail fungus, one infection spread to 2. In the blink of an eye, the iron corpses before Lin Shen were engulfed in green smoke, accompanied by various eerie cracking sounds and roars. Large critical damage numbers popped up, and Lin Shen quickly followed up with another skill. Blood explosion technique. Boom! Aoo! As green blood erupted from the wounds of the iron corpses, they let out a sudden, tragic scream. However, it was of no use. A few seconds later, many iron corpses didn't even get a glimpse of Lin Shen's handsome face before they charged headfirst. Returning to the Inferno. You killed an Inferno Iron Corpse. Experience points. You killed an Inferno Iron Corpse. Experience points. You killed an Inferno Iron Corpse. Experience points. Looking at the bodies on the ground emitting faint green smoke, Lin Shen didn't pause at all and continued forward. But after wandering for nearly 2 hours and killing countless iron corpses and soul ghosts, he still hadn't found the River of the Dead. This is strange. Where could it be? This was a forbidden zone, and very few professionals came here. It was already quite remarkable that Bai Jinqing's father knew the River of the Dead was here. After all, he had scoured the forum for a long time and hadn't seen anyone mention the Inferno River. Although he understood that as a hidden profession, leveling up would certainly be harder than for others. This was indeed a bit outrageous. Woo woo woo. Just as Lin Shen was wandering aimlessly, a sudden howling wind came from the direction of a distant valley. Lin Shen furrowed his brows in suspicion. When did a valley appear? I remember seeing it before. Wait? Lin Shen was taken aback. That is, Lin Shen squinted, noticing a figure moving at the mouth of the valley. He curiously stepped forward, getting closer, and surprisingly, he could still hear voices, though they were quite thin and sounded a bit awkward. Hurry up! Hurry up! Time is running out. The leader said this passage is very important. Don't waste time. Got it. Got it. Stop being so slow. Ha! After hearing their conversation, Lin Shen had a face full of question marks. Is this a hidden mission or a cutscene? The teacher had once said that 90% of monsters couldn't speak human language. Those that could were considered rare and powerful variants among awakened humans. But looking at the 3 monsters, they didn't seem very strong. Since he had come from a distance, the monsters hadn't noticed him, and by the time he got closer, the 3 monsters had already turned a corner, making it impossible for them to spot him. This is the first layer of the abyss. It's normal to have iron corpses, but the other 2 monsters look like mice, don't they? Lin Shen muttered, pinching his chin. Abyss monsters are usually various corpses and ghosts, right? Forget it. Let's go take a look. Intelligent monsters that can talk are rare. The abyss was filled with crumbling walls, and he could see the end at a glance. As for the valley, he had never seen it before. With the sudden appearance of these 3 strange monsters, there was definitely something wrong. Perhaps the river of the underworld he was looking for was inside. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he hurriedly ran inside. The valley wasn't large, only wide enough for 5 or 6 people to walk side by side. The further he went in, the louder the howling wind became. Moreover, Lin Chen could clearly feel the bone-chilling cold wind. After walking in for about 5 minutes, he heard that thin voice again. "Leader, the items have arrived. Bring them in." "Yes." Then, that thin voice immediately emitted a series of squeaking mouse sounds, and Lin Chen instantly heard the sound of tiny footsteps approaching. Curiously, Lin Chen took a couple of steps and peeked into the valley's entrance, instantly shocked with his mouth agape. At that moment, in the vast belly of the valley before him, 2 mice standing upright at about 3 meters tall were standing in front of a giant mouse that was about 10 meters high, accompanied by a dazed iron corpse from the abyss. Surrounding them was a tide of mice, carrying black sacks towards a large river in the center of the valley. They were densely packed, seemingly endless, making Lin Chen's skin crawl. Of course, what shocked him was not the tide of mice or the mouse monsters, but the large river they were heading towards. Seeing this scene, even a fool could guess that this river was most likely the river of the underworld he was looking for. Although he couldn't quite understand why the giant mouse looked like a black shadow, it was clear that he had probably found the river of the underworld, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. The first to react was actually the giant mouse shadow. Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses and instinctively checked its attributes. But strangely, the mouse shadow's panel was filled with question marks. Whether it was attributes or skills, even the name was a question mark. This situation could only mean one thing: the level of this mouse shadow was at least 50 levels higher than his. At that moment, the 2 3-meter-tall little mice saw Lin Chen and were immediately taken aback. How could a professional enter? The formation has failed? Impossible. That formation was set up by the master personally. Stop talking. The mouse shadow angrily interrupted the two, furiously pointing at Lin Chen. Kill him. This human must die. Our plan cannot afford any mistakes. Yes. The 2 mice were startled and nodded repeatedly, terrified. One of the mice turned to Lin Chen and immediately let out a shrill scream. The tide of mice quickly split in half, all rushing towards Lin Chen. However, as Lin Chen saw the countless mice rushing at him, his expression grew increasingly strange, even a bit excited, because he realized that this group of mice was all level 55 elite rodent monsters, and their numbers were countless and overwhelming. If all of this is cleared, how much experience would that be? The key issue is that this is only half. There's still half of the rat tide throwing black sacks into the river. He was very curious about what was in those black sacks. What could possibly make even those with names that are question marks so furious when discovered? So, Lin Chen didn't wait for them to act. He took the initiative. Nerve control. Buzz. Lin Chen's staff emitted a light chime, and the rushing rat tide instantly hit the brakes. The 2 little rat leaders were taken aback. What are you dawdling for? Kill him quickly. However, this was of no use. The rat tide remained completely still. Lin Chen curled his lips and laughed somewhat recklessly. Kill me? Big rats. First, kill them. Squeak squeak squeak. After all, they were their leaders, and being controlled to attack their own boss drove them mad. But alas, their bodies wouldn't obey, and they could only watch in terror as they lunged toward the 3-meter-tall leader. The 2 little leaders' faces changed drastically, and in a fit of rage, one swatted away a flying rat. Bastards! What the hell are you doing? The enemy is over there. Squeak squeak squeak. What? You're being controlled? The 2 rats were startled and instinctively looked at Lin Chen. Human, is this your doing? Big brother, I heard that humans have psychics who can use skills like mind control. Maybe this person is one of them. Bastard! The rat, now referred to as Big Brother, had red eyes, disregarding the little brothers lunging at him, and jumped out of the encirclement, aiming directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly ran back a few steps while checking its attributes. Rodent King, Rare, Race, Rodent Level, Health, 5. 5 million Magic, 4. 1 million Armor, 5254 Attack, 6325 Skills, Bite, Claw Strike, Poison. Poison Mist. Good heavens, it's actually level 60? Looking at the Rodent King that had just landed and was raising its claws to attack, Lin Chen quickly used nerve control. The next second, the Rodent King's claws froze in mid-air, unable to come down. What's going on? My arm! A hint of panic flashed in the Rodent King's eyes, but its arm was completely unresponsive. It's you! The Rodent King instantly realized. No wonder the little brothers were attacking it. They weren't mentally controlled but physically controlled. Lin Chen examined it and found that it wasn't much different from an ordinary rat, just enlarged. If there was a difference, it was there. For example, its iron claws glimmering with cold light and dripping with dark green liquid. and a tuft of white fur that pierced through its forehead all the way to the back of its head. There really aren't many rat monsters, especially those over level 50. I remember, Lin Chen recalled his teacher's teachings and the knowledge from books. Suddenly remembering, you are monsters from Thorny Mountain? Seeing the rodent king clearly stunned for a moment, Lin Chen was a bit confused. No, Thorny Mountain is thousands of miles away. How did you get here? That's not a demon. Wait. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the staff. What's going on? How did the demon race come to the abyss? Upon hearing this, the rodent king's face changed drastically, and visible terror filled its eyes. Kill him. We must kill him. A huge shadow of a rat behind it roared in anger, and as the sound waves covered all the controlled rats, they immediately regained their ability to move. Your nerve control skill has been overridden. It cannot be released for 1 minute, huh? Overridden? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. This was a skill override, which was more advanced than skill resistance. This is bad. Sure enough, once the rodent king regained its ability to move, it immediately raised its arms in a fit of rage, with a chilling glint and a gust of cold wind, swiftly lunging at Lin Chen. Die, human! Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly activated the acceleration of the wolf boots and the glory of Baylord. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as if 4 rockets were strapped to the soles of his feet, and with a whoosh, he left the ground and ran over 50 meters away. Naturally, the Mouse King's attack missed. The demon clan from Thorny Mountain actually came to the abyss. Something big is about to happen. Abyssal rifts, purgatory, demon clans. Their territorial awareness was extremely strong, not to mention professionals. Even other monsters would be attacked if they intruded. But to come to the river of the dead so brazenly, the people of Purgatory would surely be aware. No wonder he hadn't seen a single one after searching for so long. It was very likely that Purgatory and the Demon Clan were collaborating. Otherwise, why would that shadow become so nervous upon seeing him? Everything had its clues. This needs to be reported to someone important, otherwise, humanity's territory will be in trouble again. He wasn't a saint, nor did he have any thoughts of saving the world. But when faced with such matters, he had to speak up. After all, he was also human. The living space of humanity had already been compressed by 70% due to mutations. If they cooperated, even if humanity didn't face annihilation, their living space would be squeezed again. At that time, he would also be a victim. For the sake of his future life, he couldn't just stand by. Anyway, once the matter was reported, someone would handle it, and he could continue with his own affairs. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He still needed to gain experience. Yes, his shock and bewilderment were entirely due to this matter. As for the pressure from the monsters, was that pressure? Wasn't that pure experience? Don't be fooled by that shadow full of question marks. Once this group of monsters was cleared, he would definitely test the depth of that shadow. After all, it was a monster at least 50 levels higher than him. He had to see how much it could resist his skills. If he encountered it again in the future, he would know how to fight back. Since nerve control can't be used, Lin Chen licked his lips, curled his mouth, and raised his staff to unleash a barrage of skills. Rending technique, disease technique, blood explosion technique. The Mouse King, running at the front, took the brunt of the attack. Its fur drenched in blood, with deep wounds that exposed bone and blood that exploded with heat. It let out a heart-wrenching wail, but that wasn't the end. It was just injured, in excruciating pain, but its little brothers and siblings had more to worry about. For example, the black-yellow substance spraying everywhere. The thin sauce was completely uncontrollable. Many little brothers were covered and couldn't move. The path became sticky as they ran. Ouch! What the hell? Big brother, what are you doing? Attack him. We're brothers. Don't attack me. Shut up. Ouch! What's wrong with my stomach? How? Hey! Put! Watching a group of mice slow down more and more, Lin Chen revealed a cruel smile. Disease technique. Blood explosion technique. Boom boom boom. You killed a purgatory iron corpse. Experience points, you killed a rodent. Experience points, you killed a rodent. Experience points. Seeing his little brothers drop like flies, the shadow in the back roared in anger. Mental whip. Buzz. An invisible ripple quickly shot out from its mouth, and the next second, Lin Chen felt a blur in front of him. The skill he was about to release was unexpectedly interrupted. Wow! Can even instant skills be interrupted? And it took over 10,000 of my health? Mouse Shadow? Do you even hear what you're saying? Watching Lin Chen continue to cast skills as if nothing was wrong, the mouse shadow was filled with question marks. Its level completely crushed Lin Chen, not to mention a level 30 professional. Even a level 61 could be killed in an instant. Yet, a single skill from it only took away a tenth of that human's health? Wasn't that ridiculous? This human cannot be left alive. The mouse shadow's pupils constricted, immediately commanding the remaining wave of mice to quickly drop their black sacks and turn their direction back towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen not only felt no fear but instead let out a hearty laugh, wildly unleashing his skills. This rat tide was even more numerous than the demonic abyss monsters on the bisher plane. Such a great opportunity to level up his skills had to be seized. He didn't care about any potential infection, throwing skills one after another, targeting whoever he could catch. Rending technique. Blood explosion technique. You killed a rodent. Experience points. You killed a rodent. Experience points. You killed a rodent. Experience points. Ding. Your blood explosion technique leveled up. Ding. Your rending technique leveled up. You killed a rodent. Experience points. Watching the rat tide being stuck by his little brothers, rolling on the ground in pain, the rat shadow went mad. How is this possible? With so many of my subjects, I can't even get close to a level 30 human? Ah, whoa! The rat shadow howled at the sky, its body suddenly erupting in a cloud of green smoke. Human! You must die. Poison barrier. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The green smoke seemed to have eyes, transforming into a thick fog that immediately rushed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, feeling something was off. Without hesitation, he decided to strike first. He glanced at the skill cooldown and immediately cast neural control on the two rat kings. With the plague aura in effect, all monsters within a 400-meter radius were controlled. Wait, I'm controlled again. Me too. Squeak squeak squeak. Just as they were about to reach Lin Chen, they were controlled again without even touching him. All troops, attack! Lin Chen raised his staff and pointed at the shadow, quickly issuing the command. The next second, the two rat kings, along with a swarm of rodents, swiftly turned around and charged recklessly towards the rat shadow. Quick, you little ones, get out of the way. Move aside. The two rat kings were frantic, but their bodies were out of control. What could they do? Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Watch out for trampling incidents. Pay attention to the rat lives. I'm not saying this for any other reason. Just don't trample my experience points." The two rat kings were instantly furious. I'll be damned. The rat king cursed as it ran with the rat swarm, just about to reach the enraged shadow, when it raised its claws to use a skill. One of the rat kings suddenly looked terrified. Oh no! I'm in trouble. Bastard! The rat shadow roared, raising its claws and slamming down with double the speed of the rat king. Puff! Bang! The two rat kings flew away like they had collided with a train, showered in a spray of green blood. Bastard! The rat shadow shouted wildly, completely unaware that Lin Chen had taken the opportunity to get closer. Neural control. The shadow rat realized it could suddenly not move and immediately began to curse. But Lin Chen wouldn't miss this chance. Seeing the green fog above him, he quickly targeted the rat shadow and unleashed his skill. Disease technique. Disease technique. Disease technique. The disease technique you cast inflicts abdominal pain, cough, fever, cold, diarrhea status. Oh no, my stomach. Ah, puff. With a thunderous sound, just as the rat shadow's eyes filled with terror, it successfully emerged from its stupor. Good heavens, the giant rat, with such momentum, was something else. It blocked out the sky and sun. Not only did it leave the uncontrolled rat tide dumbfounded, but even the two rat kings were bewildered. What is social death? This is it. The rat shadow now just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Bastard! Ah! My stomach! My head! Ah whoa! Cough cough cough, puff! The rat shadow, halfway through its furious roar, immediately started coughing, and the gate behind it swung wide open, causing the entire valley to ring with noise. Seeing the rat shadow's body go limp, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Taking advantage of the distraction of the mice, the shadow mouse released its skills once more. Tear technique. Blood explosion. Blood explosion. Watching the small critical damage numbers flow like water from the shadow mouse's head, Lin Chen felt a bit unconvinced. Why is it only 10,000 damage? The shadow mouse trembled with anger upon hearing this. If it weren't for the pain all over its body and the blood spurting from its mouth, It would have had a few choice words to say. Do you even hear what you're saying? Ha! How many levels apart are we? Do you have no shame? Do you really have no shame? Even if you were level 30, you still couldn't break my defense. But there was nothing it could do. Although it had resisted Lin Chen's nerve control in just 10 seconds, every time it used a skill, Lin Chen interrupted it with nerve control. All it could do was weakly howl in place. Adding to that, the two Mouse Kings and a swarm of mice were taking advantage of the situation, causing the health bar above the Shadow Mouse's head to slowly dwindle. As for the other small monsters, they were pure experience fodder. The two Mouse Kings were somewhat better, but they were still useless. Even the Shadow Mouse could be hard controlled for 10 seconds, and these two were completely giving away free kills. They could only cry and apologize while scratching at the shadow. The main focus was to apologize the hardest while dealing the most damage. Finally, after 20 minutes had passed, the mouse swarm was nearly gone, and the two Mouse Kings, under Lin Chen's deliberate control, had only 10 health left. Only the Shadow Mouse still had 20. You bastard. Human. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Yes, my boss will definitely take you down. You despicable human. Get lost. You two are just useless. The Shadow Mouse trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen after giving a large sum to one of the mice. Human, I remember you. Sooner or later, I will skin you alive. Ah! The Shadow Mouse howled to the sky, its illusory body suddenly becoming more solid, especially its already crimson eyes. They not only turned blood red but also lost the intelligence that a sentient being should have. Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit dazed. What's going on? Has it gone berserk? Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, the Shadow Mouse's body suddenly expanded to twice its size, directly charging at Lin Chen, taking all the damage without care for its life. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. He couldn't care less about the two Mouse Kings shouting beside him and quickly activated his magic transformation skill. Magic transformation. In an instant, the black demon reappeared, and as Lin Chen was suddenly lifted, he stepped forward heavily to confront it. Tear technique. Blood explosion. He threw out skills as soon as they met. There was no martial ethics to speak of when facing a monster. Bang! The two collided quickly, and surprisingly, it was the Shadow Mouse that was knocked back. However, it seemed to have lost its senses, stabilizing itself before charging again. Lin Chen frowned slightly, gritted his teeth, and charged forward once more. Although there was a level suppression and its berserk attributes had increased its power significantly, after Lin Chen had inflicted so much damage, both its defense and attack had reached a freezing point. Plus, it was now completely out of its mind. Only knowing to charge forward, Lin Chen could easily dodge and respond. So even though Lin Chen's damage was effectively reduced by 10 times, its health was still rapidly depleting. With the final claw strike, the Shadow Mouse's massive body let out a mournful cry before collapsing. Bang! Clatter! You have killed? Experience points, a shower of gold coins and equipment shining in various colors fell like rain, making Lin Chen's eyes light up. Goodness! I can only call it a good thing. As expected of something above level 80, over 30,000 experience points? Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly delivered the final blow to the two dazed, lifeless Mouse Kings and began to rapidly collect the equipment dropped by the shadow. You have obtained 5,543 gold, 79 silver, and 22 copper. You have obtained the damaged fur of the Rodent King. You have obtained the teeth of the Rodent King. You have obtained equipment, rodent pendant, purple. You have obtained equipment, rat tooth, purple. You have obtained equipment, barbed spike, purple. You have obtained equipment, removed eyeball, orange. You have obtained equipment, whisper of grace, orange. You have obtained equipment, executor's tactics, orange. You have obtained a skill book, poison cloud apocalypse, skill book. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly took out the skill book. Poison Cloud Apocalypse. You will release a poison cloud with a range of 10 meters. Every target enveloped by the poison cloud will have their 4 main attributes weakened by 10, their movement speed reduced by 10, and will be afflicted with a poisoning effect, losing 35 health per second. After reading the attributes, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and directly clicked to learn. Ding! You have learned skill, Poison Cloud Apocalypse, skill mutation detected. You have learned Plague. Ding! Detected that your skill has repeated or identical effects. You can choose to fuse skills. Would you like to fuse? Hey! Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his face full of curiosity. Skills can be fused? No one taught him this knowledge. Fuse. Ding! Skill fusion successful. You have learned the skill, Plague. When releasing the skill, all targets within a range of 800 meters will enter a poison state, causing continuous damage, reducing their 4 main attributes by 30, their movement speed by 50, and will give the target an infection effect. Your skills, including Plague, will also be infectious, with no cost. What a good skill! After reading it, Lin Chen was overjoyed. It should be noted that the previous Plague aura only had an infection effect and no other effects or damage. But now it's different. Not only does it have continuous damage, but it can also weaken the opponent, and the ability to stack effects from other skills remains. Although it has changed from a passive skill to an active skill, this does not affect its subsequent use. Moreover, the skill is still without cost, so he doesn't have to worry and can keep it active. One could say that this skill's power is absolutely invincible in team battles. For solo play, I have Bloodburst and Tear. For team play, I have Plague. For control, I have Disease and Neural Control. With my current skills, I am invincible in both personal and team battles. Thinking about how his attributes would enhance again after the first turn, he couldn't help but smile, wondering if he could double his damage. By the way, there are still 3 pieces of orange equipment. After being excited for a while, Lin Chen finally remembered. He had picked up a lot of materials and equipment. The white and blue equipment were all items to be thrown into the trading hall. He also obtained 5 pieces of purple equipment, but aside from one necklace that had better attributes than what he was currently wearing, he couldn't use the others, especially the 2 level 60 daggers dropped by the Rodent King. As a priest, how could he use them? And that necklace could be used, but it required level 60, so he couldn't wear it either. He could only pin his hopes on the orange equipment. Removed eyeball, orange, part, accessory attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, plus 10 spirit effect, poison resistance effect, resistance to mind control skills effect, weakness mastery, all attacks plus 10, effect, skill mastery. You can equip items up to 2 levels higher than you, durability, 150 equipment level, gifted whisper, orange, part, lower garment magic attack physical, magic defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution armor, 12-10 effects, plus 30 spell penetration effect, plus 30 spell damage effect, poison resistance effect, resistance to mind control skills effect, skill mastery. You can equip items up to 2 levels higher than you, durability, 200 equipment level, executor's tactics, orange, part, wrist armor magic attack physical, magic defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution armor, 982 effects, plus 30 spell penetration effect, plus 30 spell critical effect, plus 30 skill casting speed effect, skill mastery. You can equip items up to 2 levels higher than you, durability, 200 equipment level. What a pity. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Chen shook his head. He was currently level 30 and could not upgrade without a class change, which meant he couldn't equip these 3 orange items yet. However, from the attributes, these 3 pieces of equipment were already top tier. But this was still good. At least he had prioritized obtaining the gear, and it didn't conflict with his current equipment. Once he reached level 40, he would gain a significant boost. It seems the purgatory really has a problem. Could it be related to the purgatory rat tide that old cat mentioned? After putting the equipment away, Lin Chen looked at the corpses around him, feeling a bit silent. I need to inform the Lord of the about this. That rat has ulterior motives. Regardless, the news had to be spread. At least preparations could be made in advance, especially concerning the black sacks that group of rats was transporting. It wasn't until he had killed all the monsters that he realized the reason that shadowy rat kept taking his skills head-on without dodging was to buy time. Now he could no longer see the black sacks and had no idea what they contained. But for now, he had more important matters to attend to, and this could only be investigated by the relevant authorities. Looking at the gray river before him, Lin Chen rubbed his hands and hurried forward. You have discovered the river of the underworld indeed. It really is the river of the underworld. Seeing the information in the battle log, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The water of the river of the underworld must be this river's water, right? Lin Chen bent down at the riverbank and scooped up the water with his hands. And suddenly, the voice of the world will echoed in his mind. You have obtained water of the river of the underworld. You have completed one of the first-class advancement tasks. Obtain water of the river of the underworld. Watching the river water disappear from his hands, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect to obtain a quest item so easily. It doesn't seem so. Boom! Splash! Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, the river water suddenly exploded. Then, a head of long black hair slowly floated up from the river, revealing an indescribably stunning face. Using terms like a beauty that could topple kingdoms seemed insufficient. Using a beauty that could make the moon hide in flowers blush felt somewhat insulting. Her exquisitely flawless features made Lin Chen instinctively think of Bai Jinqing. Such a peerless beauty deserved to be matched with Jinqing. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, a woman in golden armor gracefully emerged from the water, floating in the air. She noticed Lin Chen and was momentarily stunned as well. How is there still someone here? Her voice was melodious, and upon hearing it, Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses. What are you doing in the river? The woman looked around suspiciously, and when she saw the Rat King and the pile of rat corpses, her suspicion deepened. Are you the only one? Did you kill all these monsters? Lin Chen looked at her in confusion. What else could it be? I haven't seen a single professional here until now. The woman looked bewildered. That makes sense, the monsters in the Abyss Rift are all above level 60, so ordinary professionals wouldn't come here. Which guild are you from? Wait a second? Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly interrupted her. What did you say this place is? The woman seemed a bit confused and even glanced around. The Abyss Rift? Ha? No, that's not right. The woman seemed to realize something was off. The abyss is filled with demonized monsters. There shouldn't be any rat monsters here. Abyss? Lin Chen had a face full of confusion. Is this hell? How could it be the abyss? Hell? The woman was equally puzzled. No way? I've always been in the abyss. How could this possibly be hell? Lin Chen twitched his mouth and suddenly realized. Oh no! Upon hearing this, the woman also reacted, and they both exclaimed in unison. The boundary has broken. The woman's expression changed, and she quickly flew in front of Lin Chen. Are you sure this is hell? Lin Chen nodded seriously. I'm sure, this is the first layer of hell. As if recalling something, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. No wonder I've been wandering here for almost 2 hours without seeing a single monster. What? The woman was instantly shocked. 2 hours, and you haven't encountered any? Although Lin Chen didn't know who she was, he could tell from her equipment that she came from a powerful faction. Having her send a message would be more convincing than him going to find the city lord. He then recounted everything he had discovered since entering this valley, including what the 2 rat kings had said. After listening, the woman's expression changed drastically. The demon race? The demon race has joined in? This ghost tide and the disturbances in the abyss can't all be related to this, right? She instinctively looked back at the river of the underworld, her expression growing increasingly serious. The river of the underworld. This river itself is in the crevice of the first layer of hell, always guarded by the Corpse King. If you don't complete the prerequisite task to kill it, it won't manifest at all. Lin Chen recalled that he hadn't done anything in particular, he had just inexplicably found himself here. By the way, how did you end up in the river? The news had already been conveyed to her, he couldn't concern himself with other matters. If he could say it, that was enough. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The woman hesitated for a moment and succinctly explained. I accidentally discovered an ancient teleportation array in the 3rd layer of the Abyss Rift. I thought it was a hidden secret realm. After killing the guards there, I stepped on it. Who would have thought it would lead me to the bottom of the river? Lin Chen understood and didn't dwell on it further. This matter must be reported to the city lord of Biguang City quickly, otherwise, something big will happen. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression became momentarily strange, but she nodded. I will report this matter truthfully. Seeing that she was cooperative, Lin Chen intended to continue with his tasks, but he suddenly recalled what she had said about the river of the underworld. If she knew about the river of the underworld, could she also know about other things? By the way, do you know about Tyrell? The woman was taken aback, tilting her head in confusion. Tyrell? Isn't that a hidden area in the 2nd layer of hell? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, do you know where it is? The woman nodded suspiciously. It's behind a huge statue of the Corpse King. After killing 100 Corpse Kings, you can trigger a teleportation portal to enter. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy and quickly clasped his fists. Thank you. The woman chuckled slightly and nodded. What kind of task did you accept that requires you to kill a level 70 hidden monster? Seeing Lin Chen speechless, the woman realized. Sorry, I was just curious, I won't ask anymore. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward and, with a tentative attitude, asked, so, do you know about bone scabs? Bone scabs? The woman looked a bit confused. She didn't answer immediately but carefully scrutinized Lin Chen. However, it was of no use. Besides seeing his appearance, she couldn't discern anything else. Are you sure you want to tackle bone scabs alone? Lin Chen felt a surge of joy inside and instinctively took a step forward. You know about the bone scab? The woman smiled oddly. I know. It's one of the 3 major hidden areas in the 3rd layer of hell, and also the deepest place in hell that a 3rd transformation professional can reach. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit helpless. This was clearly a test, and he had no way to respond. Seeing that Lin Chen was silent, the woman didn't mind. After all, the matter at hand was important, and she needed to quickly relay the information back. All right, meeting the bone scab is quite troublesome, you need to. The woman quickly listed the prerequisites, and Lin Chen hurriedly took notes. The bone scab is an 80-level legendary monster, without a perfect 25-man team with top-tier 2nd transformation configurations. It can't be tackled at all. Can you do it alone? A man can never say he can't. Lin Chen blurted out, and the woman immediately chuckled. I really don't understand you men, you always have some inexplicable perspectives. Bang! Just as the woman finished speaking, the river of the underworld erupted again. In the next second, a well-built middle-aged woman in a qipao appeared in the sky above the river of the underworld, accompanied by a group of guards in black armor. The woman, upon seeing this, showed no surprise on her face, but upon closer inspection, she seemed a bit displeased. Miss, the middle-aged woman, who had just landed, had only spoken halfway when she saw Lin Chen and immediately stopped. The woman sighed helplessly. Aunt May, why are you here? Aunt May smiled awkwardly. Miss, alright, I understand. The woman clearly didn't want to discuss this topic and waved her hand. The situation is urgent, let's talk about it when we get back. She stopped Aunt May from speaking, turned to Lin Chen, and smiled. This is a big deal, I need to leave. Lin Chen nodded and curiously glanced at Aunt May. Okay, bye. The woman was quite carefree, turning to leave, but Lin Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and called out to her. By the way, I have a question, can I ask you? The woman stopped and looked at him, tilting her head to indicate he should go ahead. Lin Chen didn't hold back. Do you know Ming Yun? Ming Yun? The woman was taken aback, thought for a moment suspiciously, then shook her head. Sorry, I don't know. Alright, thank you for your help. Lin Chen had already asked all the task points, he was lucky enough. However, the woman seemed very interested when she heard his thanks. How are you going to thank me? Lin Chen was taken aback and hesitated. She had indeed helped him a lot, but looking at her, it was clear she wasn't someone lacking money or equipment. How about I treat you to a meal? The woman chuckled. Is that for real? She looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. You're quite interesting. Then I'll be waiting for your meal. After saying this, the woman waved her hand and turned to leave. But she had barely taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped with a light exclamation. Oh right, I think you should check the bottom of the river. When I came up just now, I seem to have seen something strange. After saying this, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he understood her meaning instantly. Alright, thank you. Seeing the woman turn to leave, Lin Chen called out to her again. Hey, wait a minute? The woman turned around, looking puzzled. What now? Is there another question? Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, helplessly shrugging. I still don't know your name. The woman was taken aback, her expression becoming even more peculiar. Ha, you. Alright. The woman sighed helplessly. What's your name? Lin Chen. The woman nodded and turned to walk towards the valley, waving her hand. My name is Yanxi. Yanxi? That name is quite interesting. Watching Yanxi and the others leave, Lin Chen smiled with a strange expression. He had just tried to check Yanxi's panel, but unfortunately, he couldn't see it. However, thinking about it, it was normal. From the appearance of Yanxi's equipment, her armor was at least of orange quality. After all, he also had orange clothes, and he could sense the extraordinary nature of Yanxi's entire outfit. Moreover, judging by her appearance, she was definitely a little princess of some major power, otherwise, there wouldn't be such strict guards. So, she had a good set of equipment and an item that could hide her own panel, which was perfectly normal, but it didn't really matter. He had gotten everything he wanted, no matter who Yanxi was, it wouldn't affect him. Anyway, the news of the purgatory had been spread by her, and the most important thing now was to complete the first transition task. With that thought, He turned his body and looked towards the underworld river. Since she could bring this up, it was likely that there was something wrong at the bottom of the river. After all, he was now skilled and bold, not afraid of danger. Without saying a word, he jumped down from the spot where she had leaped up. Splash! With a splash of water, Lin Chen's figure quickly plunged into the river. The water of the underworld river was very cold. This was Lin Chen's first impression. The rest was that the river water was murky, making it hard to see clearly. Fortunately, after the world changed, practitioners could freely dive into the water. As long as the oxygen progress bar hadn't run out, they could stay underwater indefinitely. This was somewhat similar to the game. From the shore, one couldn't tell the depth of the underworld river, but Lin Chen had been diving for almost 3 minutes and still hadn't reached the bottom. Glancing at the oxygen bar, which was already halfway depleted, Lin Chen hurriedly increased his speed downstream. Fortunately, after consuming another third of the oxygen bar, he finally saw the black riverbed. Logically, she should have been teleported here by a teleportation array, which should have directly transported her to the teleportation array on this side. And to place a teleportation array, it must be at the bottom of the river. After all, river water couldn't serve as a medium. But the question was, where was the teleportation array? She had mentioned seeing something strange when she first came out. As Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, he quickly swam to the riverbed, and soon he was standing on the ground. The light here was somewhat dim, beyond 10 meters. It was hard to see clearly. Even if she had good eyesight, she wouldn't see further than him. A hidden profession. It should be known that after awakening as a practitioner, the body's functions would increase significantly. The higher the potential, the greater the enhancement. This was all invisible and not displayed on the panel. Strange. Lin Chen frowned and walked around, still finding nothing. But didn't Aunt May and the others also come over from that teleportation array? Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly quickened his pace. After taking more than 10 steps, he indeed discovered a small raised platform. The cylindrical platform was not large, only 2 meters in diameter, and was engraved with many strange tadpole-like characters. This is it. Lin Chen quickly looked around, and just 5 or 6 meters to his right, he found another protrusion. Without thinking, Lin Chen swam over quickly. As he got closer, he realized that it was actually a humanoid creature locked to the riverbed by iron chains. It was wearing a black hooded robe, and with the rippling water, he could still see its face. At first glance, it looked somewhat ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he felt it was quite handsome. Lin Chen twitched his mouth and quickly crouched down to examine it, but just as he was about to check the humanoid creature's robe, the creature suddenly opened its eyes. What the hell? Lin Chen was startled, almost punching it in the face. You finally came. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Chen was immediately taken aback. What was going on? It could talk? And directly in his head? No need to doubt. It's me. What the hell? Can it hear what I'm thinking? Yes. Lucky hidden practitioner. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he quickly took out his staff. Don't make a move. We're on the same side. Seeing the humanoid creature's speechless and terrified expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What do you mean? Same side? Who are you? The humanoid creature didn't hide anything and quickly spoke. I am Ming Yun. What the hell? Yes, it's me. No need to be surprised. Lucky hidden practitioner. Lin Chen was speechless. Can you not eavesdrop on my thoughts? Ming Yun's face showed a hint of helplessness. I can't talk underwater either, but you don't need to worry. Once we go up, I won't be able to hear your thoughts anymore. That was more like it. Ming Yun had a face full of black lines. Lin Chen glanced at the oxygen bar. It was almost empty. To make a long story short, how did you end up here? Upon hearing this, Ming Yun immediately became excited. I was set up. He harmed me, injured me, and nailed me to the bottom of the river of the dead. I need you to save me. Lucky hidden class. Lin Chen nodded, curiously looking around. How do I save you? It's simple. As long as you complete a first transfer quest, I need those materials to break the seal and leave here. Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he was asked to collect so many strange things. Alright, I'm off. I'll come find you once I gather all the items. Hey, didn't you say you could only find me after you got all the items? How fresh. If I have them, can I not help you complete the quest? Ming Yun looked at him suspiciously. Without all the quest items, you shouldn't be able to find me, right? Lin Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling something. It was Yanxi who told him that there was something strange here, but he looked at Ming Yun and shrugged it off. Then I guess I'm the chosen one? My luck has always been exceptionally good. Upon hearing this, Ming Yun's confusion deepened. That doesn't make sense, right? Who else could know I'm here besides him? I don't know, your matters have nothing to do with us professionals. Ming Yun. Lin Chen waved his hand. I'm not angry anymore, I'm leaving. Ming Yun. Oh, right. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. To find the River of the Dead, there are special prerequisites. I stumbled in here by accident. So, how do I find the River of the Dead again after I go out? Looking at Lin Chen's face, which seemed to take it for granted, Ming Yun's expression was filled with astonishment. You said, inside the Lord's mansion of the City of Avoidance. The Lord, Yan Shifeng, looked seriously at Yan Shi, who was sipping tea. The demon race has appeared in the purgatory? Yan Shi put down her teacup, her expression unchanged as she raised her eyes. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The corpses of the rodent monsters from Thorn Mountain, and 2 rat kings. Yan Shifeng's brows furrowed tightly, immediately falling into deep thought. Yan Shi didn't mind and continued speaking to herself. Now that I think about it, that ancient teleportation array didn't originally exist in the Abyssal Rift. It should have just been set up by the demon race there. The purpose is to allow the Abyss and the Purgatory to communicate with each other. Creating a cross-border teleportation array is not something the big shots of the Abyss and Purgatory can't do, but the cost is a bit high. However, for the demon race, this is their forte. Many small characters can set up arrays. It was normal for Yan Shi to think this way. After a long while, Yan Shifeng changed the subject and looked at Yan Shi, speaking softly. I heard, you made a new friend in Purgatory? Yan Shi looked up at him but did not speak. Yan Shifeng didn't mind, just smiled. What do you think of him? Yan Shi scoffed, leaning back in her chair casually. Him? Pretty good. Very handsome. Yan Shifeng seemed a bit helpless. She. No giggling. Yan Shi stood up, her expression changing in an instant. Yan Shifeng twitched the corner of his mouth, about to speak, but Yan Shi turned and left. Don't treat me like a fool, and don't be clever and do foolish things. He dared to enter Purgatory alone, and I still can't see his panel. Either he's the young master of a big family, or he's just a golden class. After saying this, Yan Shi stopped at the door, not looking back as she spoke. You should hurry up and take care of your current matters. My matters are none of your business. Isn't this a bit too smooth? On the second floor of Purgatory, Lin Chen was throwing skills at the Corpse King in front of him while muttering suspiciously. All the way here, his luck had become absurdly good since his awakening. This feeling was so good that it gave him a slight illusion, something he hadn't noticed before. But ever since he met Ming Yun, he felt something was off. The problem was, Lin Chen glanced at the enormous Corpse King statue on his left and the densely packed level 60 Corpse Kings in front of him. There was nothing particularly strange. What Yan Shi said was all true, right? You have killed a Corpse King. Experience points. You have killed a Corpse King. Experience points. You have killed a Corpse King. Experience points. Whoa. At that moment, behind the massive Corpse King statue, a huge stone slab began to shift. In the instant Lin Chen was lost in thought, the stone slab slowly lifted, revealing a teleportation portal behind it. Is it real? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly cast disease and plague on the nearby dozens of Corpse Kings and hurried over. Passing through the portal, Lin Chen's vision blurred, and the next second he found himself in a square cave filled with stone bricks. The cave was empty, and he could see everything at a glance, but it looked very much like a room. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the gigantic Corpse King standing in the corner of the cave. It stood 30 meters tall, and even from a distance, Lin Chen had to look up to see its head. Unlike the other Corpse Kings outside, which were covered in a metallic sheen and completely bald, this Corpse King had long gray hair, wore a black tattered robe, and its hands were not the round, giant-like fingers but rather withered like tree branches. Overall, it looked quite terrifying. Corpse King Tyrell, legendary, race, undead level, health, 9, 800, 000 mana, 8, 900, 000 armor, 32, 867 attack, 33, 634 skills, roar, stinking corpse water, corrosive arrow, shadow candle fire. After reading the panel, Lin Chen nodded with understanding. It seems this is a magic type monster. But that made sense, he himself was a magic type, and it was only natural for the first transfer quest to require killing magic types. While Lin Chen was assessing it, Tyrell also noticed him. "Damn humans! It's all your fault! It's all your fault!" Tyrell roared, raising its hand to shoot a green, smoky light arrow at him. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting it to not only curse but also attack first. Without time to think, he quickly activated the Wolf Boot's speed boost and narrowly dodged it. Disease. Your disease spell has inflicted Tyrell with a fever status, disease. Due to the level difference being too high, Tyrell resisted your disease spell, and its duration has been reduced to 30 seconds, although he had already guessed this outcome. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, feeling something was off. This Corpse King's level was higher than the Rat King's, and its defense must be astonishing. Disease. Disease. Plague. He cast 2 control skills on it, which immediately made Tyrell roar in anger. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's skills had a 100% hit rate and also dealt critical damage. Even though it could resist, it couldn't avoid suffering. Oh, my stomach. It hurts so much. It hurts. Corrosive arrow. Tyrell, already furious, was completely provoked after taking several hits from Lin Chen. Shadow candle fire. Whoosh. 3 green flames and a green smoke arrow quickly rushed towards him. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly as he dodged while rapidly casting skills. Disease. Plague. Puff puff. Tyrell's vision darkened, and the intense pain in its head and abdomen made it feel like it was better off dead. Especially the plague. That thing was completely uncontrollable. My. Puff. Its intestines churned violently, and with a sudden release, Tyrell's pants were instantly torn apart, spraying a torrent of black and yellow matter onto the wall behind it. Immediately after, an overwhelming weakness washed over it, making it feel that even raising its hand to cast a skill was a luxury. Bastard! Damn it! Cough cough cough. Seeing Tyrell being tortured and weakened, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly unleashed his damage skills. Rend. Tear. Damn humans. My stomach. My back. Blood burst. Bang. Cough cough cough. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Chen had dealt him no less than 30 skills. Tyrell was directly tortured into a bloody corpse, half squatting on the ground, coughing violently. Each cough stirred up the great calamity of Cuckoo. Bastard. I will kill you. Kill you cough cough cough. Kill all you humans cough cough cough. Stinking corpse water. Ugh. Tyrell suddenly opened his mouth, and a large amount of green liquid surged out wildly. In an instant, a third of the already small cave was covered. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly covered his nose. Damn, it really stinks. Lin Chen cursed as he retreated while casting skills, and Tyrell's health was dropping at an astonishing rate due to the bleeding effect. But soon, he realized that he had entered a poison state. Fortunately, he was only losing over 1,000 health per second, otherwise, he would have to endure the stench and nausea and engage in melee combat. It's a pity I'm a mutated priest, otherwise, a purification spell would help a bit. No point in saying more. Lin Chen quickly shut his mouth and accelerated his skill casting again. Rend. Blood burst. Blood burst. Humans. Ugh. Cough cough cough. Tyrell, tormented by pain and tearing agony, finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up in a fit of rage. Die. Roar. Neural control. Puff. Just as Tyrell was halfway through casting his skill, Lin Chen interrupted him. Although he wasn't controlled, the backlash from the skill was still painful. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed back to the ground. This time, he couldn't even kneel on one knee, he could only kneel on the ground, clutching his chest, coughing violently. Damn it. Why are you humans so cruel? You have. Before Tyrell could finish his sentence, his health hit rock bottom, and he could only weakly lose control of his body, the light in his eyes fading as he slowly fell to the ground. Bang! Crash! You have killed the Corpse King Tyrell. Experience points. Looking at the equipment and gold scattered all over the ground, Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he spotted a finger bone glowing red at the top. You have obtained 356 gold, 45 silver, 33 copper. You have obtained equipment, Corpse King's Shroud, orange. You have obtained equipment, Corpse King's Fangs, orange. You have obtained Tyrell's finger bone, ding. Congratulations! You have obtained one of the first turn quest items, Tyrell's finger bone. Finally got it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the small segment of finger bone in his palm, the corners of his mouth unable to stop rising. With this, he only needed the spinal bone of the bone callus. As for the equipment, he glanced at it and put it into his backpack. A cloak, a shoulder piece. Although there was skill and practice, he still had to wait until he was level 40 to equip them. So looking more was pointless, only increasing his itch. Moreover, with less than 3 days until the college entrance examination, he had to hurry to complete the first turn. After surveying the surroundings and Tidoral's corpse again, Lin Chen did not linger and ran out of the cave, heading straight for the third layer of hell. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. On this day, at the college entrance examination registration site of Apocalypse Academy, Li Fei anxiously tapped on the communication system on the panel. The user you are calling cannot be reached. Why can't I get through yet? Where did the boss run off to? Is he still going to college? Li Fei scratched his buzz cut, anxious and scratching his head. This is really a pain, it's almost over. And if he doesn't come back, he won't even be able to take the assessment. And he can't go on a honeymoon with the beautiful school flower by. Right, Li Fei? What are you doing here? At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out, instantly lifting Li Fei's spirits. Sister-in-law? Bai Jinqing's eyelids twitched, and for some reason, she didn't think to refute it. Fortunately, Li Fei reacted quickly and awkwardly smiled. No, ha ha, I misspoke. You might as well not explain. Bai Jinqing's face flushed in silence. Let's not talk about that for now. Have you seen Lin Chen? Li Fei was taken aback. He didn't go on vacation with you. He's not with you? Bai Jinqing's face turned slightly red as she glared at Li Fei. What nonsense are you talking about? How could he possibly be with me? Didn't he go to purgatory? Purgatory? Li Fei was instantly shocked. The boss went to purgatory? Damn! Is he trying to get himself killed? Bai Jinqing's expression changed, and she quickly stopped him. Lower your voice. Oh right. Li Fei jumped in surprise and looked around like a thief. But Bai Daxioa, how could my boss go there? Isn't going to purgatory without a second transfer just asking for death? He's just a priest with no damage. Bai Jinqing opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. Although she knew Lin Chen and Li Fei were close, since Lin Chen hadn't mentioned it, she naturally wouldn't either. I don't know either. Li Fei was a bit speechless, then suddenly realized, oh damn, I forgot something important. Li Fei slapped his palm in anxiety. But we need to sign up, right? What if he doesn't come? He definitely wants to team up with me, but we still need one more person. He hadn't considered Bai Jinqing. After all, she had a close friend who was an orange-level professional, and it was unlikely she would be interested in teaming up with him, a white and a purple. However, Bai Jinqing just smiled. It's fine, I've already talked to Lin Chen. The three of us are teaming up, and I came here for that. You? Li Fei's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed. Damn, the boss is making moves? Bai Jinqing twitched her mouth, feeling quite speechless. Let's not worry about whether he comes or not. Let's sign him up first, or it will be too late. Right. Let's go sign up first. Li Fei visibly became excited. This was an orange-level professional. With her around, at least passing wouldn't be a problem. The two hurried to the registration site, one in front and the other behind. During the queue, Bai Jinqing felt a bit anxious. She couldn't reach Lin Chen, which meant he had gone to another space. That also meant he should have found the mission target. But logically, with his damage, a level 60 monster shouldn't be a problem for him. So why hadn't he returned after more than 2 days? She had completed such a difficult first transfer task in just 1 day. He was only doing a world mission, which shouldn't be hard. It's been a day and a half since I sent him the migration grass and dark moonstone. With his damage, Bai Jinqing muttered, her anxiety growing stronger. She didn't care about the college entrance exam, she only cared about whether Lin Chen could return safely. Where are you, Jinqing? Bai Jinqing was startled and instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. Shi Tengfei quickly walked up to her. Jinqing, why are you in line here? Come with me, let's find Director Qin. No, everyone is in line. You go if you want. Bai Jinqing replied expressionlessly, not wanting to pay him any attention. Shi Tengfei's expression changed slightly, disregarding the looks from others. He continued to flatter her. Jinqing, team up with me. I found Qin Yan, he's an orange-level professional from the Divine Martial Academy. The three of us. No need. Thank you. Bai Jinqing interrupted him without mercy and turned to give him the cold shoulder. Shi Tengfei's expression changed as he glanced at the amused faces of others. Feeling a bit embarrassed. Who didn't know Shi Tengfei and Bai Jincheng? Who didn't know that Shi Tengfei liked Bai Jincheng? But for 3 years, Bai Jincheng had never given him a good face. He was almost the laughingstock of the Tianqi Academy. Although no one dared to mock him. Jincheng, my father personally went to propose that we team up to your father. And I'm here to invite you myself. Why do you refuse? What is this all about? Shi Tengfei struggled to control his emotions, visibly on the verge of breaking down due to social embarrassment. But Bai Jincheng showed no concern, still looking at him with a blank expression. I have teammates. I don't need to team up with you, nor do I want to. Also, I'm not familiar with you, so please don't call me Jincheng. Now, please leave. Upon hearing this, Shi Tengfei trembled with anger, his small face turning visibly red. Is it because of Lin Chen? Right? Shi Tengfei gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, clearly on the edge of an outburst. With his family background and abilities, Lin Chen was simply incomparable. However, Bai Jincheng remained indifferent to him, which he found utterly unacceptable. After all, Lin Chen was always one step ahead of him, and his only chance to turn the tables lay in his orange potential. Yet now, teaming up with him was clearly the best choice, but Bai Jincheng still refused. Jincheng, seeing the undisguised disgust in Bai Jincheng's eyes, Shi Tengfei's face paled, and he quickly changed his tone. Bai Jincheng, what makes Lin Chen better than me? He's just a mud-legged kid from the slums, while I am the young master of the Shi family. He studies well, so what? No matter how much he brags, he's just a white potential priest. But what about me? I'm an orange potential practitioner. With the Shi family backing me, my future will surely be at the top. What does he have to compare with me? Bai Jincheng let out a cold laugh, stepping back with disdain in her eyes. Lin Chen is better than you in every way, the one who can't compare is you. With that, Bai Jincheng turned and left. Li Fei, seeing this, laughed heartily, made a face at Shi Tengfei, and followed Bai Jincheng with a sarcastic tone. Oh, some people just love to make fools of themselves. Still want to chase my sister-in-law? In her eyes and heart, it's all about my boss. Although this made Bai Jincheng blush, surprisingly, she did not refute it, causing others to exchange glances in confusion. What's going on? Bai, the campus beauty, is with Lin Chen? Looks like there's something going on there? Damn, Shi Tengfei has been a simp for 3 years, and now the goddess turns to someone else. Ah, why does this make me want to laugh? He deserves it. Ha ha, although Bai, the campus beauty, being taken means I lost my chance, but seeing the simp not end well makes me even happier. Had ha, what are you looking at? Get in line, Shi Tengfei shouted angrily, and the other students left with cold snorts, afraid to voice their anger. Shi Tengfei glared at Bai Jincheng's back with resentment. A mere mud-legged kid, how dare you say I'm not as good as him? Just wait, I will kill him. Open sesame. In the first layer of the purgatory, Lin Chen held a crystal ball and shouted at the wall in front of him. The next second, the wall slowly parted, transforming into a valley. This crystal ball was called the barrier-breaking pearl. It had no level restrictions or other attributes, but it possessed 2 very magical abilities. One was to breathe underwater, and the other was to break certain formations. This thing was something he had obtained from Ming Yun. Stepping into the valley, Lin Chen hummed a tune, walking briskly with a good mood. He had spent 2 days obtaining the bone callus spine. Plus, after Bai Jincheng sent him the migration grass and dark moonstone via express mail the day before, he had collected all the items for the first transition quest. Now, he just needed to hand these items over to Ming Yun to complete the quest and achieve his first career promotion. However, the only downside was that he had wasted too much time on the bone callus, and today was already the day of the college entrance examination, so he had to hurry to submit the quest and then head to Promotion Island to take the exam. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace, and soon he arrived at the banks of the underworld river. Without hesitation, he leaped down. With the barrier-breaking pearl, he didn't need to worry about insufficient oxygen. After swimming for a while, he reached the riverbed. Ming Yun, I'm here. The lucky hidden class. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Chen hurriedly quickened his pace and swam over. Seeing Ming Yun again, Lin Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. I'm here. Ming Yun was clearly very excited. Lucky hidden class. You finally came. Quickly save me from this dire situation. Lin Chen twitched his mouth and squatted down. By the way, if I save you, what benefits can you give me? Mingyun was taken aback. If you save me, you can complete a first transfer quest and gain a lot of experience and attributes. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed helplessly. You don't know. I've fought against enemies over level 60 multiple times to save you. Several times, my life was hanging by a thread. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem to say. To be honest, Lin Chen was only level 30, and fighting above his level was indeed very difficult. But the issue was, that was under normal circumstances. For Lin Chen, there were no normal circumstances. If it weren't for the fact that they were over level 60, he would have been taken out in an instant. Mingyan clearly realized this, and his expression turned dark. I really have no father. Me? You think I'm just here to take advantage of you without considering my feelings? Lin Chen said seriously, nodding. Do you know? I've always had a question. Mingyun was taken aback, struggling to keep up with Lin Chen's jumping thoughts. What question? Lin Chen looked around. I'm a hidden class, and it's perfectly normal for the first transfer quest to be a bit difficult. Even if my class mentor is hard to find, I can understand. This made sense, and Mingyun quickly nodded. But have you ever thought that if I'm such a powerful class, then my mentor must also be quite impressive? Mingyun nodded in confusion. Is that so? Exactly. Lin Chen said as if it were obvious. Then if you're so powerful, why are you lying at the bottom of the river? Mingyun's eyes widened. Do you think I want to lie here? No, I'm lying down. Wait, that's not right. I was ambushed. Lin Chen's expression was very serious. You were ambushed? With so many class mentors around, why would they target you? Mingyun, is it because you don't teach your students hard enough? Mingyun, is it because you provoke them? After all, it takes two to tango. Mingyun? Ha? No? Ha? Mingyun was dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a bizarre class holder. Was this how it all started? Lin Chen shook his head. Plus, the things I've encountered these past 2 days have been too smooth. Everything I need just comes to me, and quest items are practically delivered to my hands. So I have reason to suspect that you're not Mingyun, and there might even be a big conspiracy waiting for me. Ha? Wait a minute? Mingyun looked shocked. Are you saying that because things are going too smoothly for you, you want to blame me? Let's not talk about that for now. Mingyun? So I think you're fake, and I can't give you the quest items. Looking at Lin Chen's serious and earnest expression, Mingyun suddenly realized and looked disgusted. Not bro. You really went through a lot of trouble just to take advantage of me. Lin Chen seriously took out 5 quest items. So, bro, do you think after I complete this quest, I can get something else? Mingyun clicked his tongue, looking pained. But if Lin Chen didn't turn in the quest, he would have to keep lying at the bottom of the river. There was no choice. Mingyun could only grit his teeth and endure. Like what? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Like a red divine weapon? You must be kidding. Don't save me. Really? Mingyun was getting anxious. Even if you refine me, you can't make a divine weapon. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Then how about a golden specialized weapon? Look into my eyes. Do they look like specialized weapons? Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Then forget it. I'm leaving. I won't be doing this first transfer. Anyway, my damage is high. If worst comes to worst, I can just go to a low-level dungeon and have fun. I can still live a life better than most in this lifetime. Hey! Seeing Lin Chen truly about to leave without looking back, Mingyun was suddenly startled. Don't go. Let's talk about a few coins more. Lin Chen stopped and looked at him. I've put in so much effort, and I've also used up quite a few favors in 2 meals. And in the end, I just get a bit of experience points? Do you want to see how much experience points I have saved up now? I've got over 1 billion. Do you think I lack your measly few? Mingyun twitched his mouth, feeling quite speechless. Then, my highest authority can only give you an orange treasure chest. Seeing Lin Chen about to speak again, Mingyun quickly raised his voice. Don't go too far. Mingyun widened his eyes. Completing a first-turn quest can originally yield a lot of good things, but the most you get is still experience points. The reason I say that is because you have too many good things on you, and you might not even use them. But if you keep asking for more, there won't be any treasure chests left. Fine. Looking at Lin Chen's reluctant expression, Mingyun was almost speechless. Hurry up and turn in the quest. Old man. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and placed the 5 items on Mingyun's forehead. Truly an old man. It's the first time I've seen someone get extorted like this. Mingyun grumbled as he collected the items. And the next second, the voice of the worlds will echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed a first turn quest. You have received Mingyun's blessing, you have received 2000 gold, you have received 30 million experience points, you have received skill points, you have received equipment, Shadow Cloud spell, orange, you have received equipment, Withered Bone Belt, orange, you have received a profession-exclusive skill book, Curse of Resentment, you have received a treasure chest, orange, your title has been unlocked. Your level lock has been unlocked. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Finally a first turn. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly checked the rewards. Mingyun's blessing, 4-dimensional attributes. Movement speed, physical and magical defense. Skill damage, critical damage, duration, 3 days, 20 attributes for 3 days is quite good. Moreover, this is an all-around enhancement, equivalent to giving him the attributes of about level 5 in advance. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked at the equipment attributes. Shadow Cloud spell, orange, part, shoulder magic attack magic critical physical and magical defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, increases your spell penetration by 20 effects, increases your spell damage by 20 effects, increases your spell critical damage by 20 effects, your skills have a certain chance to put the target in a cursed state effect, familiarity, you can wear equipment that is 10 levels higher than yourself, durability, 300 equipment level, withered bone belt, orange, part, belt magic attack magic critical physical and magical defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, increases your spell penetration by 20 effects, increases your spell damage by 20 effect, familiarity, you can wear equipment that is 10 levels higher than yourself, durability, 300 equipment level, this is nice, just right to wear. Lin Chen smirked, feeling quite good. This is because he has too many orange items, getting another one clearly isn't that exciting. If it were someone else, they would probably be laughing like crazy. By the time he reaches level 40 and puts on those 3 pieces of 60 level orange gear, he would almost be fully decked out in orange. Others would surely be left with their jaws dropped. For a first-turn professional at level 40, aside from major powers, it's already considered lucky for ordinary families to have 1 or 2 blue items. Even the young masters and mistresses of major powers wouldn't have more orange items than him. After all, young ladies like Yan Shi are born with a golden key, and ordinary major powers can't compare. Lin Chen took a look and equipped both items. The withered bone belt was a skull with 2 half-meter-long black tassels, looking incredibly sinister. The cloud of shadows spell resembled 2 shoulder pads, not very noticeable, but it matched well with the Baylord set. Now, fully displaying his equipment, he looked like a demon from the abyss, exuding an aura of malevolence. After admiring his handsome appearance for a moment, Lin Chen quickly turned his attention to the skill book. Curse Song of Malice. After releasing the skill, you will increase your skill damage by 30. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Ah, what's this? Lin Chen slowly opened his mouth, a bit shocked. This was equivalent to a super powerful skill. With this skill and Mingyun's blessing, he effectively boosted his power by 50. That was terrifying. Let's not forget, his damage already far exceeded that of other practitioners at the same level. Compared to Bai Jinqing, he was at least 10 times stronger. Did Bai Jinqing have a damage per second of 10,000? Even if she successfully advanced and had good equipment provided by the Bai family, with her attribute bonuses, 10,000 damage per second was probably the limit. He clearly remembered that the teacher once casually mentioned that a level 31st transformation black practitioner with full purple gear only had a damage per second of just over 2,000. Orange practitioners, due to multiple talents, could reach 3 times that, which was already impressive. But Lin Chen could achieve around 150,000 damage per second even before his first transformation. Now, with new equipment, plus talents and skills, his damage per second was conservatively estimated to exceed 200,000. And now, enhancing it by 50? Goodness! He didn't even dare to imagine what level someone would need to be to withstand his damage. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately learned the skill. Ding! You have learned, skill, Curse Song of Malice, skill mutation. You have learned, Malice. After releasing the skill, you will increase your spirit by 30, skill damage by 30, and apply the Malice effect to all targets within a 300-meter range, reducing all targets' physical and magical defense and abnormal status resistance by 30. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, almost cursing. This was too terrifying, right? It even had additional effects? According to the canyon relativity, if I enhance my power, the enemy's defenses drop, resulting in double damage? Who could withstand such a skill? What a pity. Time doesn't allow it, otherwise, I would go to the 4th floor to give it a try. Though he felt helpless, the current priority was to score high, so he could only suppress his excitement and look at the treasure chest. An orange treasure chest should yield something good. Open the treasure chest. You have obtained 1000 gold. You have obtained Sun God Water. You have obtained Golden Crow Rock. You have obtained equipment, Cursed Malice, gold. Holy crap. Lin Chen's eyelids jumped, and he quickly opened his backpack. This was golden equipment. He only had one piece. Cursed Malice, gold, position, weapon, exclusive to Lin Chen, physical, magical attack, magical critical damage, attack speed attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, increases your spell penetration by 10 effects, increases your spell damage by 10 effects, increases your spell critical damage effects, increases your skill damage effects, increases the abnormal status applied by all your skills by 10 effects, your skills have no casting time effects. When you release curse type skills, the effect is amplified by 10 effects. When you release disease type skills, the effect is amplified by 10 effects. All skills you release amplify pain perception by 10 effects. All your bleeding effects have their duration increased by 10 effects. When releasing skills, you will ignore level resistance not exceeding your own level by 50 effects. When you release skills, there is a chance to increase your spirit by 1. Stacking up to 10 layers effects. Your weapon cannot be destroyed, cannot be traded, cannot be picked up effects. Your weapon can be upgraded durability, 450 equipment level. Holy crap. After looking at the attributes, Lin Chen's hand trembled, and he blurted out a curse. It's a specialized weapon. It's actually my exclusive golden weapon. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? This is what you call a golden weapon? These attributes? It's invincible. Lin Chen was overjoyed, and his gaze towards Mingyan became strange. Mingyan's eyelids twitched, and he took a step back with a look of disgust. It's gone. Really gone. Stop messing around, Lin Chen said, pursing his lips in disbelief. Look at you. What am I even saying? Mingyun replied with a tone full of resentment. Yes, of course, you, the master of extortion, are quite rare. This guy, wearing orange gear, holding a golden weapon, using a barrier-breaking pearl. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were the one. Lin Chen squinted and sneered, just about to speak when Mingyun quickly waved his hand. Hey! Bro, dad, real dad, just looking at you talk makes me shiver. Stop talking, can you just be quiet for a bit? Ming Yun, afraid that Lin Chen would extort him again, quickly stepped back. I just broke the seal, and my body is really weak. You're busy. My mom is calling me home for dinner. After saying that, Ming Yun kicked off with his legs and swam up like a fish. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. I just wanted to ask if there was anything else. This guy is too stingy. Lin Chen shook his head, not caring that he ran away. After all, he had the barrier-breaking pearl, and he could find him later based on the sensing. Alright, since the first transition is complete, all that's left now is the college entrance examination. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the east, slowly curling his lips into a smile, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Welcome everyone to Promotion Island. I am your most favorite league host, XIN. In the center of Promotion Island's martial arts square, the host XIN excitedly held up the microphone, instantly igniting a wave of cheers. She stood on a floating platform, happily waving her hand in greeting the more than 100,000 spectators present. As the cheers subsided, XIN picked up the microphone again and shouted, Today, it's another great day for the annual college entrance examination assessment. Students, are you ready? The many students sitting in the center of the square immediately waved their hands and cheered in response. XIN was greatly encouraged. I wish you all can get into your dream universities. Alright, dear students, while we wait for the assessment, let's take a look at this year's top contenders for the championship. As she said this, XIN playfully winked and gestured for everyone to look at the big screen. I have an insider scoop. This year, the students who win the team and individual championships will receive a golden mythical level equipment personally forged by the dragon god, the golden dragon seed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? It's actually the golden dragon seed? What the hell? The dragon god is really generous? The golden dragon seed is one of the earliest rings forged by the dragon god. said to have been enhanced to level 13, and embedded with an Abyss Lord's eyeball, a top-tier golden equipment that can be used for both physical and magical attacks. The Dragon God truly deserves to be one of our Dragon Kingdom's 12 guardians. It's just too amazing. If I could get this equipment, wow, I would soar. I heard the Dragon God took in a disciple with golden potential. This equipment must be prepared for him. No matter for whom, it definitely won't be for you. But having a master like the Dragon God, even a pig could take off. The audience was excitedly discussing, and the high school seniors among the students were trembling with excitement. Every year, the college entrance examination assessment has many prizes, and if one performs well, they can be noticed by powerful factions or prominent figures, which basically means they can soar to great heights. Therefore, every year, the college entrance examination assessment is referred to as the second turning point in life. It's important to know that the audience isn't just from various universities and the military. Many powerful factions and families are also looking for seed-level students to cultivate. But no matter where you go, as long as you are favored, you can leap over the Dragon Gate and from then on be above others. Especially with the 12 guardians coming every year. That is the real spectacle. Alright, dear audience and students, now let's take a look at the favorites for the championship. First up, Xin swiftly guided the big screen to display the image of the student ranked 10th. The student in 10th place, Zhao Xinming from North City No. 1 High School. He is an orange-level potential magic system hybrid profession side painter. His skills can depict formations, focusing on control, making him an indispensable master of crowd control in team battles. Watching the elegant young man with a strong scholarly aura on the big screen, the audience and students from North City immediately erupted in cheers, as Xin introduced one after another. Within the ranks of Tianqi Academy, Li Fei grew increasingly anxious. Sister Bai, have you contacted the boss? Bai Jinqing shook her head with a serious expression. Still can't get through, he should still be in the alternate space. Li Fei anxiously clicked his tongue, while Cuckoo scratched his head. Oh my, what's going on? What mission is the boss on? It's been several days. What's he doing as a non-damaging priest? Running around like that? Bai Jinqing shook her head, opening her mouth several times but not knowing what to say. If world missions were easy, they wouldn't be called world missions. Their rarity is comparable to golden gear. She hadn't heard of anyone around her completing one. If Lin Chen could take one, it meant he was lucky. Of course, it might also be related to his abnormal damage. But regardless, the difficulty of world missions is absolutely outrageous. Fortunately, Lin Chen hadn't advanced yet. No matter how difficult the world mission, it wouldn't exceed the difficulty of the first advancement. But she couldn't understand, wasn't his damage quite abnormal? How come it's been 3 days and he still hasn't completed it? Oh my gosh, it's about to start. If he doesn't come soon, he'll only be able to act as a lone wolf in the future. Li Fei didn't care whether he performed well or could get into a top university. He knew his own situation, so he had no expectations, but he was genuinely worried about Lin Chen. After all, a priest, no matter how you look at it, can't kill monsters. Bai Jinqing was already anxious, and hearing him say that made her even more so. I don't know his situation, his communication system has been unreachable. I really can't believe this. Ha! Li Fei was about to say something when he suddenly brightened and pointed at the big screen. Sister Bai, look, it's you! Bai Jinqing instinctively looked over, and sure enough, she was ranked 6th, but she wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that. You should contact him too and make sure he hurries up. Li Fei nodded repeatedly, just about to open the communication system when he found that the next one ranked 5th was actually Shi Tingfei. How did he rank ahead of you? This must be rigged. Li Fei glared, his face full of displeasure. Bai Jinqing glanced at the big screen and coldly laughed. What does it matter if he ranks higher? If strength is determined by others' rankings, then what's the point of the assessment? Exactly. Look at that idiot. So smug. Li Fei scoffed. Bai Jinqing looked over and indeed, Shi Tingfei was smugly laughing among a group of sycophants. But he seemed to sense someone looking at him. When he turned to see Bai Jinqing, he quickly smiled. Bai Jinqing coldly snorted and completely ignored him, turning her gaze elsewhere. Seeing this, Shi Tingfei awkwardly chuckled twice, feeling quite embarrassed, but with Bai Jinqing ignoring him, he had no way to respond. However, after he turned away, his expression quickly turned cold. Zhao Ming glanced back and leaned closer to Shi Tingfei, whispering, "Boss, just hang in there, that Lin Chen won't last much longer. Sure, Tengfei snorted coldly, his eyes filled with mockery. Lin Chen? Just a country bumpkin, that wretch won't be proud for long. The college entrance examination assessment will be his burial ground. At that time, I want that little Bai Jinqing to kneel obediently in front of me. Zhao Ming chuckled, his expression quite lewd. Boss, you must be the best. You'll definitely take first place in this assessment. First place? Sure, Tengfei shook his head. My goal isn't first place, even if I wanted it, I couldn't get it. Zhao Ming was taken aback, just about to speak when Xin excitedly chimed in from midair. The fourth-ranked genius is Xuanwu Academy. Orange Potential Power System Mutated Profession. Magic Swordsman. Bai Jinwu. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Ming instantly understood what was going on. Boss, are you talking about him? Isn't he Bai Jinqing's cousin? Sure, Tengfei sneered, clearly looking down on him. Him? He's not capable. Sure, Tengfei's gaze was fixed intensely on the big screen. The next three are the main event. With them around, no one else can win the championship. Not even me, I have no chance at all. Zhao Ming was somewhat confused. But boss, you're an orange potential professional, right? Orange? Sure, Tengfei scoffed, pointing his chin at the big screen. Look at those gods. Third place. Xin excitedly raised her hand, her eyes sparkling. Everyone, the third-ranked genius is from our Baihu Academy. Golden potential professional. Holy Knight Shi Tengrui. As soon as this was said, paired with the dazzling image of Shi Tengrui on the big screen, the audience immediately went wild. What the hell? Golden? It's actually golden potential? My god, golden potential? That's myth-level potential. The top, the best potential. What the hell? Guigui? Golden potential? How many years has it been? The last time I saw was 5 years ago, right? Yeah. That golden professional from 5 years ago is now said to be a high-ranking official in the military. It's just ridiculous. So envious. What the hell? Golden potential. If I had golden potential, wouldn't I just take off? Wait, this is only third place? Just golden? Then what about the top two? Upon hearing this, everyone else was dumbfounded. The audience was in an uproar, clearly. The shock brought by Shi Tengrui's golden potential professional was immense. Even Zhao Ming was left gaping in shock. Boss? Your brother? He's actually golden potential? Shi Tengfei slowly curled his lips into a smile, looking quite pleased, as if that golden potential professional was him. That's why I said I have no chance for first place this year. Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. Although he was Shi Tengfei's lackey and had gained many benefits by following him, in the face of golden potential, orange had no comparability at all. The gap between each color was worlds apart. Whether in basic attributes or growth attributes, the difference was not slight. So Zhao Ming didn't continue to flatter, as he understood that blindly flattering would only land him a kick. On the other side, upon seeing Shi Tengrui's name, Bai Jinqing, although she had known about this matter long ago, couldn't help but darken her expression. Li Fei, seeing this, cursed and jumped up. How the hell is that stupid brother golden? God! You're not fair. That kind of idiot should have failed his awakening. Bai Jinqing said expressionlessly. It's fine. Don't mind him, hurry and contact Lin Chen. The introduction is about to start. Oh, miss me? Upon hearing the familiar voice, both of them were taken aback, especially Bai Jinqing. When she turned to look, her eyes slowly widened in surprise. However, she realized the implication of the previous words, and her face instantly turned red to the roots of her neck. Why, you're back. Lin Chen blinked. Came back just in time, right? Didn't delay anything? Boss? Li Fei snapped back to reality, immediately overjoyed, and excitedly hugged Lin Chen, lifting him up. The surrounding classmates looked on with distaste. You'd better put me down. Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but Li Fei still let him go. Boss, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, Sister Bai would have turned into a stone waiting for her husband. Li Fei? Bai Jinqing shot him a red-faced glare. Fortunately, Chen Rui wasn't here, otherwise, she would definitely join in the teasing. Lin Chen chuckled silently. Monkey, stop talking nonsense. Bai Jinqing quickly shot him another glare. Seeing this, Li Fei raised both hands in surrender. Alright, I'll keep my mouth shut. This is starting to feel like a couple's duet. Li Fei? Okay. Li Fei raised his hand in a zipper gesture and turned to look at the big screen. Bai Jinqing's little face was flushed as she looked at Lin Chen, feeling quite embarrassed. Are you okay? Lin Chen raised the corners of his mouth and raised an eyebrow. I'm great. Finished the mission smoothly, thanks to your help. Bai Jinqing shyly lowered her head. Oh, it's nothing. You've already helped me a lot. Seeing the icy beauty in front of others showing such shyness towards him, Lin Chen felt quite happy inside. Oh right, let's trade. Bai Jinqing was taken aback and instinctively looked up. Trade? For what? Lin Chen opened his backpack to take a look. After 3 days of grinding, I've got quite a few interesting things. Bai Jinqing's expression changed, and she quickly refused. No way. I don't want that. You got it yourself. Keep it for yourself. She knew very well how dangerous the Inferno was, even if Lin Chen had high damage. He was only level 30, facing monsters that were at least level 60. How difficult his situation was, needed no explanation. Previously, when grinding the demonized abyss, she could take some purple gear, but this time she hadn't helped, so it was impossible for her to take anything. However, Lin Chen didn't care about these things. It's fine. I can't use them. I have better ones. Let's trade. Lin Chen insisted, directly opening the trade window and putting in several pieces of purple mage gear. See which ones you can use? Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Chen's indifferent expression, she could only bite her lip and look at them, her face turning red. After looking, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but slowly open her mouth in shock. This? You? Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen? Are you sure you can't use this equipment? Yeah, Lin Chen replied while continuing to put more mage gear into the trade window. I can't use any of these. Pick what you can use, and whatever's left, I'll throw into the trade hall. The Bai family was wealthy and wouldn't lack for Bai Jinqing's equipment, but the gear from the Inferno had better quality and attributes. As she looked at the increasing number of purple items in the trade window, Bai Jinqing was more and more astonished. So many. Oh my god. In the end, she couldn't resist Lin Chen and could only choose 2 pieces to accept. Thank you, Lin Chen. Bai Jinqing felt sweet inside, and her gaze towards Lin Chen carried a hint of admiration. Although she guessed that Lin Chen must have had some fortuitous encounters that made him different from ordinary players, it was clear that Lin Chen's strength had surpassed her understanding. Being able to break through the 3rd layer of the Inferno and complete missions, not to mention acquiring so much equipment, was definitely not something a white potential player could achieve. But it was good. She felt more reassured about some things. Perhaps thinking of something? Bai Jinqing's little face grew even redder. What the heck? Boss? You're pulling out. Lower your voice. Bai Jinqing suddenly came to her senses and realized that Lin Chen had been startled, covering Li Fei's mouth. Bai Jinqing instantly understood what had happened and quickly covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. This scene was just seen by Shi Tingfei, making him curse in anger. At this moment, Li Fei had regained his composure and was almost ready to kneel before Lin Chen. Boss, you really are my biological father. My real dad isn't as generous as you. Damn. With just this equipment, I couldn't even get it if I blew my head off. Li Fei was exceptionally excited, his eyes red with enthusiasm. Lin Chen was speechless. He truly hadn't expected him to react this way. Originally, he couldn't use these purple armored suits, and since he wasn't short on money, he decided to give them to Li Fei to help him out, at least ensuring his success in the college entrance examination. Calm down. What kind of relationship do we have? It's not that serious. You're right, boss. Li Fei quickly controlled his emotions and said earnestly, Boss, from now on, your business is my business, we are like brothers. Then call me dad and let me hear it. What the hell? Li Fei's eyes widened, and in an instant, he broke character, immediately starting to playfully wrestle with Lin Chen. Bai Jinqing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, covering her mouth and giggling on the side. Dear students, audience friends, at that moment, Xinxin's voice suddenly rose, instantly capturing everyone's attention, including Lin Chen and Li Fei. Now, we will announce the first place champion seed contestant. Xinxin playfully winked. This is a big beauty. Now, please look at the big screen. After guiding everyone, Xinxin excitedly shouted. The first place is the campus belle from Qinglong Academy, Golden Potential Knight System, Exotic Profession, Golden Valkyrie, Yan Shi. Ha, Yan Shi? Upon hearing the name, Lin Chen was instantly stunned. He saw Lin Chen slowly release Li Fei, looking blankly at the big screen. He then glanced at the big screen showing a beautiful woman in golden armor, both heroic and elegantly charming. Bai Jinqing's eyelids twitched, and she instinctively asked, "Do you know her?" Lin Chen suspiciously nodded, not noticing Bai Jinqing's unusual reaction. "I've seen her." Lin Chen looked at the big screen, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. "She really is of golden potential. How do you know her?" Lin Chen instinctively replied, "In the first layer of the purgatory. She told me a lot of things and helped me quite a bit." "Is that so? Then you should thank her properly." "Of course, I already promised." Feeling a chill piercing the back of his head, Lin Chen twitched his mouth, feeling a bit awkward. "The one I met in the river of the underworld is the one who told me the locations and triggering methods of the bone scab and tidal ray." Bai Jinqing nodded, smiling softly. "Then you should really repay her well, otherwise, you might not even make it in time for the assessment." Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he cleared his throat. "Right, but I didn't expect her to be a senior in high school. I thought she was already in college." Bai Jinqing nodded in agreement. "Yes, she has a mature woman's beauty and a boy's handsome and carefree charm. She is indeed likable." "It's okay. Is she pretty?" Seeing Lin Chen not speaking, Bai Jinqing continued to look at the big screen. She is the top belle of Qinglong Academy, one of the 4 top academies in Manhwa. There are at least 3,000 people pursuing her just from Qinglong Academy. Bai Jinqing turned to Lin Chen and said softly, "Wouldn't you be curious why, with so many people in one academy, so few are pursuing her?" "Did you say there are 3,000 people?" Lin Chen understood Bai Jinqing's meaning, but he had never thought of it that way. However, Bai Jinqing's demeanor clearly showed she was jealous. Seeing Lin Chen hesitate to speak, Bai Jinqing immediately laughed. "I know you understand what I mean, but I want to tell you that Shi Tingfei's brother, Shi Tengrui, is one of her pursuers." She mentioned someone else, fearing Lin Chen wouldn't have a concept. After all, the strongest among the people they interacted with was Shi Tingfei. Shi Tengrui was previously the lowest in family background among her pursuers, and she might not even know he exists. But after awakening, he became of golden potential, rising from the lowest level to become one of the most competitive pursuers. This also includes the one who just appeared on the big screen, the second-ranked golden potential contestant. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. Her background is not simple? It's perfectly normal for a boy to pursue a girl. It could be due to her looks, driven by desire. But with so many peers from powerful factions pursuing her, the issue must lie in her background. Bai Jinqing was taken aback, not expecting Lin Chen to instantly grasp what she wanted to say. "Yes." Bai Jinqing opened her mouth, looking somewhat serious as she turned to Lin Chen. "She is the apple of the eye of the Lord of Bigwenchang." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression gradually shifted from dazed to confused, then from confused to awkward. This made Bai Jinqing quite suspicious. Unable to help herself, her expression changed, and she blurted out, "You didn't do anything to her, did you?" "Hey, don't say that." Lin Chen was startled and quickly denied it. "We just chatted a bit. Nothing happened." "Nothing happened?" Bai Jinqing narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing him. "Bone scabs and tidal. Even my father hasn't heard of them. That's clearly a secret known only to a certain level of high-ranking officials. She could so easily tell a stranger like you?" Lin Chen opened his mouth, suddenly feeling speechless. Indeed, let alone Bai Jinqing. He had always found this puzzling. They had just met by chance. Why would she tell him something even Bai Jinqing's father didn't know? Such information should be considered a mystery not to be passed on, right? Moreover, the main point was that they really hadn't done anything. They had met by chance and had asked a question out of the blue. She actually answered. Then, out of nowhere, they had really found the quest monster and even found Ming Yun. Thinking back on it, she had helped him complete a large part of this task. And the most awkward part was that he had said in front of her that he would inform the Lord of Bigwenchang about the news of the demon clan. No wonder her expression had been so strange at that time. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at Bai Jinqing with a sense of helplessness. "It's hard to evaluate this, but I really just chatted with her. Nothing happened." Bai Jinqing stared into Lin Chen's eyes, her face growing redder, and finally turned her head away, mumbling, "Anyway, I won't lose out." "What did you say?" Bai Jinqing shot Lin Chen a glare. "You can do whatever you want with whoever, I can't control that." Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling quite helpless. This matter couldn't be explained or clarified. Time reveals a person's heart, right? Anyway, you better not have any thoughts about her. Bai Jinqing's face was flushed, a bit defiant yet somewhat serious. Her character, her background. If you really get involved, you won't be able to shake it off. I'm not being alarmist or implying anything else, it's just that Big Wencheng is not to be trifled with. Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment and said cautiously in a low voice, "It could be deadly." Lin Chen was taken aback. "What thoughts do I have? I just talked to her a few times, I don't even know her." Bai Jinqing huffed somewhat proudly, quickly turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow with a strange expression. "Wait, how do you know her so well?" Bai Jinqing shot him a glare. "What? Should I introduce you? Set you up on a date?" Lin Chen was speechless, pursing his lips as he leaned slightly forward and whispered, "Are you jealous?" "Who's jealous?" "You're the one who's jealous." Bai Jinqing glared at him, trying hard to act indifferent. Of course, if her face wasn't red and her eyes weren't flustered, Lin Chen would really believe her. He, don't worry, I'm completely innocent with her. Who cares about you?" Bai Jinqing said shyly, but it was clear she was struggling to suppress a smile. Seeing this, Lin Chen blinked and said, "But I promised her to treat her to a meal, to return the favor." "You?" Bai Jinqing was instantly both angry and amused, raising her hand to hit him, but Lin Chen quickly laughed and blocked her with one hand while pointing at the big screen with the other. "Wait, it's starting. The assessment is starting. Look. Sure enough, Xinxin had finished introducing everyone and was starting to explain this year's college entrance examination assessment content. "Dear students, this year's assessment will still consist of 2 parts. The first part is a team battle. You can form your own teams, but remember, at least 3 people are required." Xin playfully snapped her fingers, and the large screen changed to display text. "After this, you will be teleported to the promotion secret realm beneath your feet. As in previous years, passing through the 19th level of the secret realm will grant you university admission qualifications, while passing through the 29th level will grant you first-class admission qualifications to this university. And if you pass through the 39th level of the secret realm, you can enter the top 10 prestigious universities of the Dragon Kingdom, and you will receive a key to one of the 5 forbidden zones of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, dear students, please get ready. The college entrance examination assessment now begins. The formation is activated." Xin extended her hand, her expression gradually becoming serious. In the next second, a beam of light emitted from her small hand, and a radiant glow suddenly erupted beneath the feet of all the students sitting in the square. Visible formation runes began to materialize. Before the crowd could react, they vanished from their spots. Xin sensed the teleportation situation of the formation and immediately replaced her serious expression with a playful smile. "Alright, all the students have entered the promotion secret realm. Now, audience, let us watch the students' excellent performances through the big screen." With Xin's guidance, everyone's gaze was instantly fixed on the large screen. At that moment, the first to appear was Shi Tangrui. After all, as a golden potential candidate, he was very eye-catching. Moreover, due to the presence of golden potential professionals, many people assumed that the champion would emerge from among the 3 of them. Even though this year saw a massive awakening, with many rare orange potential professionals appearing, they still paled in comparison to the golden potential. On the subjective platform, the heads of various factions, cities, academies, and universities were present. They were chatting among themselves as the students had just been teleported. At this time, the 3 deans of Tianqi Academy, Luowu Academy, and Westwind Academy were complaining about the head of the Shi family. "Surely, I say, old Shi, you've been hiding it pretty deep. Tang Rui awakened golden potential, and you didn't say a word." Ling Kong glared, clearly dissatisfied. "What? Were you waiting to shock us today?" "Exactly." Qin Yin chimed in. "Your Shi family is doing well. 1 orange, 1 gold. I reckon in less than 2 years, your Shi family will break into the top 10. Hey!" Shirley was startled and quickly waved his hand with a bitter smile. "Old Qin, don't talk nonsense. The top 10? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that." Zhao Feng glanced at him and couldn't help but sigh. Ever since that golden potential from the Wu family died in the abyss, the Wu family's status has been declining day by day. "Hey, old Zhao, don't say any more." Shirley hurriedly stopped him, but the corners of his mouth clearly couldn't suppress a smile. A golden potential candidate is a huge concept for a family. Just look at the 10 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. That truly represents a revered status, admired by all. Ever since Shirley learned that his two sons had one golden and one orange potential, his thoughts had already flown away. My Shir family is small, everything still needs to be advanced steadily and orderly. Right now, I don't ask for anything else. Just hope my two unambitious sons can get into a good school. Qin Yan shot him a glance. Speechless. Do you even need to ask? General Nangong has already come to see you, right? Chen Hai from Qinglong, and Yi Shouju from Dongda have also come to see you, right? Shir Tang Rui awakened golden potential, and while Shirley indeed hadn't told anyone, this matter could be known if one cared to find out. Everyone was just tacitly aware, especially the heads of various universities secretly contacting Shirley. As the rulers of Tianqi City, how could they not know about such matters? Shirley awkwardly smiled. But I can't make the decision on this, everything still depends on what that kid Tang Rui chooses. The other three shook their heads, knowing they couldn't get anything more out of Shirley, and could only change the subject. Have you all received the news from Biguang City? Shirley nodded seriously. Received yesterday, the city lord has already sent someone to investigate. The demon clan and the purgatory have big plans. Not just that. Ling Kong took over the conversation, pointing at the large screen with his chin. The news came from this person, she transmitted it from the abyss. Clearly the abyss is also getting involved. Now the situation is quite troublesome. That person from the avoidance city has personally stepped in. Zhao Feng and Qin Yan couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Once the college entrance examination assessment is over, all the universities, major factions, and us old folks will start sending people to respond. No matter what, our human territory cannot allow the alien races to run wild. Qin Yan sneered. The military has already moved. General Nangong is leading the team personally. The demon clan has been silent for so many years, and they've forgotten the pain from before. This time, we must make them remember well. We cannot allow the demon clan to rise. Zhao Feng nodded. Then it seems the only place we need to support is the abyss. Ling Kong shook his head. Every year, various universities send people to the abyss for training. This year should be even more. Our main position should be in purgatory. As if recalling something, Ling Kong's expression darkened. Purgatory. Seeing this, Qin Yan quickly tried to lighten the mood. Hey, look, it's that kid Teng Fei. Everyone was taken aback and instinctively looked at the large screen. Sure enough, Teng Fei was wielding a large silver sword, heroically defeating a small monster with a single strike. This kid Teng Fei also has orange potential, and as a holy knight, he can take hits and fight. His future is limitless. Oh, by the way, old Ling. Zhao Feng curiously looked at Ling Kong. That girl from the Bai family also has orange potential, right? Upon hearing this, Ling Kong nodded with a hint of pride. That's right, our Tianqi Academy has 2 with orange potential, 3 with black potential, and 15 with purple potential. Goodness! Qin Yan and Zhao Feng's eyes widened instantly. You old fellow are quite hidden. Ling Kong smiled wryly and waved his hand. What use is that? Old Shir went to find Old Bai, but they refused to team up. Otherwise, with the 2 of them plus that other kid, 3 orange-level professionals, it would be hard not to score high. Maybe they could even compete with those 3 golden potential professionals. Shirley felt a bit awkward and glanced at Bai Shangnan not far away. My Teng Fei's feelings for Jin Chang are obvious to all, and our 2 families have always had a good relationship. I have always intended to bring them together, but unfortunately, Jin Chang is quite stubborn. The other 3 exchanged glances, feeling quite disgusted. They all knew what kind of person Shir Teng Fei was. As long as one wasn't blind, Bai Jin Chang would never look at him in this lifetime. But now that the Shir family was gaining power, some things, the 3 shook their heads and stopped discussing the topic. After all, the rules of this world had long changed. Strength is truth. By the way, who is that girl from the Bai family teaming up with? The girl from the Chun family? Ling Kong was taken aback. I don't know. I haven't been at the academy these days. Oh, just then, the large screen broadcasted by Jin Chang. Hey, look, it's that girl from the Bai family. Wait, as everyone looked up at the large screen, they were all stunned like the others. No way? What is she doing? Is that person her teammate? Why are there only 2 of them? Ling Kong remained silent, observing intently, and suddenly, he realized, his eyes widening slowly. Wait, isn't that Lin Chen? They teamed up? Meanwhile, in the first layer of the Ascension secret realm, Lin Chen was sitting on a large rock, holding a delicate lunchbox and showing off his meal. Bai Jinqing looked on with a pained expression. Eat slowly, I still have 3 boxes. Lin Chen was worried he would be in purgatory for a long time, so he indeed brought a lot of food. But with all the swimming, diving, and running around, he had already gone without food or drink since the day before, relying solely on his high attributes. After completing the task and taking the teleportation array here, he hadn't had time to eat at all. Fortunately, Bai Jinqing had anticipated such a situation and had prepared 5 boxes of exquisite lunchboxes in advance. As soon as Lin Chen entered, he started eating. As for Li Fei, he took the initiative to go hunt monsters to show off. Right now, he was half-dressed in purple gear, with more purple gear in his backpack that he couldn't wear due to insufficient level. Those were all Lin Chen's achievements. The current monster was level 10, and he could handle it alone without any problem. Have a drink, Bai Jinqing said as she saw him put down his chopsticks, quickly handing him a bottle of mineral water. Lin Chen didn't stand on ceremony and took it, gulping it down. Ah, the food from restaurants is still the best. I haven't eaten out in a long time. Bai Jinqing's little face flushed, and after hesitating, she ultimately chose to keep it to herself. Are you full? I'm full. I'm full, Lin Chen said, patting his stomach with satisfaction. Full and satisfied. Let's go. Time to hunt monsters. Is that really Lin Chen? Ling Kong looked astonished. Although there were over 1,000 students in their senior year, there were very few like Lin Chen who were so sensible and well-mannered. He had seen many arrogant and domineering students like Shi Tingfei, or other kids from the slums who were timid. Only Lin Chen was different from them. Moreover, Lin Chen was good at studying and handsome. If it weren't for Shi Tingfei, he would have had a great reputation. Most importantly, Bai Jinqing, whom Shi Tingfei liked, treated him coldly but always treated Lin Chen differently. So, he had a deep impression of Lin Chen. Especially since Lin Chen had awakened as a white priest, it was hard not to remember who he was. But the question was, why would Bai Jinqing, with orange potential, team up with Lin Chen? Zhao Feng and Qin Yan looked at him with suspicion. What's wrong? Is this student a black potential practitioner? Ling Kong twitched his mouth and glanced at the grim-faced Shirley. This kid, awakened as a white priest. Ah, Zhao Feng and Qin Yan looked confused. White? Isn't that girl from the Bai family orange potential? How could she? Zhao Feng's words trailed off as he suddenly realized, instinctively looking at Shirley, understanding the underlying issue in an instant. Ah, you mean this kid is joking with his own future? Qin Yan sighed. Still young, doesn't understand the stakes involved. Shirley waved his hand. Forget it, the younger generation has their own fortunes, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Ling Kong chuckled bitterly. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but old Bai. Zhao Feng glanced at Qin Yan, snorting in discontent. This isn't 300 years ago, a white potential, especially a priest, wanting to make a name for themselves? Not in this lifetime. Even if he really gets the resurrection skill, he can't compare to the Shi family. Shirley scoffed. I won't get involved in this matter. Ling Kong opened his mouth, although he wanted to speak up for Lin Chen. The facts were right in front of him, and he didn't have high hopes for Lin Chen. Their family backgrounds were worlds apart, and now the only chance for a turnaround, the awakening opportunity, had also fallen short. No matter how much Bai Jinqing liked him, it wouldn't matter. Social status wouldn't change just because of a liking. No matter how you looked at it, Lin Chen was not worthy of Bai Jinqing. What the hell? The panel has changed. At that moment, a spectator suddenly shouted, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Sure enough, the real-time score panel appeared on the big screen. However, the one in first place was actually Shi Tingrui. Goodness, how many minutes has it been? He's already reached the second level? Is this what golden potential can do? Holy Knight with both magic and martial arts. Can tank and deal damage, even stronger than a magic swordsman. It's normal to reach the second level so quickly. But Yi Qingtian is a magic-type arcane mage. Shouldn't he be faster than the knight-type Shi Tingrui? Who knows? Hey, he's already passed. Yi Qingtian has already passed. Just 1 minute slower than Shi Tingrui. In the college entrance examination, looking at the first 10 levels is meaningless, they all have golden potential, and passing 30 levels is completely effortless. If you want to see, you have to look at the later levels. Wow, that's impressive. They cleared the first level in less than 5 minutes. Is this the true value of golden potential? Hey, isn't that Bai Jinqing from Apocalypse Academy? Why is she still hanging around the entrance? Her teammates? What are those? Listening to the whispers of the audience, Ling Kong couldn't help but sigh. The screen had just cut back to Bai Jinqing, who was still chatting with Lin Chen behind Li Fei. After all, with orange potential, it's normal to attract attention. Tang Rue is indeed worthy of his golden potential. It's only been a short while, and he's already reached the second level? Tang Fei isn't lagging behind either, he should be close too. The three with golden potential are a different league altogether, but among the orange potential team, her Xianfeng Snow Maiden can definitely rank at the top, while others are nearing the checkpoint. She's still stuck at the entrance. At this rate, even if she clears the 39th level, it will be hard for her to get into Dawn University. Dawn University is the best among key universities, with only military academies comparable. Clearing levels is just one of the basic requirements. To get into Dawn University, speed, scoring, and personal strength must all be considered. At her current pace, it seems difficult. Zhao Feng snorted. You should also look at her teammates. Tang Fei found two orange teammates, balanced in offense and defense, while she has a purple earth warrior and a white priest. Isn't she just relying on her teammates? Qin Yan opened his mouth, glanced at the sarcastic Shirley, and couldn't help but look at Bai Xiangnan beside him. Xiangnan, I'm not saying this lightly, but you really need to take care of this. Jinqing is an orange potential, her future is boundless. She's young and has dreams, which is normal, but as a parent, you can't let her keep making mistakes. Bai Xiangnan shook his head expressionlessly. You don't need to worry about this, Uncle Qin, I know what I'm doing. Qin Yan helplessly pressed his lips together, and before he could speak, the audience below erupted in cheers. Oh my god? No wonder they're the favorites to win. In just 15 minutes, they've reached the 5th level. The Guardian there is a level 25 elite monster, right? And they took it down in just a few skills? This is the Golden Valkyrie. The latecomers surpass the early ones, faster than Shi Tang Rue. Such amazing marksmanship. If I had that kind of strength, hugging beauties on both sides wouldn't be a dream. The second-ranked Yi Qing Tian is also impressive, right? Following closely behind the Valkyrie, he's also reached the 5th level. This time, the champion will definitely be between the two of them. Hey, isn't that Bai Jinqing, ranked 6th? Why is she still on the 1st level? Seeing Bai Jinqing still chatting with Lin Chen on the 1st level, everyone grew increasingly curious about Lin Chen's identity. Who is that male student? Could he also be of orange potential? But he wasn't in the freshman report? Wait a minute, what's going on? If I'm not mistaken, that's the Earth Warrior's War Trample skill, right? Isn't the Earth Warrior a purple class? An orange potential should at least team up with a black class, right? Why is she teaming up with a purple class? Latest news, Bai Jinqing's other teammate is a regular white priest. Ah, is it really that outrageous? The audience was instantly in an uproar. However, the person involved, handsome Lin, was still leisurely strolling with Bai Jinqing on the 1st level as if they were on a date. This promotion's secret realm is the same every year. This is my first time entering this year, and the sense of pressure isn't that great. Bai Jinqing covered her mouth and chuckled. The monsters in the 1st level are only level 10, so you naturally won't feel much pressure. But I've heard my father say that this secret realm is very magical. No one has ever cleared 49 levels, with the maximum being only 45. Lin Chen was taken aback. Isn't it said that clearing 39 levels is enough to get into Dawn University? Yes, but to gain greater benefits and get into better schools, many students who have cleared 39 levels will aim for higher levels. Bai Jinqing glanced at Li Fei, who was battling the monsters. Actually, there's an unspoken rule in the Ascension Secret Realm. If you clear 39 levels, you can enter most universities, but that's just for ordinary students. If you want to become a core student or get into prestigious schools like Dawn University or Military University, level 41 is the first threshold. Lin Chen nodded in realization. Then it seems we need to push on. Bai Jinqing softly agreed. So we need to hurry. The earlier we clear the levels, the higher our scores will be, which will greatly help our future university choices. Alright, you help me grind first. Let me practice with Li Fei while I digest the food. Okay, Bai Jinqing replied, then followed behind Li Fei to start using her skills. The monsters in the 1st level were low level, and Li Fei could easily defeat them without needing Lin Chen's help. With Bai Jinqing's addition, they were quickly annihilated in waves. Their progress speed increased more than threefold, making Li Fei laugh heartily. It's still Sister Bai, her damage is just so high. The monsters in the Ascension secret realm were relatively dense, and with Bai Jinqing's help, Li Fei's experience skyrocketed. By the time the three reached the entrance of the second level, Li Fei had leveled up twice. Awesome! So awesome! Upon entering the second level, Li Fei put his hands on his hips and laughed skyward. I just cleared one level and I'm already at level 17. If I clear 10 levels, won't I reach level 20? Lin Chen was speechless and patted his shoulder. Go ahead, this level has all level 15 monsters. We'll rely entirely on you. Li Fei grinned widely. Don't worry, boss. With me here, the monsters won't touch you. Watching Li Fei charge at the monsters with a wild shout, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Wow, ha ha ha, I leveled up again. Ha ha ha. The monsters in the second level were all level 15, and with Bai Jinqing's damage, they were instantly killed. Basically, Li Fei would attract the monsters, and Bai Jinqing would unleash a skill, resulting in rapid leveling. I'm level 18. Ha ha. Li Fei excitedly pinched his waist, pulling Lin Chen into the teleportation portal as he spoke. Boss, let me tell you, I grinded with old Jiao and the others for a whole week. Damn, and I barely reached level 15. Those guys, their damage was ridiculous. It wasn't even as high as Sister Bai's Blizzard. How long has it been? Not even half an hour, right? I've leveled up 3 times. The more Li Fei spoke, the more excited he became, and there was a hint of showing off in his tone. He boldly wrapped his arm around Lin Chen's neck. Boss, I told you long ago, right? We should quickly team up with Sister Bai. Leveling up together would be like riding a rocket. At this point, he suddenly realized. By the way, Sister Bai, what level are you? Your damage is insane. Bai Jinqing paused, seemingly unconcerned. I just finished my first job change. Now I'm level 32. Ah, ha. Li Fei was a bit stunned and instinctively looked at Bai Jinqing with wide eyes. You mean you're level 32? 32? Bai Jinqing didn't think her level was particularly high, like Yanxi. She had just seen that Yanxi was already level 35. Although it seemed like only a 3-level difference, the experience required for those 3 levels could only be understood after completing the first job change. However, upon confirmation, Li Fei was momentarily dumbfounded. Damn, 32? No wonder your damage is so high. You've already completed your first job change. Li Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. After working hard for a week, compared to her, it was like heaven and earth. No wonder you have orange potential. With that leveling speed, I can't even catch up. Li Fei smacked his lips and quickly tightened his hold on Lin Chen. Boss, look at Sister Bai, already level 32. But this is a good thing. The higher Sister Bai's level, the higher her damage. So we might be able to clear several more levels. The more Li Fei spoke, the brighter his eyes became, suddenly filled with hope for the future. I was originally thinking that if I could reach level 29, I would be grateful, and then I would withdraw from the team so I wouldn't hold Sister Bai back. Looking at it this way, I feel like we can still hug the thighs a bit more, right? Although the checkpoints were strict regulations, if they could break through a few more, that would naturally be good. Lin Chen smiled as he watched Li Fei's animated expressions, feeling little fluctuation inside. For him, wanting to get into Dawn University was completely within his grasp. By the way, boss, I'm already level 18, you should have leveled up quite a bit too, right? I saw you giving me so many purple gear, your teammates must be pretty strong. You're not level 20 already, are you? Lin Chen was a white potential priest, so forming a team wasn't difficult. But leveling up was probably a bit of a challenge. It was normal for Li Fei to think this way. Hearing Li Fei's question, Bai Jinqing also looked over curiously, but she remembered that when in a team, they could see each other's levels, so she instinctively checked the team information. Just as she opened it, she heard Lin Chen chuckle. Me? I'm level 38 now. Oh, level 38? That's not. Wait for me a second? Li Fei suddenly stood still, his eyes wide in shock as he tilted his head to look at Lin Chen. Boss, you said you leveled up that much? 38, is there any doubt? Lin Chen was at a loss for words, but to Li Fei, this was completely a bolt from the blue. What the heck? 38? Li Fei slowly opened his mouth, completely stunned. Bai Jinqing was level 32, although he was surprised. He thought it was normal since she had orange potential. If she were still in her teens, that would be unreasonable, right? But Lin Chen? He was the most useless white priest. How could he level up to 38 in just a week? You really leveled up to 38? While Li Fei was in shock, Bai Jinqing also spoke with a face full of astonishment. She had already seen the team information, and there was no way to fake that. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Well, I just finished my first promotion, and then I was level 38. I didn't really pay attention to it. Oh my. Bai Jinqing was instantly dumbfounded. She had seen Lin Chen's damage, but she never expected that after his first promotion, he could reach level 38. How much experience did he accumulate? This was outrageous. Oh my gosh. After reading the team information, Li Fei was suddenly jolted awake. What the heck? Li Fei's expression of shock instantly turned into excitement as he immediately hugged Lin Chen. Boss? You're amazing. Ha ha ha. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I really admire you. Ha ha ha. Li Fei was so excited that he didn't know how to express his admiration for Lin Chen. Holding onto him and laughing joyfully. Li Fei wasn't a fool. He quickly understood two things. First, Lin Chen was most likely not white potential, or he had some fortuitous encounter. His abilities were definitely not something that could be explained by white potential. Second, those purple gear he originally thought were farmed by Lin Chen and his teammates? Now it seemed very likely that Lin Chen had farmed them himself. But regardless of which, it all pointed to one thing: Lin Chen was not as useless as he appeared. Perhaps he was a hidden expert. Thinking this way, forget about level 29. They might even push for level 39. If luck was on their side, they could all get into the top 10 key universities in Long Country. Boss, you really are my lucky star. Dear father, ha ha ha. Bai Jinqing's eyes sparkled, her beautiful gaze fixed on Lin Chen. This was beyond her expectations, so far beyond. With that, Bai Jinqing's little face flushed, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her staff. Advancement Secret Realm, Level 9, Shi Tengfei shouted loudly, and the silver great sword in his hand immediately swung out a crescent blade, instantly taking down a group of stone tigers in front of him. The sycophant Zhao Ming beside him immediately applauded. Boss is amazing. So amazing. Ha ha ha. He held a dagger, excitedly running up to Shi Tengfei. Boss, this is the last batch of monsters. We can go directly to level 10 now. Shi Tengfei smugly pressed down the corners of his mouth. Monsters at level 19 are nothing in front of me. A first-turn paladin. That's for sure. As a sycophant, Zhao Ming's emotional value was always high. Although his three teammates disapproved, they had no choice. After all, Shi Tengfei had taken pity on him and insisted on bringing him along. Shi Tengfei glanced at the time and turned to Zhao Ming. How many levels has Bai Jinqing cleared? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately flattered in a low voice. They are currently at the 5th level. It will be a while before they catch up to us. Shi Tengfei snorted coldly. A purple earth warrior, a white priest, all the damage output relies solely on Bai Jinqing. If they were ahead of us, that would be a different story. Shi Tengfei looked back with a hint of sarcasm. Just right. Let's take advantage of this high-stakes exam to make you completely give up. Zhao Ming's mind stirred, leaning forward and whispering. So, boss, are we going to make a move here? Shi Tengfei waved his hand. The 9th level is just minor monsters. It's useless. Wait for the 10th level, that's where the real deal is. Besides, I'm not trying to make her quit just like that. Zhao Ming nodded repeatedly. Boss, I understand. Shi Tengfei glanced at him, his smile gradually turning cruel. When we clear the 10th level, you'll hide to the side and use the Malia grass for the respawns. That foolish white priest won't be able to keep Li Fei's health up. As soon as they both die, you hurry to clear the level and find us. Zhao Ming slowly curled his lips, narrowing his eyes as he whispered. Boss, don't worry. I'll handle it well. Someone's coming out. It's true. In the training ground, as flashes began to appear in the center of the square, the audience instantly perked up. Why are they coming out at the 10th level? Wow, so many people? They haven't even cleared the 10th level. They won't even get into college. The people sitting in the main viewing platform, including Ling Kong and others, couldn't help but shake their heads. Looks like there are quite a few who won't get into college this year. When has it been any different? At least a third of them won't make it. It's normal. Zhao Feng snorted. In just a week, even with white potential, as long as they work hard, reaching level 12 is definitely not a problem. The first 9 levels of the promotion secret realm are practically free experience. If cleared, they can at least level up 6 or 7 levels. A 3-person team at level 17, as long as they position themselves well, can clear the level 20 strategy in 10 minutes, even if it's slow. It's clear they didn't learn how to kite properly during their studies, and after awakening, they didn't practice leveling hard. Xin Yan shook his head. Kids these days have it easy, with fewer dangers. They get a little carried away with slightly better awakening professions. It's normal to have this result. Ling Kong looked at the students in the center and suddenly felt something was off. That kid is Lu Zhong from our Tianqi Academy, right? Isn't he already level 14? He should be level 19 by the 10th level. There's no way he can't clear a level 20. Others noticed the issue as well. Oh, it really is. That kid is from our academy. Also level 19, and in a 5-person team. How did they fail at the 10th level? More and more students appeared in the center. And not just the principals and higher-ups, even the audience sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Why do they all seem so angry after coming out? Yeah, that kid just threw his weapon on the ground? Is that injury a bit serious? An Earth Warrior can be beaten to the point of ruining their armor by a level 20? Fortunately, if they die in the promotion secret realm, they will respawn outside, otherwise, these students would have truly died once. The promotion secret realm was originally meant for assessment, so once transported into the realm, they would be passively bound to resurrection stones. Fearing too many deaths would impact the development of Manhwa, but even so, with so many people failing at the 10th level, it made everyone increasingly suspicious. Even Bai Shangnan felt something was off. He frowned slightly and whispered, "Old Su, could it be that there's a problem with the promotion secret realm?" "No, don't worry. You know how the promotion island works," Su replied. However, the more Bai Shangnan looked, the more uneasy he felt. In just 10 minutes, nearly a third of the students had already come out, including several who were level 20 blue potential practitioners. This was very unusual. He glanced at the big screen. Bai Jinqing's team was in 76th place and still on the 8th level. This left him in silence. Perhaps sensing his concern, Su, who had been in stealth mode, spoke softly, "Don't worry, that child Qingqing won't get into trouble." Upon hearing this, Bai Shangnan suddenly realized what Su meant and frowned. "You really lost track of that child?" Su was silent for a moment before sighing. "It's not that I lost track, it's that I can't follow her. The place she went to is an alternate space for the task. Once she goes in, others can't follow. If they force their way in, she'll notice." Bai Shangnan pursed his lips. "Did you help her find the underworld river?" Su's voice noticeably paused. Bai Shangnan sighed, feeling quite helpless. "You're too indulgent with Qingqing." Su sighed as well. "That child is very unusual, even I can't see her panel. But I've seen her grind monsters, and her damage is outrageous, and her skills are very strange. Overall, her strength is far beyond what white potential can explain." Su paused, and his aged voice reached Bai Shangnan's ears again. "Perhaps Qingqing is right." Bai Shangnan's eyelids twitched, and he slowly clenched his back teeth. Level 10. The figures of Lin Chan and the others appeared at the end of the level. Li Fei was still excited, completely in a state of exhilaration. "This is awesome. This promotion secret realm is really a great place. Leveling up is so fast. I'm about to hit level 20. Ha ha ha." Each level had many monsters, and the three of them, in order to level up, didn't choose a single line to grind through but instead took out the surrounding monsters as well. After all, Bai Jinqing's damage was high, so it didn't waste time. Lin Chan looked at the stone golem in the distance. "Let's go. If we take it down, we can enter level 11. "Sure." Li Fei rolled up his sleeves, holding the shield that was still larger than his body. "Just watch me." With that, Li Fei let out a battle cry and immediately charged forward, a red line trailing behind him. "You scoundrel! Grandpa is here." Li Fei swung his shield and, taking advantage of the charge, slammed it down on the stone golem. Bang! The stone golem trembled violently and immediately became furious. Without hesitation, it raised its hand and struck Li Fei. Bang! Ouch! Damn! Li Fei was startled, his face turning pale. That hit nearly took him down to 0 health. "Boss, help! Quick, give me a heal." Lin Chen was taken aback and quickly replied, "Take a potion." "I can't heal, I don't have healing skills." "Ha!" Li Fei looked confused, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He quickly took out a red potion and gulped it down. He retreated while dodging, his mouth not idle. "Aren't you the boss? Aren't you a priest? Don't priests heal? What kind of priest are you?" Lin Chen looked at him suspiciously. "Ah, who knows? Anyway, my priest is different from others." Saying this, he looked at Bai Jinqing. Jinqing, don't you think this is strange? Level 20. And so tall? Generally, the most direct way to showcase strength is height. Normally, a level 20 elite would only be about 3 meters tall at most, but this one was a full 5 meters. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he noticed it had green lines on its body. Bai Jinqing naturally also noticed something was off. I checked the stone golem before, it should only be 5 meters tall, and it doesn't have green lines. Lin Chen let out a soft "oh," but before he could speak, the stone golem suddenly went berserk, its speed increasing threefold. Without waiting for Lin Chen to react, it bypassed Li Fei and ran in front of the two, raising its massive stone hand to strike. Bang! Bang! The damage of 10,000 came floating out from Bai Jinqing. The 1,000 damage naturally came from Lin Chen. However, Bai Jinqing's health only dropped by half, while Lin Chen's health remained mostly unchanged. Lin Chen instinctively pulled out a novice staff from his backpack. Blood explosion spell. Bang! Huge critical hit numbers floated up, and the stone man didn't make a sound, shattering into a pile of smoking rubble. This left Li Fei, who had just rushed back in shock, frozen in place. You have killed the Stone King. Experience points. You have killed Zhao Ming, huh? Lin Chen was taken aback, looking around with some suspicion. Zhao Ming? Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Boss? Li Fei's eyelids twitched as he looked at the smoking rubble, and as he came to his senses, his face was filled with horror. What the hell? Boss? Li Fei jumped up high, throwing away his shield. This? You? Ha? He ran towards Lin Chen like a madman, shaking Lin Chen's shoulders. Boss? You're not a priest, are you? You? How come? Li Fei excitedly glanced at the rubble, then at Lin Chen, his mouth starting to stutter. Lin Chen could only smile wryly. Then what do you think the purple gear you're wearing came from? Didn't I tell you? I'm not like other priests. What the hell? Li Fei shouted, completely stunned. I thought I was just holding onto Sister Bai's thigh. Turns out I was holding onto two. Boss, I want to be a pendant. Someone who speaks nicely and knows how to handle things. Guiding east instead of west. That would be great. Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, patting him on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense with me. We don't need to do this between brothers. Li Fei was almost in tears. Boss, I feel like I'm going to make it big. Getting into a first-class university this year isn't a dream. Lin Chen was speechless, gently patting his shoulder. What first-class university? The key point, understand? The key point, we also have the means. If Li Fei had heard this before, he would have thought Lin Chen was joking. But now, he only felt Lin Chen was a god, radiating divine light. Li Fei's tears fell, overwhelmed with excitement. Boss, you're like my real dad. When I get home, I'm going to take that old man down. Put. Bai Jinqing couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. Even Lin Chen was left speechless. Stop messing around with me. Hurry up, or we won't make it in time. Hearing this, Bai Jinqing quickly spoke up. Right, we really need to hurry. Yanxi has already reached level 21. Ha? Level 21? Li Fei's eyes widened. No wonder its golden potential. Really impressive. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, pretending not to hear, especially since a pair of bright, big eyes were eagerly staring at the back of his head. Only Li Fei, who was carefree, knew how to make a fuss. He excitedly walked towards the teleportation portal with his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Hey, boss, I just suddenly remembered something. That hit took away over 10,000 health, and I have less than 800 left. Sister Bai is in cloth armor, taking over 20,000 damage is normal, but she only lost half. So how come Sister Bai has orange potential, high growth attributes, thick health, and yet when she hits you, your health bar drops so little? Bai Jinqing was clearly curious about this question as well. Lin Chen smiled. I have a lot of health, so of course, I lose less. With half orange gear and half purple gear, his defense was higher than Li Fei's, so he naturally lost less health. Li Fei tilted his head suspiciously. Boss, how much health do you have? Lin Chen was taken aback, not having paid attention to this issue. After all, he hadn't been hit by monsters much while leveling up. Seeing Li Fei ask, he took a look. Let me check. Oh, over 210,000. What the hell? Li Fei jumped up, and even Bai Jinqing looked shocked. 210,000 health? Li Fei was dumbfounded. Not the boss? You're level 38 with 210,000 health? How much constitution do you have? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Ever since he successfully advanced, he hadn't checked his stats due to time constraints. He recalled that his title seemed to have been activated as well. He quickly switched his novice staff for the Curse of Malice and opened his panel to take a look. Name, Lin Chen class, Malicious Priest potential, red level, experience points, 242 trillion strength, 1710 agility, 1693 spirit, 2835 constitution, 1885 equipment, Curse of Malice, gold, necklace of the demonized Wolf King, purple, demonized wolf boots, purple, pig king ring, purple, glory of Beryld, orange, will of Beryld, orange, mask of the abyss lord, orange, earring of spirits vigil, gold. Spell of Gloom, orange. Bone binding belt, orange. Skills, blood burst, tear, disease, plague, neural control, demon transformation, malice talents, mutation, red, transcendence, red, fate, red, malicious priest? So I'm a malicious priest? Thinking of his skill forms and effects, Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk, feeling it was quite fitting. Ah, my constitution is 1885. Poof. Li Fei spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. What the hell? Li Fei's eyes nearly popped out. Boss? I'm level 19, and I'm a defensive earth warrior with a constitution of only 202. You're level 38 and your constitution is already 1800? The constitution to health ratio varies based on class and potential. Armored classes generally have a ratio of about 1 to 80. Like Li Fei, cloth classes have the least. Mostly around 1 to 60 or 1 to 50, by Jin Qing, due to her orange potential, is at 1 to 60, but Lin Chen was completely different. Excluding the hidden health bonuses from his equipment, Lin Chen had a 1 to 100 health conversion rate. By Jin Qing muttered in shock, my spirit is only over 1300, my constitution is barely over 800. Your constitution is even higher than my spirit. Then your spirit. Lin Chen glanced at his panel. My spirit is now 2835. By Jin Qing, Li Fei. Today I've seen a living deity. Li Fei was dumbfounded, completely stunned. Boss. Li Fei smacked his lips, tears welling up. I was just boasting about protecting you, but your defense is higher than my health. In this day and age, you have to throw away goods to compare, and comparing people can lead to death. Woo woo. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, glancing at Bai Jin Qing, who was gaping in shock. Then he patted Li Fei on the back of the head. Alright, why are we talking about this? Let's hurry and clear the level. He still had a lot of equipment he hadn't equipped yet. Once he reached level 40, with 3 orange and 3 purple pieces, his strength would increase significantly. Li Fei suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted, right, clear the level, catch up to Yan Shi, become number 1. Bai Jinqing's eyelids twitched, as if she had triggered a keyword, especially the phrase catch up. It was too eye-catching. Li Fei, charge. The 11th level is all small monsters. They're all yours. Okay. Li Fei, completely oblivious to Bai Jinqing's hidden meaning, dashed forward with a red line trailing behind him. Before long, he started shouting for help because Bai Jinqing showed no intention of intervening. Boss, help! Bai Jie, sister-in-law. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, unable to help but facepalm. This silly kid. By the way, taking advantage of Li Fei's escape, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. Do you know who Zhao Ming is? Bai Jin Qing was taken aback. Zhao Ming? She felt it sounded somewhat familiar, and after thinking carefully, her expression darkened. Zhao Ming? You mean, he's not Shirting Fei's lackey, right? Hearing her say this, Lin Chen also realized. Although they were classmates, to be honest, he naturally wouldn't pay much attention to someone he had no feelings for. Bai Jinqing looked at him with some curiosity. What made you think to ask him? Lin Chen pursed his lips and shrugged. Just now, when I got the kill, the battle log told me I also killed someone named Zhao Ming. Bai Jinqing's eyelids twitched, and she instantly understood what was going on. She instinctively looked at Lin Chen, who clearly reacted as well, and they both exclaimed in unison. That was Zhao Ming's doing. Bai Jinqing's face darkened, her teeth grinding in anger. It must be Shirting Fei. There was no need to think too hard about it. It was definitely Shirting Fei who sent Zhao Ming to wait here and then used some kind of item to trigger the frenzy. What was his purpose? Bai Jinqing knew it all too well. He must have wanted to kill Lin Chen and Li Fei, cutting off their path to university. After all, in their minds, Lin Chen was a white garbage priest, and Li Fei was a purple defense warrior. It was impossible for them to withstand 2 hits from level 20. If that happened, they would be out of the 10th level, and they would never get into university again, only able to live as lone wolves. By then, without the protection of a student identity, he could do whatever he wanted to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was naturally puzzled as well, his gaze cold as he looked ahead. Very good. Extremely good. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, since you want to court death. Then this time, let me teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Zhao Ming looked around in confusion. How did I end up here? Wasn't I just next to it? Time passed in a flash, and 3 hours had gone by. The first 10 levels of the promotion secret realm were free, and the difficulty would only increase starting from the 11th level. The monster levels began at 21 and increased with each level, especially by the 20th level. The difficulty skyrocketed, changing from elite monsters to rare monsters, so even though Yan Shi and the others had golden potential, their progress slowed down starting from the 35th level. After all, even if they completed their first class, their levels would be around 35, and facing rare monsters at level 40, they could no longer achieve instant kills. Moreover, with the monsters increasing exponentially, it was hard to clear levels quickly without top-tier magic professions, excluding Yan Shi and the others who were in the first tier at level 34. The rest, including Shiting Fei and Bai Jinwu, were still hovering around level 30. Only Lin Chen's team remained at level 21. As for black and purple professions, they were even slower, with basically no one passing level 25. Finally, after another hour, Xin excitedly picked up the microphone and shouted, "It's the 39th level. Yan Shi's team has reached the 39th level. Yi Qingtian's team is closely following, right behind Yan Shi's team. Both teams have already broken last year's records. It seems this year's team championship battle will be between these two teams. Shiteng Rue, due to his profession, has fewer skills, but he has also reached the 38th level. I believe it won't be long before he enters the 39th level. The competition for this year's college entrance examination assessment is truly fierce," Xin excitedly explained in mid-air, while the audience below whispered among themselves. It has to be the golden potential, they're just impressive. In previous years, there weren't even 3 with golden potential, and orange was the best. Who says otherwise? Moreover, this year, not only are there more golds, but there are also more oranges. The 7 at the bottom of the rankings are all orange potential. I saw in the report that there are as many as 28 orange potential professionals this year, breaking records. But unfortunately, the other orange potential professionals have all reached around level 29, and only Bai Jinqing's team is still stuck at level 21. It seems this year, getting into a good university is going to be tough for them. There's nothing to be done, her teammates are too weak. 1 purple and 1 white. Even if Yan Shi were to lead, it wouldn't speed things up. Such a pity. I heard that Bai Jinqing is still the jewel of the second-ranked family in Tianqi City, and now she is about to be pulled down from her pedestal. It's probably another ridiculous relationship affecting her. To be honest, in this day and age, one's profession has already determined everything else is nonsense. The first 25 levels are fine, she can rely on her own strength to carry 2 burdens, but after level 25, if her teammates aren't up to par, she won't make it at all. I estimate she will be the first orange potential player to drop out before level 30. That would be quite the spectacle. The audience felt a sense of regret, but for many, this was just a joke, even tinged with sarcasm and mockery. They all looked forward to Bai Jinqing dropping out early to satisfy their jealousy for those who had failed to awaken or had low potential. Human nature has always been like this. Level 39. Facing the endless rat-like Earth Spirit Scouts, Yan Shi stabbed her golden spear into the ground and helplessly took out a bottle of mental potion to drink. Xiao Yu, Lan, the monsters are right behind us. Be careful to control the monsters on both sides so they don't disturb me. Okay, Sister Shi. Yan Shi took a deep breath, just about to pick up her spear when she heard footsteps behind her. She instinctively turned around and saw Yi Qingtian and his 2 companions holding staffs. Yan Shi. Yi Qingtian was elegant and calm, a rare sight where he didn't show his usual foolish side upon encountering Yan Shi. Do you want to team up to clear level 39? He approached with his 2 teammates, smiling softly. The monsters in this level are level 50 legendary creatures, and their skills are such that if you can dodge or withstand them, your teammates might not be able to. For outsiders, the secrets of the promotion's secret realm were all unknown, but for those with a certain background like them, it was merely information at their fingertips. She naturally understood this as well. She glanced at Yi Qingtian's two teammates, level 36 orange potential fraudster, and Ji, level 35 orange potential shield rock. Wei Shiming, Yi Qingtian, you really found two good teammates. Yi Qingtian was both amused and helpless. I don't have many friends, it just so happens they are both orange potential, and they were kind enough to team up with me to give it a try. She smiled. In terms of hypocrisy, your Yi family is truly consistent. Yi Qingtian twitched the corner of his mouth, clearly a bit embarrassed. Shi, do you accept my proposal? If we cooperate, we can save 2/3 of the time. Shi nodded, not refuting him. Great. I haven't seen the power of an arcane mage yet, today will be an eye-opener. Yi Qingtian pressed his lips together in silence. Shi, if we're going to cooperate, let's get on with it. Shi didn't want to engage with him much. If it weren't for worrying about Xiaoyu and Lan Lan, she wouldn't cooperate with Yi Qingtian at all. Yi Qingtian sighed and looked at Wei Shiming. Shiming, go pull the monsters. Wei Shiming nodded, picked up his shield, and threw it out. Miraculously, the shield transformed into a fist-sized stone, which, upon hitting the first monster, immediately bounced to the next one. Before long, with a series of thuds, more than a dozen monsters in front of them were struck and charged over in a fury. Seeing this, Wei Shiming shouted, and a white light suddenly illuminated everyone. She raised an eyebrow. Life roar? +10 to health limit? Interesting. Yi Qingtian slightly curled his lips. Shiming's defense is stronger. Monsters not exceeding his own level by 5 can't break through his defense. As soon as Yi Qingtian finished speaking, Wei Shiming had already pulled dozens of monsters, creating gaps on both sides, but he himself hadn't lost much health. A basic red potion could easily fill him up. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian quickly raised his small staff. There are too many monsters here, we need to hurry, or by the time they react and use their skills, we won't be able to handle it. After saying that, at the moment Ji's figure disappeared. Yi Qingtian raised his small staff. The next second, a beam of light shot out from his staff, transforming into several blue orbs of light that struck the monster in front of Wei Shiming. With just one hit, the monster was instantly killed. She raised an eyebrow. That damage is pretty good. Ha! Yi Qingtian smiled and, after casting an arcane bolt, turned to Shi and said, at this level, I only have one single target skill that can kill monsters instantly, the other skills just can't do it. So if we want to break through the higher levels, cooperation is the best choice. Cooperation? Shi smiled but did not engage further. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian was a bit confused. From your expression, it seems you're not willing? Why? Shi shrugged and picked up her spear. You're quite interesting. Asking a question you already know the answer to? Yi Qingtian's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly smiled. Isn't cooperation good? She casually twirled her spear with one hand and glanced at him. I'd rather cooperate with that interesting handsome guy than with you, a hypocritical gentleman. Yi Qingtian twitched his mouth, feeling helpless and speechless, but there was no anger in him, because not just him, anyone who had interacted with she knew she was someone who never liked to beat around the bush. If she liked you, she liked you. If she didn't, she didn't. She was straightforward and unpretentious. This was also one of the reasons why she was so popular. Speaking of which, she suddenly remembered. She turned to Lan Lan. How far has he gotten? Lan Lan glanced at her watch. To level 21. Seeing she raise an eyebrow, seemingly interested, Lan Lan hesitated for a moment, looked at Yi Qingtian who was focused on farming monsters, and then leaned closer to Shi, whispering, Sister Shi, I've looked at the data, that person has white potential, and he's a priest with no damage, only that Bai Jinqing is decent, with orange potential. Why are you so concerned about their team? Shi tilted her head and smiled at her. His name is Lin Chen, not that person. Besides, what's wrong with white, as long as it's interesting? Lan Lan's cheeks twitched, her beautiful face showing a hint of confusion. She couldn't understand why a team composed of orange, purple, and white would matter so much to Shi, who would occasionally check on their progress. The problem was, she always felt that Shi regarded this team as the biggest competitor. Yes, having followed Shi for so long, she understood her character too well. No matter how powerful Yi Qingtian and Shi Tengrui were, or how strong their teammates were. She had never asked about them. Only this team, she always brought up. Seeing her lost in thought, she curved her lips into a beautiful arc. He will become our biggest competitor. Lan Lan looked confused. How is that possible? Bai Jinqing has orange potential, how could he compare to you? Sister she? She smiled with a strange expression. I didn't say Qingqing, I'm talking about Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Lan Lan was filled with questions. Him? A white priest? She raised an eyebrow non-committally. Yes. Lan Lan clearly didn't believe it at all. No. Sister she. Why would you believe that a white priest could become your competitor? She didn't explain. Just looked at her meaningfully. We've already reached level 39, he will definitely have to make a move. You'll see his clearing speed then. Lin Chen had been holding back to train Li Fei, relying solely on Bai Jinqing for damage output. But after reaching level 21, the progress had noticeably slowed down. After all, Li Fei was only level 21, facing monsters of the same level. He could handle a few less. But more than that, he couldn't take it. Lin Chen wouldn't heal, so Li Fei didn't dare to pull too many monsters. Many times, they had to rely on Bai Jinqing to kite alone. By the time they reached the final level, Lin Chen traded some red and blue potions to Li Fei and turned to Bai Jinqing. It's been 5 hours now, right? What's the fastest record so far? Bai Jinqing glanced at her watch, her eyelids twitching. Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian have already reached level 39. They've been stuck there for half an hour, so they should be close. Bai Jinqing had previously given Lin Chen a rough overview of the various levels. Based on the levels, the 39th level should be a level 50 legend, with minor monsters at level 49. Given Yan Shi and the others' progress speed, if they weren't greedy for experience, they could definitely reach the front in half an hour. No wonder they have golden potential, their progress speed is impressive. Lin Chen muttered, causing both Bai Jinqing and Li Fei to nod in agreement. We can't keep practicing like monkeys, we need to speed up. They definitely won't stop at level 39, we have to surpass them and take first place. Moreover, he needed to level up to 40 quickly to exchange for those 3 orange and 3 purple pieces of equipment. The monsters at the lower levels were too low in level to give Lin Chen much experience, but after level 29, it would be better, as the monsters would start at level 40. Li Fei, realizing what Lin Chen meant, had a confused expression. What do you mean, boss? Are you messing with me? Lin Chen patted his shoulder. You need to be able to stand on your own, the monsters in the secret realm are perfect for training. This is all experience for surviving in the future. Li Fei shrugged helplessly. Who told you to be my boss? You call the shots, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Chen smiled, not explaining further. He believed that Li Fei would thank him later. Alright, from the next level on, I'll take charge myself. Li Fei blinked and suddenly remembered the scene where Lin Chen killed the stone man with a skill. Given Lin Chen's damage, the monsters before level 30 would probably be one-shot kills. Wouldn't that mean the leveling speed would be like riding a rocket? The more Li Fei thought about it, the brighter his eyes became, and he looked at Bai Jinqing, who was equally expectant. Great, then I'll go pull the monsters. Boss. Li Fei grinned and stepped into the teleportation portal, entering level 22 first. Lin Chen and Bai Jinqing exchanged glances and smiled as they followed him in. The monsters in level 22 were a pack of hyena warriors. They stood as tall as adults, upright, wielding 2 whirlwind blades, looking incredibly fierce. Upon spotting Li Fei, they charged at him with loud howls. Damn! Li Fei's expression changed, and he immediately raised his shield to activate the Earth Shield skill. In an instant, he was surrounded by the hyena warriors, unable to escape. Boss, are you here? Stop with the lovey-dovey stuff. Your health is about to drop. Stop talking nonsense. As soon as Lin Chen entered, he heard Li Fei's chatter, nearly laughing in frustration. However, there were indeed quite a few monsters in front of him, so he picked up his staff and cast a blood explosion spell. The next second, a series of massive critical hit numbers lit up, and the monsters in front of Li Fei didn't even make a sound before exploding into a mist of blood, collapsing to the ground. What the hell? Li Fei lowered his shield, staring dumbfounded at the blood-soaked hyena warriors in front of him. No way, boss, I didn't see it wrong, did I? Your critical damage? Over 700. 000? Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. These minor monsters are only in their 20s, I'm suppressing their level, so of course, it's high. Li Fei suddenly understood but still looked resentful. Level suppression. but it shouldn't produce 700,000 critical damage. Stop talking. Hurry up and pull the monsters. Don't worry about the numbers, just ensure your health is fine while pulling more. Got it. Just watch me. Li Fei grinned, feeling more reassured after witnessing Lin Chen's damage. As Li Fei ran off, howling and pulling monsters, Lin Chen looked at Bai Jinqing suspiciously. Why are there so many monsters at the entrance? Weren't there no monsters when we entered before? Bai Jinqing shook her head. I don't know. It must be that the people in front attracted these monsters to the entrance to get through quickly. Of course, we can't rule out that someone is causing trouble on purpose. Everyone assumes the entrance area is a safe zone and a sorting area, so no one is on guard. If someone wanted to mess things up, it could easily lead to casualties. Even though they are all high school seniors, there are indeed many with malicious intentions. Bai Jinqing was quite disgusted by this. No matter what, they are all classmates, and doing this is somewhat over the line. However, Lin Chen didn't seem to care much. People are selfish, this world is one of the survival of the fittest, and cruel methods are still methods. Lin Chen scoffed, but this does remind me of something. Lin Chen paused, turned to Bai Jinqing, and smiled. Let's hurry and get through, we must secure the first place. Bai Jinqing's face flushed, and she nodded repeatedly. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached. Li Fei, abandoning his shield, ran over, panic-stricken, shouting, "Boss, you have to act fast. I've attracted half the monsters in the level, and I've stolen quite a few from others." Put. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. This Li Fei is too loud. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly. So you know how I've been getting through these 3 years, right? Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she mumbled shyly, I don't know. Lin Chen chuckled in disbelief at Bai Jinqing, then shook his head and walked towards Li Fei with a vengeful curse. Blood explosion. Bang bang bang. You killed a hyena. Experience points, you killed a hyena. Experience points, you killed a hyena. Experience points. Hearing the voices in his mind, Li Fei instinctively turned to look. The stampede of monsters behind him had all turned into small vegetables. Ha! Li Fei stopped, panting, leaning on his knees in shock. He had personally attacked these monsters, even though he was a defensive warrior. Due to his purple potential and equipped with purple gear, his damage was still decent. Even so, he could only deal over 1,000 damage with a single strike, which barely showed on the monster's health bar. Now, with just one skill from Lin Chen, they all died. The key issue was, if Lin Chen could one-shot a stone man, it could be said that his single-target skill output was high. But when he entered, he remembered Lin Chen used the same blood explosion skill. At that time, there were over 20 monsters, and they all died instantly. Now, he was still using blood explosion against hundreds or even thousands of monsters, and they still died? What kind of skill was Lin Chen using? Single-target output or, boss, you are too amazing. Li Fei looked at Lin Chen in shock. What skill is this? Just, all dead? Although Bai Jinqing had seen Lin Chen clear monsters in large areas, it didn't seem that extensive at that time. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched, and she realized, has your skill leveled up? Lin Chen smiled. Yes, it's upgraded now, and the range is larger than before, now at 1,500 meters. Ha! Upon hearing this, not just Li Fei, but even Bai Jinqing was dumbfounded. A skill with a 1,500 meter range? Li Fei jumped in front of Lin Chen, his face filled with disbelief. Boss, you're not joking, right? The historical record, the highest Rakshasa 10 seas, is only 1,000 meters range? That's the skill of our Dragon Kingdom's third-ranked guardian, the hidden class Shura? Your skill is even better than his? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. My skill is only at level 4 now, not maxed out yet. Put. Li Fei, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen, are you even human? Lin Chen, let's go. Stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, others will finish the level while we're still stuck here. Li Fei wiped his mouth and said with a hint of sorrow in his eyes, Boss, you've been hiding quite a few things from me. Lin Chen smirked, tilting his chin towards the front. Quickly pick up the items, then hurry to pull the monsters. Don't you want to make it into the top 10? Li Fei's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed in an instant. Yes, I'll go right now. Everyone has their secrets, and Li Fei knew this well, so he only mentioned it without asking further. with Li Fei leading the way to reduce damage and pull monsters. Lin Chen felt relaxed, chatting with Bai Jinqing as they moved forward. They hadn't encountered any other students until now, but they did come across a few. However, since everyone was just trying to clear the levels and had no grudges, they exchanged glances and went their separate ways. After all, there were plenty of teleportation portals at each level, so it didn't matter which one they entered. Soon, when Lin Chen and Bai Jinqing spotted the teleportation portal, Li Fei came running with a group of monsters in tow. "Boss, hurry! There are too many. I can't hold on," Li Fei shouted. His voice hoarse. Thankfully, he was thin, or he wouldn't have been able to run. Bai Jinqing stifled a laugh, standing obediently beside Lin Chen and whispering, with Li Fei pulling the monsters, "It's much faster." Lin Chen chuckled. "That's exactly why we need to team up with him." "Put, you're so bad." Lin Chen tilted his head to look at her. "How can you say I'm bad? I'm helping him level up, aren't I? He was only level 15 when he came in, and now he's level 20. Yes, 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 great benefactor." Bai Jinqing couldn't help but turn her head away to stifle her laughter. Lin Chen smiled, raised his staff, and unleashed a blood explosion spell again. Before long, both Li Fei and Bai Jinqing were enveloped in the golden light of leveling up. Li Fei jumped up in excitement. "Wow, I leveled up again. Boss, you're my god. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly pick up the items. Let's clear the level." Okay. Li Fei danced with excitement, and his speed in picking up items increased significantly. Bai Jinqing, feeling like she had nothing to do, joined in picking up items as well. With Lin Chen's powerful instant kill output, the trio moved at lightning speed. In less than 10 minutes, they reached level 29. Li Fei went from initial excitement to utter shock, completely at a loss, especially when he saw Lin Chen single-handedly annihilate the boss at level 29 with just one skill. Li Fei fell silent. Even witnessing it firsthand, he was deeply shocked by Lin Chen's damage output throughout their journey. No matter the level of the monsters, Lin Chen's damage consistently exceeded 700,000 per second. It was all done with a single skill. He hadn't even seen Lin Chen use a second skill, which was truly insane. But the good news was that in these 10 minutes, he had leveled up 3 times, which was better than grinding for 3 days outside. However, while they were enjoying their rapid leveling, the other students they surpassed were in for a rough time. Let's not forget that Lin Chen's skills came with a plague effect. In the training ground, more and more white lights appeared, signaling the end of these students' team assessment careers. However, their expressions were all bewildered. They had no idea what had just happened. Wasn't I pulling monsters? How did I end up here? What the hell? How did I get out? I was just in the perfect spot. What's going on? Why has my equipment durability dropped by half? Did I die? What's happening? Did I die from the plague? Are there monsters with plague skills in level 24? The students looked utterly confused. The audience was no better off. After all, there had been continuous footage from the promotion secret realm displayed on the big screen, and they hadn't seen what happened, only to see a large number of students exit inexplicably. What's going on? Coming out in white light means they died in the secret realm. But isn't this a bit too many? Yeah, did the monsters in the secret realm go berserk? There weren't any in the other levels except for 19 and 29, right? Even if it was bad, it shouldn't be that they were killed by small monsters, right? Could it be that there's a problem with the promotion secret realm? Listening to the audience's chatter, Ling Kong and the others also looked bewildered. He glanced at the many university presidents and high-ranking officials sitting across from him and noticed a hint of confusion in their eyes. Clearly, they also did not know what was happening. While Ling Kong was silent, his assistant hurriedly brought the latest news. "Director, we just received word that the students who suddenly withdrew all came from levels 22 to 27. According to their battle logs, they were all killed by a skill called Plague." Plague? Ling Kong and the others looked bewildered. There were no monsters with the Plague skill in the first 70 levels. How could they die from it? Qin Yan pondered for a moment. "Are you sure it was Plague and not poison?" The assistant nodded. "Yes, it was definitely Plague." Qin Yan looked at Ling Kong with suspicion. "Could someone be playing tricks?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "I don't think so. The highest level among these students is Yan Shi, and she's only level 35. It's impossible for her to have such means, and those with high potential wouldn't stoop to such things. Those with low potential wouldn't be able to do it either." The others were taken aback and instinctively looked at him. Zhao Feng didn't keep them in suspense and turned to the assistant. I see their confused faces, it's obvious they had no idea what happened before they died, right? The assistant nodded. Yes. They had no clue what was going on. One moment they were fighting monsters, and the next they appeared in the arena. Zhao Feng realized. Then that means one thing, the damage from that plague skill was too high, and it killed them instantly, which is why they didn't know what happened. Instant kill? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's conclusion, everyone's eyelids jumped, and they immediately recognized the seriousness of the issue. To be able to instant kill so many level 20 plus professionals without a second class transition was impossible. The students entering the secret realm were all at most first transition. Even if they wanted to do such a thing, they were all high-ranking officials and couldn't return to do it. Therefore, this incident could absolutely not have been caused by the students. If it wasn't the students, then the only remaining possibilities were the monsters in the secret realm and, could it be that a demon or a powerful being from the abyss entered? Xin Yan's words instantly made everyone sit up straight. Fortunately, Ling Kong reacted quickly and waved his hand. Impossible. Seeing the looks from everyone, Ling Kong said seriously, have you forgotten whose territory this is? With that person around, who could sneak in without being noticed? Moreover, this teleportation array was personally set up by Morong Xinshin. No powerful being could enter silently. Then who could it be? Did the monsters in the secret realm mutate and level up on their own? Zhao Feng chimed in, plunging everyone back into silence, because that was also impossible. Just then, chaos erupted again in the arena below. After hearing the voice from the earpiece, the assistant's expression changed dramatically. Not good. The students from levels 28 and 29 have also come out, just like before. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again. Are they clearing people out from the bottom up? Zhao Feng's face darkened as he looked at the students from his academy in the arena, gritting his teeth. So many students with purple potential have fallen before level 29. They can't even reach a first-class score. The college entrance examination lasts a maximum of 24 hours, but typically, it ends around 10 hours each year. Stronger individuals clear levels quickly. If they can pass, they will. And if they can't, they won't. So they exit in the shortest time. Weaker individuals progress slowly but are prone to accidents, usually unable to continue after about 8 hours. But now, exactly 6 hours had passed, and most of the students who could still advance were above level 20. As long as they held on a bit longer, they all had hope of passing level 29. Yet now, an unexpected turn of events had abruptly cut off their paths. Moreover, among them were quite a few of his own students. How could he not be furious? Wait a minute? Ling Kong looked at the big screen and suddenly spotted a familiar team. Isn't Bai Jinqing's team always at level 21? How come they are already at level 33 in less than an hour? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked over. When they saw Bai Jinqing's team, their expressions changed dramatically. Wait, isn't this level 34? What's going on? How did they suddenly rank 33? Weren't they at 76 before? This is bad. Director Ling. The assistant pressed his earpiece, his face turning pale. Another student has come out. This time the highest is from level 32. What? What on earth is happening? How come so many students have been eliminated so quickly? Zhao Feng was going crazy. He had high hopes for a black potential practitioner from his academy, believing he would definitely make it into the top 10. But he came out at level 32? Ling Kong pressed down on Zhao Feng's leg, his face serious. This isn't right. The first 30 levels of the secret realm are usually very safe, and there shouldn't be any sudden deaths. Even before level 40, as long as you're careful, it shouldn't happen. Now they're coming out in batches. It's clear something is wrong with the secret realm. Qin Yan's eyelids twitched, feeling that this year's assessment was going to be problematic. And that's not all. Old Ling, a large number of students being eliminated is one thing, but Bai Jinqing, who has been progressing slowly, suddenly speeding up is also very suspicious. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at Bai Xiangnan. After all, Bai Jinqing reaching a level where students from the previous 2 levels suddenly died seemed to have something to do with her. But at that moment, Bai Xiangnan also looked confused. Qin Yan hesitated for a moment but still mustered the courage to ask, Xiangnan, you didn't give your daughter some powerful equipment, did you? Bai Xiangnan shook his head suspiciously. Qingqing was only level 32 before entering the secret realm. What equipment could possibly speed up her progress? If she really had such equipment, why wouldn't she use it earlier? The Bai family did have quite a few good pieces of equipment, but they all required high levels. Bai Jinqing couldn't use them at her level. Moreover, Bai Jinqing was an orange potential mage, and with the family's bodyguards helping her level up, her need for equipment in the early stages wasn't high, so he hadn't fully equipped Bai Jinqing, just supplemented her with a few purple items for protection. Qin Yan was also a bit desperate, which is why he asked. Now that Bai Shengnan explained, everyone found it reasonable. After all, who wouldn't want to clear levels quickly and receive acceptance letters from good schools? As for Bai Jinqing's teammates, Lin Chen and Li Fei, they hadn't even crossed anyone's mind. Seeing everyone caught in hesitation and suspicion, Bai Shengnan sighed inwardly, already considering a possibility. However, just as everyone fell silent, the audience below erupted again. What the hell? Isn't that Qian Hui from Luowu Academy? Isn't he an orange potential? How did he come out at level 36? Oh my god, it really is Qian Hui. What's going on? He's already the 10th orange potential practitioner to come out before level 39. I just realized, there are only 18 teams left in the challenge? Wait, this doesn't seem right. How did Bai Jinqing's team rank 18? She hasn't come out yet, and even Qian Hui's team has exited. Wasn't she at level 21 before? How is she now at level 38? Has it even been an hour? Oh my god, their ranking has risen again. They've already reached level 39. What the hell? This is too unbelievable. She actually surpassed others and entered the second tier. Now Shi Tingfei and the others are all at level 39. This is getting exciting. They won't attack each other. Will they? That would make it even more chaotic. Impossible. Shi Tingfei's team is all 3 oranges or 2 oranges with 1 purple. How could they have a team like hers with a purple and a white? Plus, a tank and a priest? They can't even fight like that. Now, aside from Yan Shi and their team of 3 entering the 40th level, the remaining 15 teams are all at the 39th level. This time, it's really going to get lively. Ha ha ha. The audience in the training arena was incredibly excited, feeling that the team battles were about to begin. Meanwhile, at the 40th level, watching the backs of Yi Qingtian and his companions, Yan Shi leisurely twirled the golden spear in her hand and asked, "So, has he moved?" Lan Lan was taken aback. Finally realizing what Yan Shi meant, she instinctively glanced at her watch, only to be even more confused. "Ha? What?" Xiao Yu, hearing the commotion, hurriedly leaned in with curiosity. "What's wrong, Lan Lan?" Lan Lan twitched her mouth, looking at Yan Shi in shock. "Sister Shi, they've already reached the 39th level." "Ha?" Xiao Yu's face was filled with confusion. "When we were collaborating with Yi Qingtian, weren't they still at the 21st level? In just 1 hour, they've reached the 39th level?" Xiao Yu's eyelids twitched, suddenly realizing something was off, her breathing becoming a bit rapid. "Lan Lan, is your watch broken?" Lan Lan stiffly shook her head, completely unable to understand why this was happening, while only Yan Shi showed no surprise on her face. "I told you long ago. Now you believe me, right?" Lan Lan was momentarily stunned, instantly recalling what Yan Shi had said before, that the White Priest would become their biggest competitor. Looking at it now, it seemed, Lan Lan seemed to think of something, her face changing drastically as her pupils constricted. "Sister Shi, could it be he's not a white potential?" Yan Shi scoffed, her face full of disdain. "White? Does a white potential dare to venture into hell alone? Even a second transformation professional wouldn't." Although she didn't know how Lin Chen had concealed himself from all detection instruments and other high-level professionals, he was definitely not an ordinary white trash priest. Whether he is or not, you don't need to guess wildly, he'll catch up to us soon, and then you'll see for yourself. With that, Yan Shi picked up her spear, chose an unoccupied direction, and set off first. Lan Lan looked at Xiao Yu with a somewhat stiff expression. "We took 1 hour to pass the 39th level, thanks to our collaboration with Yi Qingtian. If it were just the 3 of us, it would probably take 2 hours. Can he catch up so quickly?" Xiao Yu shook her head in confusion, feeling it was completely unbelievable. In the middle of the 39th level, after killing a monster, Shi Tingfei looked at the endless stream of monsters before him and spat in frustration. Damn it, Zhao Ming is really useless. Not only did he fail to accomplish the task, but he doesn't even know how he died. The remaining 3 exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Other orange potential professionals formed teams of 3, as fewer people meant greater mobility. Only he chose to form a team of 5. Previously, They thought Shi Tengfei was just afraid of dying and worried about poor performance. Now it seemed he didn't consider Zhao Ming and the other three as teammates at all, merely tools he could abandon at any time. Xiatsong? What's the current ranking? Xiatsong glanced at his watch, and his expression changed immediately. Now there are only 10 teams left. Aside from Yan Shi's team of 3 at the 40th level, the remaining 7 teams, including us, are all at the 39th level. Shi Tengfei sneered. That means there are still 6 left. This time, Dongda is mine for the taking. By the way, at what level did Bai Jinqing drop out? In his view, with only 7 teams left at the 39th level, they must all be fully equipped teams. A team like theirs, still carrying a white potential, probably wouldn't even make it past the 30th level. However, after he asked this question, Xiatsong remained silent until he turned to look back. He then noticed Xiatsong's awkward expression. Shi Tengfei's heart sank, and an ominous premonition surged within him. What's going on? Speak up. Xiatsong jumped in fright, his gaze evasive as he spoke in a low voice. Bai Jinqing. Their team hasn't dropped out, they are one of the 7 teams. What? Shi Tengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? He quickly ran to Xiatsong, grabbing his arm to take a look. Sure enough, Bai Jinqing and her team were ranked 8th, right at the 39th level. This meant they were not in last place, they were right behind him. Shi Tengfei's expression darkened, and he felt a throbbing in his forehead. Could it be the Bai family? Impossible. My intel can't be wrong. The head of the Bai family didn't give her any powerful equipment. Could it be the old man from the Bai family who has been out of the limelight? But that's not possible either. Shi Tengfei's expression fluctuated as he looked at Lin Chen's name, gritting his teeth in frustration. We absolutely cannot let them clear the 39th level. With that, he turned to go back, startling Xiatsong and the others, who quickly grabbed him. Brother Fei, we can't go back. Let go. I want to kill that idiot. Shi Tengfei was clearly furious, but Xiatsong and the others were not foolish, pulling and dragging him. Brother Fei, the assessment is the most important thing right now. We can't go back. Yeah, Brother Fei, let's hurry and clear the level so they can't catch up. Brother Fei, even if you want him to drop out, we have to clear the 39th level first to ensure we can make it into the top 10, otherwise, all our hard work will be for nothing. After a round of persuasion, Shi Tengfei finally clenched his teeth and gave up. Seeing that Shi Tengfei had calmed down, Xiatsong suddenly had an idea and quickly suggested, Brother Fei, once we clear the 39th level, we can use the moly grass on it. That's a level 50 legend, combined with the moly grass's rage. It increases attributes by 30. They definitely won't be able to handle it, and it can also hinder other teams, which means we can definitely secure our 4th place. Who knows? We might even be able to team up with Roe Gu. Shi Tengfei's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint flashing in them, and then he looked at Xiatsong with deep meaning. You little rascal, you're really cunning. Xiatsong chuckled awkwardly, already cursing Shi Tengfei's ancestors in his heart. Shi Tengfei snorted coldly, revealing a cruel smile as he looked in the direction behind him. Bai Jinqing, oh Bai Jinqing, this time, I will make you understand that some things cannot be achieved just by your own wishes. So many monsters. At the 39th level, Li Fei looked at the Earth Spirit Scout in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement. This was all experience. After following Lin Chen through so many levels, he had witnessed what it meant to level up rapidly. Each skill at each level, not a single one was wasted. The experience points were visibly skyrocketing. It was simply exhilarating. By the time he reached the 39th level, he was already at level 25, while Bai Jinqing had reached level 36, which was simply outrageous and abnormal. Boss, you and sister-in-law take a break, I'll go pull some monsters. Bai Jinqing's face flushed, and she spat. Pa, Li Fei, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out of the team. Hey, don't, Sister Bai. Li Fei looked pitiful, making Lin Chen laugh. Stop the nonsense and hurry to pull the monsters. Lin Chen glanced around. This level is the most critical. There are twice as many monsters as the previous level. Just right to take the opportunity to level up. Got it. I'm off. Watching Li Fei run off again, Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment and asked the soul-searching question. How many levels do you plan to clear? Lin Chen was taken aback, glancing at his experience points. At least to level 40. There are many monsters here, and they give good experience. I'm currently at level 39.5, a few more levels and I should be able to level up. Of course, We also need to see how far the others have progressed. Lin Chen smiled and tilted his head to look at Bai Jinqing. It's a rare opportunity to show ourselves, we have to aim for first place. Bai Jinqing's face flushed, and her gaze suddenly became evasive. But inside, she felt as sweet as if smeared with honey. Lin Chen was not someone who liked to show off. The only reason he would want to stand out in front of everyone was for her. After all, Lin Chen was just a poor kid from the slums without any background. If he could achieve first place in the assessment, it would indeed help their situation. Bai Jinqing bit her lip, her face growing redder the more she thought about it, until she eventually turned her head away, unable to look at Lin Chen. What a dense fool, Bai Jinqing silently complained to herself. Seeing her like this, how could Lin Chen not know what she was thinking? But it wasn't the right time yet, he could only play dumb. Soon, Li Fei returned, and this time he brought back noticeably more monsters. Boss, I grabbed a lot more monsters. Lu Tian and Feng Junyan are chasing after us. Boss, hurry up and take action. Lin Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Ever since he learned that Lin Chen could kill monsters in an instant, Li Fei had become fearless, throwing skills at any monster he saw. There was no other choice, after all, he was a warrior of the earth. All his skills had taunting effects, which led to many professionals losing their monsters to him. Now he even dared to steal monsters from orange potential professionals, showing just how bold he had become. However, Lin Chen didn't mind, it was just an assessment, and whoever killed the monster would count it as theirs. They should be grateful that this was a promotion secret realm, where death meant you could leave directly. What if it were outside? Lin Chen sneered, raising his staff to cast a blood explosion spell. Bang bang bang! With a series of blood mist explosions, the Earth Spirit Scouts following Li Fei immediately screamed in pain. Squeak squeak squeak! Squeak squeak squeak! The monsters in the 39th level were all level 49, with health around 1 million. Although Lin Chen's skill couldn't kill them instantly, the bleeding effect of the blood explosion meant that the monsters died in the second. It was a kind of alternative instant kill, with a 1,500 meter range of plague. Lin Chen still had to cast blood explosion 3 times to clear all the monsters Li Fei had attracted. This showed just how dense the small monsters were in the 39th level. Naturally, Li Fei was thrilled to level up again, reaching level 26. Ha ha ha, I leveled up again. Boss, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen shook his head, glanced at the battle log, and expressionlessly closed it. Quick, pick up the loot. Once you're done, we leave. Okay. Li Fei shouted excitedly and began to bend down to pick up items, but as he was doing so, he suddenly remembered something. Hey, where are Lu Tian and the others? Weren't they chasing me? Bai Jinqing glanced at Lin Chen, who was silently picking up items, and suddenly realized something, then chuckled. Li Fei, hurry up and pick up the loot. Once we finish this level, we can make it into the top 10. Upon hearing this, Li Fei's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting everything else, and became excited. Yes, the top 10. Ha ha ha, I want to be in the top 10. Li Fei screeched, jumping high, and immediately entered loot collection mode, crouching down to pick up items. After finishing, without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, he got up and ran off to attract more monsters. 10 minutes later, the 3 stood in front of a pile of corpses, facing the final boss of the 39th level, the Earth Spirit Scout Captain. Bai Jinqing looked at it suspiciously, somewhat uncertain. This is a level 50 legend, with health around 800. The data shows it's only 3 meters tall. Why does it look like it's 5 meters? Bai Jinqing was taken aback, instinctively looking at Lin Chen, who smiled and didn't seem to care. How many teams are left? Bai Jinqing glanced at her watch. Including us, there are 5 teams left. The first is Yi Qingtian, who is at level 43. The second is Yan Shi, at level 42. The third is Shi Tengrui, at level 41. And the fourth is Shi Tingfei, at level 40. 43. Lin Chen nodded. Then there's no need to think about it. It must be Shi Tingfei who did something. We are all at level 39. And there were still 10 teams back then. Now only 5 are left, which means 3 teams have fallen here. Hey, that doesn't make sense? Li Fei blinked with a confused expression. Boss, did your math and PE teacher teach you that? If there are 10 left and 5 are gone, doesn't that mean 5 have been deducted? Lin Chen twitched his mouth, not wanting to respond to him. You're so smart. This originally had 8 million health, but after Shi Tingfei tampered with it, the health had already reached 11 million. However, this amount of health was just routine for Lin Chen. The targets he tackled never had less than 10 million health, even the bone callus had over 30 million. Just right. Weren't you always shouting that I should just use one skill? Aren't you always shouting that you want to learn how to tackle it from me? Lin Chen twisted his neck and smiled. Watch closely. This time I'll show you a couple more skills. Upon hearing this, Li Fei was instantly overjoyed. Great! I want to learn. I want to learn. Without waiting for Li Fei to run over, Lin Chen raised his hand and unleashed a tear skill. In the next second, the thick fur of the Earth Spirit Scout Captain was torn from the inside out. With the sound of ripping, dozens of deep wounds appeared on the Earth Spirit Scout's body, exposing bone. Accompanied by a double sensation of pain and bleeding effects, the Earth Spirit Scout Captain let out a distorted beastly roar, its eyes turning green. Oh whoa! Holy crap! Li Fei was startled, watching the Earth Spirit Scout Captain tremble in place, shocked to the point of cursing. Holy crap! Holy crap! Boss? Is this your skill? This is too terrifying, right? Li Fei's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. In fact, not just him, even Bai Jinqing, who had seen this skill before, felt a chill upon seeing the horrific wounds again. Back then, there were only a dozen wounds. Now, it was almost covered all over, looking like a blood gourd. It even spared its face and head, twisting in pain, revealing bones. But now was not the time for idle chatter. Lin Chen ignored the shocked expressions of the two. He raised his hand and released another skill. Blood explosion. The Earth Spirit Scout Captain, unable to bear the pain, was already in a frenzied state. Taking advantage of the adrenaline rush, it stood up to charge at this detestable human. What happened? Before it could take a step, it felt as if all the blood in its body was on fire, its temperature instantly reaching 50 degrees. It could even feel the entire rat was smoking, and in the next second, the blood began to boil, and in a moment of dizziness, it exploded out from the wounds on its body. Boom! Crash! At that moment, it was as if blood rain was falling. The Earth Spirit Scout Captain's eyes nearly bulged out, but when it tried to scream, it felt like its throat was stuffed with blades, and even breathing was double the pain. It twisted its body, unable to move an inch. Blood explosion. Tear skill. Oh whoa! As Lin Chen's skills were unleashed in succession, within 30 seconds, the Earth Spirit Scout Captain's health bar finally couldn't hold on any longer. It could finally be liberated, ending its sinful life. Watching it fall to the ground, Li Fei didn't even notice the golden light flashing on his body. He looked blankly at the unmoving figure and hesitated. Boss, it seems like it's a bit dead. Lin Chen and Bai Jinqing exchanged glances, both with black lines on their faces. This fool. Alright, go loot the corpse. We've now at least secured the admission letter from a key university. He and Bai Jinqing had no problem getting into the top 10, but Li Fei's level was insufficient, which might be a bit tricky. However, it was uncertain if the top 10 couldn't fill their spots. They would also consider performance in the clearance. The 39th level was a hurdle. If they passed it and there were fewer students, theoretically, Li Fei should have no problem getting into the top 10. But this wasn't Lin Chen's decision to make, and he couldn't make any promises. Enough, boss. Li Fei laughed excitedly. I know my own strength. Around level 24 is my limit. Now that I can reach level 39, I can only say my family's ancestral grave is smoking. Watching Li Fei smile so widely, Lin Chen felt very happy as well. After all these years as brothers, others kept their distance from him out of respect for Shi Tingfei. Only Li Fei had always stood by him, providing excellent protection. Helping him out now could be seen as a form of repayment. After finishing with the corpse, the three of them appeared at the 40th level. Li Fei visibly became excited again. Boss, this is the 40th level. Standing here, you and Sister Bai are already guaranteed to get into Dong University. Bai Jinqing was clearly excited as well. Dong University had always been her dream. When she learned that Lin Chen's dream university was also Dong University, her excitement grew even more. Now that her dream was coming true, how could she not be thrilled? Bai Jinqing's beautiful eyes sparkled, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, her inner anticipation evident. Lin Chen winked at her and turned to Li Fei, saying, "You're at level 29 now, just a bit short on levels. I'll try to get you into Dong University too." Li Fei was almost brought to his knees upon hearing this. Boss, you're too good. I, Li Fei, have no way to repay you. From now on, you're my adoptive father. Lin Chen was at a loss for words and quickly gave him a light smack on the back of his head. Stop with the nonsense. Quit rambling all day. After jokingly scolding him, Lin Chen finally looked at the monsters in the 40th level. The monsters here were all level 49, while at level 40, the small monsters started at level 60. Generally, those coming to take the college entrance exam were around level 32 at most, and only this year, with the emergence of golden potential, did some reach level 35, entering the promotion secret realm at such levels. Even with ample experience, those rushing for time would average around level 36 by the time they reached the 40th level. That was based on his own level as a benchmark. It should be noted that after level 35, the experience required to level up exceeded 100 million, and Lin Chen needed a whopping 220 million experience points to level up from 39 to 40. In such a situation where reaching level 40 was impossible, farming in a secret realm starting at level 60 would naturally yield little progress. Thus, the highest record over the years remained at level 45. The monsters here are all level 60, so you guys shouldn't engage, just follow me in, Li Fei said, aware of his own limitations, and directly hid behind Lin Chen. Boss, these are level 60 monsters, are you sure you're okay? Lin Chen chuckled. No problem, the monsters here are weaker than those in the inferno. Li Fei understood and fell silent. Bai Jinqing pondered for a moment and said, the monsters here have over 2.3 million health, one of your skills won't be enough to kill them instantly. Although I'm a mage, most of my skills have control effects, I can help you control the monsters. No need. Lin Chen smirked and directly refused. Your damage isn't high, and your skills would be overshadowed by mine, it would be a waste of mana. Bai Jinqing looked at him, puzzled. Are you being polite? Lin Chen twitched his mouth and chuckled awkwardly. Honestly, I can do it faster myself. Bai Jinqing pursed her lips in silence, then haughtily huffed and turned her head away, pressing her lips together. Lin Chen cleared his throat, took out the Curse of Malice, and directly unleashed the skill on the nearest monster. Rending spell. Ah! One monster screamed in agony, followed by the others behind it starting to wail as well. Countless massive critical hit numbers floated up, making Bai Jinqing's heart race. Lin Chen didn't waste words, moving forward while casting skills. The monsters infected by the plague naturally directed their hatred towards him. As he advanced, more and more monsters began to gather around him, quickly surrounding him from all sides. Li Fei watched a group of level 60 windchaser lions charging at him with bared fangs and claws, feeling a bit scared. Boss, I only have over 30,000 health, if a monster touches me, I'm done for. Lin Chen smiled but didn't respond. Instead, he casually picked a monster and unleashed the rending spell. In an instant, with the double skills stacked, the group of windchaser lions fell to their knees in pain. Li Fei's eyes lit up, and his courage noticeably increased. A little lion. How laughable. Thinking it can get close to the great master? Squeeze. Ha ha ha. Watching Li Fei go wild, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing that the blood volume of the hunt wind lion within a 1,500 meter range had already hit rock bottom due to bleeding effects, Lin Chen released his skill again. Blood explosion. Bang bang bang. You killed the hunt wind lion. Experience points. You killed the hunt wind lion. Experience points. As the three of them walked faster, they soon saw the teleportation portal. Throughout the journey, Li Fei had been silent, finally asking the question he had long kept in his heart. Boss, earlier, I saw you dealing over 700,000 damage per second to level 20 monsters, but why is it that for level 30 monsters, you still deal over 700,000 damage per second, and for level 40 monsters too? And now for this level 60 monster, you're still at over 700,000 damage per second? Lin Chen was taken aback. This question was a bit difficult to explain. His skills inherently reduced defense and resistance, and also had bleeding effects and ignored levels. Coupled with the 100-fold amplification from his transcendent talent, he felt it was still lacking. Isn't that abnormal? Li Fei was astonished. Is this normal? Li Fei was completely baffled. But boss, you're only in your 30s, right? Is 700,000 damage per second even normal? Lin Chen had grown accustomed to it. Actually, I haven't even used all my skills and other resistance-reducing skills yet. Li Fei was filled with question marks, nearly overflowing the screen. After a long while, he finally gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. Enough chit-chat. Let's hurry up. Others are probably already at level 45. We need to catch up. Li Fei. By Jinqing. On the training ground, the audience went from a frenzy at the beginning to a state of uproar. Starting from level 39, one orange class player after another emerged. Not being able to clear level 39 meant that the top 10 had no chance at all. However, the only good news was that Yan Shi and her team were still holding their ground, sprinting towards the higher levels. Truly amazing. Yi Qingtian is indeed a golden potential. He's already at level 45. That's because he's a mage. Goddess Shi is at a disadvantage in her class, otherwise, my goddess would be faster than him. Just now, with Lu Tian and Feng Junyan coming out, there are only 5 teams still challenging the levels. Wait, did I see that right? The team ranked 5th is actually by Jinqing's team? Oh my god, it really is? Could it be that her team hasn't been eliminated yet? Even Lu Tian couldn't hold on. How could she still manage with 1 purple and 1 white? Oh my god. Wait a minute. They cleared the level? Holy crap. She actually brought a purple and a white into level 40? Seeing Bai Jinqing's team transition from level 39 to level 40, the audience was instantly bewildered. It should be noted that although she had orange potential, she was the least favored among them. Now she had surpassed over 20 orange potential players, leaping to 5th place. Even the high-ranking officials on the subjective platform were stunned. At this moment, the Dean of Dongda spoke solemnly. Check the records and see how long it took her to clear level 39. Soon, a bespectacled female assistant took out a tablet and searched quickly, soon becoming shocked by the data before her. Dean Yi. Her team cleared level 39, in a total of 20 minutes. What? The high-ranking official's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. 20 minutes to clear level 39? Old Zhang. What's the fastest record? That was the record set 5 years ago by the golden potential sharpshooter, Major Huaying, at 45 minutes. Everyone was even more shocked upon hearing this. Dean Ye's eyelids twitched, suddenly realizing a problem. How long did she take to clear the final level? The female assistant's face turned pale as she stiffly replied, I was just about to say. According to the data, she took only 30 seconds in total. What? 30 seconds? The crowd was taken aback. Everyone was stunned. 30 seconds to conquer a level 50 legend? Is it really that outrageous? Even if the monster attributes in the promotion secret realm have been adjusted down, it shouldn't be possible to conquer one with over 8 million health in just 30 seconds, right? The female assistant said awkwardly in a low voice. Actually, it has already been rampaged by Shi Tingfei using the Malia grass. The health is at least over 11 million. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials stood up in shock. Dean Ye's expression changed drastically. Quick, show me the footage of her conquering the final level. Hearing Dean Yi and the others, Ling Kong and the others looked at Bai Xiangnan with a look of disdain. Xiangnan, you really hit it deep. Ha? Yeah, and you still say you didn't give her powerful equipment? How could she possibly clear level 39 with 2 burdens? Right, Xiangnan, that level 39 is a level 50 legend monster. How could she possibly clear it so quickly? 30 seconds? I wouldn't even dare to dream of that when I was over level 30. Zhao Feng scoffed. Xiangnan, Jinqing is indeed impressive, but with 2 hangers-on, how could she conquer it in 30 seconds? Moreover, she had been hiding behind everyone until level 21 before she started to exert herself, and then those last 10 levels, she was just so fast. Ha ha, I can only say, Xiangnan, you really aren't being fair. Bai Xiangnan was speechless. They all thought he had given Bai Jinqing some good stuff, but in reality, he hadn't done anything. Although he had guessed a few things, he couldn't say anything without confirmation. And how could he explain this? There was no way to explain it. Uncles, I really don't know. Everyone had an expression that said he really didn't need to explain. Alright, who doesn't have a few secrets? But Xiangnan, I still have to congratulate you. Let's not mention that Jinqing is definitely going to Dongda. She can even rank in the top 5 of the team, which is an honor for the Bai family. Zhao Feng said with a sarcastic smile. Yeah, this can somewhat make up for the loss of Bai Zhenwu being killed by Shi Tengrui at level 39. Bai Xiangnan's eyelids twitched, and his expression immediately darkened. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhao. At least our Qin can get into Dongda, while Qianhui and the others are probably in trouble. You! Zhao Feng's brows twitched in anger, but fortunately, Ling Kong reacted quickly and held him down. Alright, what's this about? This is just a matter of looking up and not seeing down. Holy crap, The goddess, she has set a record. It really is. Holy crap. So awesome. Before Lincoln could finish his sentence, the audience below erupted in a commotion. Everyone was stunned and instinctively looked over. It turned out to be the footage on the big screen showing Yan Shi surpassing Yi Qingtian, being the first to clear level 45 and entering level 46. 5 years ago, that senior set the highest record of level 45 first, and has now served in the military for many years, becoming a legendary warrior. Today, goddess, she has set a new record. It seems our dragon country is truly rising. Yi Qingtian is not bad either. Yan Shi could surpass him because all of Yan Shi's teammates dropped out, and she alone bypassed the monsters. Otherwise, she wouldn't have surpassed Yi Qingtian. They are all outstanding children of our dragon country. Who cares who surpasses whom? Yi Qingtian's teammates also dropped out. He has also entered level 46. Holy crap, another record. No wonder it's Yishan. Truly amazing. We have another record. Shi Tangrui. It's Shi Tangrui. He has also entered level 46. So awesome. No wonder it's golden potential. Chasing so closely. Ha ha ha. Just as the audience's attention was focused on Yan Shi and the others, Dean Yi from Dongda had already taken the tablet handed over by the assistant. He lightly pressed the headset, and the panel in front of him immediately displayed an iris scan, confirming a series of identity information. He quickly clicked on by Jinqing's team clearance record. The others, seeing this, were anxious, but the authority rested with Dean Yi. They couldn't see anything and could only wait for him to finish before asking. However, just as Dean Yi clicked into the playback video, he suddenly froze. In the footage, Bai Jinqing showed no intention of making a move. Instead, it was the handsome boy beside her who picked up the staff. If he remembered correctly, this person was named Lin Chen, a white potential. Wait, Dean Yi's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively leaned forward. The others looked on with suspicion. What's wrong, old Yi? Dean Yi didn't speak, just waved his hand to signal them to be quiet. Then, with a strange look in his eyes, he glanced again. What he's holding is a novice staff. Dean Yi was also puzzled. It was one thing for an orange potential not to attack, but why was a white priest making a move, and holding a novice staff at that? But in the next second, his expression changed drastically, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. This was because the staff Lin Chen raised flashed, and immediately dozens of deep wounds appeared on the opponent's body. The wailing and screeching sounds surpassed even the squeaks of a mouse. However, what shocked him even more was the critical damage of over 700,000 that popped up above the opponent's head, along with over 600,000 bleeding damage per second. Just one skill. In a second, it caused a tenth of their health to drop. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? Dean Yi couldn't help but start cursing in his heart. But it didn't end there, as he trembled and wanted to rush over. The white priest released another skill. Then, blood mist erupted from all the wounds, directly causing the opponent to kneel. Watching the opponent lying on the ground, howling at the sky, their health bar dropping like a waterfall, Dean Yi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Setting aside the damage per second, the effect of this skill was simply terrifying. Moreover, he had never seen any small damage numbers. It was all critical hits. This isn't right. Dean Yi felt his heart pounding, his expression becoming hard to control. It should be known that priests have the same skills over and over again, and they need to cast them. But Lin Chen's skills had nothing to do with priests and were all instant casts. This was clearly not right. And how could a profession meant for healing and saving lives have such torturous damage effects? Until death, he couldn't recover from the shock. Damn, Dean Yi felt numb. This definitely wasn't white potential, which white potential could deal 700,000 critical damage with a novice staff at level 50 in a berserk state? Watching the three figures disappear into the 40th level, Dean Yi's expression fluctuated as he murmured at the screen that hadn't refreshed yet. I feel he still has all his reserves. Wait, Dean Yi's face twitched as he tightened his grip on the tablet, suddenly having a flash of insight, thinking of a possibility. He wasn't white potential. He must be golden potential. Yes, he must be golden potential. After all, as the Dean of Dawn University, he was well informed and quickly thought of a possibility. This Lin Chen, his awakened profession has mutated. This was the only explanation. Only a profession mutation could lead to a mismatch between strength and profession color. In the past 300 years, there had been mutated professions, and some were indeed eye-catching. But something as astonishing as Lin Chen was absolutely unprecedented. Multi-level, dealing 700,000 critical damage with a novice staff. Just think about it, does that make sense? Old Yi? What's wrong with you? Why are you so jumpy? Old Yi, you weren't scared by Bai Jinqing's instant kill, were you? So how did Bai Jinqing manage to get the kill? To them, a 30-second kill was no different from an instant kill. Ding Yi suddenly came to his senses, his heart sinking. No, this matter cannot be disclosed. He quickly reacted and immediately devised a plan in his mind. Then, with a laugh, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, young people these days really know how to find loopholes. This is probably one of the most frustrating deaths. Upon hearing this, everyone had an expression that said, see, I told you so. I said it. If even Yan Shi can't do it, how could an orange do it? Clearly, it was found. Well, that's still impressive. No cheating, no extraordinary means used. Killing it is still impressive. That's true. Although everyone was joking, the Dean Yi could tell what they were really thinking. Despite their current demeanor, which seemed to downplay by Jin Chung, they were clearly trying to slander her. Once the assessment was over, the threshold of the Bai family would be trampled. Dean Yi sneered inwardly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Go ahead and trample the Bai family's threshold. Ha ha, the true prodigy is my Yi Shouju, 20 meters in front of the teleportation portal at the end of the 43rd level. Shi Tengfei was laughing triumphantly with Xiaocang and Xiaosu. Ha ha, 43rd level. We're about to reach the 44th level. Shi Tengfei, will also set a record. Seeing this, Xiaocang and Xiaosu quickly flattered him. Boss, you are definitely going to make history. If the gold can reach the 45th level, that's based on their own potential. The only one who can rely on orange potential to get this far is you. Boss, you will definitely become the new generation representative of orange potential that everyone looks up to. Upon hearing this, Shi Tengfei couldn't stop smiling. Ha ha, you two are not bad either. Wait for me. Before Shi Tengfei could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed the corpses lying all over the ground, leaving only a small path in the middle. It was as if someone had walked through here, killing monsters along the way. Why are all these monsters dead? After level 40, the monsters would increase exponentially, and the resting areas for professionals would become fewer and smaller. He had originally thought that there was only one wave of monsters left, and as long as he could reach the 44th level, it would be worth it to exit. Who would have thought that all the monsters were dead? Xiaocang and Xiaosu exchanged confused glances. They haven't respawned yet, it shouldn't be more than 10 minutes. But boss, this is just right, we don't have to kill them. Although we miss out on some experience points, clearing the level is obviously more important. Shi Tengfei nodded, not really caring. That's true, it's probably my brother who killed them. He's been behind Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian the whole time. So that means, he should be right ahead. Shi Tengfei was about to leave, but looking at the monsters on the ground, he felt something was off. He crouched down to take a look and suddenly froze. The wounds on these monsters, why do they look so familiar? Wait, Shi Tengfei's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed instantly. Isn't this the guy who robbed me in the abyss? If it were any other wounds, he wouldn't remember. But the culprit who stole his abyss, Wolf King, and Pig King was someone he could recognize even if they turned to ash. Damn! The more Shi Tengfei looked, the more familiar it became. It's him! Damn! The fire in Shi Tengfei's heart surged up, and he was immediately enraged. Shi Tengfei stood there, hands on his hips, like a shrew scolding in the street, cursing wildly. He greeted the ancestors from the 18th generation, and the words flowed like a stream of flowers and birds. Just then, the big screen, taking advantage of Yan Shi and the others resting in place, switched to show him. As soon as it appeared, they saw him cursing. The way he was going off was truly unique, a performance like no other. The audience was dumbfounded, and there was an uproar. While Shirley was so angry he was shaking all over. However, he had no idea what was happening. He just felt relieved after venting. Trembling, Xiaocang and the others saw that he had stopped cursing and finally dared to speak. Boss, are you okay? I'm fine. I just got loud. Shi Tengfei spat on the ground, holding his great sword with a cold expression. The one who killed the monster isn't my brother. It's that idiot who stole from me. Damn it. I was just worried I couldn't find you. I didn't expect to see you here. This time? if I don't swallow you whole, I'll turn upside down and run. Watching Shijing Fei curse as he entered level 44, Xiaocang and Xiao Sulian hurriedly followed. Level 45. Facing a 10-meter tall Cyclops beast, Lin Chen expressionlessly swung his novice staff to cast skills. Li Fei was cheering loudly from the side. Only Bai Jinqing sat on a large rock nearby, leisurely brewing tea from the leaves in her backpack. With a scream from the Cyclops beast, Lin Chen finally ended its evil life. Ha ha ha, we cleared the level. We cleared the level. Seeing it fall, Li Fei jumped up excitedly and ran towards Lin Chen. Boss, we cleared the level. We made history. The legendary hunter, Hua Ying, had only cleared 45 levels before. For him to reach this with just a purple potential was simply unbelievable. Watching Li Fei bounce around excitedly, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Alright, let's celebrate outside after we clear the level. We need to hurry. At his words, Li Fei instantly became obedient. He crossed his arms, smiling without speaking, leaving Lin Chen a bit confused. As if he thought of something, he instinctively looked at Bai Jinqing, only to see her still brewing tea. Lin Chen opened his mouth, about to speak, but was stopped by Li Fei. Hey, boss, don't talk. Li Fei scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Boss, I only have purple potential, no matter how great it is. 4 turns is my limit. I thought I could clear 25 levels in this exam and get into a decent second-tier university. Who knew I would actually make it to level 45? Li Fei spread his hands. Look, I was level 30 when I cleared level 42, and now once I finish my first turn, I'll definitely be level 35. Li Fei laughed heartily, patting Lin Chen's arm. Boss, I'm very satisfied. I probably won't have a day as great as this in my life again. In one day, from level 15 to level 30. Hey, with this kind of bragging, I could boast for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, so when we get into level 46, I'll see what monster it is, and then I'll exit. Seeing Lin Chen sigh, Li Fei blinked. Besides, this monster is almost level 70, if it touches me, I'll die, and you'll have to protect me. Isn't that too much of a burden? Me too. At that moment, Bai Jinqing came over with a cup of hot tea, smiling as she approached Lin Chen. Once we enter level 46, we'll exit. Lin Chen hesitated. The monkey hasn't turned yet, it's normal for him not to withstand the monster. You. Alright, Bai Jinqing gently interrupted him. I can definitely get the admission notice from Dongda University now. What difference does one more level make? I don't want to hold you back. Here. Bai Jinqing handed him the teacup, her big eyes filled with happiness. I'm already very satisfied to have cleared so many levels with you. And we all have resurrection stones tied to us. If we exit voluntarily, we can keep them. In that case, we essentially get a free full health revival. This was a gift from the Dragon Kingdom to all newly awakened children. Of course, if one had died in the secret realm, it would be useless. Lin Chen drank the hot tea, sighed with a bitter smile. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Bai Jinqing blinked. Then why aren't you going to loot the corpse? Why was level 45 a chopping level? Because starting from level 45, every subsequent level would have at least one. And since fewer people came, the drop rate was still very high. So the earlier levels didn't drop much. But this one was different. Lin Chen didn't hold back. After finishing the tea, he turned and picked up the loot. You have obtained 322 gold, 24 silver, and 65 copper. You have obtained the eyeball of the Cyclops beast. You have obtained equipment, Cyclops bracelet, purple. You have obtained equipment, Cyclops pendant, purple. You have obtained skill book, resilience. Huh? A skill book actually dropped? What? A skill book dropped? Li Fei was taken aback and hurriedly leaned in to take a look. Lin Chen glanced at it and posted the skill book description for the two to see. Resilience, universal skill, can strengthen the body, making it more resilient, increasing personal knockdown resistance by 1, defense by 1. And movement speed by 1, lasting for 1 minute, cooldown time 3 minutes. What? The three of them were a bit bewildered after reading it. As expected of a universal skill, anyone who learns it will be a godly skill. Li Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. If this skill were given to him, once he reached level 10, it should increase all attributes by 10, which would be useful for both pulling monsters and running maps. And if this skill were given to Lin Chen and Bai Jinqing, it would enhance their survivability. Lin Chen, you should learn it quickly. Bai Jinqing was the first to come to her senses and urged him to learn it, while Li Fei also felt anxious. Right, boss, hurry up and learn it. Seeing Lin Chen hesitate, Bai Jinqing smiled sweetly and said, "You killed it, so the loot is naturally yours." "Yeah, boss, Bai Jia and I didn't do anything. We were just hanging around. We definitely can't take it." Lin Chen thought for a moment, then looked at the bracelet and pendant, and subsequently gave the bracelet to Bai Jinqing. He could use the pendant, and he had 2 better bracelets, but unfortunately, he didn't have any armor class equipment. However, after clearing over 40 levels, he had at least obtained some equipment, and Li Fei was now in a state of abundance. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen directly learned the new skill. Ding! You have learned, skill, resilience, skill mutation. You have learned, sever tendons, cut the tendons of the target's limbs, causing them to experience double the pain while interrupting their spellcasting, rendering their hands unable to use weapons, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 80, and causing continuous damage. Skill duration 30 seconds. After reading the attributes, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. Setting aside the damage, just the skill description looked painful, pure torture, quite sinister. "How is it, boss? Does learning this skill feel good?" Li Fei had an excited expression. He had been grinding dungeons for a week without seeing a single skill book, and this was his first time seeing one, so he was naturally curious. However, Lin Chen clearly couldn't answer him. "It's okay. Pretty good." Li Fei found it a bit strange, but now wasn't the time to discuss this. Boss, let's go. We need to set a record." "Ah, right." Lin Chen nodded, exchanged a glance with Bai Jinqing, and led the amused Bai Jinqing into the 46th level. "Wow, is this the 46th level? What a big monster." As soon as he entered, Li Fei saw a newly spawned monster not far away. The monster was 3 meters tall, had a tiger's body and a head, and wielded a spear, looking incredibly comical. But when Lin Chen checked its attributes, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, a level 71 rare monster, with over 11 million health. No wonder no one had cleared the 46th level in so many years. Its attributes were outrageous. Li Fei shielded his forehead with his hand and looked around. There are even more monsters here than in the 45th level. Really impressive. "But boss," Li Fei cleared his throat and said, "I have to go. I'll go outside to cheer for you." Lin Chen was speechless and gently patted his arm. "Go ahead. I probably won't be long before I have to go out too." Li Fei grinned, raising his eyebrows and smiling. "Boss, take the team first, then get the individual battle first, and become the national champion." After saying that, before the two could react, Li Fei's figure disappeared. Bai Jinqing saw this, pursed her lips, and looked at Lin Chen softly. "After level 45, the small monsters will no longer be a single group. The entrance is filled with these elephant-headed monsters. The middle section might be different, or perhaps it's a mix of several tribes. You must pay attention to their skills and skill combinations." Lin Chen nodded, indicating he understood. "Don't worry, these monsters can't get close to me, and I'm about to level up. Once the others exit, I'll leave too." Bai Jinqing bit her lip, her big eyes filled with reluctance. Shirting Fei is still at level 45, which means his path is different from ours. With his strength, entering level 46 shouldn't be difficult. Be careful he doesn't pull any tricks. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. That just means he's lucky. It's better for him to come. Bai Jinqing chuckled softly, suppressing her laughter, and waved her hand. "I'm leaving now. I'll wait for you outside." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment, and under Lin Chen's somewhat surprised expression, she suddenly threw herself into his arms. "We've just entered level 46, the others should still be focused on Yan Shi and the others, so they won't notice us. But if it takes too long," Bai Jinqing murmured softly, as if encouraging herself, or perhaps telling Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. "It's fine, I'll be out soon." He gently wrapped his arms around her. Experiencing this close contact with Bai Jinqing for the first time, she felt soft, like holding a delicate doll. However, the embrace didn't last long, and Bai Jinqing quickly pulled away from Lin Chen's arms. She stole a glance at him, her face flushed, avoiding his gaze. "Your decision to use the novice staff is correct. You must hide yourself. After that, you'll definitely attract a lot of attention. Before you have absolute strength, don't expose yourself. I will keep it a secret for you." Lin Chen smiled gently at her words. "Okay, I'll be careful." And Bai Jinqing, somewhat stubborn, dared not look Lin Chen in the eye. You absolutely cannot let Yanxi take it. After saying this, the little girl's figure vanished. Lin Chen was left standing there, both amused and helpless. He shook his head, feeling the lingering warmth, and silently walked towards the group of monsters. Alright, no one is here, time to speed up and test the new skill. With the two gone, Lin Chen no longer had to worry about others and directly controlled a portion of the elephant-headed monsters to lure them elsewhere. He aimed at another group of elephant-headed monsters and used his new skill. Sever tendons. The elephant-headed monster had just turned its hatred towards Lin Chen due to the abnormal behavior of its companions. Before it could take 2 steps, its limbs felt as if a large knife had sliced halfway through its joints. After a burst of blood mist erupted from its wrists and ankles, its hands seemed to lose strength, and the spear immediately slipped from its grasp. Its legs buckled, and it fell to the ground. The intense double pain caused hundreds of elephant-headed monsters to erupt in a tragic howl. Ah whoa! Huge critical hit numbers filled Lin Chen's vision, making his eyelids twitch. Poor monsters. Tear. Ah whoa! Blood burst. Woo woo woo. Lin Chen walked while releasing skills, and all the monsters could only kneel on the ground, wailing in pain as they watched him move deeper into the level. However, before he could reach the back section of the level, he suddenly heard the sound of skills being released not far away. Curious, Lin Chen stepped out of the monster group, circled around a rock, and looked towards the source of the sound. When he clearly saw the person's face, Lin Chen's expression gradually became strange. Shirting Rue? Shirting Rue was the half-brother of Shirting Fei. The head of the Shirting family had 3 wives. Shirting Rue was born of the youngest wife, while Shirting Fei was born of the eldest. The two were only a month apart. Since the world had mutated and the law of the jungle had been laid bare, social rules had changed significantly. Although most people still adhered to monogamy, for the wealthy and powerful, keeping a younger wife had become an open practice. Of course, more often than not, it is the powerful factions that intermarry, forming strong alliances. The little wife of the Shi family is a prime example. Thus, Shi Tengrui is quite favored within the family. After all, he still possesses golden potential. At this moment, Shi Tengrui is clad in a silver-patterned armor, wielding a large sword that glimmers with silver light as he slices through flower stems. Here, the monster has transformed into a type of flower. The flower's stamen resembles that of a pomegranate blossom, surrounded by 6 pristine white lotus leaves. With each opening and closing, it releases particles resembling flower seeds. A cluster of flower spirits spews forth, resembling dandelions, creating a beautiful sight. However, that 12 million health bar is also quite a sight. Since he has encountered an old acquaintance, Lin Chen certainly won't let this opportunity slip by. After all, 2 types of people cannot coexist under one roof. He has heard that Shi Tengrui is quite domineering at the Qinglong Academy as well. Lin Chen blinked, slowly curling his lips into a smile, using his neural control skill to direct a level 71 flower spirit to charge at Shi Tengrui. He then controlled a group of elephant-headed monsters to rush forward. This left Shi Tengrui, who was already too preoccupied to attend to anything else, in a flurry. What the hell? Are these flower spirits crazy? Why are the elephant-headed monsters coming over too? Damn it! Watching Shi Tengrui move slowly, taking damage while hacking at the monsters, Lin Chen gradually curved his lips into a smile and slipped around through a side path. Since he had spotted him, he was not far from Yi Qingtian and Yanxi. Now, he only needed a little over 1 million experience to reach level 40, making him the least anxious among this group of professionals. However, just 10 minutes after Lin Chen left, Shi Tengfei, carrying a floating disc, rushed over with Xiaocang and Xiaosu. Brother, is that you, Tengfei? Shi Tengrui, who had already lost hope, suddenly brightened at the sound of Shi Tengfei's voice. Quick, I'm in the flower spirit group. Be careful not to touch the seeds, they have a paralysis effect. Hearing this, Shi Tengfei quickly raised his large sword. Okay, brother, wait for me, I'll be right there. Without a second thought, Shi Tengfei hurriedly ran towards the monster group, holding the disc. This disc, called the Exorciser, can expel monsters of different levels based on its level. Shi Tengfei was able to quickly clear level 45 thanks to this, but it can only be used for 30 minutes and is extremely expensive. Generally, factions with money can't even buy this thing. So he was very confident in this exorciser and walked directly into the monster group without any precautions. However, What he didn't expect was that the monsters not only didn't disperse but instead turned around and dealt him a heavy blow. In an instant, they knocked off 1/5 of his health, leaving him dazed. Watching more and more monsters turn to attack him, Shi Tingfei's face changed dramatically as he ran while cursing. What the hell is going on? Why isn't the exorciser working? Shi Tingfei covered his face and quickly downed 2 health potions, but the monsters behind him seemed to have gone mad, charging at him with fury. Xiao Su, quick, taunt, draw the monsters away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su's face changed drastically. The monsters attacking Shi Tingfei were all level 71 rare monsters, and there were over 100 of them. How could he, a level 35 Purple Earth Knight, withstand that? Wasn't this sending him to his death? But Shi Tingfei had already spoken. If he didn't go, the subsequent issues would be even more troublesome. Seemingly recalling something, Xiao Su's expression darkened, and he ultimately gritted his teeth and charged forward. Seeing the monsters being drawn away, Shi Tingfei gasped, cursing, "Why the hell isn't this broken thing working?" It was effective at the entrance. He paid no attention to Xiao Su's rapidly depleting health, only continuing to complain. Xiao Su let out a bitter laugh and shouted, "Boss, I can't hold on anymore. If you can't hold on, then die. Making it to level 46 is already your fortune." Xiao Su's eyelids twitched, although he felt humiliated. What could he do? Soon, Xiao Su's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. With no target, the monsters once again turned erratically towards Shi Tingrui. Seeing this, Shi Tingrui also started to curse. Tong Fei quickly used the Shadow Binding Stone. Shi Tingfei's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. He had already used up most of the good items his father had given him, leaving only the best Shadow Binding Stone. He had planned to use this when he made a final push later. If he used it now, with his strength, he wouldn't be able to pass this level at all. But Shi Tingrui kept urging him, and he was already drinking blood medicine like it was nothing. If he delayed any longer, Shi Tingrui would surely die. Damn, I'm really fed up. Shi Tingfei spat and reluctantly took out the Shadow Binding Stone. In the training arena, the audience was getting more and more excited. Damn, Yan Shi, goddess, she is amazing. She actually made it to the 47th level. This time, the team champion is definitely goddess Shi's. Even Yi Qingtian can't catch up. Hey, where's Shi Tingrui? Why is he still on the 46th level? Isn't that too slow? Slow? Today, already 3. No. 5 teams have made it to the 46th level? Damn, I just realized. Shi Tingfei and Bai Jinqing's team also made it to the 46th level. What the hell? The orange team can set records. Ha, that's incredible. What the heck? It's normal for Shi Tingfei to reach the 46th level, but why can Bai Jinqing? Wait, it seems like someone else is coming out? Is that Bai Jinqing? Seeing Bai Jinqing's figure appear in the center of the training arena, the audience was instantly in an uproar. What's going on? Wasn't she leading the team through the levels? Why is she out first? That Purple Earth warrior came out with her, and there's only one white priest left? Then don't watch. She's probably just stalling for time. She'll definitely come out soon. True, she's just a white priest with no damage. Even if she transformed, she wouldn't survive long in the 46th level. The audience quickly gave up on paying attention to Bai Jinqing and focused entirely on the big screen where Yan Shi was showcasing her prowess. In the center of the training arena, after Li Fei came out, he immediately stretched. Ah, so refreshing, so refreshing. Bai Jinqing pursed her lips and glanced at the rankings on the right side of the big screen, her eyes filled with blessings. Seeing this, Li Fei casually said, "Oh, Sister Bai, you don't have to worry about my boss. He's so amazing. He'll definitely take first place. Besides, isn't there a resurrection stone? He won't die." Bai Jinqing smiled and was about to speak when Chen Rui and a group of her girlfriends rushed over. "Qingqing? Ha ha ha, you're so amazing." Chen Rui and Zhang Xinyue excitedly surrounded Bai Jinqing, pulling and hugging her, not knowing how to express their admiration. "Qingqing, you truly deserve the orange potential. That's incredible. Ha ha ha, Bai Jinqing is my sister. My sister made it to the 46th level. Set a record. Ha ha ha." The girls were clearly more excited than Bai Jinqing. "Alright, Rui, you, stop making noise. This is a public place. What are you afraid of? You're amazing, so why can't people talk about it?" Saying this, Chen Rui proudly tilted her chin, scanning the group of downcast Lu Tian and others. They either hadn't passed the 39th level or had inexplicably come out after passing the 40th level. All of them shared the same orange potential, but only Bai Jinqing and Shi Tengfei were still holding on. This made them, as the pillars of their academy, feel quite embarrassed. It's all the damn plague skill's fault. I don't even know which idiot monster cast it. Who says otherwise? If I hadn't been killed by that skill, I could have at least made it to the 45th level. Don't say that, at least you all passed the 39th level. I got killed at the 37th level and couldn't even make the top 10. A group of victims sat together cursing, having sent their regards to the ancestors of the monster that cast the plague skill. Watching Chen Rue and the others happily discussing how to celebrate Bai Jinqing, Lu Tian gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. Once the assessment is over, I must go find the dean and get to the bottom of this. I will definitely go back into the secret realm to take revenge on that monster. Yes, we must take revenge. I don't believe it. With so many of us prepared, we can't possibly be taken down by a single monster. An orange-tiered professional took the lead, and the crowd of black and purple victims behind him began to express their anger openly. It was only natural. If they had been eliminated due to insufficient damage, poor equipment, weak skills, or inadequate positioning, they would have accepted it without a word. But being inexplicably taken out in an instant, losing the chance to attend a better school, was something they could not accept. Moreover, too many people had been suddenly eliminated this time, leading many to suspect that there was a problem with the secret realm. After all, if it were just one or two, it could be chalked up to carelessness, but nearly 200,000 newcomers had been eliminated like this. Who wouldn't have other thoughts? However, just as Bai Jinqing and Chen Rue were laughing and joking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Bai Jinqing. Ching? The noisy scene fell silent. Bai Jinqing instinctively turned around and saw the newcomer clearly stunned for a moment. Director Qin. Chen Rue and the others also became as obedient as mice seeing a cat. Director Qin, Qin Xiu said softly with a smile in her eyes. You need to come with me, the dean is looking for you. Bai Jinqing's expression changed slightly but quickly concealed it. She knew that Ling Kong would definitely look for her, she just didn't expect it to be so soon. It seemed that Lin Chen's impact on them had been quite significant. Of course, they still didn't know it was Lin Chen's doing. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Rue and the others, Bai Jinqing silently followed Qin Xiu toward the main stage. Halfway there, Qin Xiu suddenly stopped. She turned to Bai Jinqing and smiled. Xingqing, you've hidden yourself well, even your aunt didn't know you had such great abilities. Bai Jinqing was taken aback. Ha? Qin Xiu had a look of I've caught you on her face. Keep pretending. You and your aunt are still hiding things from each other? Ha? Bai Jinqing was filled with question marks, completely unaware of what Qin Xiu was talking about. Seeing this, Qin Xiu shook her head helplessly. Oh, girls grow up too fast. Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. Clearly, both of them had misunderstood each other. However, Qin Xiu didn't ask further, she just ruffled her hair and took her up to the main stage. When they reached Ling Kong and the others, Bai Jinqing stood beside Bai Xiangnan. Dad! Bai Xiangnan nodded with a warm smile. Good girl, you've really brought me great honor today. Bai Jinqing's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Oh, Jinqing, you haven't just brought honor to your father, you've also brought honor to our Tianqi Academy. Ling Kong laughed heartily. This time, our academy will definitely make it into the top 10. With Shi Tengfei still not out and Bai Jinqing added to the mix, it would be hard for Tianqi Academy not to gain recognition. Zhao Feng spoke sourly. Congratulations, Oldling, your Tianqi Academy will definitely make it into the top 5 this time. The top 4 were the 4 major academies, and no one could squeeze in, but making it to 5th place would still be a tremendous honor. It would enhance his reputation and status, and the country's resources for the academy would also be improved. Qin Yan glanced at the expressionless Shirley and suddenly asked, Jinqing, tell us the truth. How did you clear level 39? Bai Jinqing shook her head. I'm sorry, principal and uncles, but I want to keep this matter confidential. However, I can assure you that I did not cheat. The others were not surprised at all. After all, everyone had their secrets. So after exchanging glances, Ling Kong and the others asked the reason for calling her. In the secret realm, did you encounter a monster that could release a skill called plague? Or, Bai Jinqing was taken aback and shook her head in confusion. Plague? No. Bai Jinqing looked at her father suspiciously. I was busy clearing monsters and didn't encounter anything strange. Seeing this, Everyone hesitated. That's strange. Could it really be that the monsters in the secret realm have gained self-awareness? Have they mutated? How is that possible? You all know those monsters. Impossible. The crowd furrowed their brows and pondered for a while. It started from level 22. Then at level 42, it stopped. Seeing them mumble in confusion, Bai Jinqing remained outwardly calm while inwardly sneering. After level 42, there were fewer professionals, and with so many routes, they simply couldn't encounter them. So of course, there were fewer who got eliminated instantly. Wait, someone else has come out. Just as everyone was suspicious, the audience below erupted again. It's Xiao Su, following Shirtung Fei. It really is. He couldn't hold on either and came out at level 46. Doesn't this mean Shirtung Fei is about to come out too? By the way, the White Priest in Bai Jinqing's team hasn't come out yet? I said it. He hasn't dealt any damage. Probably hiding somewhere? If he can't clear the level, what's the use of staying longer? Just adding to the jokes. Wait, the screen is on. It's Shirtung Fei. What the hell? He actually teamed up with Shirtung Rui? Are you stupid? They're brothers. Isn't it normal for them to team up? This time, with the two brothers working together, they can definitely clear more levels. Hey, is Shirtung Fei still cursing? Upon hearing this, Shi Li's face darkened. But he couldn't refute anything because the voice coming from the big screen was very real. It was indeed Shirtung Fei cursing, and Shirtung Rui was cursing along with him. However, the two brothers were not cursing the same person. Shirtung Fei was venting at the idiot who stole his monster. Shirtung Rui was cursing the flower demon that went crazy and attacked him together. Don't let me catch that idiot. I will definitely crush him to ashes. Did that two-armed flower demon take drugs? I didn't attack it, and it still came to mess with me? The two brothers were cursing and hurrying ahead, while Xiatsong was trembling alone behind them. It was clear that the two were on the verge of exploding, their bodies filled with anger. Finally, when they encountered a pile of monster corpses, both of them froze. Is someone in front of us? Aren't both of them in level 47? Shirtung Rui instinctively said, but Shirtung Fei's eyelids began to twitch upon seeing the corpses. It's that idiot. It's him again. Shirtung Fei's little face visibly turned red to the neck, pure anger surging in his blood. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at the monster's corpse. Brother, I told you before, the one who stole my abyss. His skills are like this. He's also a newcomer. He's in this secret realm. I have to. Wait a minute? Shirtung Rui's expression changed. Are you saying that the person who cleared the abyss and the abyss monsters in 5 minutes is a newcomer? Yes. Shirtung Fei spat angrily, his face flushed with embarrassment and rage. I've seen several waves of monster corpses along the way. The wounds are identical. Shirtung Rui's expression changed again, incredulously speaking. Are you sure? He could turn to ashes. I recognize him. Shirtung Fei roared, clearly furious to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. But after hearing this, Shirtung Rui's face indeed turned pale as he whispered, do you know who the person in front of us is? Yan Shi, Yi Qing Tian. Shirtung Fei was stunned, his anger subsiding significantly. Then, that won't do. My monster. Shirtung Rui frowned, quickly suppressing his emotions and thinking for a moment. No, wait. Yan Shi is the Golden Valkyrie. Yi Qing Tian is the Arcane Mage. Neither of them has skills that would produce this effect. And clearing the level 60 legendary Abyss Lord in tens of thousands of Abyss monsters in 5 minutes. Even Yan Shi now would find it tough. Seeing the two hesitate, Xiatsong raised his hand with a sense of urgency, speaking timidly. You two bosses, is it possible that besides those two, there's someone else ahead of us? The two were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. Who? Could there really be someone in the secret realm? Shirtung Rui looked a bit confused, but Shirtung Fei suddenly remembered something, his expression changing. Who else could it be? It can't be Bai Jinqing, right? Xiatsong chuckled awkwardly. Bai Jinqing dropped out at this level. Shirtung Fei's eyelids twitched, clearly on the verge of exploding. Then who else could it be? Just spit it out. He had given his watch to Zhao Ming, but Zhao Ming's arms were useless, he had died early. So if others didn't say, he wouldn't know. Seeing him like this, Xiatsong didn't dare to say more and quickly spoke up. It's Lin Chen. After Bai Jinqing and Li Fei dropped out, only Lin Chen was left. Now the records show he's still in level 46, but his rank is 3rd. Upon hearing this news, The two immediately understood that Lin Chen was ranked third because he was ahead of them. This was like stabbing Shi Tengfei in the lungs, making him tremble with anger. Watching Shi Tengfei curse like a storm, Shi Tengrui was stunned. He had never seen his brother curse so much. He must be furious. But the most important thing right now was Lin Chen, so he quickly stopped Shi Tengfei. Calm down for a moment. Lin Chen? Isn't he your classmate? Didn't you say he was a white priest? Yeah. Shi Tengfei's eyes widened as he suddenly realized. Hey, what the hell? What's going on? Isn't he just a trash priest? How can he still be in level 46? And ahead of us? Shi Tengrui's expression changed, quickly thinking of a possibility. He can't have mutated his profession, right? Shi Tengfei had intended to curse, but upon hearing this, he instantly calmed down. Thinking about it, he also felt something was off. First, he hadn't seen the familiar wounds until after level 39, which was when Bai Jinqing's team surpassed him. But Bai Jinqing was a mage, he had checked the skills, and they weren't like that. As for Li Fei, he was just a trash tank, unable to inflict such large wounds. Secondly, after that, he occasionally started seeing corpses with such wounds. Finally, the fact that there were still monsters with such wounds here indicated that that person was ahead of them. Looking at it this way, all the clues pointed to Lin Chen. Seeing Shi Tengfei's body shaking more and more, Shi Tengrui frowned. It's very likely that Lin Chen's profession has mutated, giving him damage. But this needs to be verified. We can't jump to conclusions. Shi Tengfei trembled with anger, grinding his teeth. Then let's go. He must still be ahead. I want to see what kind of thing he is. Wait a minute. Shi Tengrui stopped him, his mind racing before looking at Xiatsong. You're a thief, right? Xiatsong's eyelids twitched, a bad premonition surging in his heart. Yes. Shi Tengfei nodded, pulling out a stick of incense that had burned down to the length of a pinky. Take this, the monsters will ignore you. You sneak over and see what's going on. You don't need to get too close, just observe from a distance how he kills the monsters. Upon hearing this, Xiatsong felt like he had lost his mother. Clutching the lit incense, he stealthily moved forward. Although the monsters indeed ignored him, weaving through so many level 71 rare monsters made it hard not to tremble. Damn it, is my life not worth anything? Xiatsong gritted his teeth, wanting to cry but having no tears. What could he do? Facing the first family of Apocalypse City, he was just a kid from an ordinary family, with no room to resist. Not to mention, his parents were still working for the Shi family. He could only keep comforting himself, accepting reality. It's fine. Anyway, I've already reached level 46, and I'm level 36 now, so at least making the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Xiatsong mumbled as he ran, soon discovering a monster that had just been killed and hadn't respawned yet. Looking at the gaping wounds that exposed bone, Xiatsong couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising all over his body. He didn't know what this skill effect felt like on a monster, but on a human, it would leave them severely injured if not dead. Moreover, some monsters were hanging with patches of black and yellow substances, emitting an extremely foul odor. Even covering his nose didn't help. Some monsters seemed to be oozing, while others had blood spurting from their wrists and ankles, and some were covered in wounds, looking like blood-filled gourds. The more Xiatsong looked, the more horrified he became. What was the difference between this scene and hell? When he reached the bottom of the level and heard the monster's agonizing howls, his face drained of color. What a vicious person. Terrified, he hid behind a large rock and saw a monster kneeling on the ground, howling. Its weapon had been thrown to the ground, and its body was covered in wounds and blood, clutching its stomach while screaming. That terrifying scene was like a demon from hell torturing it endlessly. Xiatsong's eyelids twitched, filled with fear. What? Who is doing this? He hadn't seen anyone, so he planned to change direction to take a look. But just as he was about to get up, his vision blurred, and the next second, he found himself in the arena. Xiatsong was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Someone else has come out. It's Xiatsong, teammate of Shi Tengfei. Oh my god, how did he come out too? Seeing his classmates surrounding him and hearing the audience's uproar not far away, Xiatsong was filled with question marks. Is this the arena? I came out? At that moment, Xiao Su hurriedly ran up to support his shoulder. Xiatsong, how did you come out? Are you okay? Xiatsong stiffly looked at Xiao Su. Xiao Su, I came out? Ha! Xietsong had no idea what had happened. But indeed, after looking around, he confirmed that he had really come out. But the problem was, didn't he clearly want to see who was clearing the level? Xietsong? What's wrong? Are you dumb? Seeing him drenched in sweat and still in shock, Xiao Su quickly shook his shoulder. Speak, what's wrong? Xietsong jolted awake, suddenly clear-headed. The boss asked me to see who killed the monster. I reached the bottom of the level, and then, Xietsong hesitated for a moment. Then I came out. Xiao Su's expression changed, suddenly remembering something, and quickly said, check your battle log. Xietsong suspiciously opened it and was instantly stunned. You were killed by a plague. Xietsong? At the bottom of level 46, Lin Chen sat on a large rock, holding a bottle of mineral water in one hand and a staff in the other. Looking dazed. What kind of thing is flashing? Lin Chen put the bottle into his backpack and opened the battle log. You killed Xietsong. Ha? Xietsong? Lin Chen looked around in confusion. Are there other people in this level? Forget it. I need to hurry up and kill to catch up on progress. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention, after all. Such things shouldn't make him feel conflicted. But to be fair, this level 46 was really tough. He had already cast Bloodburst over 20 times. It still hadn't died. Looking at the 75 level legendary monster with half health left, Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, let's go all out. Don't let Yan Shi run away again. Just right. I haven't used that skill after the promotion yet. Lin Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and for the first time used his class advancement's exclusive skill. Vengeful. Dawn. A somewhat muffled yet crisp bell sound rang out. A pair of vengeful eyes appeared above Lin Chen's head. The next second, Lin Chen felt a surge of power throughout his body, stronger than Ming Yun's blessing. On the opposite side, the one kneeling on the ground wailed as if witnessing some terrifying sight, trembling all over while enveloped in dark green smoke. Watching the damage escalate, Lin Chen did not stop. Plague. Buzz. After a low hum, an invisible ripple quickly spread outward. The fear in those eyes intensified, and without caring about the pain, they hugged their large head in terror. The attributes in defense of the curse of resentment were reduced by 30, and the plague also reduced by 30. With the double reduction in attributes and defense penetration, a glimmer flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he immediately raised his hand to cast another skill. Rending technique. The massive critical hit number left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. He did not expect the damage per second to exceed 1,000,000. Truly a specialized skill. It was indeed monstrous. This was without the effect of the curse of resentment. If he had used it, the damage per second would likely increase by about 30. After all, that golden exclusive weapon added a lot of attributes and magic penetration, and ordinary small monsters simply couldn't withstand it. Realizing his damage output, Lin Chen was overjoyed, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. With the rending technique reducing defense by half, the defense in front of me is now negative. In that case, let's try. Blood explosion technique. What the hell? 2 million? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. The enormous critical hit number left Lin Chen astonished. Damn, I've only used half my strength, and you're about to go down? With the bleeding effect in play, after Lin Chen unleashed those 4 skills in succession, the half health dropped by another half in less than 5 seconds. It was more than 5 times faster than before. With just half a set of skills, the damage per second can reach 2 million. If I change my equipment and use magic transformation, wouldn't I hit 5 million per second? How can anyone else play like this? Truly a hidden profession. Even calling it monstrous seems inadequate. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and he became exhilarated. I'm about to hit level 40. Once I change 6 pieces of equipment, my damage can increase another tier. Oh my! Just thinking about it made Lin Chen excited. After all, even by Jin Qing, who had undergone her second class change, couldn't reach 2 million damage per second, right? Under normal circumstances, if she could achieve around 300,000 damage per second, it would be considered good equipment for her. Hurry up and level up. Lin Chen instinctively focused his gaze on the target, his eyes gleaming, which startled even him. Just obediently become my experience points. Blood explosion technique. Blood explosion technique. Boom! With Lin Chen's relentless bombardment, in just 30 seconds, the half-health target let out a wailing cry of relief and collapsed. What followed was a pile of gleaming golden equipment. However, As Lin Chen happily approached to inspect, he immediately spotted a familiar item. What the hell? Another skill book dropped? You have obtained 423 gold, 67 silver, 76 copper. You have obtained equipment, Legs of the Elephant King, purple. You have obtained equipment, Ivory Jade, orange. You have obtained equipment, Ivory Seal Jade, orange. You have obtained a skill book, Mental Clarity, Mental Clarity? What kind of skill is this? Lin Chen looked at the attributes with some suspicion. Mental Clarity, universal skill, dispels current mental control skills and increases mental power for 30 seconds. Maintaining mental clarity and preventing mental control. Cooldown time 1 minute. After reading the description, Lin Chen's face showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder when I controlled the small monster to attack it earlier, its head lit up, and the small monster stopped attacking it. So it was because of this skill. Similarly, he recalled that when it was down to this state, its head would occasionally light up, attempting to use this skill to regain clarity in order to attack him. But it was of no use. Aside from the neural control, all his other skills were physical and caused continuous external damage, making its dispel skill ineffective. Instead, being too clear-headed increased its pain perception. Isn't this just pure self-torment? Lin Chen shook his head and chose to study instead. Ding! You have learned, skill, mental clarity, skill mutation. You have learned, Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease. When using this skill on a target, the target will acquire Alzheimer's disease, with memory, calculation ability, comprehension ability, and judgment ability gradually declining, losing orientation of time and place, gradually developing cognitive impairment, language barriers, and losing mobility and self-care abilities. The skill can interrupt the target's spellcasting and cause continuous damage, lasting up to 1 minute, and can be turned off at any time. What the hell? Top-tier torture? Lin Chen was taken aback, but once he regained his composure, he was overjoyed. Not to mention, if he threw this during a battle, it wouldn't be long before the opponent wouldn't even recognize their own mother, especially when they lose mobility and language ability later on. Wouldn't that make them a complete fool? Wouldn't that mean he could do whatever he wanted? And the most impressive part is the final loss of self-care ability. As everyone knows, this symptom can lead to soiling oneself. Lin Chen was already eager to give it a try. Glancing at the portal before him, Lin Chen smirked and directly stepped inside. He arrived at level 47. What greeted him was a horde of two-headed ogres. They stood 4 meters tall, wielding wooden clubs, with very fierce expressions. But upon closer inspection, one of the heads had eyes that revealed a clear stupidity. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately unleashed his new skill, Alzheimer's disease. The novice staff emitted a faint glow, infecting within a 1,500-meter radius of the plague. One by one, the two-headed ogres emitted thick green smoke and a sense of confusion. He released it just as the duration of the vengeful skill was about to expire, so the damage was naturally high. Moreover, due to the continuous damage effect, the damage from later attacks exceeded 2 million. However, damage was secondary. The most impressive part was the skill's effect. Initially, these two-headed ogres looked somewhat dazed. Upon realizing that Lin Chen had stepped into their warning line, they still charged at him, some throwing fireballs. But within 5 seconds, these monsters began to stop, looking around in confusion. Many ogres scratched their heads, not understanding what they were doing, and their fierce eyes gradually turned silly. They were not smart to begin with, and now afflicted with Alzheimer's disease. One could only say the effect was outstanding. However, they did not die from it, as they had nearly 20 million health points. As soon as the skill's duration ended, this group of monsters jumped up. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This skill is more fun than disease technique. The power of disease technique lies in its long duration and immediate effect, but its damage is low. Alzheimer's disease, although short in duration, has a more ferocious effect and higher damage. However, the effects displayed were not as comprehensive as described in the skill's explanation. Lin Chen speculated that it was likely due to the skill level being too low and the duration being too short, which caused the stages described later in the skill to not fully manifest. In that case, let's practice. Lin Chen slowly curled his lips into a cruel smile and once again used Alzheimer's disease on this group of ogres. At the end of level 47, dressed in golden armor and with flowing black hair, she descended from the sky like a war god. Holding a spear, she transformed into a golden dragon, fiercely plunging it into the head of a level 75 two-headed dragon. Golden Dragon Spear. Boom! With 2 damage outputs, Yanxi twisted her waist, using the force of the spear to propel herself backward. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian's eyes lit up. Good skill. Good technique. After saying that, he was unwilling to be outdone and immediately raised his small staff, chanting a spell. Moments later, as the small wand emitted a dazzling blue light, a 2-meter square light screen quickly formed above his head. Arcane Halo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blue arrows of light flying out from the screen seemed to have a mind of their own, heading straight for the giant eyes of the 2-headed dragon. With just one strike, it dealt 800,000 damage. However, instead of causing the 2-headed dragon to retreat, it only stirred its ferocity. With a roar, it raised its 2 heads and unleashed 2 energy pillars, 1 ice and 1 fire. Yanxi and the others changed their expressions and quickly retreated. But even so, they were still grazed by the attack. Yanxi saw that she had lost a third of her health and shook her head helplessly, turning to run, leaving Yi Qingtian stunned, who had also lost half his health. Yanxi, seeing her running without a word, Yi Qingtian sighed unwillingly and followed after her. By the time Yi Qingtian caught up, Yanxi was already sitting on a large rock, eating bread. Yi Qingtian gritted his teeth and glanced back at the 2-headed dragon, which had returned to its position and was starting to recover health. Let's try again. I think we can do it. If you want to go ahead, I'm not going. Yanxi didn't care at all about fleeing at the last moment. After all, if they couldn't win, why go to their death? Yi Qingtian's expression darkened, and he muttered in frustration. The big screen outside must be showing us right now. Our escape just now will definitely cause an uproar among the audience. If we don't even try, we'll definitely be scolded. Yanxi chewed on her bread and scoffed. You're really something, let them scold us. What can they take from us? You! Yi Qingtian was instantly enraged. He cared a lot about his personal image and was very concerned about how others viewed him. He couldn't accept the current situation at all. However, Yanxi's nonchalance meant she didn't care about these things. That's a level 75 legendary monster, even if its attributes are weakened. It still has 40 million health. My maximum damage per second is barely 600,000, but just one hit takes a third of my health. Yanxi looked at him with a strange expression. That 1-hour cooldown skill of yours is decent, but the rest? You're worse off than me. Do you think we can make it through? Yi Qingtian twitched his mouth, instantly calming down. So what now? Just give up? What's wrong with giving up? Yanxi said nonchalantly as she ate her bread. I've already set a record. I can go to any university I want, and I've qualified for the personal challenge. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Yi Qingtian clenched his jaw, his face full of unwillingness, but the reality was just that. Even if he wanted to continue, they couldn't defeat this monster. Yanxi scoffed again. The monsters in level 48 are all level 76, and there are 3 level 78 ones. With our level 39 damage, we can't get through at all. Yi Qingtian clenched his fists, trembling with anger. What could he do? After a long while, he let out a long sigh, reluctantly accepting reality. Fine. That's enough. Let's meet at the personal challenge. Yanxi didn't say much, waving her hand. Bye. Yi Qingtian was taken aback, a bit confused. Aren't you leaving? Yanxi took a bite of her bread and shook her head casually. I'll stay for a bit. Stay for a bit? Yi Qingtian looked at her in bewilderment. You can't get through. So what are you staying here for? Yanxi raised her beautiful eyes to look at him, filled with a strange expression. Waiting for someone? I'm waiting for someone. Yi Qingtian was stunned. Ha? Waiting for someone? He instinctively looked around. Waiting for who? Sure Tang Rue? Him? Yanxi's face was full of mockery. He's not worthy. Yanxi put the empty bread wrapper into her backpack and lazily stretched her neck. The person I'm waiting for can get through this. I'm just here to broaden my horizons and gain some experience. What? Yi Qingtian was completely baffled. In the center of the training ground, Xiaocang looked at Xiao with a confused expression. I was killed by the plague. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Xiao's expression change, but even Lu Tian and the others nearby turned pale. Sure enough, you were also killed by the plague. The crowd trembled with anger and instinctively exchanged glances. No one who could enter the 4 major academies was a fool. Similarly, those present who had managed to pass over 30 levels were certainly not fools either. With just a little thought, they realized something was very wrong. The dean hasn't said anything about the secret realm being the problem. which means the issue lies with the monsters in the secret realm. Or, people. Exactly. Now we just need to find the culprit. Damn it. I must take revenge. Yes. After all the hard work to get through the levels, if it weren't for that stupid plague skill, I could have definitely made it into the top 10. Don't let me find out who it is. Monsters slaughter monsters, people slaughter people. I must vent this anger today. One person spoke, and everyone echoed, instantly becoming agitated. Looking at the crowd's frantic expressions, Xiatsong was the only one who remained silent, because he had a suspicion. According to Shi Tingfei, the person who had taken him down had extremely high damage. He had chased after them and confirmed this. After all, the wounds on that monster were too conspicuous. If it wasn't a problem with the secret realm, then what if it wasn't a mutation of the monster that was the issue? Could it be that the person was the one using the plague skill? Moreover, after thinking carefully, bringing this person into the equation made everything make sense. Their high damage and wide skill range aligned perfectly with the effects of the plague skill. After all, it was rare for large groups of professionals to be taken down in an instant. Ordinary people couldn't achieve that. The more Xiatsong thought about it, the more reasonable his suspicion seemed, but he couldn't be sure, because there was still one problem. In front of them, there were only Yan Shi, Yi Qingtian, and Lin Chen. Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian had been verified by Shi Tangrui and were ruled out, so if his hypothesis was correct, it could only mean that the person responsible was Lin Chen. But, he was just a white potential, a useless priest with no damage. How could he accomplish such a thing? It didn't make sense. Unless it could be verified that Lin Chen was not the white priest he appeared to be upon awakening. Is it Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian? Are they collaborating again? Just as Xiatsong was pondering, someone nearby suddenly shouted. The crowd instinctively looked at the big screen, and sure enough, the voices of the two could be heard. This is the last part of level 47. Shall we cooperate? Sure, let's give it a try. Yan Shi was still as suave and handsome as ever, instantly capturing everyone's attention. On the screen, Yan Shi charged forward while Yi Qingtian cast skills from behind. Although they had never teamed up before, the cooperation between strong players was always a sight to behold. Positioning, damage output, kiting, interrupting. No words were needed, their teamwork was seamless. However, when Yan Shi used her descending gun technique, she unexpectedly turned and ran. This immediately caused an uproar among the audience and classmates. What? She ran away? Goddess Shi, you just ran like that? Of course, if you can't win, why force it? That would be foolish. Exactly. The skill only grazed her, and Goddess Shi lost a third of her health. If she doesn't run, is she waiting to die? This is a level 75 legend, they're only level 39. It's perfectly normal they can't win. Don't even mention level 75, I can't even solo a level 45. They've already made it to level 47, that's impressive enough. Didn't Lord Huaying also come out at level 46 back in the day? Exactly. Today's surprises have been more than enough, it wasn't a wasted trip. There were indeed people mocking the two for running away, but it wasn't as much as Yi Qingtian had thought. After all, excluding their backgrounds, their golden potential was enough to silence many. However, looking at the big screen, Xiatsong suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to verify. Since the big screen was showing footage of Yan Shi and the others, it would naturally also show Lin Chen. As long as he could see Lin Chen farming monsters, wouldn't it be clear at a glance? And aren't there the brothers Shi Tengfei with them? If it really is Lin Chen, those two brothers will definitely have a run-in with him. At that time, it will be obvious just by looking. Xiatsong's eyes lit up as he immediately spotted this opportunity to shine in front of Shi Tengfei. But just then, someone suddenly expressed doubt. Hey, why is there no sound in the footage? Speaking of which, didn't Goddess Shi say she couldn't get through and would withdraw? Why hasn't she come out yet? Yi Qingtian too? Look at his expression. He seems quite shocked. Did Goddess Shi say something? Why does the footage keep losing sound? It's so annoying. If they can't get through, they should come out early to rest and prepare for tomorrow's individual challenge. Right? Hey, the scene changed. It's the Shi brothers. Damn, those two brothers are amazing. Each with a sword. They just killed a level 72 monster? You're blind. That elephant-headed monster was clearly low on health. If you went to attack, you could have killed it too. Watching the Shi brothers display their prowess on the big screen, Xiatsong's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Yan Shi and the others had already clearly stated they would withdraw, so the footage definitely wouldn't be given to them. Now that it was given to Shi Tingfei, it would surely be given to Lin Chen soon. At that time, his opportunity would come. In the 47th level, after Lin Chen inflicted dementia on a group of two-headed ogres, he unleashed the tearing technique and blood explosion technique. With 3 major continuous damage skills in play, he didn't need to pay them any mind. He walked along, waiting to gain experience. I can level up with just one more monster. As the last ogre fell, Lin Chen glanced at his nearly full experience bar, and his eyes immediately brightened. Coincidentally, the end of the level was just ahead. As long as he killed it, he would definitely level up. However, this journey wasn't without its frustrations. For instance, he had just killed one. Aside from 2 pieces of junk purple gear and some gold, it dropped nothing else. He had wasted 3 minutes of excitement for nothing. Just as Lin Chen rounded a small hill, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Hey! As soon as Lin Chen made a sound, Yan Shi and Yi Qing Tian, sitting on 2 large stones eating and drinking, instinctively looked towards him. Yan Shi slowly curled her lips into a smile, waving her hand without any surprise. We meet again, handsome. Yi Qing Tian looked at Lin Chen with a mix of confusion and shock. Is this the person you were talking about? Yan Shi glanced at him, a mocking smile in her eyes. Alright, since you've seen him, go back and prepare for tomorrow's individual challenge. Yi Qing Tian was taken aback. Aren't you going to introduce him? He looks like your friend? Yan Shi put her water bottle into her backpack and stood up. Introduce? Friend? He doesn't even know you. What's there to introduce? Lin Chen looked at Yan Shi, who was walking towards him, with some suspicion. What are you doing here? I thought you had already reached level 48. Yan Shi shrugged, looking quite helpless. No choice, can't get through. The level guard won't die. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Not even the golden potential Valkyrie can die? Upon hearing this, Yan Shi immediately laughed. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming. She playfully blinked. So what? Does golden potential mean invincibility? I wish it did. Seeing Yan Shi's completely different attitude towards Lin Chen compared to herself, Yi Qing Tian felt a sudden throbbing in his temples. Yan Shi, your time is running out. Yan Shi ignored Yi Qing Tian and interrupted him, leaving Lin Chen a bit confused, especially when he saw the profound look in Yan Shi's eyes. He couldn't quite grasp what she meant. Yan Shi's gaze slightly sharpened as she spoke softly. Time really is running out. Lin Chen was taken aback, and upon sensing something unusual, he instantly understood Yan Shi's meaning. The next second, Yi Qing Tian, who was walking towards Yan Shi, vanished from the spot. Yan Shi, you, ha? Seeing himself appear in the training ground, Yi Qing Tian looked utterly bewildered. Is that Yi Qing Tian? What the hell? The golden potential has come out too? What the hell? Is this level 47 really that impressive? Even the golden potential can't hold up? Are you out of your mind? Did you forget what they said about quitting? They probably just waited long enough to leave. Oh right, I forgot about that. Then Goddess Shi will probably come out too. Goddess Shi, my white moonlight. I can finally see the real person. I was so nervous before that I didn't even get a chance to look. Hearing the chattering and gazes of his classmates around him, Yi Qing Tian suddenly realized, his eyelids twitching as he quickly opened the battle log. You were killed by a plague. Yi Qing Tian? Alright, the hypocrite who's been a nuisance has left. In level 47, watching Yi Qing Tian disappear, Yan Shi felt no surprise at all. She stretched lazily, her beautiful face paired with an unbeatable figure, shining brilliantly under the golden armor. With outsiders around, even stretching is difficult. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, wanting to say that this was only their second meeting. Aren't you planning to continue challenging the levels? Yan Shi was taken aback, retracting her arms and blinking her big eyes. Right? My damage ends here. Continuing would just be humiliating. It's better to go back, rest, and get a good sleep. They had been messing around in the secret realm for almost 10 hours, and it was indeed tiring. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. Hey, since you agreed to my team invitation, why don't you help me clear this level? Yi Qing Tian left because Lin Chen had secretly intervened, and Lin Chen intervened because Yan Shi had just sneakily sent him a team invitation. Coupled with Yan Shi's words, Lin Chen understood that the scene on the big screen was definitely not here. However, hearing Yan Shi say this, Lin Chen also knew what she was up to. She wasn't trying to clear another level, She wanted to see her damage to confirm a certain suspicion in her heart. But right now, Lin Chen wasn't too worried about her revealing his damage. This woman was very calculating and smart. From her subtle hints, he could tell that even if she discovered something, she wouldn't blurt it out. Otherwise, she would have already told Ji Qingtian that the owner of the plague skill was him. Yes, Lin Chen was sure she highly suspected that the plague skill was released by him, especially after Yi Qingtian was out. She was even more certain of this. The team invitation was Yan Shi testing him. Similarly, killing Yi Qingtian was his test of Yan Shi. Now, both understood each other without saying a word, so helping her out wasn't a big deal. After all, he didn't lack that little bit of experience, and she wouldn't care whether she could clear another level. Thinking this, Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. Alright, consider it a favor for telling me about Tidroll and Bone Scab. Hey, that won't do. Yan Shi quickly refused. You said you would treat me to a meal, this can't be counted as that. Lin Chen had a face full of question marks. Isn't it? Does the young lady of Bigwencheng still need me to treat her to a meal? What? Is Bigwencheng facing a famine and can't cook? Yan Shi chuckled, quickly pretending to be serious and shaking her head. Of course. We're in dire straits, I'm a self-reliant person. Lin Chen was speechless, pursing his lips. Alright, it's just a meal. I'll treat you to fried noodles when we get to Tianqi City. Yan Shi was taken aback, her eyes widening instantly. What? Are you out of food? Treating me to fried noodles? How about spicy hot pot instead? Yan Shi looked incredulous. Xiao Yu, can you believe my sister ran into a scumbag today? Lin Chen. Forget it. Yan Shi waved her hand, quite indifferent. Whatever, anything is fine, I'm not picky. After saying that, she extended her hand. Please, don't make me slap myself. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, taking the novice staff and stepping past her. As he turned the corner, he immediately saw the 10-meter-tall two-headed demon dragon. Its scales glimmered with a cold light, and its deep purple body truly matched the panel of a level 75 legend. 40 million health. How long will it take you? Lin Chen turned to her and smiled. How long for you? Yan Shi was taken aback, her eyes filled with playful curiosity. If it's a wooden dummy, with full status and all skills, probably about 2 minutes. But it moves, and I have to dodge skills while dealing continuous damage, so about 5 minutes. If I lose the rhythm, at least over 10 minutes, but I can't withstand 3 hits from this, so I can't strategize. Lin Chen nodded, already having a concept of the golden potential in his mind. It was indeed at least 5 times stronger than the orange potential. Bai Jinqing was level 38, with a damage per second DPS of just over 70,000. Yan Shi was level 39, with a DPS of around 500,000. Although Yan Shi was fully equipped in orange gear, which provided a lot of bonuses, the difference of over 5 times in DPS was still easily noticeable. 2 minutes, that's pretty fast. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yan Shi felt a bit dazed. She didn't understand what Lin Chen meant, but he didn't give her time to ponder. Alzheimer's, Lin Chen, without any martial ethics, struck first, watching the 1.2 million critical damage erupt from the two-headed demon dragon's head. Yan Shi's eyelids twitched, and the playful expression on her face gradually faded. But that wasn't the end. The continuous damage of 1 million was enough to challenge anyone's nerves. Just a momentary small skill could deal 1 million DPS, who wouldn't be stunned? Most importantly, the dragon, which had been furious and ready to unleash ice and fire magic, suddenly swallowed its attack halfway. Even visibly, its 4 eyes began to show confusion. What skill was this? Yan Shi was taken aback, instinctively looking at Lin Chen, but he wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned. Rending technique. Tear. Roar. Watching as the two-headed demon dragon's body was instantly torn open with dozens of deep wounds, revealing bone, even the confusion in its eyes cleared a bit, and Yan Shi's expression changed immediately. What skill was this? The effect was terrifying. But then, with the explosive 1.2 million DPS and the bleeding effect dealing another 1 million damage, Yan Shi suddenly realized something was off. Lin Chen's damage was still increasing. That last skill was a defense reduction. Sure enough, blood burst technique. Boom! As blood mist erupted from the wounds, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood gourd, looking incredibly eerie. Yan Shi's pupils constricted, her body went numb, and for the first time, she recognized Lin Chen's damage. But the next second, As Lin Chen continuously unleashed skills, the two-headed demon dragon's health bar dropped like a dam bursting, plummeting down. In less than a minute, it had already lost half its health. Yet, it couldn't even touch Lin Chen, since it knelt down in pain. It hadn't stood up again. The skills it had previously aimed at Lin Chen couldn't be cast at all. Whenever it showed any intention to use a skill, Lin Chen would instantly interrupt it. It not only had to endure the damage from Lin Chen's skills but also the backlash damage from being interrupted. To be honest, such an absurd scene, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed anyone who told her. It was shocking, truly shocking. Blood burst technique. Boom! Watching the DPS gradually rise, now reaching 1.7 million yen, she slowly opened her mouth in astonishment. What kind of divine damage was this? She looked at Lin Chen's profile in shock, but this little man remained indifferent, as if that 1.7 million DPS was utterly trivial. Previously, she had only guessed that Lin Chen's damage was high, otherwise, he wouldn't have caught up to her so quickly. Now, seeing it with her own eyes, she realized she had still underestimated him. She had originally thought that since they both had golden potential, even if it mutated, a difference of 100,000 or 200,000 in DPS would be remarkable. But now, looking at it, she realized how ridiculous her thoughts were. You should know that Lin Chen is currently only holding a novice staff. She believes that Lin Chen must have good weapons and equipment that he hasn't equipped yet, otherwise, his damage would have increased significantly. Watching the agonizing cries of those kneeling on the ground, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Chen's profile again. This time, she looked for a long while, and her eyes grew brighter. This man is very powerful, extremely powerful. He is the person with the highest potential and the strongest abilities she has ever seen. Bang! Just as she was lost in thought, a loud noise snapped her back to reality. The next second, she saw a golden light shining from Lin Chen's body. He leveled up? She's eyes lit up, instinctively looking over. However, seeing the tragic scene and the black and yellow objects flying around, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. With his skills, each one is torturous. Ha ha, leveled up. Hey, really? Why did another skill book drop? Shi? Isn't it bad to drop skill books? She looked confused. Lin Chen walked over speechlessly, picking up items while complaining. Really? Did I poke the nest of skill books? Every day, just picking up skill books. She was filled with question marks. Really? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Can you act like a person? Lin Chen smacked his lips and patted the non-existent dust on the skill book. No, since level 45, I've picked up 3 skill books. She tilted her head in disbelief. Please? Just act like a person? That's not how it is. Lin Chen clicked his tongue. Picking up skill books every day is making them worthless. Looking at Lin Chen's defiant expression, she wanted to punch him to death. You know you're asking for a beating, right? She said, breathing heavily and raising her small fist. I've been grinding for so long since awakening, and I haven't even picked up a single skill book. And you're here acting all smug, standing there talking without any pain. She was about to explode, and Lin Chen finally reacted. What? You haven't picked up a single skill book after grinding for so long? Isn't it enough to just have hands to pick up skill books? I've picked up 6. Have you even tried hard to grind? She trembled with anger, almost pulling out her golden spear to silence him. Seeing her so furious, Lin Chen suddenly realized, oh, it seems you have bad luck. Are you polite? She's eyelids twitched with anger. She could almost play a piece by Mozart. You bastard! You bastard! She was furious, her body shaking like a sieve. This was the first time she had shown emotions and expressions other than being carefree. To be honest, in her entire life, including her father, there have been times when she got angry, but to be this explosively angry, it was the first time in 18 years. She didn't even know why. Even though she didn't lack equipment or skill books, Lin Chen still managed to infuriate her like this, but she was just so mad her head was spinning. Realizing this, she almost laughed out loud. You really are. I give up. Seeing her gradually calm down, Lin Chen chuckled. Giving up is the right choice. Lin Chen cleared his throat and nodded at the corpse. What you can't do, I can do. If you don't accept it, who will? She twitched her lips, feeling like she had never met someone with such a sharp tongue before. She felt Lin Chen's words were more vicious than his skills. I don't know how Qin Qin can stand you. What are you saying? Nothing. She rolled her eyes at him, directly getting angry and laughing. Quick! See what skills you can learn. If you can learn them, hurry up and learn, if not, sell them. You can use the money to treat me to a good meal. Lin Chen looked at her suspiciously, then turned to look at the skill description. Ice sealing technique learnable by magic profession. After using the skill, you can encase yourself in ice, maintaining a high level of mental concentration while reducing inner impulses, allowing you to immediately regain a calm state and become immune to all damage for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. After reading the description, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It's a life-saving skill. Whether human or monster, as long as they are living beings, they have emotions. And with emotions, it's easy to get carried away when receiving external information. For example, during a raid, if progress stalls for too long, a hot-tempered person might easily lose their composure out of frustration, leading to actions that disrupt their own rhythm. In such moments, it's easy to be caught off guard. This skill not only grants immunity to all damage for 30 seconds but also allows one to calm down and devise a strategy within that time, which can indeed save one's life in critical moments. She was somewhat curious. Can you learn it? Lin Chen shrugged. Sorry to disappoint you, but you're definitely getting the spicy hot pot. She twitched her mouth, feeling quite speechless. So stingy. Lin Chen chuckled, not taking it to heart. You wouldn't know the value of money if you weren't in charge. Especially since you're the young lady of the avoidance city. Upon hearing this, She's expression darkened. Lin Chen paid no mind and directly chose to learn. Ding! You have learned, skill, ice sealing technique, skill mutation. You have learned, persistent excitement syndrome technique. Persistent excitement syndrome technique. When releasing the skill, you will cause the target to feel a continuous and involuntary sense of victorious excitement without any external stimuli or needs, even leading to repeated excitement. And each time the excitement exceeds the limit, it will cause damage, with the damage amount depending on the frequency and intensity of the excitement, lasting up to 1 minute, and you can choose to deactivate the skill effect early. Ah! What? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, his face filled with astonishment. Is this even a skill? What kind of good person has a skill like this? No, I'm a serious priest. Can we get something normal? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. To be honest, he thought the mutation was a bit excessively perverse, and this persistent excitement syndrome technique made him feel like his skills were straying further down a dark path. Just thinking about unleashing this skill, combined with the passive effects of his plague skill, oh no, he couldn't even imagine what kind of scene that would be. Even he felt a bit embarrassed. Is this the true worth of a vengeful priest? It seemed to be. Thinking back, ever since he successfully advanced, the mutations of his skills had become increasingly absurd. The previous skill mutations were primarily focused on damage, but now they all revolved around torment. Seeing his fluctuating expression and silence, She poked him curiously. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Is this skill not useful? Not useful? Ha! This skill is definitely useful. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, forcing a laugh. It's pretty good. I was just looking at the skill description. You know. Lin Chen cleared his throat and glanced at the remaining junk equipment. I'm heading to level 48. What about you? She shrugged. I'm going to check out level 48 too. Then I'll log out. Lin Chen wasn't surprised by this. After all, she had gotten what she needed. Alright, let's go in together. Hey, wait a minute. She grabbed him. If Lin Chen knew this was She's first interaction with the opposite sex, he probably wouldn't believe it. But if this scene were seen by others outside, they would collectively go crazy. She, like a startled rabbit, quickly withdrew her hand and pretended nothing happened, whispering, "You don't have much time left." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted. Seeing this, She smirked. So once I log out after we enter level 48, you have to be quick. Lin Chen nodded seriously. I understand. Thank you. Hey. She sighed lightly, a bit frivolously. Alright, fine. There's really no helping it. I'll help you one last time. Consider it repaying the favor for you taking me through level 47. As she spoke, she playfully patted Lin Chen's shoulder. By the way, can we eat something a bit more upscale than spicy hot pot? Lin Chen was taken aback, instantly at a loss for words. Wait, what? Goddess, she actually cleared level 47 and entered level 48? No way? Really? The record has changed. As expected of Goddess, she. Truly impressive. She's broken the record again. This time, The champion of the team battle must be Goddess She. My goddess. Ah, so amazing. Wait a minute? Lin Chen? Who the hell is that? How did he also enter level 48? I remember now. Lin Chen. He's the white priest who teamed up with Bai Jinqing? What the heck? No way? He's still in there? Even Bai Jinqing has come out. And he hasn't? What's going on? Could it be that he latched onto Goddess She's leg? It must be. How could a white priest with no damage possibly clear the levels? Healing the monsters? What kind of luck is this? First, the goddess of love took him to level 46, and now he's clinging to Goddess She's leg to get to level 48. Damn! He's getting all the benefits. Maybe Bai Jinqing withdrew because he was ungrateful, selling her out to cling to a bigger leg. Right. People like that are so disgusting. The audience and students were saying all sorts of things, but not many knew what was really going on. At that moment, Yi Qingtian, who had been pretending to be calm with his classmates, looked at the rankings on the right side of the big screen, his face filled with shock. Did he really clear it? After confirming several times, Yi Qingtian's pupils constricted sharply, and a storm surged within him. If he personally went to attack, he would at least need someone to draw aggro, and if he remembered correctly, Lin Chen was just a priest. A priest, more fragile than his arcane mage. How could he draw monsters? Especially since only a few minutes had passed since he came out? 5 minutes? Was that even possible? Yet they had already entered level 48? Yi Qingtian opened his mouth, not even realizing when he had clenched his fists. He knew he had encountered another opponent, one even stronger than himself. Perhaps he is not a white potential, his awakening must have mutated. Yi Qingtian's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly recalled what Yan Shi had said that wasn't shown on the big screen. Yan Shi must have known about Lin Chen's extraordinary abilities long ago, and that made everything make sense. Alright, besides Yan Shi and Shi Tengrui, now there's one more. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Qingtian's eyes as he quickly calmed his shocked heart and reignited his fighting spirit. The great battle of the world is right before us. We will see whether you shine like the bright moon or I gather the stars. After calming down, looking at the record at the top of the big screen, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that his inexplicable appearance in the training ground was due to Lin Chen's actions? If so, then the owner of the plague skill was self-evident. After all, he was a golden potential, with a health pool of 160,000 under the enhancement of attributes and equipment. Even Yan Shi couldn't silently kill him. Attacking a player and attacking a monster are not the same. Due to the existence of defense mechanisms, damage would be adjusted. Moreover, upon entering the secret realm, everyone was in full mode by default. To instantly kill him with 160,000 health, the damage per second would have to be at least 900,000. Note that the damage per second is an average, not the damage of a single skill. That's why it seems so outrageous. If true, then Lin Chen's damage had already reached an astonishing level. So, is it really you? Looking at the big screen where the Shi brothers, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei, were still fiercely attacking monsters, Yi Qingtian's expression was the most serious it had ever been. Why are the Shi brothers still here? The goddess She has already passed the 47th level. Why isn't there any footage? Exactly. How long have we been watching the Shijia brothers? Can't we give the goddess She some screen time? The audience quickly grew dissatisfied. After all, the one ranked first isn't being shown, while the two struggling behind are left to toil. Anyone watching would feel annoyed. Yi Qingtian scoffed and shook his head lightly. He thought that there probably wouldn't be any more footage for Yan Shi, or rather, for Lin Chen. However, the next second, Yan Shi's image appeared on the big screen. It's the goddess She? The goddess She has appeared. Wow, so cool. Don't say I'm the only man here. If I were a woman, I'd like her too. She's so beautiful, so impressive. That outfit must be a complete set of orange gear, right? No wonder it's the city of avoidance. So wealthy. Goddess She, go for it. Keep clearing levels. Get to the 50th level. Set a record. Looking at Yan Shi on the big screen, Yi Qingtian couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, as if he understood something, he murmured with a bitter smile, "You really know how to treat people differently." At the entrance of the 48th level, Yan Shi glanced at her watch and turned to Lin Chen, who was drinking water. "Alright, I'm leaving. You better speed up. I estimate that Shi Tengrui and the others can't hold on for too long." Lin Chen nodded slightly. As a greeting, She didn't waste words and directly vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Lin Chen swallowed the water in his mouth, twisted his neck, and immediately changed into all the gear he could. 5 pieces of orange gear, 1 piece of purple gear. Yes, the 2 orange bracelets that just dropped from the Elephant King perfectly replaced the 2 purple pieces he had prepared long ago. Now he was almost fully equipped in orange gear. After changing, he quickly equipped the Curse of Malice and checked his panel. Name, Lin Chen, Class, Malicious Priest, Potential, Red, Level, Experience Points, 127 trillion, Strength, 2,145, Agility, 2,264, Mentality, 4,012, Constitution, 2,643, Equipment, Curse of Malice, Gold, Pendant of the One-Eyed King, Purple, Demonized Wolf Boots, Purple, Pig King Ring, Purple, Corpse King Ring, Purple, Ivory Jade, Orange, Ivory Seal Jade, Orange, Glory of Birator, Orange, Will of Birator, Orange, Mask of Birator, Orange, Spirit's Vigil, Gold, Fangs of the Corpse King, Orange, Shroud of the Corpse King, Orange, Bone Binding Belt, Orange, Removed Eyeball, Orange, Whisper of Grace, Orange, Executor's Tactics, Orange, Skills, Blood Burst, Tear, Disease, Plague, Neural Control, Demonization, Malice, Broken Tendon, Alzheimer's Disease, Continuous Excitement Syndrome, Talents, Mutation, Red, Transcendence, Red, Fate, Red, Nothing else. Just take off. After reading, Lin Chen couldn't stop smiling. With this panel, even without the 100-fold boost from the Transcendence talent, he was already invincible. After being excited for a while, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I got 3 skill points for completing the first turn. He had originally thought to save these skill points to see if he could learn some powerful skills later and then directly upgrade them to level 4. However, after experimenting with Alzheimer's disease, he found that even low-level skills didn't differ much in damage. Instead, the exclusive skill Malice brought him many surprises. So when he saw that Malice was still at level 1, he immediately remembered this. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly upgraded Malice to level 4. This way, the range of Malice increased to 800 meters. When it reached level 5, the range would expand to 1500 meters, matching that of Plague. By then, with one skill, it would directly reduce all attributes and defenses by 60, along with an infection effect. He couldn't think of any other adjectives besides invincible. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would have liked to admire it a bit longer. Originally, he only planned to level up to 40 and then get a first place before leaving. But now, with the Sure family brothers creating opportunities for him and having learned new skills, it was just the right time to give it a try. After all, there were plenty of monsters here, and the experience points were quite reasonable. As an old saying goes, since he was already here, he might as well push through 50 levels to make it a round number. With that thought, Lin Chen looked at the densely packed centaurs not far away and couldn't help but break into a reckless grin. I'll try out my new skill first. The centaurs at this level had around 20 million health points, which was far less than the 2-headed dragons. Lin Chen licked his lips and immediately targeted the nearest centaur to use his skill. Sustained Excitement Syndrome. As Lin Chen's staff lit up, the centaur's eyes instantly turned red. The next second, it suddenly jolted, involuntarily raising its head and letting out a roar. But that sound fell off in some way. However, what was worse was that its hindquarters suddenly stiffened, and it let out a huge spray. Poo, awo, awo poo. The centaur visibly fell into a frenzy, its entire body starting to become agitated. There was no longer any ferocity in its eyes, only a desperate crimson longing. But before it could make a move, its body began to emit green smoke, and the nearby centaur, infected by the green mist, immediately raised its chin and started howling. In the blink of an eye, countless centaurs began to stir, spraying and running around, even turning their attention to their companions. It was as if their companions had turned into rare treasures, their eyes gleaming with excitement. But no matter how excited they were, being entangled by their own kind made everything feel wrong. However, this was completely useless. No matter how much they howled in pain, there was an unusual undertone in their cries. In just a few seconds, all the centaurs in sight went mad. The scene plunged into unprecedented chaos. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, his face filled with astonishment. Although he had long known this skill was overpowered, who could have imagined it could be this extreme? Watching the group of centaurs frantically raise their upper bodies, trying to pounce on their companions. Lin Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps. Dude, be careful. You guys are the same kind. Don't do anything crazy like combining like terms. Lin Chen shivered, turned, and left. Forget it, I won't watch anymore. Too eye-burning. It had to be said. This skill was indeed overpowered, but the damage was outrageous. Without stacking any other defense-reducing skills, the damage per second could reach 2 million, and it was only getting higher. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. And it wasn't that he wanted to leave, he had to leave quickly. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to get away. The floor was sticky. This skill is really ridiculous. I should use it more often in the future. What if a professional gets hit by it? Tisk tsk. He didn't dare to think about it. Lin Chen shivered as he bypassed the frenzied centaur group and quickly rushed deeper into level 48. Meanwhile, in the arena, the audience erupted in an uproar when they saw Yan Shi come out. The goddess Shi is out? The goddess Shi actually came out from level 48. What the hell? How did the goddess Shi come out right after entering level 48? Why didn't she push further? Right now, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei are still at level 47, they probably won't make it through. Wait a minute? What the hell? Something's off? The goddess Shi is out. But shouldn't the one in first place be Shi Tengrui? Why is it someone named Lin Chen? What? Didn't he cling to the goddess Shi's leg? Now that the goddess Shi has retreated, why is he still inside? Now it's just the three of them left. Shi Tengfei has a grudge against him. How can he clear the level alone? He wouldn't want to stall for time in level 48 again, would he? If he can't get through, what's the use of staying for a day? This kind of attention-seeking fool is always around. No need to pay attention. True. Anyway, they won't give him the footage. If he wants to stay, let him be. He'll probably get scared to death by the monsters in level 48 soon. Ha. The audience was in an uproar, their faces filled with disdain. But up in the VIP box, the atmosphere among the higher-ups was quite relaxed. The president of the Qinglong Academy, Lu Guanyu, glanced at the smiling Yi Shuju and casually remarked, with so much golden potential this year, old Yi, you better not take them all. Yi Shuju curled his lips and replied, I definitely won't take them all, but it's up to the kids to choose which academy they want to go to. Lu Guanyu chuckled. Sitting up straight, that kid Qingtian goes without saying. As for Yanxi, even her father can't make decisions for her. Where she wants to go is still an unknown. Now, the only one left in the open is Shi Tengrui. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. This year's team champion is definitely Yanxi without a doubt. But Shi Tengrui still has a chance in the individual challenge. Exactly. Shi Tengrui is a paladin, with unbeatable defense and high damage. Plus the Shi family isn't a small one, the orange gear prepared for him is also very strong. He has a good chance. Well, no matter what, the champion will definitely come from among the three of them, the others have no hope. That's true. Anyway, it's just a formality. If it weren't for so many golden potential kids this year, that person probably wouldn't have agreed to let Yanxi compete. Oh, let's not talk about that. Our White Tiger Academy has the White Tiger Paladin Corps, and Shi Tengrui just happens to be awakening as a paladin. I feel he fits best in our White Tiger Academy. Old Qin, you're at it again, aren't you? Ha, not just Shi Tengrui. I think Shi Tengfei would also be very suitable for our White Tiger Academy. The crowd fell silent, but he wasn't wrong. The Shi brothers were indeed suitable for the White Tiger Academy. This matter, you telling us is useless, it depends on the Shi brothers and the head of the Shi family. Exactly. Shi Tengrui studied at the Qinglong Academy's Qinglong College in high school, so he might still want to enter the Qinglong Academy. You just said old Qin was acting up, and now you're starting too. Ha. The crowd laughed heartily, feeling quite happy. Although many students had dropped out before level 39 this year, it didn't mean their strength was lacking. In terms of quality, this year's cohort was the strongest ever. It would probably be hard to surpass in the future. So as the heads of contemporary academies, they were naturally pleased. But thinking about the early exits, Lu Guanyu suddenly remembered something. Hey, do you guys think that plague skill is really used by the monsters in the secret realm? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned serious. That person hasn't spoken yet, and we haven't gone in to see, who can be sure? Ugh, don't even mention the kids being upset. I feel uncomfortable too. The results could have looked better. Out of nowhere, a plague appeared, almost wiping out the entire army. Who could feel good about that? Clearly the strongest potential cohort. Yet only a little over 10 students passed level 39. Not much different from previous years. But didn't several people break records? That's not too bad. Listening to the complaints, Lu Guanyu glanced at the always silent Yi Shuju, feeling quite puzzled. He always felt something was off about Yi Shuju, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Then, almost instinctively, he looked at the big screen. Just as he glanced at the leaderboard, he suddenly froze. Wait, everyone, stop arguing. Lu Guanyu thought he had seen it wrong, but after looking closely, his expression changed dramatically. Wasn't Lin Chen with that girl Yanxi when they entered level 48? How is he now in level 49? What? The crowd quickly turned to the leaderboard. Sure enough, right after Lin Chen's name, which was in first place, it clearly stated 49. A group of high-level officials was completely blindsided. What's going on? What happened? How did he enter the 49th level? Isn't he supposed to be a non-damaging white priest? Didn't he only get to the 48th level because of that kid Yanxi? How could he possibly enter the 49th level alone? The officials stared in shock at the big screen, utterly clueless about what was happening. However, before anyone could answer their questions, the audience below suddenly realized the situation. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Chen actually entered the 49th level? Isn't he a non-damaging priest? Isn't he just a hanger-on? How did he pass the 48th level? This is too ridiculous. How could he still be in the secret realm? Is there a mistake in the information? Is he not white, but gold? Come on. The awakening stone doesn't lie. Lin Chen is my son's classmate. He told me himself that Lin Chen awakened as a white priest. Exactly. Even if he is gold. As a priest with no damage skills, how could he clear the levels? This is absurd. Is this year's record going to be set by a white priest? I just said he would probably get scared to death by the monsters in the 48th level, and now I'm the one who's scared. The audience was in shock, and the students in the arena were no better off. What the hell? Is this too fake? Is someone impersonating him? What about the students from Tianqi Academy? What's going on with this Lin Chen? Yeah, he can't be cheating, right? A white priest. How could he pass the 48th level that even the goddess of dawn couldn't clear? This has to be cheating. Something is definitely off. Why has Lin Chen entered the 49th level but there's no footage? If there was, everyone would know. Exactly. They've been showing Shi Tengrui and Shi Tengfei the whole time. Why not Lin Chen? There's definitely an inside story. Otherwise, how could a priest clear the levels? He must have used cheating methods, not showing the footage as proof. Dude, don't be ridiculous. An inside story? If anyone has an inside story, it might be Yanxi, but Lin Chen is just a poor orphan from the slums, who would give him an inside story. So what the hell is going on? Watching his classmates' wide-eyed astonishment, Li Fei in the crowd couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This is just the beginning. Ha, he. How could you ordinary folks understand the greatness of my boss? Ha ha ha. On the main stage, Ling Kong and others were equally astonished. Their gazes quickly fell on Bai Jinqing, who was about to leave. Old Ling, what's going on with Lin Chen? Jinqing, what's going on with Lin Chen? Bai Jinqing twitched her mouth and awkwardly shook her head. I don't know. He. After saying that, Bai Jinqing turned and ran, leaving the big shots bewildered. Although she was also curious as to why the footage wasn't showing Lin Chen, it ultimately helped to keep him hidden a bit longer. That was a good thing. It seems like even heaven is on your side. Bai Jinqing muttered encouragingly while running, glancing at the big screen. You must keep it up. Clear the levels quickly, or the dean and the others will go crazy. Indeed, Ling Kong and the others were no better off than going crazy. After all, a non-damaging white priest suddenly reaching an unprecedented first place would leave anyone dumbfounded. As Bai Jinqing ran down the stairs and was about to enter the student passage, she suddenly remembered something. After hesitating for a moment, she turned and ran in the opposite direction. At that moment, Yan Shi, standing in front of Lan Lan and Xiao Yu, looked at the big screen, her lips involuntarily curling up. 5 minutes to clear the 48th level. You really have hidden quite a bit. At that moment, Lan Lan and Xiao Yu also understood, Lin Chen was not an ordinary person, and they excitedly clasped their hands together. Shi Jia, this Lin Chen is amazing. He actually cleared more levels than you. Yeah, when you told me back then, I thought it was ridiculous, but now it seems even more absurd. Oh my gosh, he hasn't come out yet, he can't be trying to clear all 50 levels, right? Wait, that's... Shi Tengrui actually has forgetting spirit smoke? Is the head of the Shi family really that generous? Looking at Shi Tengrui pulling out a black stone the size of a baby's fist, Lan Lan and Xiaoyu were both stunned. This small, unremarkable thing could be worth 300,000 gold coins, but it was priceless and no one was selling it, because it wasn't dropped from monsters but made from many rare materials. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were fewer than a handful of pharmacists capable of creating this item. Its function was singular, it allowed monsters below level 120 to ignore the holder within a 3-meter radius. With it, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei didn't need to kill monsters, they could just focus on clearing the levels. Sure enough, the audience erupted in an uproar when they saw Shi Tengrui using the forgetting spirit smoke to ignore the monsters and run with Shi Tingfei. Ha! Why aren't those monsters attacking them? What's going on? Did the Shi brothers go invisible? Look at what Shi Tengrui is holding. That thing seems to be glowing. Cheating. This is cheating. Shi Tengrui is actually using this to clear the levels. Watching the audience get riled up, the students began to curse, and Yi Xiaohuz had to speak up. The college entrance examination has always allowed the carrying of some items or equipment that do not affect fairness and justice. And what Shi Tengrui has in his hand is forgetting spirit smoke, which is a non-level item, and it cannot help Shi Tengrui defeat the monsters, so this does not count as cheating. Forgetting spirit smoke? Damn, I've heard of that. It's priceless. The Shi family is really generous. They actually prepared something like this for Shi Tengrui. Since Ding Yi said he didn't cheat, then he didn't cheat. I trust Ding Yi's character. But no matter what, having such a treasure is also a kind of ability. Sigh. It's a pity I wasn't born into a big family like the Shi family. Although everyone looked down on Shi Tengrui's methods, they were equally envious. After all, even if they were told they could bring it, they wouldn't be able to if they didn't have it. Level 49. After Shi Tengrui and his brother rushed into the teleportation portal without caring about their image, they finally stopped, panting heavily. The two leaned on their knees and exchanged a glance, bursting into laughter. Bro, I didn't expect Dad to give you this thing. Shi Tengrui scoffed. Just take it as it is. Shi Tengfei looked at him with a strange expression, then nodded in realization. Let's not talk about that. Bro, we should hurry. Right. Shi Tengrui sensed the forgetting spirit smoke in his hand. It can still be used for 10 more minutes, if we run at full speed. We should make it to the teleportation portal. Shi Tengfei's eyes lit up, and he even breathed a little faster. Level 50. Level 50. Bro, although we took a shortcut, this is a chance to make history. You and I will definitely leave a significant mark in the new history of the Dragon Kingdom. And with the record of level 50, if we go out, we have a high chance of making it onto the talented list. Hearing this, Shi Tengrui couldn't help but smile broadly. Let's go. Let's set a record. Shi Tengrui called out, and the two immediately started running wildly. But before they could run 10 meters, Shi Tengrui noticed something was off. Ha! There should be a lot of monsters at the entrance. Hey! What the hell? Before Shi Tengrui could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the scene before him after turning the corner. Countless fire demons and spirit moon raptors were intertwined, enacting a timeless, cross-species, cross-race love story that was utterly unrestrained, regardless of gender. They were indulging in a wild display of passion. What was even more terrifying was, their bodies were covered in wounds several meters long, and blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. Unquenchable, the blood gushed from their wrists and ankles, making it impossible for them to stand or sit. Yet it provided convenient assistance to many of their companions, mixed in with occasional vomiting and coughing, along with the uncontrollable spurting. They suffered greatly, enduring immense pain, yet even so, fueled by excitement, they still felt fantastic. This was precisely why it wasn't shown on the big screen. Otherwise, if the people outside saw this scene, they would surely go mad. Upon witnessing such a scene, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei were left utterly stunned. Brother? What the hell is this? Is this an interspecies love conference? Shi Tengrui slowed his pace, watching a fire demon flaunting its power on the back of a raptor, pulling and vomiting, its mouth wide enough to fit an egg. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What is this? What's going on? Have these monsters gone crazy? Shi Tengfei was dumbfounded, but just as he was about to comment on the fire demon's awkward posture, he suddenly noticed something significant. Wait a second? Brother, this is not right? Shi Tengfei pulled Shi Tengrui pointing at one of the groups of monsters. Look at those wounds on them? Doesn't it look familiar? Sure, Tangrui squinted and took a closer look, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell? It really is. Those wounds are just like the skills used by the person who robbed you. I knew it. Beep 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 beep. Upon hearing this, Sure Tengfei immediately switched to telegram mode, leaving the audience in disbelief. Even Shirley couldn't help but facepalm. It was truly hard to watch. Fortunately, Sure Tangrui reacted quickly and grabbed him. Don't curse yet. Since these monsters are still alive, it means that person just used their skill not long ago. Maybe he's right up ahead. Upon hearing this, Sure Tengfei exploded. What? He's still here? He hasn't left? I knew it. Sure Tengfei felt as if his lungs were being punctured. They had originally thought they were the only two left in the secret realm. That everyone else, including Lin Chen, had definitely followed Yen Shi out. Who would have thought that there was still someone ahead? How could Sure Tengfei be willing? Wasn't this stealing their record? Wait, maybe the person ahead isn't Lin Chen, Sure Tangrui said, gripping Sure Tengfei's arm with a fierce look. We don't have our watches on, so we can't be sure who it is. Maybe Lin Chen has already gone out with Yen Shi. But, whether the person ahead is the one who robbed you or Lin Chen, Sure Tengfei's eyes flashed with malice as he slowly curled his lips. Brother, you're right. No matter who it is ahead, they must die. Sure Tangrui patted his arm. Let's hurry. We'll know who it is as soon as we see them. Even though he has a resurrection stone, it won't help him here. But outside, he won't have a resurrection stone. Right. The most important thing now is to confirm who it is. Sure Tengfei's eyelids twitched, and he gritted his teeth, running ahead. After all, they were here to set a record, not to grind for experience. Since this group of monsters had started causing chaos, it actually made things easier for the two brothers. They ran quickly, silently, as they were both holding their breath. Sure Tengfei wished he had 4 legs. However, less than 2 minutes later, strange roars from the monsters echoed ahead again. Sure Tengfei's eyes lit up, and he instinctively grabbed Sure Tangrui. He's right in front. Sure Tangrui nodded and pulled Sure Tengfei to run a few quick steps. As they ran out from behind a small hill, they once again saw the interspecies love conference between the bloodthirsty giant ape and the half-beast wolf. This is really disgusting. Even having seen it before, they still felt a wave of nausea. The love conference was secondary. It was the sight of those monsters covered in wounds, spraying, vomiting, and coughing that was truly hard to bear. Over there, there's a person. Sure Tangrui immediately spotted the figure heading deep into the monster group. Hearing this, Sure Tengfei quickly ran forward a couple of steps and suddenly saw the long-awaited silhouette. Lin Chen? Sure Tengfei was taken aback and instinctively blurted it out. Lin Chen, who had raised his staff and was preparing to cast a spell again, turned around in confusion upon hearing someone call his name. Seeing the familiar face, Sure Tengfei slowly opened his mouth in shock. Although he had already guessed that the person was Lin Chen, confirming it still left him dumbfounded. After all, he had been present when Lin Chen awakened. The image of that white potential garbage priest was still fresh in his mind. How had he suddenly transformed into a formidable expert today? Is it really you? Sure Tengfei, regaining his composure, trembled with anger. In an instant, memories of being overshadowed in learning, being outshone in looks, losing friends, and being robbed of women, along with the humiliating scenes of having summoned them at great cost, rushed into his not-so-large brain like a whirlwind. In a flash, Sure Tengfei's blood surged, his face flushed, and he was overwhelmed with rage. He then pointed at Lin Chen and began to curse. You bastard! Shut up! Blah blah blah. Halfway through his tirade, Sure Tengfei suddenly saw a blur before his eyes. The next second, he found himself in the middle of the training ground. You son of a bitch! I was just cursing. Blah blah blah. Watching Sure Tengfei on the big screen, spouting nonsense, and then suddenly appearing in the training ground, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Shirley and Ling Kong, among others, were left speechless in shock. On the big screen, there had been no bizarre actions from the monsters, nor had Lin Chen appeared. The entire time, the camera had been focused on Sure Tengfei's face, which had gone from a calm escape to a frenzy as if someone had stepped on his tail. The students around Sure Tengfei watched him rant like a shrew, hands on his hips, pointing at the air, their astonishment rivaling that of seeing Lin Chen break through 48 levels. It was too shocking. The young master of the #1 family in Apocalypse City had an impressive vocabulary. Fortunately, at that moment, Shirting Rui was the first to react. Although he didn't know what had happened, Shirting Fei's clownish behavior was embarrassing not just for him but for the entire shit family. Tong Fei, stop cursing. Shirting Rui slapped him on the back of the head, waking him up. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Ha! What happened? Wasn't I in the secret realm? How did I end up here? The crowd was left speechless, their expressions dark. Shirting Rui's face turned red as he pressed down on his head. I don't know what happened either, but somehow we came out. Just don't say anything for now. Suddenly came out? Shirting Fei seemed to have a brain that connected all four limbs, his reflexes incredibly slow. It was only at that moment he understood. He was out. What the hell? How is this possible? I haven't even cleared the 49th level yet. How did I come out? As if realizing something, Shirting Fei jumped up. It must be that idiot Lin Chen. He cheated. He definitely used some cheating method to get us out. The crowd looked at him with disdain. Setting aside whether Lin Chen, a poor kid from the slums, had that capability, cheating in front of top-tier figures like Yi Shouzhong, did they really think those people were pushovers? If anything, using Forgetting Smoke was more like cheating for the two of them. Just as Shirting Rui was blushing and at a loss, Xiatsong suddenly appeared. He timidly said, "Boss, why don't you check your battle log?" Shirting Fei was taken aback and instinctively opened the battle log. You were killed by a plague. Shirting Fei? Shirting Rui? What happened? What's going on? The two brothers were completely confused. How did I get killed by a plague? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A plague? They were also killed by the plague? My god. I thought it would be over after level 44. Why is this skill still around? What do you mean? Shirting Fei looked completely confused. What do you mean also? Are you saying you were killed by the plague too? When did monsters in this secret realm have such skills? At this moment, Zhao Ming said with a mournful face, Boss, we were all killed by the plague. It seems you didn't escape its clutches either. Upon seeing Zhao Ming, Shirting Fei was furious, but hearing this, he was instantly stunned. Xiatsong, noticing the situation, quickly spoke up. Boss, I know what's going on. The crowd instinctively turned to Xiatsong, with a serious expression. Xiatsong said, I have confirmed it. The one who took your people and used the plague to kill us it's Lin Chen. Upon hearing this answer, Shirting Fei, who had already suspected it, was instantly furious, his veins bulging, but with so many people around, he could only hold it in. I knew it all along. It really is him. Xiatsong nodded. Boss, didn't you ask me to check ahead? As soon as I saw a figure, I appeared here directly, and the battle log indicated that I was killed by the plague, and Lu Tian and Feng Junyan were the same. Now you are too. But boss, Bai Jinqing and Li Fei made it out safely. Yan Shi did too. Why are they fine while we were hit by the plague skill? With Xiatsong's words, not to mention the others, even the not-so-bright Shirting Fei was puzzled. He had seen Lin Chen using the skill and confirmed that he was the one who took his people. As a priest, he could reach level 49, which meant he must have damage skills. A wide area high damage skill like the plague perfectly explained why he could reach level 49 alone. So, without a doubt, the plague skill that killed everyone had its master in Lin Chen. Moreover, this also clarified why Lin Chen could so quickly take everything from him. Everything was because of the plague skill, coupled with the miserable appearance of those monsters. It was just like being hit by the plague. He couldn't think of any other possibility. Lin Chen! Lin Chen! Shirting Fei roared, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. New grudges and old ones piled together. He wished he could skin Lin Chen alive. Just wait. Wait for tomorrow's personal challenge. I'll crush you. Seeing Shirting Fei in a frenzy, the others began to react. It's Lin Chen? That white potential trash priest? Coming back to their senses, the crowd was instantly furious. Damn! I never thought I would be killed by a white potential trash priest. Damn it! My top 10 dreams, all ruined by this idiot. Lin Chen, you ruined my good fortune. I will not rest until I get revenge on you. Wait until he comes out. I will definitely seek revenge on him in tomorrow's personal challenge. Yes, get revenge on him. The crowd's anger was ignited in an instant. Even Lu Tian and the others had dark expressions, their teeth itching with hatred. If it weren't for him, I could have at least passed level 40. Lin Chen, see you at the challenge tomorrow. Watching the students curse and vent their anger, Lan Lan looked a bit worried and said softly, Sister Shi, what should we do? They all want to take revenge on Lin Chen. Now, Lin Chen has become the public enemy. Yanxi glanced at the empty big screen and slowly curled her lips. What to do? Just let it be. Yi Qing Tian, glancing at the rankings and then at Yanxi, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. As clever as he was, how could he not understand what had happened? It really is you, Lin Chen. He let out a bitter laugh, helplessly rubbing his forehead. You really know how to treat people differently. Ling Kong and the others looked at the sullen Shirley with confusion. Old Shir, don't get worked up. Yeah, old Shir. Tang Rue and those kids have already made it to the 48th level. That's impressive enough. Exactly. With their results, they can get into any university they want. So please don't get angry. Don't get angry? How could he not be angry? The demonized abyss stone he had bought at a high price for Shi Tingfei was a significant investment. The props he gave to the two brothers were secondary. The amount of personal connections he had to expend was truly hard to assess. He had originally thought that with the brothers working together, they could at least reach the 50th level and create a record to bring honor to the Shi family. But instead, all the glory and benefits were snatched away by a white garbage priest. Wasn't this just making a wedding dress for someone else? Especially since his youngest son was constantly targeted by that Lin Chen. Aside from his family background, even the woman he liked was being taken away. He could say he wouldn't interfere in the affairs of the young, but could he really feel good about it? What was the existence of the Shi family? A muddy-legged Lin Chen. What right did he have? But now everyone was watching him, and he could only suppress his anger and sneer. I wouldn't stoop to getting angry with a child. But Director Ling, Shirley raised his head and said with a dark smile, isn't Lin Chen supposed to be white potential? Isn't he a priest? How could he make it to the 49th level? Aren't you going to give us an explanation for this? Seeing Shirley acting like a mad dog trying to drag everyone down with him, Ling Kong was also at a loss for words. What do you want me to explain? Can the awakening stone be faked? Qin Shou personally conducted his awakening ceremony. We were all there. We saw it with our own eyes. The awakening stone clearly indicated white potential. A priest. No one could fake this. Because the awakening stone was natural, not man-made. Even the most powerful guardian of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't influence it. No matter how furious Shirley was, he couldn't find fault with this. Sure enough, Qin Shou and the others were nodding, confirming that the awakening was indeed accurate. Shirley gritted his teeth and coldly glanced at the big screen, only to suddenly see the number behind Lin Chen's name change again. What's going on? He reached the 50th level? Ha! Everyone was taken aback and instinctively looked at the big screen. But the big screen was like it had broken down, completely dark, and they couldn't see Lin Chen's figure at all. What the hell is going on? What's happening? Shirley's brow twitched, and he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. However, at that moment, the audience also sensed something was off. What the hell? Lin Chen entered the 50th level? What? 50th level? He actually made it to the 50th level? What the hell? What's going on? He's just a garbage priest? He passed the 49th level? Oh my god. Are we really going to have a new record in the Dragon Kingdom set by a white garbage priest? The audience, coming back to their senses, was left stunned, their scalps tingling. Many people were holding their heads, scratching their scalps, feeling as if they were about to grow brains. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just a garbage priest? What right does he have? The 50th level. Looking at the hundreds of monsters in front of him, with damage numbers popping up in a continuous string above their heads, contributing a massive amount of experience points, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is the final level. I need to speed up. However, the 3 new skills I learned were indeed beyond my expectations. They're a bit ridiculously overpowered. After changing his equipment, one of his skills, under the passive effect of the plague skill, could basically deal around 3.5 million damage per second. The bleeding effect was slightly lower, with damage per second around 3 million. But this damage was already absurdly high. Even with golden potential, a second transformation couldn't achieve this damage per second. At least it would require a 4th transformation. Of course, this was Lin Chen's own estimation of ordinary values. Perhaps the actual numbers were even lower than he estimated. But no matter what, professionals below level 60 and monsters below level 80 had no right to stand and talk in front of him. Lin Chen twisted his neck and casually walked through the chaotic crowd of monsters, gaining experience points as he ventured deeper. By the time he reached level 50, the small monsters had already reached level 90. and some even reached level 95. According to Yan Shi, the boss at the end of the level was a level 95 epic shaman troll, with a health pool of 80 million, which should not be underestimated. However, this was just the right opportunity to test his damage, which would greatly help his future leveling strategy. Just as Lin Chen was about to strike down the monster in front of him, his communication system suddenly activated. He instinctively opened the chat box and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sure, Tangrui and Sure Tangfei have already gone out. Has my plague skill been exposed? Am I now a public enemy? Lin Chen blinked, not particularly concerned. This matter couldn't be hidden. There were many top players present, and even if they didn't notice today, they would surely suspect him once they thought it over. Of course, he had no intention of deliberately hiding it. If it weren't for Yan Shi's help, his secret would have been half revealed when he met Sure Tingfei earlier. Certainly, at level 40, he couldn't claim to be invincible, but self-preservation was not a problem. Moreover, this was a college entrance examination assessment. Even if he committed a great offense, those in high positions wouldn't just sit back and let others take action against him. But still, as the saying goes, it's better to keep a few cards close to the chest. After all, who wouldn't want to hide a few more trump cards? Lin Chen looked at the dim sky, pondered for a second, and murmured to himself, no matter what, since I've received a favor from Yanxi, it's better to act quickly. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain. In that case, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he decided to unleash his full power and clear the level. Transform! Woo woo woo! Upon activating the transformation, black smoke immediately emanated from Lin Chen's body, wrapping around him like tentacles. Growing visibly taller to 3 meters, the terrifying barbs at his joints manifested once again. Vengeful! Ding! With the sound of a clear ancient bell ringing, a pair of malicious eyes reappeared. This time, the eyes were clearly adorned with many runes, looking even more sinister. Feeling his attributes surge threefold and then increase by another 30, Lin Chen felt as if he had mastered everything. The exhilarating rush of explosive power was simply addictive. Looking at the small monsters not far away, Lin Chen licked his lips, slightly lowered his body, and immediately shot out like a cannonball. Fast. It was incredibly fast. With 3 times the agility and movement speed, Lin Chen felt like a speeding train. He spread his arms wide, curled his massive claws, and fiercely slashed at the forest troll in front of him. Bang bang bang! Holy crap! Watching the damage numbers explode above the forest troll's head, even Lin Chen couldn't help but blink in astonishment. 10 million damage per second? Under full status, it actually reached 12 million damage per second? Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. So exhilarating! It was simply too exhilarating. With such damage, he couldn't imagine anyone being able to withstand a hit from him. Although the duration of Vengeful was only 1 minute, in that minute, he could accomplish so much. Ha ha, I'm only level 40 now. I can't even imagine what my damage will be after the second class change. Lin Chen was in high spirits, unable to stop laughing. Although the small monsters had low defense and generally higher damage, he hadn't even used any defense-reducing skills. The mutation talent not only altered the effects of his skills but also allowed his skills to ignore the target's 300-level defense resistance. So, in front of him, the monsters were no different from paper. Glancing at the level 90 small monster he had just killed, Lin Chen wasted no time and immediately rushed in the direction of the next one. Along the way, all the small monsters simply couldn't withstand his 3 claws. Even if he miraculously survived, he would still bleed to death from the damage inflicted by the basic attacks. So, Lin Chen took only 20 seconds. Yes, 20 seconds. He arrived in front of the first one. It was a giant bear, 10 meters tall, black and white in color. A legendary level Earth Bear Lord, with 16 million health points. Lin Chen didn't waste any time and went straight into action. The duration of the curse was only 1 minute, and the time Yan Shi had left him was also limited. So he had to be quick. Without waiting for a reaction, Lin Chen dashed forward and unleashed a 5-hit combo. Disease spell, plague, Alzheimer's, tear technique, blood burst technique. A smooth little combo that left the bear paralyzed and spewing out thin blood, before it could let out a howl. Lin Chen's massive paw had already struck its huge face. Bang bang bang. Rip. Ow. The Earth Bear Lord was knocked back by Lin Chen's paw, but it also got the chance to wail. However, Lin Chen's 2 additional skills had already taken away half of its health before it could even let out a second cry. Lin Chen unleashed another set of powerful attacks, instantly ending its wicked life. You have killed the Earth Bear Lord. Experience points 150, 000 experience. Not a waste of the 10 seconds I spent on you. Luckily, this wasn't heard by Jinxing, or else she would have had a face full of confusion. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he picked up the dropped items and continued running. Time was tight, he had no time to check what he had missed and had to kill the final boss before the curse expired, accompanied by a journey of love. Seconds later, Lin Chen finally arrived at the final boss. It was a massive troll sitting on a throne, towering at 15 meters, with fangs that looked to be about 2 meters long, quite intimidating. However, just like a sworn enemy meeting, Lin Chen didn't even check its attributes and charged straight in. Of course, the smooth little combo, without any regard for martial ethics, was also unleashed on the shaman troll as he rushed in. The shaman troll was still enjoying the service of its minions on its throne. Who would have thought that upon seeing a creature more terrifying than a demon, it would lose control? However, before its stiff body could straighten up, powerful attacks rained down from above. Bang 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 bang. Lin Chen, like a mad ghost, stood on the troll's fangs and swung left and right. The minions did nothing, feasting happily. They didn't even see Lin Chen's face before returning to nature. The troll was bewildered. You didn't even see me and you're attacking? What about martial ethics? However, the troll was in a panic. Its throat felt like it was being sliced, and its head was spinning, instantly filling its mind with questions as it looked at Lin Chen, who was furiously attacking it. Who am I? Where am I? Who the hell are you? Did I provoke you for you to hit me? If it could speak, it would have definitely said something to Lin Chen, but these questions would remain unanswered. Its health bar dropped like a power outage, plummeting. As Lin Chen's eyes glowed with flickering curses, he suddenly raised his arms and fiercely drove his claws into the troll's eyes. You have killed the shaman troll. Experience points clatter. Hearing the sound of equipment dropping, Lin Chen quickly jumped down from the troll's fangs and dispelled his transformation. The sunny, handsome young man reappeared. The troll sitting on the massive throne had no part of it that was intact. No, there was something good. For example, the pile of equipment and gold coins at its feet was quite nice. 200,000 experience. Not bad. If only a few more came. Wait. Just as Lin Chen was about to express his amazement, he suddenly noticed that above the mountain of gold coins, there was a golden treasure chest radiating light. What the hell? A golden treasure chest? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he hurried over to pick up all the items. You have obtained 5,232 gold, 22 silver, and 26 copper. You have obtained the fangs of the shaman troll. You have obtained the eyeball of the shaman troll. You have obtained the equipment, blessing of nature, orange. You have obtained the equipment, shaman troll's patch, orange. You have obtained, treasure chest, gold. It really is a golden treasure chest. Lin Chen couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. I'll open it later. Let's go out first. Otherwise Yan Shi's kindness will be wasted. With the items already in hand, he naturally wasn't in a hurry. After all, he was someone who had obtained 2 pieces of golden equipment. No rush, not at all. He then looked towards the teleportation portal. At this moment, in the arena, everyone's gaze was fixed on the dark large screen. Many spectators had gradually shifted from excitement to complaints. Haven't they already entered level 50? Why is there still no footage? Exactly. Let us see how he clears the levels. I'm dying of curiosity. They said there were technical difficulties before, but this is a college entrance examination assessment. How could there be a malfunction? A white priest clearing levels. Damn. Who told me to curse before? I'll curse whoever said that. Who would have thought a white priest could reach level 50? Listening to the audience's complaints, Mu Rong Xinshin, sitting on the platform, felt quite awkward. The problem was, she also didn't know why the situation had occurred. The backstage and higher-ups hadn't given her any updates. Moreover, when she probed with her mental energy, she found that the secret realm was actually locked, and she couldn't see anything at all. This was too strange. And not to mention the audience. She was curious too. This was a white potential priest with no damage at all, right? Even if that plague skill was his, why would he have that skill? Various questions plagued Mu Rong Xinshin, and she was no less curious than the audience. However, at that moment, suddenly a spectator jumped up. Ha! What the hell? What does this mean? He got through? Hey! It really is. Look at the number behind his name. He entered level 51. Damn, he actually cleared level 50? How long has it been? From when he entered level 50 to entering level 51, how much time did that take? Isn't this too ridiculous? I just saw a total of 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Could it be that he really cheated? How is that possible? Clearing 50 levels in 3 minutes? How is that faster than before? Shouldn't it get slower as you go further? Watching the number behind Lin Chen's name change to 51, the audience stood up, all going wild. Only the group of students in the middle of the arena had increasingly grim expressions. Among them, Shi Tengfei looked the worst, darker than the bottom of a pot. From his constantly moving lips, it was clear he was already starting to send out signals. He's out. He's out. It was unclear who shouted. Sure enough, in the middle of the arena, a light suddenly appeared beside Bai Jincheng. Lin Chen, holding a novice staff, appeared. It's Lin Chen. Murong Xinxin's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen. She immediately stood up, excitedly raising her hand. Lin Chen is out. He set a historical record of clearing level 50, the number 1 in team battles nationwide. As soon as Murong Xinxin spoke, it instantly ignited the emotions of the audience. Countless cheers erupted, echoing through the air. Damn! Awesome! Lin Chen! So impressive! Is this the new big shot of today? So terrifying! A priest with no damage actually cleared level 50. The first time in history. So amazing. Even the golden potential Yan Shi couldn't clear it. His name will definitely be in the new student history books. What's the difference from soloing the family tree? Damn. So enviable. Doubts aside, the excitement was real. The audience didn't understand. But Lin Chen cleared level 50. And the higher-ups didn't accuse him of cheating. So he was the most impressive. A pastor created many impossibilities, how could they not be excited? Listening to the audience cheer, the scene of them shouting his name like a tidal wave. Even Lin Chen felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Lin Chen! A familiar voice rang out. Filled with excitement, Lin Chen turned to see a gentle smile spreading across his face. I'm back. Bai Jinqing's pretty face flushed as she nodded repeatedly, struggling to contain her inner emotions. But the current excitement was simply uncontrollable. Bai Jinqing clasped her hands, her eyes shining with admiration as she said, Lin Chen, you are amazing. You created history. You set a record. You are the first. You are the first in team battles. Oh my. 50 levels. Unprecedented. Lin Chen was speechless. He wanted to ruffle her hair but realized there were too many people around and reluctantly gave up. If it weren't for the time constraints, I could have done more. Ha! Halfway through his sentence, Lin Chen suddenly froze. Did you put on makeup? Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and her gaze immediately darted away. But then she remembered something and secretly raised her eyes, whispering, just a little. Is it very obvious? Lin Chen curiously examined her. Quite obvious. Bai Jinqing was very beautiful and didn't need makeup at all, so she usually went without. Now, however, she had drawn her eyebrows, applied eyeliner, and put on a slightly shiny lip gloss. To be honest, she looked a bit different from before. Bai Jinqing bit her lip, shyly avoiding his gaze as she asked, so, does it look good? It looks good? Of course, it looks good. Lin Chen answered without hesitation. You look good even without makeup. What about with makeup? With makeup, even better, but it's a bit unfamiliar. It wasn't that Lin Chen was being a typical guy, it was just that a naturally beautiful girl wearing makeup somewhat altered her charm. It was clear that Bai Jinqing had rushed her makeup, and it wasn't very refined, so it looked a bit off, but that didn't change the fact that she was even more beautiful. They say a person is defined by their attire, and with makeup, Bai Jinqing's features appeared more three-dimensional, quite stunning. Bai Jinqing, too shy to look up, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly said, these cosmetics aren't mine. I'll buy some that suit me later. Seeing the unusually flustered Bai Jinqing, Lin Chen looked puzzled. What made you think of wearing makeup? Bai Jinqing lifted her head, squinting her eyes and huffing. I want to wear it. Is that a problem? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded. Of course not, but I prefer your natural look. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinqing's lips couldn't help but curl up. She feigned a haughty huff and turned her head away. Who knows? Men's words are deceiving. Ha! Lin Chen looked bewildered. What was going on? The scene of the two flirting was witnessed in its entirety by Shi Tengfei. Goodness! It felt like he had just eaten a rebuttal. Lin Chen! Shi Tengfei gritted his teeth, unable to endure any longer. He suddenly stood up, shaking off Shi Tengrui's hand, and took a few steps to stand in front of Lin Chen, his eyes red as if he wanted to devour him. You stole my abyss, repeatedly toyed with me, then snatched my first place in the assessment, and used despicable means to ambush me, forcing me out. Lin Chen, this grudge. Shi Tengfei, what do you want? Bai Jinqing instantly reverted to her icy beauty, expressionless as she stood in front of Lin Chen. Don't forget, this is the college entrance examination. The first place belongs to the capable. Seeing the two different faces Bai Jinqing showed to Lin Chen and to him, Shi Tengfei's breath quickened, but he still suppressed his anger and frustration, speaking in a restrained voice. Jinqing, you understand my feelings. I don't understand. Bai Jinqing coldly interrupted him, but please keep your dirty and vile thoughts to yourself. You. Seeing Shi Tengfei tremble with anger, Bai Jinqing showed no mercy. Also, please don't show up in front of us again. I've made it very clear to you many times that I don't like you. Please stop pestering me. If this continues, it will ruin the friendship between our two families from the previous generation. You. Upon hearing this, Shi Tengfei almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He trembled as he pointed at Bai Jinqing, his face flushed with anger as he gritted his teeth. You know our families have been close for generations, then I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Bai Jinqing scoffed mockingly, pulling Lin Chen's sleeve as she turned to leave. Lin Chen, let's go. You can't leave. Seeing Shi Tengfei in a fit of rage, Bai Jinqing finally noticed that the surrounding classmates had already gathered around. Inside and out, there were dozens of people, completely blocking the way. Especially their furious, predatory gazes made Bai Jinqing's expression change. What are you all surrounding my boss for? Ha? Jealous that my boss got first place? Just as Bai Jinqing was about to speak, a voice came from behind her. In the next second, Li Fei jumped to Lin Chen's side, then pulled out a shield as large as a door and slammed it on the ground, tilting his chin arrogantly. What's the matter? Want to fight? Li Fei waved his hand, his face full of disdain. Come on, let's see who dares to make a move. Seeing this, Shi Tengfei was instantly infuriated to the point of laughter. Ha, a fight? Shi Tengfei realized that he and Lin Chen were already in a deadlock, and seeking revenge on him was inevitable. But before that, since someone was willing to cause trouble for him, he was naturally happy about it. Lin Chen, your underhanded tactics of using a plague to ambush others have already been confirmed. Did you think today was just a simple matter between you and me? Right. Lin Chen, you are so shameless. You killed us all in secret just to get a good ranking. This grudge must be avenged. Exactly. Today we must settle the score for your underhanded schemes against us. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely passed the 29th level. Now I can't even get into a good university. I could have passed the 39th level. I could have made it into the top 10. It's all because of you. You despicable person. Today you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. While the audience outside was still celebrating excitedly, the atmosphere inside was tense and strange. Seeing everyone getting angrier and angrier, Shi Tengfei revealed a cruel smile. Now that everyone's emotions were in place, all it needed was a small spark. Lin Chen would surely be attacked by the crowd. After all, what he did was equivalent to cutting off the future of hundreds of thousands of students. Cutting off someone's future is like killing their parents. Such a grudge cannot be resolved with just a few words. Today, you will pay the price. But just as he was about to make a move in secret, Lin Chen was about to speak with a strange look in his eyes when a somewhat disdainful laugh rang out first. Oh, what's this about? Celebrating someone for breaking records? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the students changed dramatically, even their anger dissipating by a third. Following the sound, the charming and handsome Yan Shi, wearing golden armor and long boots, walked in with Lan Lan and Xiaoyu, a proud smile on her face. Everyone in her path instinctively stepped aside, no one daring to make her stop. Even the furious Shi Tengfei had to suppress his anger and forced a dry smile. There are so many of you. Yan Shi stood in front of Bai Jinqing, turning to survey the crowd. Surrounding someone. Are you planning to celebrate them? The crowd's expressions turned ugly. Celebrate? We wish we could beat him to death. But who would dare to provoke the young lady of the Guan city? At this moment, Shi Tengruo squeezed through the crowd, smiling somewhat obsequiously. Yan Shi, there are too many people here. The air is not good. Let's go outside to talk. Yan Shi drooped her eyelids and glanced at him, sneering slightly. Isn't it great to have a lot of people? It's lively, and I like liveliness. But, she continued, who are you? Bai Jinqing almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He could see it clearly now. The two brothers from the Shi family were both sycophants, but unfortunately, one was openly disdainful, while the other didn't even bother to look at them. Pure clowns. Shi Tingrui's expression darkened slightly. Being humiliated in front of so many people was indeed quite embarrassing, but what could he do? He could only endure it. Yan Shi tilted her head, interrupting him. If any of you are unconvinced, go find someone to challenge in tomorrow's individual competition. What does it mean to gather here? If you can't win one-on-one, are you planning to gang up? Seeing the crowd's expressions turn sour, Yan Shi suddenly said, oh, I forgot. Not many of you have qualified for the individual competition anyway. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the crowd's faces grew even darker, and their eyelids visibly twitched in collective frustration. What are you all gathering here for? At that moment, Yi Shusa's voice rang out from the podium. It was just a light remark, yet it struck everyone present like thunder. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly stepped back a few paces. Yi Shusa's glanced over, stood up, and nodded. I announce, today's college entrance examination team battle is officially over. The first place goes to Tianqi City, Tianqi Academy. Lin Chen. He will receive the team battle reward provided by our top 10 academies, to be distributed after tomorrow's individual competition. Now, please exit in an orderly manner, and prepare to watch tomorrow's individual competition. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately erupted in excited cheers, and then, under the guidance of the staff, began to exit one by one. Although Yi Shusa's did not mention the students, they knew it was impossible to seek an explanation from Lin Chen today. They could only spit in anger and glare at Lin Chen before turning to leave. As the crowd dispersed, Shi Tengfei also realized there was no hope for today. He could only sneer and look at Lin Chen, hiding behind a woman. Lin Chen, you really have guts. Wait until tomorrow's individual competition. He. Lin Chen finally saw an opportunity to speak and replied sarcastically, if I can hide behind a woman, that's my skill. Unlike some clowns, who have nowhere to hide even if they want to. You. Shi Tengfei trembled with anger, and Shi Tengrui's expression also turned ugly. Wasn't Lin Chen's remark a veiled jab at him? Alright, Teng Fei, why waste breath here? Tomorrow on the stage, everything can be clarified. The stage? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shi Tengfei's eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He sneered, glanced at Lin Chen, and without saying a word, turned to leave. Watching the two brothers depart, Lin Chen turned to Yan Shi and smiled. Thank you. Yan Shi waved her hand. You don't need to thank me. If anyone should be grateful, it should be them thanking me. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow and looked around at the scattering students, sneering, truly unaware of their own mortality. Attacking Lin Chen? Lin Chen would probably laugh out loud. Yan Shi was genuinely speechless at this group of idiots whose brains seemed to be located in their heels. Lin Chen smiled and was about to speak when Yan Shi suddenly seemed to discover a new world. Yan Shi's eyes widened, and she leaned forward in surprise to look at Bai Jinqing. Hey, Xingqing, did you put on makeup? As soon as she said this, even Li Fei was stunned. Wow, sister-in-law, you look really good after putting on makeup, the most beautiful in the world. Seeing Bai Jinqing's face turn a bit red as she stared at her, Yan Shi looked at Li Fei with a strange expression, then at Lin Chen. Finally, she looked back at Bai Jinqing. Ha! This time, Yan Shi truly discovered a new world. She clasped her hands behind her back, leaned forward, and couldn't suppress the teasing smile on her face. Hey! Bai Jinqing's little face flushed, and she glared at her. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Alright. Yan Shi raised her hands in surrender. I'll be a mute. Put. Yan Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Chen was a bit confused. Do you two know each other? Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. So what? We're practically sisters. Who are you calling sisters? Oh, is this how it starts? Seeing Bai Jinqing puffing her nose and glaring, Yan Shi couldn't help but laugh heartily. Alright, I won't say anything more. You two chat. We're leaving. Yan Shi waved her hand and turned to leave, looking quite carefree, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned back with a meaningful look at Lin Chen, and teased, don't forget to treat me to a meal. I'm waiting for your call. You. Seeing Bai Jinqing glaring in anger, she was instantly amused. When she really left, Bai Jinqing huffed angrily and pulled Lin Chen's arm to walk away. At this moment, she didn't care about any propriety between men and women or the public setting. On the way, Lin Chen curiously glanced at the small hand pulling his sleeve. Do you know each other? What do you want? Bai Jinqing turned back and glared. Just introducing you for a blind date? Lin Chen was taken aback, suddenly remembering that Bai Jinqing seemed to have said something like that before. But seeing her current state, she was clearly a bit annoyed. To be precise, was she jealous? I'm not familiar with her. Not familiar? Bai Jinqing stopped, released him, and puffed her cheeks in a huff. Do you know, she, like me, never interacts with the opposite sex? At most, we just say a word or two. Did you see Shi Tangrui? His fate is just like how she treats others. Yet she can publicly remind you not to forget to treat her to a meal. Do you know what that means? Lin Chen was taken aback, tilting his head in suspicion. Is she declaring war on you? Bai Jinqing's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. You, put. Bai Jinqing couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, quickly giving him a light slap. Why are you so annoying? Lin Chen was speechless, and taking advantage of no one being around, he gently rubbed her head. Don't worry, I know what's going on, and I've really only met her twice, not familiar at all. Bai Jinqing lowered her head slightly, shyly huffing. If she really declares war on me, what will you do? Then I'll definitely side with you, no question about it. Lin Chen answered without hesitation. He could tell that these two sisters had a bit of a childhood bond. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so close and casual. But he felt that people like Shi, apart from herself, looked down on everyone else. It wasn't just in relationships, she was used to being high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Hearing Lin Chen's unhesitating answer, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but smirk. I have to hurry back, otherwise, Dad will come looking for me. Make sure to rest well after you get back. Seeing Lin Chen nod, Bai Jinqing thought of something and her expression gradually became serious. Now that you've won first place, there will definitely be many people with their eyes on you, so you must pay attention to your safety. If the deans from various universities come to find you, don't agree easily. Let's wait until tomorrow's individual challenge is over. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Bai Jinqing lightly hummed, her face flushed as she bit her lip. She looked up, staring blankly into Lin Chen's eyes, and after a few seconds, wrinkled her little nose. Humph, I'm leaving. With that, she turned and ran away. What a wooden head. Lin Chen. Women's hearts are really like needles in the sea. Can't understand. Lin Chen shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. But soon, he raised the corners of his mouth, excitement spreading across his face. I need to find a place to sort out the spoils, then open the box. Lin Chen left the training ground and found a luxurious hotel nearby to check in. He had a lot of gold coins now. Even if he did nothing, he could still afford a life of indulgence every day. So staying in a nice hotel to enjoy himself was perfectly reasonable. Holding the room card, he entered the room. After surveying the space, Lin Chen was satisfied and made his way to the sofa in the bedroom. Time to organize. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation as he opened the panel and backpack. Today was a great day. He had reached level 40, obtained 3 skill books, 8 orange items, over 20 purple items, more than 30,000 gold coins, and a golden treasure chest that he hadn't opened yet. As for his skills, Bloodburst and Rending had both reached level 7, Disease had reached level 5, and Plague had reached level 6. The most impressive part was that he confirmed he could easily tackle level 80 content, and with all his skills, he could slay level 95 epic monsters. Once the assessment was over, he could seek out level 80 dungeons to level up without any pressure. He could even take on that world quest. Lin Chen glanced at the shriveled world tree seed in the corner of his backpack and slowly curled his lips into a smile. Every world quest completed brings a huge boost. As far as I know, the Dragon God once completed a world quest and obtained a piece of golden equipment. And that's just what was exposed. Who knows how many benefits there are that haven't been revealed. The tradition of the Dragon Kingdom people is to never flaunt their gains and to never casually reveal their trump cards. They always show one, hide one, and study one. He believed that the Dragon God must have gained far more than just a piece of golden equipment from that world quest. Moreover, his world quest had no level restrictions and no time limits. which was the biggest issue. It indicated that the difficulty of this quest was absolutely unprecedented. Of course, no world quest is easy, but with his current strength, taking on this quest wouldn't be difficult. Lin Chen chuckled, feeling great. First, I'll open the chest, then check the equipment. With several pieces of gear, there must be something I can wear. After a moment of excitement, Lin Chen rubbed his hands and opened the coveted golden treasure chest. Come on, gold, golden flash. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 100,000 gold. You have obtained a divine martial stone. You have obtained a blue flame fire essence. You have obtained a colorful radiant stone. You have obtained equipment, ancient devourer, gold. You have obtained a skill book, magic shield. What the hell? Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and he sat up straight, cursing out loud. Gold and a skill book? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly checked the equipment. Ancient Devourer, Gold, Growth Type, 0 Position, Earring Attributes, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution Effects, increases all 4 attributes by 20 effects, increases physical and magical penetration by 20 effects, increases physical and magical lifesteal by 20 effects, increases physical and magical attack power by 3000 effects, increases physical and magical defense power by 3000 effect, Corruption. Your skill attacks have a chance to steal the target's physical and magical attack power and convert it into your own needed attack power, stealing 1 point each time, up to 10 points, which can be permanently retained effect. Equipment level, no requirements. What the hell? After reading the attributes, Lin Chen's scalp tingled. The attributes were terrifying, setting aside the extremely high increases in all 4 attributes and other additional values. This equipment could actually steal the target's attack power? And the issue wasn't just the stealing, it was that the stolen attack power could be permanently retained. This meant that if he stole 10 points from one monster, he could permanently increase his magic power by 10 points, which didn't seem like much. But what if he stole from 10 monsters? 100 monsters? 1,000? This was a permanent retention, and unlimited growth. The most impressive part was that this equipment could grow and had no level requirements. Lin Chen directly held his head in shock. No wonder everyone wants golden equipment. It's not just for show, the attributes are top-notch too. Damn. Lin Chen was a bit at a loss for words, but if it were someone else, they would probably go crazy. He stared blankly at the equipment description, murmuring in disbelief. This first effect is so insane, if the other 2 effects unlock after leveling up. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly looked at the panel. This ancient erosion was an earring, and he also had a golden spirit guardian earring. The Spirit Guardian could also be upgraded and had 2 effects that were not yet unlocked. Similarly, his golden weapon had even more effects that were still locked. He couldn't even imagine how powerful this equipment would be once all the effects were unlocked. I've decided, after completing the world quest, I'll find a chance to see how to upgrade this equipment. Lin Chen quickly formulated a follow-up plan for the assessment. Since it was a growth-type golden equipment, it was almost impossible to replace. So upgrading was the best and only way. Lin Chen grinned and finally focused on the equipment. He wouldn't look at the more than 20 purple items anymore. After the assessment, he would sell them in the trading hall along with the purple items he had obtained earlier. What remained were these 8 fresh orange items. Starting from level 45, each level had 3 items, and basically, every 2 levels or so, he could get an orange item. At that time, he was in a hurry and didn't check. Now that he looked, he found that many of them were unusable for him. They were mostly for strength and agility-based classes like archers, knights, and rogues, but that was normal. How could they only drop items he could use? However, there were indeed 2 items he could use. Troll Shaman's Boots, Orange, Slot, Shoes. Magic Attack Physical, Magic Defense Attributes, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution Armor, 1523 effect, increases your movement speed by 30 effect, increases your spell critical hit by 30 effect, increases your magic attack by 500 effect, effortless, you can equip items above your level by 40, durability, 200 equipment level, blessing of nature, orange, slot, gloves. Magic attack physical, magic defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, Constitution Armor, 998 effect, increases your spell damage by 30 effect, increases your spell critical hit by 30 effect, increases your skill casting speed by 30 effect, effortless, you can equip items above your level by 40, durability, 200 equipment level. These Wolf King's boots have helped me many times, it's time for them to retire. After reading, Lin Chen directly equipped them. Now he had 3 pieces of golden equipment, 13 pieces of orange equipment, and 3 pieces of purple equipment, a total of 19 items. This was the maximum number of items a class holder could wear. In other words, Lin Chen was now fully equipped. As long as he replaced those 3 purple items, he would have a complete set of high-level equipment. 1 orange item was enough for an ordinary person to struggle through life. Even someone like Li Fei, a small rich second generation, would find it hard to obtain. Yet he was almost fully equipped in orange items. Now, the number of new players who could compare their equipment to his was probably less than a handful. Coupled with his potential, talent, skills, and damage, he had definitely surpassed everyone. Lin Chen couldn't stop smiling, filled with anticipation for a bright future. Ha! A skill book? Lin Chen suddenly realized. Slapping his forehead, the equipment was so good that he got a bit too excited and forgot about the skill book. Magic Shield Universal Magic Skill grants yourself a magic shield that can resist up to 1253 points of damage. It's actually a shield skill. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, instantly curious. With his damage and abilities, he had hardly been hit by monsters. Even if he did get hit, the damage wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. Since he learned to sever tendons, it had become even harder for monsters to get close to him. To be honest, the shield skill wasn't very useful. However, this kind of thing is not absolute. It might be very useful in the future. Moreover, he has the talent for mutation, so perhaps he can give this seemingly useless skill a makeover. Thinking of this, Lin Chen curled his lips and clicked to learn. Ding! You have learned, skill, magic shield, skill mutation. You have learned, poison repelling shield. Poison repelling shield absorbs 50% of all physical and magical damage from external sources, and when attacked, the attacker will randomly receive 50% of your other damage skill's effects. This skill is passive, has no consumption, and can be turned off at will. Ah! What? Lin Chen was dumbfounded, completely stunned. Is it really that overpowered? Not only does it absorb half the damage, but it can also counterattack? And it's a passive skill with no consumption? With this skill, isn't he invincible? It's worth noting that his current resistance and defense have already reached an outrageous level. Even the orange potential defense warriors and paladins of the second transition might not have his defense, reducing damage by half again. Isn't that invincibility? The name may sound ominous, but the effect is clearly even more ominous. I really am heading down the path of ominous skills. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen hadn't finished speaking when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Ha? So soon? Lin Chen was a bit dazed. He knew someone would come looking for him, but he didn't expect it to be so quick. Closing the panel and backpack, Lin Chen left the bedroom and opened the door to the living room. Lin Chen? Right? The visitor was an old man with graying hair, looking very familiar. Lin Chen took 2 seconds to react and suddenly recognized him. Director Yi? What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Yi Shuju immediately smiled. It seems you know me, that makes things easier. Saying this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Lin Chen came to his senses and awkwardly stepped aside. Please, Director Yi. Yi Shuju walked in with a smile, looking a bit surprised. This hotel is nice, it's just right for seeing the training ground. Seeing him so familiar, Lin Chen didn't hold back and, after having him sit on the sofa, got straight to the point. Director Yi, you came to find me for what reason? Are you here to deliver rewards? He remembered Yi Shuju had personally said that there would be rewards for the team battle champion. Yi Shuju laughed heartily. The rewards aren't urgent, they're definitely yours. Tomorrow, after the assessment ends, I'll give them to you all at once. I came to ask which university you want to attend for further studies. Lin Chen pretended to think. I haven't decided yet. Yi Shuju raised one eyebrow. His expression clearly a bit strange because he already knew some things, but he quickly figured out what was going on. I'm here in my capacity as the president of Dongfang University, personally inviting you to join Dongda. Yi Shuju looked at Lin Chen seriously. As long as you agree, I will personally take you as my disciple, making you the top freshman of Dongda, and I guarantee that during your studies, all resources of Dongda will be tilted in your favor. This includes qualifications for the 3 ancient secret realms, qualifications for the 5 forbidden zones, and qualifications for the 13 epic secret realms and 25 legendary secret realms affiliated with Dongda, as well as qualifications for entering the Celestial Tower, 5 Crown Mountain, Panglai Fairy Island, and the Emerald Dreamland. I can also guarantee you a qualification for the Wuzhou Mountain trial that will open in 6 months. Moreover, as soon as Dongda discovers any newly appeared rifts, secret realms, or dungeons, you will be prioritized for entry. As for the rest, like what you lack or what you want, I will personally invite the 6 great artisans to tailor them for you. As long as you join Dongda, I will share half of my personal resources with you and gift you a piece of golden equipment. Yi Shuzhu revealed everything without holding back, showing his sincerity. To be honest, after hearing this, Lin Chen would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. Whether it was the qualifications for various dungeons or the Wuzhou Mountain trial that only opened once every 10 years and 6 months, they were all very enticing to him. This is also why he ultimately decided to go to university instead of being a lone wolf. Because many qualifications can only be obtained from certain universities, and there are no other ways to acquire them. Moreover, he would also invite the 6 great craftsmen to help him, which is enough to get people excited. It should be noted that the craftsmen have long stopped offering any of their items to the outside world. To obtain something crafted by them, one must rely on personal connections. But still, as the saying goes, even Bai Jinqing understands that he will become a hot figure. How could he not know? He wants to wait for the right price, and there is nothing wrong with that, because he has that qualification. As a hidden profession holder with 3 divine-level talents, his strength will only grow stronger, and his future is bound to be vast as the sea. Director Yi, there's a personal challenge competition tomorrow. How about you give me some time to think it over? Yi Shuzhu was not surprised by Lin Chen's response. He didn't expect Lin Chen to agree today anyway. After all, he had made an offer that Lin Chen needed. The rest depends on what Lin Chen decides to do. Alright, I've said all I needed to say. Yi Shuzhu didn't waste any more words, standing up to leave. Then you rest well and try to give me an answer soon. Okay, Director Yi. Lin Chen smiled and directly escorted him to the door. But just as Yi Shuzhu was about to step out, he suddenly realized, oh right, I asked Bai Jinqing, and she has already agreed to come to Dawn University. But to be honest, her family is really lively. Seeing Lin Chen stunned for a moment, Yi Shuzhu patted his shoulder and said, rest well, I'm leaving. Watching him leave, Lin Chen's expression gradually became strange. Is this a reminder for me too? Hey, Lin Chen? Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, another old man arrived. He chuckled curiously. What? Did you know I was coming and opened the door to welcome me? Lin Chen twitched his mouth, feeling a bit awkward as he smiled. Director Liu, the head of the Qinglong Academy, one of the top 10 universities. Who doesn't know him? Those are people he has seen too much of on TV and in books. Lu Guanyu laughed heartily, more familiar than Yi Shuzhu, and put his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Young man, how about joining my Qinglong Academy? I'll personally take you as my disciple. Whatever you want, I'll give you. Oh, old Lu? Before they even entered the room, another old man appeared around the corner of the corridor, and upon seeing him, Lin Chen was stunned. However, before he could speak, another old man arrived. In no time, Lin Chen's doorway became a large gathering spot for old men. It left Lin Chen completely dumbfounded. Bai family. In the study, after sending off the heads of various universities, Bai Shangnan laughed heartily. Good daughter, you've really brought great honor to your father this time. Goodness, even Director Yi came personally. Bai Jinqing smiled as she watched her father joyfully recount the scene of the heads competing for her, feeling very happy inside. She hadn't seen her father this happy in a long time. If your grandfather knew you had passed 45 levels, he would definitely be thrilled. Right, I'll tell your grandfather to make him happy. The fact that Bai Jinqing was being fought over by the heads of the 10 universities made Bai Shangnan feel several years younger. He muttered as he opened the communication device. Ah, I wonder what that old man is doing now. It should be time for a break, right? Seeing this, Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh and said, Dad, Grandpa is definitely not resting right now. You won't be able to reach him. Sure enough, his messages fell into a void. Hey, that old man? Bai Jinqing couldn't help but chuckle, holding her teacup. You see, I told you so. Bai Shangnan sighed helplessly, and after closing the communication system, he took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Oh right, Qingqing. Bai Shangnan paused, thought for 2 seconds, and then changed from excitement to seriousness. Has Lin Chen's profession mutated? Mutation is mutation. An anomaly is anomaly. These are 2 different concepts. Mutation is the norm for orange and gold professions. It is a branch that diverges from the original profession, with only a few professions having uniqueness. But mutation is different. Mutations are entirely random, lacking any basis or rationale. In a sense, Lin Chen's mutation talent also carries a hint of mutation. However, his talent mutation skills still show some shadows of previous skills. It doesn't count as a true mutation. Bai Xiangnan's suspicion of Lin Chen is unfounded. He is not an ordinary person. He naturally knows some secrets about awakened professions, and similarly, other high-ranking individuals are aware. Otherwise, why would Ji Shouju and Lu Guanyu go looking for Lin Chen? However, Bai Jinqing cannot answer this question. Dad, I really don't know, that's the truth. She genuinely didn't know. Bai Xiangnan put down his teacup and scrutinized Bai Jinqing with suspicion. In any case, you managed to get through level 45 thanks to him, so make sure to thank him properly later. Seeing Bai Jinqing looking a bit dazed, Bai Xiangnan said in a muted tone, I know how far my gift can take you. Bai Jinqing suddenly understood. Indeed, her father must have assessed her abilities long ago. Ah, okay. Bai Jinqing was at a loss for words, but she didn't expect Bai Xiangnan to suddenly ask, is his damage output very high? Bai Jinqing was taken aback and hesitated before replying. It's decent. Bai Xiangnan raised his eyes to look at her, nodding as he muttered. The awakening stone doesn't lie, but a white potential. Still a priest. How did he kill so many high-level monsters? The monsters at level 50 are already level 90. Bai Xiangnan looked up and saw Bai Jinqing feigning a blank expression, shaking his head in disbelief. That plague skill. It's his, right? Bai Jinqing hesitated for a moment and gently nodded. Although Lin Chen hadn't personally used the plague skill, it was practically the same as having done so she felt it was harmless to tell her father about it. Just then, her communication system suddenly rang. Upon seeing the message, her expression changed dramatically. Dad, I need to step out for a moment. Without giving Bai Xiangnan a chance to respond, she dashed out. Ha, what's with this child? Watching Bai Jinqing disappear, Bai Xiangnan couldn't help but purse his lips in confusion. Is this what they mean by, daughters grow up and can't be kept? An old, mocking laugh suddenly echoed in the air nearby. Lin Chen, come to my Qinglong Academy. Everything old Yi told you, I can provide. Lin Chen, different fields are like different mountains, come to my Zhuke Academy. The gentle goddess of light is the vice president here. She is a holy priest with golden potential. Learning from her is definitely better than from old Lu. If we're talking about that, my Xuanwu Academy has a holy pastor choir. All top-tier priests, not inferior to the gentle goddess. Lin Chen, you should come to our Baihu Academy. No, come to our Qingbei Academy. Our faculty is also very strong. What the hell is Qingbei Academy? Do we need to say what kind of virtue you have? Old Jean, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Watching the group of old men arguing and on the verge of fighting, Lin Chen felt overwhelmed. He knew that these high-ranking officials would definitely discover his hidden strength. Otherwise, Yi Shouju wouldn't have hastily wrapped up the team battle's follow-up, allowing the audience to leave early. These old foxes were all pretending to be confused, waiting for Yi Shouju to leave before trying to tempt him. After all, he still hadn't decided where to go, and everyone had a chance. He just didn't expect them to arrive so quickly and in such numbers. Fortunately, at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted the chaotic scene. I'll go answer the door. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and got up to run. Lu Guanyu and the others exchanged glances, looking a bit suspicious. Could it be General Nangong has arrived? Impossible. He's currently preparing for battle in the southern demon territory. How could he have time to come here? Then who could it be? As everyone looked on in confusion, Lin Chen opened the door. Jin Cheng? Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Chen was instantly stunned. Bai Jinqing's little face flushed red. She wanted to say something but knew it wasn't the time for small talk. She quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him into the room. Uncles, I'm sorry. I need to find Lin Chen for something. We need to step out for a bit. With that, Bai Jinqing directly dragged the bewildered Lin Chen away, leaving a group of elders sitting there with puzzled expressions. Ha, that girl? After Bai Jinqing pulled Lin Chen out of the room, she quickly whispered, run, you blockhead. Lin Chen was taken aback, instantly realizing that Bai Jinqing had come to help him out of a tight spot. It made sense. He was worried about how to get rid of those old men, and now that he was running, they would have to leave. The two quickly ran into the elevator, and as Lin Chen pressed the button for the first floor, he said, "Good thing you came." "Of course." "Ha!" Bai Jinxing couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh as well, and their laughter grew louder as they exited the elevator. Still chuckling, "Stop laughing, or those old men will catch on." "Old men?" Bai Jinxing looked astonished. "You? Ha!" Bai Jinxing burst into laughter, her joy infectious. "You're the first to dare call them that." "Ha ha ha," Lin Chen said, both amused and exasperated. "Well, it's true. You see, they came to invite me, so I can't just chase them away. After all, they had a good attitude and offered great conditions, but you have to admit, their chattering is more annoying than a woman's gossip. I'm really impressed." "Ha! Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Bai Jinxing doubled over in laughter, drawing the attention of passers-by checking in. Lin Chen noticed she was still holding onto his arm and curiously asked, "What brings you here?" At this, Bai Jinxing's laughter instantly vanished. She stopped giggling. "What? Can't I come find you?" Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly understood the situation. "Of course you can." Lin Chen smirked. "Just in time. It's dinner time. Come on, let me treat you." Bai Jinxing huffed in a proud manner, tightening her grip on Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen pretended not to notice and silently let her out of the hotel. "What do you want to eat?" "I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky." Bai Jinxing mustered her courage, looking at him with a flushed face. "You're really impressive. I didn't expect you to get through 50 levels. It seems you'll definitely win the championship in tomorrow's individual competition." "Wow, just thinking about you becoming the first ever dual champion in both team and individual. Oh my, I'm so excited." Lin Chen appeared indifferent. "So, isn't that normal? You should see who I am." "Ha!" Bai Jinxing almost couldn't hold back, raising her voice playfully. "Ah, right. Who is Lord Lin Chen, a deity descended to earth?" Lin Chen was speechless, subtly glancing at her hand that hadn't let go of his sleeve, and blinked, saying, "Hey, there's a milk tea shop over there. Want to try it?" "Milk tea?" Bai Jinxing's eyes lit up, but she quickly hesitated. "But, it might make me gain weight." "Never mind." Lin Chen shrugged it off. "What's wrong with gaining weight? Being too skinny isn't good. A little meat looks better." "Really?" Bai Jinxing raised an eyebrow. "You like a bit of meat?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow back. "I like you just the way you are." Bai Jinxing's face turned crimson, and she quickly huffed in a proud manner. "Men's words are deceiving. What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing." "Then let's go buy some milk tea." After a while, the two happily walked out of the milk tea shop. And even so, Bai Jinxing's little hand didn't let go of Lin Chen's sleeve. "Lin Chen, try this one. It's mango flavor. Really delicious." "I'm allergic to mango." "Really? Just kidding." "You?" Watching the two walk side by side, laughing and playfully shoving each other as they disappeared down the street, three figures slowly emerged from the side street. "Sister Shi, why don't you go by yourself?" Lan Lan asked curiously, hands behind her back, her big eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Yu chuckled, raising an eyebrow and tilting her head towards Yanxi. "Sister Shi, what's this about? Spring has arrived?" Yanxi scoffed. "So what? What difference does it make?" Xiao Yu replied with a strange expression. "This isn't like you," Lan Lan said, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Ever since you came out of the secret realm, I feel like something's off with you." Yanxi teased with a smirk. "Is it? Of course. You're very different." Lan Lan couldn't quite put it into words, just felt it was odd. Yanxi smiled, resting her chin on her hand as she took a sip of milk tea. "Am I fat? Lan Lan? Xiao Yu? Forget it. This stuff is actually pretty good." Watching Yanxi turn and walk away, Lan Lan and Xiao Yu exchanged glances. Midnight. Inside a certain house, a girl with big eyes was browsing the professional forum. She wanted to see the live video of today's college entrance examination and the final champion. Originally, she was supposed to participate in the examination, but due to some reasons, she had to give up her dream of college and work with her brother to earn money. "Wow, so amazing? 50 levels?" The girl stared wide-eyed in shock, leaning in to look closely for a long time, even rubbing her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken. "Oh my god, someone actually cleared 50 levels? This is a historical record." The girl couldn't believe it as she flipped through the posts, intending to find the video, but unfortunately, even the official site didn't have a clear video. There were only some clips of people dying inexplicably amidst beautiful scenery. Just when the girl was about to give up, she suddenly saw someone post a photo and information about the team battle champion. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the post. But as soon as she saw the photo, she froze. Hey, wait, why does this look so familiar? The girl was stunned, suddenly remembering who it was. And then she widened her eyes and shouted with her mouth agape. Brother, brother, come quickly. Hearing the shout, a big man in the outer room rushed in quickly. What's wrong, Xiaoying? What happened? The girl excitedly gestured. It's that person. Brother, you have to look. The big man was a bit confused, confirming that his sister wasn't in trouble before focusing on the computer screen. When he looked, he exclaimed, what the hell? This? Isn't this the mysterious powerhouse? Right? The girl jumped up in excitement. I didn't mistake him. It's him. Brother. My goodness. He became the team battle champion and cleared 50 levels, setting a record. What? The big man was instantly shocked. Then without caring about anything else, he quickly grabbed the mouse to check the post. After reading, his mouth could fit an egg. My god? That powerhouse is called Lin Chen? And he's a priest? No wonder they couldn't find any information about that powerhouse when they checked the data back then. It turned out he was a priest with white potential. Who would have thought? Brother? We found him. The big man nodded, his eyes slightly red. We found him. Xiaoying, heaven is still looking out for us. The girl was Liang Ying, who once chased Lin Chen with her brother on the bisher plane. And the big man was Captain Liang Hu. It was just that the demonic abyss had come so suddenly that they had to give up and exit early with others. However, after they went out, they spent a long time checking the recorded videos but couldn't find any information about Lin Chen. Fortunately, heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. They finally found Lin Chen. He actually set a record. Oh my god. I really didn't mistake him back then. Liang Hu looked at Liang Ying with excitement in his eyes. Quick, pack your things. Let's go to the Ascension Island. Liang Ying's eyes lit up, and she nodded excitedly. Great. I'll go buy the tickets right now. It's about to start. Ha ha ha. I was so excited yesterday that I couldn't sleep all night. Not just you. I couldn't either. That white priest set a record yesterday. I wonder if he can create another one in the individual competition today. If he wins first place again, that would be amazing. Early the next morning, the martial arts arena was already packed with people, because Lin Chen led the way in setting a record for the Ascension Secret Realm. The audience's emotions were particularly high this year. Look at this. Even before it started, the atmosphere was already buzzing. Yesterday, I went to investigate and found out that the white priest is just an orphan from a slum. Really? Does he have no background at all? A true child of poverty? Dude, you should study hard and find out what a child of poverty really means. Forget about that, there are only about 30 people who qualified for the individual challenge, so the competition will definitely be more exciting than in previous years. Yeah. Last year there were a lot of people who cleared all 36 levels without that plague skill messing things up. This year, there are only over 30. I heard from my son that the plague skill is Lin Chen's skill, the white priest. Ha? Is that true? Is it true? Dude, didn't you see the news yesterday? Even the professional forum exploded. Everyone was discussing how to take down Lin Chen, with hundreds of thousands of students involved. Damn, isn't Lin Chen going to be attacked by everyone today? Definitely. He won't have a good day today. No matter how amazing he is, he can't withstand the anger of hundreds of thousands of students. Oh my gosh, today is going to be a show. Dear audience, students, hello everyone, I'm Xin, standing in the air on a platform. Morong Xin waved her hand excitedly, happily greeting the enthusiastic audience. The team battle has ended yesterday, and I believe all of you are very excited, because just yesterday, our Lin Chen from Tianqi Academy set the highest record in history. As Lin Chen's image appeared on the big screen, the audience immediately cheered, and the atmosphere reached a peak. Li Fei laughed heartily. Boss, you're famous now. You've completely blown up. Bai Jinqing excitedly clasped her hands. The first person in history. Lin Chen, you'll be in the textbooks of the younger students next year. Lin Chen was speechless, but he couldn't help but smile. Even Yan Shi, who stood not far away, showed a smile. Of course, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Aside from Lin Chen and a few others, the remaining students were not very happy. Leading the group were Shi Tengrui and Lu Tian. Their faces looked as if they had been smeared with ash. They wished they could rush up and take down Lin Chen right now. In the air, Morong Xin smiled brightly and raised her small hand. Dear audience, today is the day our 38 students who qualified for the individual challenge will compete for the final grand prize. Now, please welcome the Dean of Dongfang University, one of the 7 stars of the nation, Dean Yi Shuzhu, to draw the competition order for our 38 students. As the audience applauded and cheered excitedly, Yi Shuzhu stood up with a smile. He didn't waste any words and raised his hand. The space above the martial arts arena seemed to tear open like a piece of cloth, and with a ripping sound, a huge spatial crack appeared. The audience gasped in surprise. But that wasn't the end. Yi Shuzhu, without changing his expression, pointed again. From the dark spatial crack, a giant wheel appeared, with each option being the name of a student who qualified for the individual challenge. Such a magical scene naturally caused an uproar among the crowd. Lin Chen nodded deeply, feeling quite shocked inside. This was the first time he had seen a strong person take action with his own eyes. Although it wasn't against an enemy, it was enough to open his eyes. Moreover, he discovered that Yi Shuzhu's move felt completely different from the skills he had used. It seemed that the way the skill operated had changed, and he couldn't quite understand it. I wonder what level director Yi is. Could it be that at higher levels of career advancement, the form of skills changes? Or is it that he has combined multiple skills together? The more Lin Chen watched, the more shocked he became, and his anticipation for his own future grew stronger. At that moment, Yi Shuzhu snapped his fingers, and the roulette began to spin in a chaotic manner in the void, its speed increasing to the point of dazzling the eyes. After a while, under the focused gaze of the crowd, the roulette finally stopped. In the sky, 19 pairs of names appeared, arranged vertically. It's here. The draw results are out. As Morong Xinshin spoke, the audience instantly regained their focus. Upon seeing the results, they couldn't help but cheer, because Lin Chen and Shi Tingfei, among others, did not encounter each other in the first round. Each opponent known to the audience was someone unfamiliar. They had successfully avoided all the favorites for the championship. Boss, your opponent is Guan? I've never heard of him, but with your strength, it doesn't matter who it is. Li Fei laughed heartily, quickly pointing to the sky. Hey, Sister Bai, your opponent is Zhao Peng? I know him, he's a purple potential earth warrior like me, but he's a tank. You have a huge advantage in ranged combat against melee. Hey, my opponent is Niu Shicheng? Who is that? Forget it, who cares? Even if I get eliminated in the first round, I'm satisfied. Ha ha ha. Li Fei was very content because he knew his own capabilities. Even Lin Chen admired him for that. Bai Jinqing looked at Lin Chen with a smile and said softly, although you are very strong, you must be careful. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who can enter the individual challenge is not simple, and in the individual challenge, items can be used, so be sure to watch out. Lin Chen nodded, feeling little concern inside. With the blessing of Spirit Guardian granting him 5 seconds of invincibility, his own resistance and defense were not something this group could break through, so he wasn't worried. I will be careful. You should be careful too. It would be best if we could meet in the finals. Bai Jinqing smiled helplessly. Me? Forget it, I know my own limits. With golden potential, who besides Lin Chen could confidently say they would make it to the finals? Unless they were lucky enough to skip all the golden potential draws. But how could that be possible? From a distance, Shi Tingfei watched Bai Jinqing's gentle demeanor towards Lin Chen, his teeth grinding in frustration. Meanwhile, Shi Tengrui beside him had a grim expression, staring in another direction, fixated on Lin Chen's smiling face. These two were the top clowns. Alright, everyone, Morong Xinshin spoke again, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Next, it's the long-awaited individual challenge. First, please, the 19 pairs of students who will battle, step onto your platforms. In previous years, there had been dozens of matchups, so there were about 20 platforms. But this year, due to Lin Chen's plague skill, only 19 pairs remained. Therefore, starting the first round together saved quite a bit of time. After encouraging each other with a few words with Li Fei and Bai Jinqing, Lin Chen smiled as he stepped onto his designated platform. His opponent was named Guan, nearly 2 meters tall, a big guy. From the 2 large axes he held, Lin Chen guessed he must be a berserker type of profession. Lin Chen, it's you! Before Lin Chen could speak, Xiao Guan across from him was already heated. If it weren't for you, I would definitely have made it into the top 10. Today, I must take my revenge. In his view, although Lin Chen's plague skill was powerful and had a wide range, this was an individual arena match. If he accidentally harmed someone else, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble, so he definitely wouldn't use the plague skill. Moreover, even if he did, he had a counter-strategy. Thinking of this, he instinctively touched the fragrant pouch hanging at his waist and coldly snorted through gritted teeth. Despicable and shameless little man, only capable of sneak attacks from behind. Now that we're on the arena, let's see what you can do. That's right, Xiao Guan, kill him. Avenge everyone. He's a priest, with low defense in cloth armor. Don't give him a chance to use his skills, just take him down. Exactly. Go for it, Xiao Guan. Finish him off. Don't worry, I'll definitely kill him to avenge everyone. The students surrounding the arena, who hadn't qualified for the individual challenge, immediately turned red-eyed and cheered for Xiao Guan, looking at Lin Chen as if he were the enemy who killed their fathers. The referee, seeing this, expressionless, spoke up, begin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guan immediately shouted, Lin Chen, die. With that, Xiao Guan raised two large axes and charged at Lin Chen like a tank. However, before he could take 2 steps, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that Lin Chen had already pulled out a novice staff at some point. The problem was, his staff only glowed for a moment, and the next second, something felt off in his stomach. Before he could understand what was happening, his throat felt like it had swallowed razor blades, and his head began to heat up and swell. The most terrifying part was the great fixation. That thing suddenly felt a bit uncontrollable, and his stomach was churning violently. The intense pain caused him to stop in his tracks, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. What the hell is going on? Xiao Guan exclaimed in shock, twisting his body and covering his stomach, eyes wide with terror. What did you do? Xiao Guan's body stiffened, his expression growing more horrified. No! Poof! With a loud bang, a dark, viscous substance suddenly erupted from the gap between the 2 axes he was holding. The axes crossed, creating a shape. As for his pants, hands, and axes, they were utterly useless. Xiao Guan's eyes were about to pop out. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Just as Xiao Guan was about to curse, the fixation suddenly tightened, and his whole body bent into a crescent shape. No! Wait a minute! Poof! Ah! Xiao Guan let out a strange cry, horrified, covering his stomach and turning to run. This left the referee and the students watching in confusion. Wait, why is he running? What did he discover just now? Why did he spray? Wait, why does it smell so bad? What the hell? What is that? Suddenly, someone seemed to have discovered something terrifying, pointing at the arena with a look of horror. That can't be what Xiao Guan just sprayed, right? What the hell? It really seems to be. I thought his posture was a bit strange earlier. He started shouting no halfway through running. What the hell? It really is. Xiao Guan just crapped himself. Did he really just do that so casually? On the stage? Students who got closer to see what it was immediately covered their noses and shouted in terror. This idiot! Did he eat crap yesterday? Doesn't he know he's fighting today? Such a waste. He actually crapped on the arena at a critical moment. I thought he would give me something big, but who knew this idiot would just drop a big one? Waste. He didn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's clothes before crapping himself. What a waste. Damn. Watching everyone curse and complain, Lin Chen slowly put away his staff and smiled at the referee. The referee, still in shock, suddenly snapped back to reality upon seeing Lin Chen. First match. Lin Chen wins. Lin Chen smiled and walked down the arena under the furious glares and curses of the students. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. Essentially, it was just Xiao Guan taking a couple of steps and making 2 quick moves. With nothing to do, Lin Chen stepped down from the stage and began to survey the other arenas. His opponent, Shi Tengfei, was facing a purple mage, although the mage was constantly slowed by ice magic, making it seem difficult to approach. Lin Chen could tell at a glance that in less than 10 seconds, Shi Tengfei would close in on the mage and defeat him. Shaking his head, Lin Chen continued to look around. He couldn't find Li Fei, but he spotted Bai Jinqing. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he stepped forward. At that moment on the stage, snowflakes floated around, and Bai Jinqing, resembling a fairy descending to earth, was hovering 5 centimeters above the ground with her feet off the floor. She slightly spread her arms, one hand gripping a novice staff while the other formed a spell gesture. In a voice devoid of emotion, she softly said, "Call the wind." Whoosh! The sound of the wind came abruptly. The earth warrior, Zhang Peng, had just raised his shield with a changed expression. The next second, a gust of wind, carrying faint snowflakes, blew through his hair. It seemed harmless, and Zhang Peng looked bewildered, but the subsequent damage of 20,000 made his pupils constrict sharply. That was his 92 health points. Almost a one-hit kill? Before he could react, the referee quickly raised his hand and announced, "First match, Bai Jinqing wins." Hearing this, Zhang Peng realized he was no longer on the stage but had somehow appeared outside of it. What? Zhang Peng was quite confused, and his friends quickly came over to give him a potion and took him away. They knew that Bai Jinqing had shown mercy, merely blowing Zhang Peng off the stage without following up with a skill. This made the few who had shifted their resentment towards Lin Chen now feel no anger towards her. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Lin Chen applaud, Bai Jinqing's eyes brightened, and her face flushed as she jumped down from the stage. "Oh, you, stop clapping, what's wrong with that?" Lin Chen replied, looking as if it were only natural. "You won so decisively, shouldn't I applaud?" Bai Jinqing huffed in a proud manner, glancing at the other classmates who were glaring at her. "That's too embarrassing." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Embarrassing? That's better than someone who doesn't even have the qualifications to get on stage." "Lin Chen, you..." The classmates around them trembled with anger. It would have been fine if he hadn't said that, but once he did, it only fueled their rage. "Isn't that because of you? If it weren't for you, we could all participate in the individual challenge." "Exactly. You shameless bastard. This is all your fault. Truly shameless. Doing something that angers everyone and still having the face to talk here. Do you really think you're impressive just because you made it to level 50 with despicable means? You're just a trash priest. Without that despicable skill, you wouldn't even get past the first level. Just be glad I didn't get on stage. Otherwise, I would definitely take you down." Lin Chen sneered, not even bothering to look at them. "Stop barking. If you have the guts, get on the stage." "You, exactly? Barking like a dog? Is that supposed to show how loud you are? Or how big your eyes are?" Li Fei suddenly jumped out from somewhere, standing behind Lin Chen with wide eyes. Lin Chen turned around in surprise. "Oh, so fast? You won?" "Of course," Li Fei said proudly, lifting his chin, feeling quite invincible. Lin Chen shook his head in amusement, then disregarding the feelings of others, started chatting with Bai Jinqing. In the first round, due to the team factor, individual combat strengths varied greatly, so the battles were quick. Yixiao's bamboo didn't waste any time and directly started the draw for the second round. With half the participants gone, it was destined that one person would have a bye, and that person was naturally Lin Chen. He was the top of the team and had that qualification, which the audience found perfectly normal. This made Shi Tingfei even more furious. So in the second match, his opponent was simply unlucky, directly frightened into conceding by Shi Tingfei's frenzied attacks. Li Fei also lost his luck, being met with the furious gaze of Lu Tian, who quickly reduced him to a sliver of health with just 2 skills. If it weren't for the referee's quick reflexes, Li Fei would have been eliminated. By the end of the second round, the top 10 contestants were revealed. Ranked first was Lin Chen, followed by Yan Shi, Yi Qing Tian, Shi Tengrui, Shi Tengfei, Bai Jinqing, Lu Tian, Feng Junyan, Bai Jinwu, and Qian Hui. Bai Jinwu and Qian Hui had orange potential and their strength was always on point. If it weren't for Shi Tingfei and Lin Chen, they could have advanced further. So they were currently filled with pent-up frustration. 15 minutes later, the draw for the top 10 battles was completed amidst the varied expressions of the crowd. Lin Chen would face Lu Tian, Yan Shi would face Bai Jincheng, Yi Qingtian would face Feng Junyan, Shi Tengrui would face Qian Hui, and Shi Tingfei would face Bai Jinwu. Seeing this, Li Fei immediately wailed, "Boss, it's him, that bastard. He came at me with his ultimate right away. Woo woo woo." Upon hearing this, Lu Tian couldn't help but laugh in anger. "You're the bastard. Damn. Lin Chen, don't get too proud. I will definitely take you down." Lin Chen smiled and patted Li Fei on the shoulder, saying, "It's okay, I'll avenge you. Boss, I am your most loyal sidekick for life. Ugh, get the hell away from me." Not only Lin Chen, but even the classmates around them felt nauseated, with Bai Jinqing turning her head away, her expression difficult to read. "Sure, Tengfei, the grudge from when you ambushed me in the secret realm. I'll settle it today." At that moment, a furious shout came from the arena not far away. Everyone looked over and found it was Bai Zhenwu and Shi Tingfei. Shi Tingfei sneered, clearly disdainful. "To the victor go the spoils, you can't even handle me, and you want to fight my brother? What a joke." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Yan Shi in the distance. This made Bai Zhenwu's face darken, and he became furious. Watching the two of them fight without further ado, Lin Chen curiously asked, "Is he your cousin?" Bai Jinqing was taken aback and quickly replied, "He's my cousin from my uncle's side, but they live in Qinglong City. We only met once when we were 6, and we haven't kept in touch since. He has never been to my house." Bai Jinqing's quick explanation made Lin Chen raise an eyebrow. "I was just curious. Why are you so nervous?" Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she could only turn her head away and ignore him. "Lin Chen!" At this moment, Lu Tian on the arena pointed his sword at Lin Chen and shouted angrily, "Come up and die. What the hell are you shouting for? Are you showing off? Damn, my boss will go up and take you down in a second." Li Fei angrily pointed at Lu Tian, cursing like a sycophant. Lin Chen pressed down on his shoulder and smiled slightly. "Alright, go lead your sister by, I'll come find you later." Li Fei glared at Lu Tian, then turned to Bai Jinqing and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go, I'll take you to your arena. I'll see who dares to block the way, I'll rip their heads off." Bai Jinqing shot Li Fei a glare. Her face flushed, but surprisingly, she didn't retort. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, giving Bai Jinqing an encouraging look before stepping onto the arena. Seeing this, Lu Tian's expression darkened, but he couldn't help but slowly curl his lips into a smirk. "Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, you don't think we don't know what you did to Guan, do you?" Seeing Lin Chen stunned, Lu Tian couldn't hide his excitement and sneered. "Just now, Guan was taken down, and it was your doing. Guan has already told us all the effects of your skills." With that, Lu Tian flipped his hand and instantly pulled out many items from his backpack, clenching them in his hand. Lin Chen was left dumbfounded. "Ha! Lin Chen, look at this. What is it?" Lin Chen examined the items clutched in his hands. There were scrolls, potions, pills, syringes, and even capsules that had been partially consumed. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, finding it hard to evaluate. However, seeing Lin Chen's uncomfortable expression, Lu Tian immediately understood that his strategy was working. "I have detox pills, adrenaline, big red medicine, resistance scrolls for abnormal states, and even cold medicine, fever medicine, and I also have norfloxacin capsules. Ha ha ha, let's see what you do." Looking at Lu Tian's increasingly twisted smile, Lin Chen couldn't help but facepalm. "Ah, no, are there no normal people in this professional arena? Where did this clown come from? Norfloxacin. I'm done. He can't really think these things can resist my skill effects, right? Does he not know that my skills have 100-fold amplification and critical hits? Does he not know that my skills reduce resistance to abnormal states and defenses? These broken things have no resistance at all, okay?" Lin Chen was speechless. It felt like Lu Tian was like a premature baby. On his shoulder was a jelly bean. "Lin Chen, die!" Lu Tian sneered and began to quickly break apart various cold medicines, fever medicines, headache medicines, and norfloxacin, stuffing them in his mouth like a feast. Lin Chen couldn't watch any longer and threw out a disease spell. "Ha!" Lu Tian froze, the medicine in his mouth not yet swallowed, when suddenly his stomach felt something was off. "Hey, what the hell?" Lu Tian's eyes widened, his body tensed up, and he straightened completely. "Ha, ha, ha, wait a minute?" A hint of terror flashed in Lu Tian's eyes as the turmoil in his stomach made him realize something. "This isn't right." Lu Tian spat out the medicine while widening his eyes. "I ate so much, why isn't it working? No way. Increase the dosage." I refuse to believe it. Lu Tian arched his body like a crescent moon and then started breaking the capsules even faster. The speed at which he stuffed them into his mouth was like a beggar devouring a full banquet. "Lin Chen, you will die." Lu Tian glared, holding his stomach, disregarding his discomfort. and was about to charge at Lin Chen with his sword. However, in the next second, the strange sensation from his stomach made Lu Tian freeze in place, unable to move. Ha! Lu Tian's eyes were filled with terror. He dropped his sword and covered his stomach. Wait a second? Hey! Put! Perhaps he was holding too tightly. The first wave came directly into his pants. The classmates waiting for him to take revenge immediately widened their eyes. What's going on? Didn't he take medicine? Why is he still? What the hell? It stinks. Oh my god. Lu Tian, what the hell did you eat? What the hell? Feeling the warmth in his hands, Lu Tian's eyes nearly popped out. But before he could curse, the next wave hit him from both ends. Ha! No! Put! Ah! Lu Tian let out a furious roar, the extreme pain and shame overwhelming him, making him forget to pick up the sword on the ground and just ran away, leaving behind a group of classmates in disarray, stunned like wooden chickens. Ah, what is that filthy thing? Wait, how did he also pee? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and indeed saw a pile and a puddle where Lu Tian had just stood. Ugh! What the hell? Lu Tian just crapped himself. A student screamed in horror, instantly causing an uproar among the onlookers. What the hell? Lu Tian, you just went to the arena and ate and took everything. You're not human. Ugh! That's disgusting. Ugh! Everyone quickly backed away, hiding aside and retching. Even the referee took several steps back in shock. Lin Chen stood at the edge of the arena, covering his nose. Referee, why don't you hurry up and announce the result? He didn't take medicine, but once he did, the medicine resisted the effects, making it even stronger. The referee covered his nose and raised his hand. Second match. Lin Chen wins. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly jumped off the arena and ran away. He had no choice but to run. Yesterday, Lu Tian didn't know what he ate, but it smelled worse than Guan's. He waited until he ran to Bai Jinqing's arena before the smell disappeared. So disgusting. Ha, boss, you're here so soon? Seeing Lin Chen running over with a disgusted expression, Li Fei's eyes lit up. Did you win? Do I even need to say that? Lin Chen waved his hand in front of his nose and looked towards the arena. What's going on? Li Fei was initially quite excited, but upon hearing this, he immediately stopped smiling. Well, looking at Yan Shi, who had been dodging but not attacking in the arena, Li Fei awkwardly smiled. Although, neither of them has lost health, but Bai Jia is probably in trouble. His potential wasn't high, but that didn't mean he lacked insight. Yan Shi had been avoiding attacks, which seemed like a disadvantage, but her leisurely demeanor clearly indicated she wanted to play with Bai Jinqing a bit longer. Fortunately, the two seemed to have a good relationship, and their expressions were quite calm. Lin Chen glanced at the battle situation and couldn't help but nod. Yan Shi's profession is the only one that mutated from the night class, and wearing armor against a mage is quite a disadvantage. But seeing her so relaxed, she should. At this point, Lin Chen suddenly realized what was going on. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Chen, Yan Shi on the arena smiled. Xingqing, how much mana do you have left? Half? Bai Jinqing suddenly glanced at Lin Chen and slowly touched the ring on her ring finger. Don't worry, I have the ring and bracelet Lin Chen gave me, so I can recover mana. If you're planning to keep dodging, I can play with you until tomorrow. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow, lifted her spear, and knocked away Bai Jinqing's ice arrow, stopping in her tracks. Alright then, since I've already seen through your attack pattern, it should be over. Seen through? Bai Jinqing sneered and immediately changed her attack method and strategy, starting with a gust of wind. Feeling the temperature around her gradually drop, Yan Shi looked at Bai Jinqing in surprise. Sure enough, she unleashed a snow summon. The snow borrowed the wind's momentum, and the wind borrowed the snow's warmth. The arena, which was about the size of a rice grain, quickly transformed into a snowy landscape, with the ground freezing and disrupting Yan Shi's positioning. No wonder she's the Xianfeng Snow Maiden. Yan Shi's exotic profession was unique, but Bai Jinqing's was not. There were top-tier Xianfeng Snow Maidens in both the White Tiger Academy and the Eastern University. Their strength was formidable, and Yan Shi had witnessed it, so she knew very well that when fighting a Xianfeng Snow Maiden, one must never let the opponent gain momentum. Once the Xianfeng Snow Maiden altered the environment and took the home field advantage, even she would find it hard to break through. Especially, with that thought, Yan Shi cheerfully raised her spear. Alright, then I'm going to start attacking now. As soon as she finished speaking, She instantly changed her playful expression, her face becoming serious in a second. Then she slightly lowered her body and lunged at Bai Jinqing like a cannonball. Golden body. Midway, She activated her body enhancement skill, a golden light enveloping her, instantly ignoring the slowing effects of the wind and snow in the air. Golden dragon spear. She shouted, the tip of her golden spear transforming into a dragon's head, charging towards Bai Jinqing with an unstoppable momentum. Bai Jinqing's gaze sharpened, and she did not sit idly by. She raised her orange staff, and her eyes were instantly covered by a layer of white snow. Blade wind technique. Woo 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 woo. With a huge sound of wind, 6 3-meter-high tornadoes suddenly appeared beside her. In the blink of an eye, they crashed towards Shi in a chaotic manner. Shi remained unfazed, her speed increasing instead as she mystically dodged the 6 tornadoes' impact. However, she thought she had evaded them, only to see Bai Jinqing slowly curling her lips. The next second, the 6 tornadoes immediately contracted, directly surrounding Shi in the center. Shi was taken aback, and before she could react, the combined tornado exploded instantly. Boom! Thick smoke, accompanied by the rubble on the arena, obscured everyone's vision, even causing the high-ranking officials in the observation platform, who had been closely watching the battle, to nod in satisfaction. A second-tier skill. That's quite rare. It seems the Bai family has invested heavily. A rare skill means it's powerful, but Bai Jinqing's calmness in a crisis and clever use of skills is what truly makes her impressive. Exactly. Using a first-tier skill to lure the enemy in, then striking back with a second-tier skill. It seems Bai Jinqing has studied the strategies of Hua Ying quite a bit, mastering the essence of second-tier skills. But it won't matter, no matter how well she uses her skills or how quickly she seizes opportunities. It's all futile against Shi. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. As expected, before the smoke in the arena had dissipated, a dragon's roar echoed. In the next moment, the dragon's head, wielding a long spear, burst forth from the smoke, striking Bai Jinqing's arms with unrelenting speed. Bang! Feeling the immense force, her body involuntarily flew backward, and Bai Jinqing's expression changed instantly. However, her attributes and skills were far inferior to Shi's. She simply couldn't withstand this skill. Just as Bai Jinqing was about to fall off the arena, Lin Chen shook his head and quickly ran over to support her. The referee immediately raised his hand. Bai Jinqing is out of bounds. In the second match, Shi wins. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, looking at Bai Jinqing with concern and softly asking, "Are you okay?" Bai Jinqing shook her head, her face flushing as she looked at Lin Chen's large hand supporting her. "I'm not as high a level as her. My equipment is inferior, and my potential is even less. It's normal that I can't win." She hadn't intended to defeat Shi, she just wanted to test the gap between them. Now she understood that the difference was greater than she had imagined, but it was still acceptable to her. "Qingqing, are you alright?" She jumped off the arena in a few steps, her face full of concern. Bai Jinqing helplessly pursed her lips. "You won." Seeing that she was fine, Shi shrugged. "Not necessarily," Bai Jinqing replied with a slight smirk, then directly ignored her. Shi, feeling helpless, turned to Lin Chen and raised an eyebrow. "I defeated your little sweetheart, you won't be angry with me, will you?" "Shi, have you turned into a green tea?" "What little sweetheart? That's really unpleasant." Bai Jinqing glared, not giving Lin Chen a chance to speak. Shi raised her hands in surrender. Alright, if I'm green tea, then I'll leave." Lin Chen. Just as Shi finished speaking, an excited shout came from the arena not far away, where Shi Tingfei was. Seeing Lin Chen looking over, Shi Tingfei raised his greatsword and pointed. "The top 10 matches are over. Now there are only 5 of us left. The final mixed battle on the arena. This is your death day." Looking at Shi Tingfei's tattered armor, Lin Chen had a strange expression. It was clear that although he had defeated Bai Jinwu, it had been quite difficult. However, compared to the madness gradually revealing in his eyes, it was nothing. In order to take revenge, Shi Tingfei had gone mad. It was actually understandable. Lin Chen had always overshadowed him, snatched his first place, and even plotted against him in the secret realm. Each of these was a deep-seated grudge. It was only natural for him to hate Lin Chen. Moreover, Bai Jinqing's double standards were constantly provoking his nerves, especially since Bai Jinqing had not rejected Lin Chen's support, which, to him, was simply absurd. Who didn't know that Bai Jinqing was as proud as snow and never interacted with the opposite sex? This scene was clearly meant to stab him in the heart. The more sure Tangfei thought about it, the angrier he became, wiping the dust off his face and shouting angrily, "Lin Chen! Today is your death day." Lin Chen scoffed, too lazy to even acknowledge him. "Let's go. Take a break." Bai Jinqing smiled sweetly, turning cold-faced as she looked at Shi Tingfei, clearly playing her double standards. Shi Tingfei trembled with anger, disregarding the astonished crowd, and began to act like a lovesick fool at the sight of the two's backs. The audience looked on with expressions of disgust. This Shi Tingfei really has a foul mouth. Hey, you don't know the reason behind it. Once you do, you'll have to scold him. What's going on? Is there more to this? Of course. My son is from Tianqi Academy, and he told me that Lin Chen is always one step ahead of Shi Tingfei, even stealing the class leader position. Did you see that young lady from the Bai family? Everyone knows that Shi Tingfei is Bai Jinqing's lapdog, but she still likes Lin Chen. Those kids are clear about it. Upon hearing this, Shi Li's face darkened. I see that Shi Tengrui is also acting like a lapdog for Yan Shi. Surely? What? Is that true? Absolutely. You heard about the incident with the Bai Shipinjuan abyss, right? It was all over the news and the professional forums. That was caused by Shi Tingfei. And guess what? All three main and final abysses, along with tens of thousands of abyss monsters, were snatched away by Lin Chen. Ha! If it were me, I'd go after him with a knife, right? Now Lin Chen has secretly used his plague skill to set him up in the secret realm. Do you think he won't be furious? That's true. This young master from the Shi family is really having a rough time. Surely. Hey, don't say that. Yesterday I was thinking, Lin Chen definitely can't use that plague skill today. Otherwise, wouldn't that be publicly admitting he's the Black Hand? I thought for a priest, having one plague skill was already outrageous. Without it, how can he compete? Hey, who would have thought he actually has a skill that makes people have diarrhea? Not just diarrhea. I heard that Lu Tian even peed himself. This priest is really ridiculous. Wait, is he even a priest? Aren't priests supposed to heal and save people? How can he have such a sinister skill? To be honest, it's a bit disgusting. It's everywhere. Listening to the audience's discussion, Yi Shouju and the other big shots were also a bit puzzled. Old Yi, have you figured it out? Yi Shouju sighed in exasperation. Does he even need to investigate? His background is cleaner than your face. Lu Guanyu twitched his mouth. I'm not talking about his background. Don't change the subject. Seeing the unfriendly expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Shouju knew he couldn't hide it anymore. After all, as soon as he left yesterday, these clever folks went straight to find Lin Chen. I don't know. I've never encountered a situation like his before. It's likely a profession mutation. Everyone surprisingly agreed on this. Just don't know what direction this profession mutation is taking. To be fair, his plague skill and diarrhea skill are really too abnormal. No point in saying more, let's observe a bit longer. Yi Shouju nodded. Alright, then let's get started. It's already been 15 minutes. With that, Yi Shouju stood up again. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as Yi Shouju spoke, the venue fell silent. The top 10 competition has concluded, and 5 of the most outstanding freshmen have been selected. Next, it's the long-awaited final individual battle. As soon as Yi Shouju finished speaking, cheers erupted in the venue. The team battles had already given them plenty of surprises. They were now eagerly anticipating what kind of surprises the individual battles would bring, especially with a dark horse emerging among the favorites, a white potential priest making it into the finals crowded with golden potential. It was indeed eye-catching, so everyone wanted to see if he would create history again and become the first dual champion. Watching the audience cheer for Lin Chen's name, and seeing Lin Chen and Bai Jinqing being all lovey-dovey beside him, Shi Tengfei sneered coldly. Just enjoy your moment of pride. When the final melee begins, I'll make sure you die on the stage. The individual battle was different from the team battle. Death was real death. But since they were all classmates, basically no one would go all out. They could always concede, jump off the stage if they couldn't win, or raise their hands to surrender. The opponent really couldn't go all out. After all, you can't treat the referee like a free meal ticket. Shi Tengfei was full of confidence because his father had secretly bribed the 2 judges for the final battle. They would make some appropriate decisions. Of course, that wasn't enough. To take revenge and clear his name, he was well prepared. Tong Fei, hold the life lock stone tightly. Shi Tang Rui traded a pile of items to Shi Tang Fei, his eyes glinting with malice as he muttered. In personal battles, using anything other than the invincible effects that come with equipment and skills is not allowed, but it doesn't say anything about using bloodlocking items. With the Force 12-second bloodlock from the Lifelock Stone, even if he uses the Plague skill, we won't die. Shi Tang Fei slowly curled his lips, shaking the scroll in his hand. He wouldn't dare use the Plague skill, after all. Using it would be like exposing himself. Although everyone knows it's him, not admitting it and using it directly would have very different consequences. Besides, we now have the immunity scroll from Dad, which can immunize against abnormal states not exceeding level 30. Even if he has advanced to the second transition, that skill of his won't work on us. Shi Tang Rui scoffed, his gaze cold as he looked at Yan Shi, who had been staring at Lin Chen, clenching his fists and sneering. Even if the immunity scroll doesn't work, we still have the Sun God Water. It reduces damage by half for 30 seconds. No matter what skill he uses, he can't kill us in one hit. As long as we get a chance to get close, in less than 5 seconds, I can tear him to shreds. Shi Tang Rui snorted. And Tang Fei, don't forget, we also have the Thorn Scroll. As if recalling something, Shi Tang Rui slowly revealed a cruel smile. As soon as we shout start, we'll use it immediately. If he uses that skill, it will bounce back to him. By then, ha. Upon hearing this, Shi Tang Fei's expression gradually turned vicious, using his own methods against him. Ha. Let him experience social death for himself. Does he really think that with his profession mutated and having damage skills, he's something special? In the end, he's just a trash priest. To become a true powerhouse, being strong is just one step. It also depends on family background. A country bumpkin. Shi Tang Fei seemed to envision Lin Chen kneeling and begging for mercy, and his lips involuntarily began to curl up. Ha. I will personally crush your skull. The two brothers exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming increasingly twisted. The three bystanders, Zhao Ming and the others, felt their scalps tingle and trembled in fear. But it must be said that Shirley had indeed put in a lot of effort to help his son. Just then, Yi Shuju spoke again. Please have the 5 participants enter the final battle arena. The finals, starting soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and the others looked towards the massive final arena. In the next second, the 5 bid farewell to their friends and walked up. As the 5 stepped onto the arena, Yi Shuju focused on Lin Chen and said, no matter who among them wins the championship, they will be the most commendable talent of our dragon country this year. So, please cheer for them. The audience immediately erupted in cheers, the atmosphere reaching a peak. On the arena, aside from Shi Tang Rui and Shi Tang Fei standing together, Lin Chen, Yan Shi, and Yi Qing Tian were positioned at 3 corners. Shi Tang Fei looked at Lin Chen with a serious face. Today is your day of death. Lin Chen, speechless, pursed his lips. I've heard that for so long, my ears are getting calloused. Yan Shi scoffed, scratching her head in exasperation, while Yi Qing Tian remained indifferent. Surprisingly, Shi Tang Fei didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Don't be in a hurry. Just then, Yi Shuju spoke again. Final personal arena battle. Begin. Accompanied by the cheers of the audience, Shi Tang Fei licked his lips and said, isn't this what we've been waiting for? Lin Chen, die. Hearing Shi Tang Fei shout, Lin Chen thought he was going to unleash a powerful attack. Who would have thought that he and Shi Tang Rui would take out a scroll and use it on themselves? Immune Abnormal State Scroll. All abnormal state skills of professionals not exceeding 30 levels above themselves cost 200,000 gold coins for a single scroll, and there's no market for it. Seeing a flash of light pass over him, Shi Tang Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Chen, are you really using that diarrhea skill? I'm not afraid of you now. Ha. Yan Shi looked speechless and turned her head away. Yi Qingtian twitched his lips, nervously biting his nails, knowing that these two had a grudge against Lin Chen and wouldn't come after him first. As for Shirley, seeing his son's behavior, he felt embarrassed, not just because the audience looked disgusted, but because he felt utterly humiliated. He never expected Shi Tang Fei to be so unable to keep things under wraps. On the arena, Lin Chen smiled oddly. Is it, you're constipated and want me to help? It was the first time he had seen someone make such a request. What was he waiting for? Time to activate a state? Seeing Lin Chen raise his novice staff, Shi Tang Fei mockingly lifted his great sword. I have immunity now. Your skill is useless. Die. Hearing this, Shi Tengrui quickly raised his greatsword as well, ready to charge at Lin Chen. However, before they could take a step, their stomachs suddenly felt off. Gulyalu, hearing the noise, both of their faces changed, and they instinctively stopped. What's going on? This scroll seems a bit ineffective. Shi Tingfei looked at Lin Chen with a fluctuating expression, wanting to curse but unable to due to the turmoil in his stomach. As something seemingly significant began to move downward, Shi Tingrui's face changed drastically. Quick! Use the thorn scroll. Induce him to use his skill. Shi Tingfei didn't care about anything else and hurriedly pulled out the scroll and slapped it on himself. However, the next second, he straightened up. Ha! Shi Tengrui instinctively looked behind Shi Tingfei, where it was already showing signs of budding. Even the armor was bulging. Shi Tengrui was shocked. He felt his own tightness increase significantly. Tengfei, are you okay? Shi Tengfei gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down, his face nearly devoid of color. And no, I'm fine. I sucked it back. Shi Tengrui? Audience? Surely? Lin Chen. She stepped back in disgust, instantly putting on a mask of pain. Yi Qingtian was even more direct, covering his forehead and lowering his head, silently walking to the edge of the arena. When Lin Chen finally reacted, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Awesome. You're really awesome. He knew his skill best. To hold it in? Impossible. Not only could Shi Tingfei endure for so long, but he also managed to suck it back. That was something else. What else could it be but awesome? Shi Tingfei, with a pale face, sneered. Ha, you only just realized? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gritting his teeth, covering his tightness. You better let go. Damn, I'm going to confront you today. Watching the two who were already in distress, Lin Chen's expression grew even more disgusted. Is it, the Shi family only produces such smart idiots? Lin Chen also realized they must have used some scrolls to increase their resistance, but it couldn't be said to be useless. It could only be said to be of no use at all. Lin Chen had two major talents, transcendence and fate, and the hidden level resistance of his skills had long exceeded 100 times. No matter how powerful this scroll was, it couldn't exceed the user's level by 100, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use it either. However, right now, these two were about to burst, and if they asked him to use the disease spell again, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't hold back, and he cast another disease spell at one of them. Seeing Lin Chen's staff glow, Shi Tengfei was overjoyed. Ha ha, you fell for it. Sure enough, the moment the light on Lin Chen's staff lit up, a glow surrounded Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui's bodies. Immediately after, an invisible ripple struck them, creating ripples. Although his outer shield shattered because of this, the two of them burst into laughter. The ripple that broke the shield rebounded straight towards Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, you fool! You fell for it. You hit yourself with your own skill. Ha ha ha. Shi Tengfei laughed heartily, and even though the ding started to go out of control, he couldn't stop laughing. But just as he was about to curse again, a light shone around Lin Chen's body. Strangely, although the ripple had disappeared, it rebounded back into a new ripple. Shi Tengfei's smile froze instantly, and before he could react, the ripple quickly passed through both of their bodies in an instant. Blood mist erupted from their wrists and ankles. Bang! Ah! The two screamed in agony as 8 streams of blood mist shot out from their wrists and ankles like rocket jets. Angered and flustered, with their youthful vigor, the blood sprayed out so fast that it created a mock ring. The greatsword they held fell to the ground, unable to be gripped. Before the brothers could let out another wail, their legs began to weaken, and they knelt before Lin Chen, looking feeble. However, life is only one, but there are many things that can threaten it. The pain was excruciating, and in that moment of kneeling, the brothers instinctively tried to cover their ankles with their hands, but their wrists wouldn't cooperate, and they couldn't stop the blood. Their muscles lost control due to the pain. At that moment, thunder struck fire. It was uncontrollable. Feeling a stampede in their bellies, the brothers' faces changed drastically, and they shouted in unison. Ha! Wait a minute? Ha! Pooh! Pooh! Ah! Realizing they couldn't hold it back, Shi Tengrui and the others' eyes nearly popped out. The two brothers knelt on the ground, heads down, hands behind them covering their ankles. In full view of everyone, they suddenly sprayed 2 black columns into the sky. Even their silver armor skirts were flipped up, looking like 2 fountains from a distance, coupled with the 8 mock rings at their wrists and ankles. It was utterly chaotic. Witnessing such a shocking scene, Everyone present stared wide-eyed and gaping, completely dumbfounded, especially with the live broadcast on the big screen showing the 2 fountains and the 8 red mock rings. It was unbelievable. What was the difference from being hung at the city gate? Repeatedly identified? It was a pure large-scale social death scene. However, there are no insurmountable obstacles in life, only endless challenges. Originally, according to Lin Chen's damage, 1 disease spell would reduce resistance, and 1 broken tendon would be responsible for output. They should have been dead long ago. Strangely, both of them had life-locking stones hanging from their waists, which forcibly locked their health for 12 seconds. So even though their health bars were reduced to a sliver from the blood spray, they couldn't die. But the problem arose here. In the arena, one either loses or concedes. The key was that since they didn't die, and the referee had been bribed, it was absolutely impossible to declare them defeated if they didn't voluntarily concede. Otherwise, Shirley's gifts would be hard to accept, but due to the pain, they could only wail, unable to shout out their concession. This led to a situation where they could only scream and spray blood, suffering while facing social death. Others watched the scene in a daze. They were caught in a vicious cycle. It felt like low damage but extremely humiliating. Ah, Lin Chen, I'm going to, bleep bleep bleep. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it. The 2 kept wailing, finally bringing the crowd back to their senses. The audience quickly covered their noses, feeling numb. What the hell is this? It even has double sprays? I can smell it through the screen. Spraying so fiercely. Are you 2 brothers trying to take off? This is just the head hitting the ground. If they charge up, they really might take off. After all, they are real brothers. The color, height, and angle are all the same. How much have they eaten? Still spraying? The power hasn't diminished at all? So tender. It's disgusting. Lin Chen's skill is terrifying. Not just terrifying. This skill is incredible. How can you fight against someone who just throws 1 skill at you, and you end up in a mess? You can only say that the Sure brothers are out of luck, running into such a priest. Priest? Priest. Your priest doesn't save people or heal, but makes them run to the toilet? Exactly. Didn't you notice that Lin Chen also used a skill that severed their tendons? Ah, right. Blood was spraying out like crazy. Truly terrifying. Listening to the audience's uproar, Yi Shouju and the other big shots all wore pained expressions, completely unsure of how to respond. On the other side, Ling Kong and the others couldn't say much either, only discreetly covering their noses and looking elsewhere. The only one reacting on stage was Shirley. At that moment, he was shaking with anger, his face alternating between blue, white, red, and black. His mood swings were more natural and rapid than his. Damn, bang. Shirley slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up abruptly. This startled Ling Kong and the others. Hey, old Shir, what are you doing? Sit down. Don't make a scene. This is the college entrance examination assessment. Do you want to make things worse? Shirley growled in a mix of anger and embarrassment. Is this matter still small? Ha! What face will my 2 sons have to see people in the future? Are they still alive? Shirley looked at the arena, jumping in frustration. This damn Lin Chen, so lacking in martial ethics, using all sorts of perverse skills. Does he have no bottom line? Doesn't he know that one should leave a line for others, so they can meet again in the future? I just keep shouting. Everyone was still trying to persuade him, but when they heard Shirley starting to rant, they were all stunned. They finally understood whose mouth Shi Tengfei had inherited. It turned out to be from the root, and it was clear that he was nothing like Shirley. Watching Shirley and Ling Kong in such a chaotic state, Bai Xiangnan couldn't help but smirk. Although, he also felt that Lin Chen had gone a bit too far, but he felt incredibly pleased. Moreover, this was an assessment, no different from a battlefield. Being merciful to the enemy is just being cruel to oneself, right? Leaving a line for others, so they can meet again in the future? He believed that if the roles were reversed, Lin Chen would have died under a flurry of swords long ago. Besides, Lin Chen hadn't used lethal force, he had been holding back. Otherwise, just that 1 skill capable of severing tendons would have been enough to finish off the Shi brothers. But to be fair, this Lin Chen was quite unusual. His skills were terrifying. Bai Xiangnan pressed his lips, looking at Lin Chen with a strange expression. On the stage, watching the 2 brothers howl and spray, Yan Shi covered her nose in disgust and said, Lin Chen, please stop using your powers. This is too disgusting. It wasn't just Yan Shi. On stage, Yi Qingtian, below the stage, Bai Jinqing and Li Fei, who wore pained expressions, all felt the same way. Lin Chen helplessly shrugged. I can't control this, I really can't control it. Seeing that Yan Shi and the others didn't believe him, Lin Chen smiled wryly. The first skill I released bounced back at me. That wasn't my skill but theirs. But my resistance is high, and since it came from me, it had no effect on me. Well, it did have an effect. I lost 1 drop of blood. Yan Shi and the others had black lines on their faces. And then, he had just learned a new skill, the poison shield, which could randomly bounce back one of Lin Chen's skills, although it only had a 50% effect in damage. But essentially, this was not something Lin Chen could control. However, he couldn't say that. After all, it was his own secret. When everyone heard this, they thought Lin Chen meant that it was just going to end like this. They all cast pitying glances at the 2 brothers who were still wildly spraying. Why did you have to provoke such a calamity? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? With this thought, the expressions of the crowd surrounding the arena suddenly changed. Indeed, even someone like Shi Tengrui, a golden potential professional, had suffered greatly. If they went to seek revenge on Lin Chen, wouldn't that be self-humiliation? Although, being ambushed and eliminated, not getting into a better university, at least they still had a school to attend. Well, it wasn't impossible. The crowd's eyelids twitched, and after exchanging glances, they all saw this meaning in each other's eyes. After all, once they got into university, their horizons would broaden. So, there was no need to court death, right? The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly strange, and then, as if they had agreed, they all took a step back, looking at the suddenly vacated space. Bai Jinqing and Li Fei were both bewildered. Moreover, it seemed that the anger and indignation that had been present in the eyes of the others had vanished. Strange. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. At this moment, the spraying warrior Shi Tingfei finally lowered his height and angle as he ran out of things to spray, ready to angrily curse Lin Chen. I damn. However, just as he raised his head, he happened to see the expressions of his classmates around him, the audience's reactions, and the incredibly shocked and bewildered face on the big screen. In that instant, just for a moment, he saw his grandmother circling above his head. Shi Tengrui beside him was no better off. He had intended to curse a few words, but upon realizing the current situation, his face turned pale along with Shi Tingfei. However, the next second, it flushed red like pig liver. The 2 brothers just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, feeling as if the sky had fallen after coming to their senses. Lin Chen, I'm going to, put. Shi Tingfei, furious and embarrassed, threw his head back to shout, but before he could get out a few words, he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Tengfei? Shi Tengrui was immediately horrified, but the pain in his limbs and stomach rendered him unable to move, let alone move. Shi Tengfei had already fainted, still in the act of spraying. Seeing this, Lin Chen looked on with a face full of pity. This time, you brothers from the Shi family have really made a big scene. You, put. Shi Tengrui trembled with anger, staring wide-eyed, and before he could utter a second word, he followed Shi Tengfei and collapsed on the arena. Watching the 2 brothers kneeling on the ground with their eyes rolled back, even fainted, still in the act of spraying, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Soon, the scene erupted into waves of laughter. This completely ignited Shi Li's fury. He could no longer hold back, pushing away Ling Kong and roaring, Lin Chen, you're looking for death. Shi Li pushed Ling Kong aside, stamping his foot in anger. The next second, he charged toward the arena like a cannonball. In mid-air, his body transformed into a meteor, clad in golden armor that shone with golden light, engulfed in golden flames, and in the blink of an eye, he crashed onto the arena. Boom! The violent impact caused the arena floor to erupt in flames and smoke, with debris flying around like rain hitting banana leaves. The 3 standing on the arena instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves from the smoke. But Shi Li, whose mind was clouded by rage and social death, did not wait for the dust to settle. After a furious roar, he quickly sprang out from the smoke, heading straight for Lin Chen. His speed was so fast that even Lin Chen, let alone Ling Kong and the others on the stage, didn't react in time. Bai Jinqing, seeing this, turned pale with fright, and along with the reacting Yan Shi, shouted in unison, Lin Chen, get out of the way. Lin Chen heard Bai Jinqing's heart-wrenching scream and instinctively pulled back his arm, but the next moment, he saw the beast's eye glowing red, hidden beneath the golden helmet. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as he felt an overwhelming aura that he could not comprehend. The massive sword, radiating a chilling light filled with boundless hatred and fury, was hurtling towards him as if it were in a realm devoid of obstacles. Shirley had broken through his defenses and was furious enough to personally come down and kill him. This thought flashed through his mind for just a moment. Before he could even equip himself with armor and weapons, a calm voice appeared beside his ear. Head of the Shi family, victory and defeat are common in battle. Your anger is quite unbecoming, personally targeting a child like this. The voice was slow and leisurely. Strangely, the massive sword that should have struck him the next second seemed to freeze in place, 2 meters away, like a slide in a projector. All the momentum and killing intent solidified with the sword. Unmoving, Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively turned to look at the spectator stand. There sat Yi Xiao's bamboo, leisurely sipping tea. Is this the power of a top-tier boss? Even Shirley's incomprehensible strength could be so easily restrained? It seemed his previous assessment of Yi Xiao's bamboo's strength was still too low. Lin Chen looked indifferently at the furious Shirley. Although death seemed imminent, he felt little emotional turmoil. He had already anticipated that Shi Tengfei would act out of desperation and had prepared for it. He just hadn't expected Shirley to come down personally. To be honest, he was quite eager to confront Shirley. There's a saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. His strength gave him enough confidence. Lin Chen, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Lin Chen realized Bai Jinqing was anxiously gripping his arm. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. I'm fine, the head of the Shi family didn't even touch me. Did he? Are you really okay? Bai Jinqing was clearly very worried. Although it seemed Shirley hadn't harmed Lin Chen, sometimes high-level experts could inflict harm without direct contact. I'm really fine. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. If Yi Xiao's bamboo couldn't prevent him from getting hurt, then the title of Sky Star would be meaningless. After confirming that Lin Chen was truly okay, Bai Jinqing finally felt relieved. And at that moment, the audience finally came to their senses, and the scene erupted in chaos. What the hell? What just happened? The head of the Shi family personally intervened? In a flash. I didn't even see it clearly. And then it was almost a kill on Lin Chen? Is this the power of the head of the Shi family? So terrifying. Isn't it more terrifying that Ding Yi did nothing and just restrained the head of the Shi family? Is he angry because he saw his son being humiliated? If it were me, I'd be furious too, 2 sons being treated like that. TSK. To be honest, the Shi brothers are really pitiful. No kidding, look at that. Good grief? He's passed out and still spouting nonsense? Many people instinctively looked towards the arena upon hearing this. Sure enough, Shi Tengfei and Shi Tengrui were kneeling behind Shirley, still spouting off. The audience was truly dumbfounded. However, compared to the audience's shock, Shirley felt like he was dying inside. Let's not forget, he had been frozen in place, unable to do anything. Not only did he have to watch his 2 sons face public execution again, but he also had to endure watching his son's beloved show concern for someone else, pulling and tugging, while never sparing a glance at his own son. What was the difference from being repeatedly humiliated? His heart sank, and his anger only intensified. Fortunately, Yi Xiao's bamboo released him at that moment, but it was clear he could no longer kill Lin Chen. He could only silently suppress his rage and plan for the future. Lin Chen, you really have a lucky life. Seeing him stand up straight and put away his equipment and weapons, Lin Chen innocently looked at him and said, I feel like these 2 brothers' lifelock seems to be about to expire. Shouldn't we do something about it? Shirley's eyelids twitched, and his expression suddenly changed. Fortunately, because it was only half damage, plus the 2 brothers were frantically consuming sun god water and red potions after kneeling, so the lifelock stone was triggered quite late. By the time the lifelock stone's bloodlock time ended, the skill effect of broken tendons also disappeared. However, the disease spell lasted for 1,000 seconds, which was a bit hard to break. Son, Shirley wailed and hurried over, but those 2 fountains were really vigorous. As soon as Shirley arrived, it was too late. Son, you guys didn't vomit. Are you okay? The referee hesitated for a moment and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, after all, this is a competition. How about? Lin Chen knew what he meant, turned to look at Yi Xiaozhu, and sighed helplessly. I really can't help it, the skill has been cast, and I can't control it at all. Upon hearing this, Shirley turned around sharply. Although he wished he could drink their blood and eat their flesh, For the sake of his son, he can only grit his teeth and say with red eyes, "Then tell me, what do you want in order to cancel the skill effect?" Lin Chen helplessly shrugged. "Alright, since the referee and the head of the Shi family who wants to kill me have both spoken." Seeing Lin Chen still pointing at him, Shi Li's eyelids twitched violently. "Then I will spend a large amount of health and magic points, as well as various healing scrolls and mental energy, along with magic stones, divine weapon stones, moon stones, 9-colored stones, forging scrolls, and refining water." Listening to Lin Chen list out the costs as if he were ordering food, not to mention Shi Li's face turning as dark as a pot bottom, even the audience was bewildered. Is he trying to extort the head of the Shi family online? After all, the head of the Shi family wants to kill him, so he should pay the price. That's a bit harsh. He even dares to shamelessly ask for refining water. What to do? Is the item important or is the son important? In the future, never provoke Lin Chen. This person has a perverse skill and is ruthless. He even dares to extort the head of the Shi family. No matter what, being able to remain calm in the face of a killing situation is something ordinary people can't do. And daring to openly extort is also something most people can't do. An eye for an eye. That's what this kind of person is about. Well, the head of the Shi family deserves it. That's true. On the stage, seeing Shi Li's face getting darker and darker, almost drooping to the ground, Lin Chen finally finished listing his costs, and also some refining grass and 2 million gold coins, as well as 3 pieces of golden equipment to try and see if we can eliminate the skill effect. After hearing these words, not to mention Shi Li, even Yan she was dumbfounded, and even Bai Jinqing felt a bit embarrassed. She quietly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and said in a somewhat awkward whisper, "Lin Chen, isn't this too cheap for Shi Tangfei? Surely, the Shi family is big and wealthy. They must have money. Surely, why don't you ask for a bit more? Surely, just a casual thing. Surely." Fortunately, Shi Tangfei was dizzy, otherwise, he would have to lean forward, tilt his head, and widen his eyes in disbelief to ask her, "Are you okay?" Not only did he have to endure the foul fountains of Shi Tangfei and Shi Tangrui, but he also had to endure Lin Chen's outrageous demands and Bai Jinqing's shameless assistance. How could Shi Li be fine? He was so angry that he trembled like a sieve, resembling someone with Parkinson's. If it weren't for Yi Shouju glancing at him intentionally or unintentionally, he would have exploded and killed Lin Chen. Suppressing the rage that was about to explode in his chest, Shi Li threw out a small bag, which the audience didn't see, and it landed in Lin Chen's hand. "Quick, save my son." Lin Chen was startled and discreetly looked at the contents of the storage bag. After seeing it, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "TSK, are you going to save him or not?" Seeing this, Shi Li was directly broken. What Lin Chen wanted was too outrageous. It was simply impossible to give it to him, but even so, he still paid a painfully high price. This was out of consideration for Shi Tangrui, Shi Tangfei, and Yi Shuzhu. Otherwise, he wouldn't give Lin Chen a single copper coin. Lin Chen naturally understood this principle, so he didn't want to push Shi Li too hard. Although he was bullying the weak today, he could take revenge later when his level increased. For now, a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Having gained some benefits, he could consider it a bit of kindness. Then, he raised his hand, pretended to be in pain, and let a drop of sweat fall, retracting the skill's damage ability. "Ha!" Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. "Alright, this skill shouldn't lose damage anymore." Upon hearing this, Shi Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "But the skill effect still needs to last for a while. But don't worry about killing me, the head of the Shi family. The skill won't last long in total, just about 1,000 seconds. Bai Jinqing timely expressed her concern. "Lin Chen, you've worked hard." Surely, looking at this pair of dog men and women, Shi Li was instantly furious. "Lin Chen! Lin Chen!" Shi Li suddenly stood up, his entire body filled with rage, forming a tangible aura around him. Lin Chen was shocked and shouted, "The head of the Shi family wants to kill me." Shi Li was so enraged that his old face turned the color of pig liver. He trembled as he pointed at Lin Chen, gritting his teeth. We'll see about this." Shi Li spat out in a huff, bent down to pick up Shi Tangrui and Shi Tangfei, but he saw the 2 weakened fountains. "Ugh! Someone, get them out of here." Watching the furious Shi Li spitting and flying away, this farcical scene of fatherly love and filial piety finally came to an end. "Lin Chen, you're really impressive. She stepped forward, looking at Bai Jinqing with a playful glint in her eyes. You're quite impressive too, she said, crossing her arms oddly. Didn't see it coming? You're quite scheming, both of you are scheming. Bai Jinqing rolled her eyes at her, instinctively moving closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at her and smiled seriously. Thank you. When Shirley charged at him, it wasn't just Bai Jinqing who rushed towards him first, she was actually faster. After all, she was closer. But when she saw Bai Jinqing rushing up, she stopped moving forward. To be honest, he and she hadn't met that often, and they hadn't reached the level of friends who would live and die together. The fact that she instinctively stepped up showed that she truly regarded him as a friend. Naturally, he had to express his gratitude. She waved her hand nonchalantly. No need to thank me, I didn't do anything. You should thank your she? Bai Jinqing glared at her, and she immediately shut up. Alright, I won't say anything. She raised her hands in surrender and took 2 steps back. So, she looked around at the dilapidated arena. What do we do next? The Shi brothers had definitely been defeated, leaving only the 3 of them. At this moment, a startled Yi Qingtian immediately spoke up. New account. Don't mess around. I admit defeat. I'm not fighting anymore. Saying this, he jumped off the arena and left without looking back. Even Shi Tengrui had no power to resist. If he continued to fight Lin Chen, it would definitely lead to a loss on the stage. He was just a cloth armor class, even if his magic resistance was high, it couldn't surpass the armored Shi Tengrui. With his attention to image and self-proclaimed gentlemanly demeanor, this outcome was absolutely unacceptable, even if it meant losing the glory of the personal battle champion. As for the extra reward offered by the dragon god, the golden dragon species, that thing wasn't prepared for him anyway, so he was naturally quite carefree. Watching his back, she disdainfully curled her lip. Hypocrite. From top to bottom, a whole family of hypocrites. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh and quickly looked at Lin Chen. I'm going down. You all continue. Make sure to teach her a good lesson. Lin Chen said, both amused and exasperated. Alright, teach her a lesson. She glared. What do you mean? Qingqing, are you turning your elbow out? Bai Jinqing rolled her eyes at her and turned to leave. Hey, she laughed directly. Still so tsundere? Seeing Bai Jinqing leave, she helplessly looked at Lin Chen. So it's just the 2 of us left? Lin Chen shrugged. So how do you plan to let me teach you a lesson? She was instantly rendered speechless. You really? She sighed, glancing at the dirty arena. Forget it, let's not waste time. I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. To be honest, that place was no different from a sewage pit. One can imagine what it smelled like. She paused, looking at Lin Chen and quietly said, I know I can't beat you, but if I just back down like this, my dad and master will probably be angry. Although I'm not afraid and can't be bothered to care about them, but I still have to maintain some face. Although she despised Yi Qingtian as a hypocrite, she secretly admired his cleverness. Lin Chen's ability to harm others was unclear to them, but she was very aware. Let's not forget, it was Lin Chen who led her through the 47th level, which she had seen him conquer in less than 3 minutes. Brutal and terrifying. So she understood that in a battle against Lin Chen, with her current abilities, she had no chance of winning. Unless, she shook her head, feeling it was unnecessary to go through this. How about this? She thought for a moment. I've always been curious about your defense. You put on all your gear. Let me hit you once, and I'll see how much health I can take from you. After that, I'll admit defeat, and the golden dragon seed will be yours. As she said this, she blinked. Just how much damage I do will help me report back. Lin Chen looked at her with a strange expression, not expecting her to have the mindset of admitting defeat. He had thought that even if she knew she wasn't his match, she would at least put up a good fight. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen suddenly smiled, because he realized, isn't she's personality just like this? Alright, then you come at me. It's just right, I haven't tested the damage from other classes yet. He had always been the one attacking others and had never been hit by anyone else. It was just right to let Shi hit him once to see, so he could have a strategy when facing Shi Tengrui in the future. Moreover, it was impossible to go through life without being attacked. Understanding his own defense would be beneficial for the road ahead. Hearing this, she didn't waste any words. She quickly took 2 steps back and immediately activated her skills. Golden Body. golden sharpness. Watching the two runes light up above Yanxi's head, Lin Chen knew she was about to unleash all her skills. These two skills were clearly buffs, just like his own curse of malice. Sure enough, the next second, Yanxi twirled her spear. Then with a push of her legs, she charged towards Lin Chen, radiating golden light. Tyrannosaurus spear. Buzz. The golden dragon spear in Yanxi's hand trembled violently. Then, it transformed into a giant golden dragon, opening its mouth to pounce on Lin Chen. The Tyrannosaurus spear. This was Yanxi's strongest single-target damage skill at the moment. With two major buffs, the damage was absolutely impressive, especially with the massive dragon head and body. The stunning visuals sent the audience into a frenzy. Wow! Amazing! Goddess, she is amazing! Goddess, she is going all out! What a cool skill! I haven't seen Goddess she use this move before. It must be her hidden strongest skill. So impressive! Goddess, she is going all out from the start. Is she planning to decide the outcome with one shot? Lin Chen is in trouble this time, even if he has the plague skill and the evasion skill. It's too late to use them now, and as a cloth armor class, how could he possibly withstand Goddess she's strongest strike? Yes, after all, he's just a white potential. His basic attributes and the benefits from upgrades and equipment are far inferior to those of golden potential. He definitely can't withstand the attacks of the Goddess of Dawn. Of course, the Goddess of Dawn is known as the #1 melee newcomer. Do you understand the value of the Golden Valkyrie, the only profession in the world? Lin Chen? No matter how abnormal or terrifying his skills are, he still has to be able to use them. At such a close distance, being stabbed by the Goddess of Dawn means certain death. Lin Chen worked hard to take down the Sure brothers, and I thought he would win the championship. Now it seems that the Goddess of Dawn is going to take it away. The audience was unaware of the conversation between Yanxi and Lin Chen in the arena, nor did they know their relationship. After all, in terms of background and potential, the two were worlds apart. If it weren't for Lin Chen's sudden rise to fame by winning the team battle championship, no one would have known about him. So seeing Yanxi directly charge in close range without any martial ethics, it was natural for them to think she was going to win the championship. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lin Chen saw how serious Yanxi was. Aside from cursing in resentment, he quickly put on the rest of his equipment. He was afraid that the damage would be too high and he wouldn't last long, so he had taken off all his gear at the start of the personal battle, only holding a novice staff. Otherwise, just the damage rebound from being hit back by Sure Tang and the others would be enough to drain their health instantly. Yanxi clearly noticed something was off and guessed that he wasn't wearing any equipment. Unfortunately, he didn't have any skills to enhance his defense. He did have the demon transformation and poison shield, but once those skills were activated, the moment Yanxi hit him would be her death sentence. It really wasn't necessary. Forget it, let's just endure it. After all, she couldn't kill him. As he watched the dragon's mouth open wide to attack, Lin Chen crossed his arms in a showy manner to block. The next second, the two collided. Boom! A huge muffled sound echoed, and sparks flew from the points where Lin Chen's arms were attacked. A critical hit followed by a normal attack erupted, looking incredibly intimidating. Even Lin Chen lost 1/10 of his health. To be honest, Yanxi's damage was already quite high, but unfortunately, this skill had a long cooldown, and it was hard for other skills to break 10,000 damage. Glancing at the two damage numbers, Yanxi, even knowing her attack wouldn't deal much damage, couldn't help but feel a bit stunned at seeing such a low amount. Your defense is really abnormal. Lin Chen shrugged. Your damage is already quite high. At least it broke my defense. Yanxi twitched her mouth, looking exasperated. Do you want to hear what you're saying? She was golden potential, and she had broken defense. How could? Yanxi's eyelids twitched, and upon a second thought, she felt that Lin Chen's words seemed to make sense. She was in full skill and full state, while Lin Chen hadn't even activated his defense skills and let her attack. If he could break her defense, it indeed counted as impressive for her. Forget it, forget it. Yanxi rolled her eyes, twirled her spear, and directly put it away. I concede. As soon as these words came out, the audience, who had been excitedly waiting for Yanxi to display her prowess and win the personal battle championship, suddenly froze in their smiles. In the vast martial arts arena, with millions of spectators, there was an instant silence. Even the big shots sitting in the main stand were stunned. However, the next second, the audience went wild. Ha! Concede? How is that possible? Didn't the Goddess of Dawn just attack Lin Chen? Wasn't she in the lead? How could she concede? The goddess of dawn is melee, while Lin Chen is ranged, right? He's still a cloth armor profession. In close combat, the goddess of dawn should easily win. Why concede? They just exchanged one hit, and she concedes? Yeah, that last attack took away 1/10 of Lin Chen's health in one hit, right? Just 9 more hits, and she could kill Lin Chen. This can't be a setup, right? Lin Chen appears to be an orphan from the slums, but in reality, is he some big shot's illegitimate child? Then he was discovered by the goddess she and didn't dare to fight him anymore? Dude, your imagination has always been impressive. It's a shame you don't write novels. No, why should he admit defeat? If that's the case, does that mean Lin Chen has become the champion of individual battles? Wait a minute, no way. Lin Chen is going to be the first in history to be a dual champion in both team and individual battles? On the subjective stage, looking at the audience's faces filled with shock and confusion, Yi Shuzhe and the others were equally puzzled. However, compared to others, Yi Shuzhe understood Yan Shi a bit better and quickly realized what was going on. He let out a bitter laugh and shook his head helplessly. This kid always does things her own way, even her father can't control her at all. The others were taken aback, some realizing, it seems she's also afraid of those strange skills, just taking a shot counts as fulfilling her duty, and she admits defeat to save face. Isn't that the same for that kid Qing Tian? The glory of being a champion is indeed rare, but to turn into a fountain like the Sher brothers, TSK. As if recalling the earlier scene, everyone's expressions suddenly became awkward. If it were me, I would admit defeat too. Me too. Yi Shuzhe twitched his mouth, his face dark. Stop talking about useless things, what do we do now? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces became even more awkward. Lu Guanyu looked at everyone, his expression one of pain. It doesn't matter if the championship goes to him, those rewards we have for him don't matter either. But, the golden dragon seed. The crowd twitched their mouths, suddenly feeling the pain. The large subjective stage was filled with the sound of TSK. This is tough. The golden dragon seed was prepared for Yan Shi by the dragon god. If it goes to Lin Chen, can we not give it? Look at the audience below, they're already starting to celebrate Lin Chen. If we don't give it, our face is small. But where do we put the dragon god's face? Giving it to Lin Chen is a small matter. I'm afraid of what the dragon god will think when he finds out. So what do we do? The dragon god isn't here, and we can't contact him. Listening to the complaints of others, Yi Shuzhe sighed. Forget it, since Lin Chen has won the championship, it should rightfully belong to him. If the dragon god gets angry, I'll take full responsibility. Upon hearing this, the others looked at him with disdain. You really showed your true colors. No wonder people say your Yi family is full of hypocrites. That saying is really not wrong. Old Yi, just don't play that hypocritical act in front of us old brothers. Yi Shuzhe, I'm really speechless. You find a loophole to exploit, and you have to act like a saint. A whole family of hypocrites. Yi Shuzhe, isn't that right? Look at that kid Qing Tian, he looks talented, but he's learned to be bad. Yi Shuzhe, that kid is really suffering with such a grandfather. Yi Shuzhe, how about we tell Ali to adopt the child into our Qin family? Ali's husband is also from the Yi family. That kid is also quite hypocritical, probably won't recognize it. Yi Shuzhe slammed the armrest, snorted, and glared. Are you guys done? Just complaining? Why are you even eyeing my grandson? The others glanced at him with disdain, completely ignoring him. Yi Shuzhe trembled with anger, almost ready to explode. If it weren't for considering that they were indirectly willing to share this responsibility with him, he would have thrown this old lecher into the abyss. I announce. Yi Shuzhe stood up angrily, glaring at a few people before immediately putting on a warm smile as he looked down. Truly, hypocritical. I announce. As soon as Yi Shuzhe spoke, the scene fell silent again. The champion of the individual challenge is Lin Chen. As soon as Yi Shuzhe's voice fell, the venue erupted with thunderous cheers. No matter how much they had questioned or been confused before, Yi Shuzhe announced Lin Chen as the champion, and that made him a deserving champion. This is reputation. Wow, the first dual champion in history. Lin Chen is amazing. Too awesome. A double champion. Created a historical record. Also won the individual battle championship. This assessment was worth it. I witnessed history. Lin Chen is definitely going to be written into history. Into textbooks. So amazing. I'm so envious. Forget about being a double champion. Even if I could just win one, that would be enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. Not just a lifetime. Damn. With his results, he could brag for several hundred years without a problem. Exactly. In future assessments, who wouldn't think of him? Who wouldn't mention him? Who wouldn't compare future champions to him? 50 levels? Wow. Simply inhuman. So terrifying. I originally thought the champion would come from the 3 golden potential professionals. Who would have thought a dark horse would emerge halfway? The audience erupted in cheers. Below the stage, Li Fei jumped onto the platform and lifted Lin Chen up. Boss, you're amazing. Amazing. Ha 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 ha. This is my boss. My boss is a double champion. The first in history. Ah. Li Fei excitedly ran around with Lin Chen, making Bai Jinqing, who was also thrilled, cover her mouth and laugh heartily. Even Yan Shi, who was nearby, couldn't help but smile. She had often won first place and received cheers from others, but she had never seen such a down-to-earth celebration. Her status meant others dared not get too close to her, and to say she wasn't envious would be impossible. The only ones with complex expressions were the group of students who had been sabotaged by Lin Chen and eliminated. They still harbored resentment towards Lin Chen, thinking their results would have been better if it weren't for him. But the fact that he could make Yan Shi and Yi Qingtian admit defeat showed that Lin Chen was truly powerful. In the face of a strong opponent, upon careful reflection, it didn't seem so painful anymore. Plus, with Lin Chen's monstrous skills, they found it hard to hate him. On the platform, seeing Li Fei running endlessly, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Alright, monkey, put me down. This is quite improper. Li Fei grinned widely and laughed as he set him down. Boss, you're too amazing. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen shook his head, although excited. He still had to maintain his composure in public. Lin Chen, congratulations. At that moment, Bai Jinqing finally approached. She held her hands excitedly, unsure how to congratulate Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled gently and nodded slightly. This time, I guess I made an appearance. Bai Jinqing nodded repeatedly, her little face flushed with excitement. Just then, Yi Shouju's figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. He waved his hand with a smile, and the mess on the other half of the platform instantly disappeared. Lin Chen, congratulations! You've created history in our college entrance examination assessment. Lin Chen glanced at the beaming Bai Jinqing, then turned to Yi Shouju and smiled. Thank you, Dean Yi. Yi Shouju nodded at Bai Jinqing, then at Yan Shi. He then raised an eyebrow and whispered. So, Lin Chen? Have you thought it through? Lin Chen blinked. There are too many people here. This isn't a place for conversation. Yi Shouju, hearing this, smiled in surprise. You kid, really? As a seasoned veteran over 100 years old, how could he not know what Lin Chen was thinking? But to accept this disciple, what could he do? He could only let Lin Chen be. Alright, then after it's over, I'll find you. Yi Shouju didn't waste words. Upon understanding Lin Chen's meaning, he immediately gestured for silence. The scene quieted down again. Now, I will announce the rewards for this year's college entrance examination assessment. To our team battle champion, individual battle champion, the first in history, Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into cheers, all shouting Lin Chen's name to celebrate him. Everyone was so excited it was infectious. Yi Shouju extended his hand, and a palm-sized brown cloth bag appeared. The contents here are the rewards prepared by our 10 deans. You can take your time to look at it when you get back. With the assurance of top-tier quality, Lin Chen naturally accepted it with delight. The key point is this. Yi Xiao's bamboo raised his hand, and with a swift motion, a black spatial rift appeared in the air. The audience gasped in astonishment. This is the extra reward prepared by the Dragon God this year. Golden Myth level equipment, Golden Dragon Seed. As soon as Yi Xiao's words fell, a necklace adorned with golden crystals slowly descended from the spatial rift. Its dazzling appearance made everyone present show expressions of envy. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful necklace. Golden equipment is rare, and golden equipment crafted by the Dragon God is even rarer. Today, my eyes have truly been opened. I'm so envious. If I could get that equipment, wouldn't I just soar? Whoever gets it will soar. The equipment is secondary. The key is who made it. It's the Dragon God, one of the 12 guardians. With equipment crafted by such a big shot, who wouldn't give a bit of face? Face? Anyone who sees it would have to take a detour. This is the Dragon God. Who dares to provoke? The Dragon God is close to Lin Chen. This wave is really good. Yeah, this wave. Ha? What the hell? Do you even hear what you're saying? It's you. You bastard. So young. It's making me envious. Damn it. Sob sob. Lin Chen is so lucky. I'm crying from envy. Oh my. The audience's eyes sparkled with envy, fidgeting restlessly. Meanwhile, the golden dragon seed had already landed in Lin Chen's hands. Golden dragon seed, gold, growth type, 1000, third tier, slot, necklace attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, increases all 4 attributes by 30 effect, increases physical and magical penetration by 40 effect, increases physical and magical lifesteal by 40 effect, increases physical and magical attack power by 7800 effect, increases physical and magical defense by 30 effect, increases movement by 40 effect, golden dragon heart, when actively released, invincible for 10 seconds, does not stack with other skills and equipment. Passive effect, 30% chance to evade one attack effect, scales sharpness. All your attacks have a 50% chance to increase armor penetration by 10, stacking up to 3 layers, lasting 15 seconds effect, golden dragon seed. All your attacks have a 10% chance to gain the dragon's blessing, increasing all attributes by 30, lasting 15 seconds equipment level, no requirements, damn. After reading the attributes, Lin Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Is this really equipment crafted by the dragon god? The attributes are so outrageous? And this is actually third-tier equipment. Not only does it save him the trouble of forging it himself, but it also unlocks the remaining 2 effects. An increase of 30 in armor penetration. An increase of 30 in attributes. He could only say that this equipment is incredibly powerful. Lin Chen's mind raced, suddenly thinking, if he could forge the 3 pieces of golden equipment he had to the 3rd tier, would the unlocked effects also be outrageous? With this thought, Lin Chen became even more excited. Plus, with this equipment, he would have 4 pieces of golden equipment. It might not be long before he could gather a full set of golden gear. Seeing Lin Chen visibly excited, Yi Xiao's expression was quite complex. He opened his mouth but ultimately chose to swallow his words. After a moment, Yi Xiao said softly, Lin Chen, the rewards have all been given to you, you can go back and rest now. Lin Chen came back to his senses and nodded. Okay, Dean. Then I'll take my leave. He hadn't even looked at the rewards given by the Dean of the 10 Academies or the compensation from Shirley. He needed to hurry back to sort things out. After all, those were rewards from the college entrance examination assessment. They must be exceptional. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Bai Jinqing and the excited Li Fei, Lin Chen forced down the corners of his mouth and quickly returned to the hotel. Once at the hotel, he didn't immediately check his storage bag but took a shower first. After all, having watched the fountain today, he felt a bit nauseous. After washing up, Lin Chen wiped his head and nestled into the sofa, pulling out 2 storage bags. In this world, every successful awakened professional has a backpack. The compartments in the backpack increase as the level rises. Generally, except for merchants or some big shots, the number of compartments is usually sufficient. However, due to the existence of ordinary people who do not have a backpack system, a legendary tailor designed a storage bag similar to those in the cultivation world. Ordinary people can open it with fingerprint recognition, while professionals can use magic points. Of course, it can also be locked, but these 2 bags of Lin Chen's were clearly not. He first opened the storage bag that Shirley had compensated him with. 2 pieces of colorful stones, a bottle of refining water, a pear flower grass. Ha, he really gave me a piece of azure stone? Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen poured out the contents to count them. Although it was far from his initial quote, it was still acceptable. Looking at the pile of gold coins on the ground, Lin Chen picked them up. 100,000 gold coins. Looks like my gold coins are going to be less. If Shirley heard this, he would definitely give Shi Tingfei a big slap to make him find Lin Chen for revenge. 100,000 gold coins. Converted to money, that's 10 million. Not to mention ordinary people. How many professionals could earn that in a lifetime? Forget it, this time it was in front of everyone. So I could take advantage of the situation online. It will be hard to find such a good opportunity again in the future. But there's no need to worry, given Shi Tingfei's temperament. He will probably come to give me money. Wait, what the hell? Lin Chen muttered as he opened the storage bag sent by Yi Xiao's bamboo. And as soon as he poured it out, the clinking sound startled him, because the last item that fell out almost blinded him. What the hell? 9 color stone? Severing grass? Divine Martial Stone? Lin Chen was shocked, picking one up and getting dazzled. The 9-color stone is used for embedding equipment, adding extra attributes and abilities to it. And 9-color is the highest level. What Shirley gave him was only 5-color. Severing Grass and Divine Martial Stone are used for forging and upgrading golden equipment, all of which are priceless treasures. Just this pile of shining materials on the ground encompasses the 3 major systems of tailoring, forging, and alchemy. They can be used to upgrade, forge, create equipment, and make high-level potions and elixirs. These are the most practical and scarce items for professionals. Not to mention, the deans also gave him 1 million gold coins. However, what shocked Lin Chen the most was a piece of shining equipment and 5 other items. Rakshasa Ring, Orange, Position, Ring Magic Attack Magic Crit Attributes, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution Effect, increases your physical and magical damage by 10 effect, increases your physical and magical penetration by 10 durability, 350 equipment level. This is just right. After reading the attributes, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. After the golden dragon species replaced his purple necklace, he was left with only 2 purple rings. If he replaced these 2 purple rings, he would be fully equipped in orange gear. Right now, one was given to him by the top 10 deans, and after the exchange, only one would be left. How could he not be happy? After putting it on and looking at the silver ring on his finger, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. The attributes are a bit lacking, but it's still better than my 2 purple rings. Lin Chen grinned and picked up the 5 items he had been thinking about. Prophecy Scroll, Random Teleportation Stone, Permanent, Dark Trace Pass, Self-Selected Faction Reputation, 1000, Phoenix Fruit. It really is the Phoenix Fruit. After looking at each one, Lin Chen's eyelids jumped, and he instantly became excited. The Phoenix Fruit is not physically related to the phoenix, it is simply named because its outer skin looks like burning flames, but its acquisition difficulty is similar to that of golden equipment, only dropping from certain specific small monsters. As far as he knew, including Ling Kong and others, no one had ever possessed this fruit. Lin Chen was excited because of the effect of the Phoenix Fruit. Phoenix Fruit, after consumption, you will randomly gain a permanent specialization attribute between 1, and there is a 3% chance to gain a resistance to the attribute of 1. Just as it was in the illustrated guide, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed. Although the attribute of 1000 seemed low, if rephrased, one could understand the true value of this 1000. Lin Chen had a hidden profession, and after his first promotion, his growth attribute changed from 50 to 100. This meant that for each level he gained, he could increase his mental power by 40 points. At level 400, to obtain 1000 points, he would need at least level 25. Currently, the experience required to level up was starting at 200 million. To reach level 25, he would need at least 10 billion experience points, and that was in the lowest state. He couldn't even determine how outrageous the experience requirements would be after that level. So, do you get the concept of the true value of this 1000? This was not provided by equipment, but was a permanent benefit. How could Lin Chen not be happy? So, after confirming it was the Phoenix Fruit, he didn't hesitate to take a big bite. Come on, my luck has always been good. 1000. Ding! You have consumed, Phoenix Fruit you have gained, mental power you have gained, cold resistance. Holy crap! Lin Chen jumped up and quickly opened the battle log. Holy crap? 999? What kind of luck is this? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he knew he was usually lucky, he never expected it to be this good. A perfect hit. Who else? Lin Chen laughed heartily, feeling great. This was equivalent to giving him a free level up to 25, and it also increased my cold resistance. By the way, it's clearly the Phoenix Fruit, so why did it increase my cold resistance? Lin Chen was excited for a while, mumbling as he picked up the remaining items. Prophecy Scroll, can be used for a prophecy when unable to find a quest target once. Random Teleportation Stone, permanent, can teleport randomly once. Range, 10,000 meters. Dark Trace Pass, this dungeon is a new player dungeon. Holding this pass allows you to enter Dark Trace, first clear. Self-selected faction reputation, 1000. You can choose a faction other than the human faction to gain 1000 reputation points. This wave is a direct takeoff. Lin Chen was full of excitement, especially the Dark Trace Pass. This was a new dungeon, and the first clear record was still there. This meant that since this dungeon appeared, the Dean had sealed the exit and made a pass for him. It was known that the experience and equipment drop rates for first clears were the highest. As long as he went, the benefits would surely be plentiful. After finishing the world quest, I'll go check out this dungeon. Dark Trace? Since it has dark in the name, the drops must be very eerie. Just perfect for me. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Lin Chen was suddenly startled. Ha! Someone's here? Dean Yi? Lin Chen opened the door and saw the visitor. After a moment of surprise, he immediately showed a look of distaste. No way? You. This is too fast. Yi Shouju's expression stiffened. Feeling a bit awkward. He wasn't in a hurry? Others were. You brat. Don't welcome me. Ha! Welcome. Of course. Welcome. Lin Chen smiled and stepped aside. The god of wealth is here. Of course. Welcome. What are you mumbling about? Nothing? Lin Chen had a face full of distaste. Dean Yi. You should take care of yourself. I'll pay for you to get a big sword. Yi Shouju stared wide-eyed in confusion. Do you want to hear what you're saying? At my age. I mean a big sword? A self-defense weapon. At your age, when going out, don't you need something for protection? Ah, self-defense weapons. Well, that indeed is. Lin Chen said with a teasing glint in his eyes. What do you think? Yi Shouju twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling quite speechless as he entered the house. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Shouju sat on the sofa, his face stern. So, what have you thought about? Lin Chen sat opposite him, scratching his cheek. Director Yi. You know. Enough, enough, enough. Yi Shouju was startled and quickly waved his hand. You kid. Really? You won't give up until you see the rabbit. Yi Shouju complained while placing items on the coffee table. In my 100 years of experience, I've never seen such a blatant attempt to extort. If there are no benefits, don't expect me to budge. I'm really at my wit's end. Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. You don't know how expensive it is to manage a household. I'm just an orphan from a slum. I have to fight for my living space, and I have to compete with wild dogs for food. I can't even afford to see a doctor when I'm sick. I've raised myself all this time. You have no idea how much I've. Enough, enough, enough. Yi Shouju blared and pushed the items in front of him away. Stop with the nonsense. Look here. This is your apprenticeship gift. Lin Chen clicked his tongue, feeling quite helpless. But the items in front of him, to be honest, he was a bit tempted. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he picked up a small straw man. Substitute straw man. After binding, you can randomly choose a location within 2,000 meters of your death to fully resurrect. A one-time consumable. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he picked up a ring. Corruption ring, gold, growth type, 1000, third tier, slot, ring magic attack magic critical attribute, strength, agility, spirit. Constitution effect, increases your magic damage by 30 effect, increases your magic penetration by 30 effect, increases your skill damage by 20 effect, effortless, you can equip items up to 4 levels higher than you, blacksmith, Humeng, durability, 350 equipment level. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly picked up the last skill book. Transfiguration, universal magic skill. After releasing the skill, you will turn a target no higher than your own level 20 into a random small animal. The target cannot attack or release skills, and the effect is removed when attacked, lasting 20 seconds. With a cooldown of 1 minute, this skill effect can be removed by invincibility type skills or effects. Lin Chen's expression changed, and he instinctively looked at Yi Shouju. Seeing this, Yi Shouju's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he maintained a facade of calmness. These items may not be earth-shattering, but they are quite good. Consider this your apprenticeship gift. I think it should suffice. Suffice? It was more than enough. The substitute strawman was equivalent to a one-time resurrection. This thing couldn't be farmed. It was all made by top-tier tailors. In this world where death truly meant death, how important is resurrection? The ring was also a forged third-tier gold item, at least wearable up to level 80. The most impressive was this skill book. Turning into a sheep, this was a god-level skill for magic users. At critical moments, it could turn the tide. Even in dire situations, it could save lives. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't expect Yi Shouju's sincerity to be this high. Seeing Lin Chen silently looking at him, Yi Shouju smiled warmly. What I told you before still stands, and if you have any difficult quests or dungeons, I can help you. If you want to level up quickly, I can take you to level up. Of course, I don't need you to do anything, nor will I impose any restrictions on you. You'll just carry the title of my disciple. So, What do you think? Are you willing? Lin Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling both amused and helpless. These conditions were already perfect, he truly had no complaints. Moreover, becoming Yi Shuju's disciple meant he had a background. After all, Yi Shuju was not just the president of an Eastern university. At the same time, Lin Chen understood that the reason he went to great lengths and made countless sacrifices just to obtain a title was that he sought his own potential and knew that his future achievements were limitless. For someone who cherished honor and valued reputation above life, the allure of having a top disciple was indeed hard to resist. Moreover, for him to lower his stance like this was tantamount to a roundabout way of begging for himself. If he refused again, he feared he wouldn't be able to justify it. Lin Chen smiled, stood up, and cupped his hands, saying, "Lin Chen pays his respects to master." Yi Shuju was taken aback, then his eyes lit up, and he burst into hearty laughter. "Good, very good, ha ha ha." Yi Shuju stood up, his old face beaming with joy. "Here, this is your identity badge. With this, you can go almost anywhere in Dongfang University except for a few restricted areas." Seeing Yi Shuju hand him a token, Lin Chen felt a bit annoyed. "So you had this prepared all along?" Yi Shuju glared at him. "What are you talking about? Dong University is the best university. If you don't come, where else would I go? Besides, your little girlfriend has already agreed to come to Dong University, how can you not go?" Yi Shuju had a look that suggested he was giving Lin Chen a way out, and he hoped Lin Chen wouldn't refuse. Lin Chen waved his hand in resignation. All right, who told me to get on this pirate ship? Hey, you little rascal?" Yi Shuju immediately became indignant. "Do you know how many people wanted to be my disciple, and I didn't agree? The golden potentials from all major factions are lined up from Dong University to the North City. Do you know how many disciples I've taken in over the past 100 years? Not counting you, only 6. Which of them isn't a dragon among men, a champion among heroes? What a joke." Lin Chen had a face full of confusion. "What do you mean? So counting me, it makes a little golden warrior? Hey you?" Yi Shuju trembled with anger, his nostrils flaring. "You little rascal, you're going to drive me to my grave." Lin Chen helplessly rolled up the skill book and smacked it against his palm. "Well, that's easy, if there's nothing else, you can leave. I'm just tired after a long day and need to rest." "You're tired?" Yi Shuju seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "Since you got on the stage, there have been 3 matches, have you moved at all? You haven't budged an inch, and you're tired? Your step count for the day hasn't even surpassed mine." Hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly realized. "Oh right, let's add a step count." Yi Shuju trembled with anger again and directly waved his sleeve to leave. "Master, take it easy. I transferred you 10 gold for the step count, remember to make the big sword." Yi Shuju almost stumbled at this, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back. "You little rascal?" Yi Shuju seemed to have realized something, as if he had discovered Lin Chen's secret. "Are you trying to rush me away because you have a hidden beauty?" Lin Chen looked around in confusion. "Why would I hide you?" Yi Shuju's eyelids twitched as if he wanted to sing a sad song. "So you're leaving again?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "Did you learn mind reading?" Yi Shuju twitched his mouth and quickly took 3 deep breaths. This was the only way to suppress his trembling hands. "Where are you going? You're not my wife, what is this? As your disciple, do I have to report my itinerary every day?" "You?" Yi Shuju pointed at Lin Chen, his old face turning red with anger. "How did I not notice that you, little rascal, are so sharp-tongued?" The value of the venomous priest was still on the rise. Lin Chen spread his hands helplessly. "I have no background and no helpers. Starting with a staff, all equipment relies on fighting. If I don't work hard, how can I buy a car, a house, and marry a wife early? Life is tough." Yi Shuju, unlike you. Lin Chen had a look of disdain. "You just stretch out your hands for clothes and open your mouth for food. The landlord's family has plenty of leftovers." Yi Shuju? Yi Shuju was truly convinced, utterly convinced. As a top-tier big shot, what kind of people hasn't he seen? But someone like Lin Chen, that's a first. "You bastard." Yi Shuju's breathing quickened significantly. However, facing Lin Chen, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't truly be furious. There was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Chen had immense potential. It took Yi Shuju a full 10 seconds to regain his composure. "So, where are you going?" Lin Chen noticed his serious expression and couldn't help but be taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you going to give me the green light?" Stop talking nonsense. Just say it. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. I'm going to the abyss. The abyss? Yi Shuzu's eyes widened. Haven't you been there before? Why are you going again? The collaboration between the abyss, the demon race, and the three major forces had already been brought up by Lin Chen. The abyss and the demon race were currently the most dangerous and bustling places. People's heads were getting smashed like dog heads. He hadn't encountered danger on his previous visit, that was just luck. But now, what was the difference between that and seeking death? However, Yi Shuzu thought for a moment, Lin Chen wasn't the type to seek death. Yi Shuzu's mind shifted, and his expression changed. Are you going to take on a mission? Lin Chen was taken aback, a bit surprised. So you really are wise beyond your years. Stop the nonsense. Yi Shuzu forcibly suppressed his rising anger, gritting his teeth. If this mission isn't urgent, just wait a while before going. Why? Seeing Lin Chen's confused expression, Yi Shuzu couldn't help but laugh in anger. You brat? You created this mess yourself, and you still ask me why? Lin Chen paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the matter of the demon race. Oh, you mean the collaboration between the demon race and the abyss? Yi Shuzu spoke seriously. The southern demon territory is personally overseen by General Nandong, while the abyss has been divided among Ling Kong and the others. Now, many major families and powerful forces have gathered there, and there's also the city of avoidance stationed among them. The danger level there is not much less than that of the demon territory. If you go now, it's undoubtedly seeking death. Lin Chen looked at Yi Shuzu with some surprise. Thank you for your concern, but I have to go to the abyss. Yi Shuzu said this out of worry for him, which was understandable. But Lin Chen was definitely going. After all, the benefits from world missions were too tempting. Ever since the world changed, missions have been divided into 3 tiers: ordinary missions, rare missions, and world missions. Anyone could potentially take on ordinary missions, but the content and rewards were quite average, with a probability of about 3. Rare missions had some thresholds, but no one knew the specifics since the acceptance rate was very low, and the rewards were generally quite good, with a probability of 1. World missions were more complex. How to accept them, where to accept them, no one knew. One could say that world missions had no regularity or source, and there was no acceptance probability. It all depended on luck. Moreover, each completed world mission would have a certain impact on the world's transformation process. They were incredibly important. Each one could be considered a national strategic level existence. Of course, they were indeed important, but the difficulty was also very high. However, the rewards were top-notch. The Dragon God was the best example, and there was no need to elaborate further. Seeing that Lin Chen had made up his mind, Yi Shuzu knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise. After a sigh and a moment of hesitation, he said, "You have a resurrection stone from the team assessment that you haven't used, plus the substitute scarecrow I gave you, with 2 chances to resurrect. As long as you're careful, it shouldn't be a big problem." Yi Shuzu thought he was taking on a rare mission, at most just going down to the 1st or 2nd level of the abyss. With Lin Chen's strength and intellect, theoretically, it shouldn't be a big issue, but I have to tell you something not so good. Seeing Lin Chen in a daze, Yi Shuzu sighed again. Due to some reasons, the monsters in the Ascension Secret Realm have had their attributes modified. Whether they are minor monsters or not, their attributes and resistances, as well as their defenses, have been reduced by about 10% to 50%. Some have had their health increased by 3 to 5 times, while others have been decreased, with no regularity at all. I know you've definitely tested your damage inside, but that data is completely meaningless for reference. If you go outside, especially to the purgatory, never overly trust the data you measured in the secret realm. Yi Shuzu's expression was very serious. Perhaps your test data is very accurate, or maybe your actual damage is even higher, but never, ever use the damage from the secret realm as a reference. Always think twice before acting. Looking at Yi Shuzu's serious reminders, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Although they hadn't interacted much, he didn't feel that this seemingly righteous old man could be considered a master. But he had to admit, his concern and his gaze were genuine. "I'll be careful, master." Yi Shuzu was taken aback, momentarily speechless. "With your strength, even if there's a deviation in damage, it won't be too significant. Basically, as long as you don't go below the 4th level of purgatory, the monsters won't be able to hurt you." Lin Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to nod. He had already cleared enough of the first 3 levels, so it was clear that this task would at least start from the 4th level. However, there was no need to mention this, lest the old man worry. Yi Shuzhu paused, hesitated several times, as if he had made some kind of decision, and looked at Lin Chen with an extremely serious expression. I can't see your panel, did you put on the golden dragon seed? Of course, golden equipment. Why wouldn't I wear it? Lin Chen replied, looking puzzled. Yi Shuzhu pursed his lips, his expression quite complex. You know, this equipment is from the dragon god. Is it prepared for his disciple? Lin Chen, seeing him stammer, spoke up first. This matter had spread on Promotion Island, how could he not know? Are you afraid that if I win this necklace, the dragon god will come looking for trouble? Yi Shuzhu's expression twisted into a dry smile. This shouldn't happen. Don't worry, it definitely won't. Just as Yi Shuzhu finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly pushed the door open. Lin Chen looked over, a bit dazed. Yan Shi? The person who entered was indeed Yan Shi. This time, she wasn't wearing that golden armor but had changed into jeans and a white shirt, along with a pair of very comfortable-looking sneakers. She radiated youthfulness and vitality, quite eye-catching. She casually brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled. Don't worry, the dragon god definitely won't cause you trouble because of this golden equipment. Lin Chen was a bit confused. How can you be so sure? I'm taking his disciple's equipment, right? Because I am the dragon god's disciple. Ha! Seeing Yan, she admitted without a hint of hesitation. Lin Chen was quite puzzled. You, the dragon god's disciple? Yan Shi shrugged, sitting on the sofa and picking up Lin Chen's cup. What's wrong? Doesn't seem like it? Lin Chen paused for a moment, recalling carefully. It seemed these two indeed had many similarities. At least the dragon god wasn't like Yi Shuzhu, who took him as a disciple because he was impressive. And Yi Shuzhu looked a bit awkward upon seeing Yan Shi. Because the identity of the dragon god's disciple was not widely known, at least, it was a secret in front of most people. Yan Shi finished the water in the cup and put it down. Alright, Dean Yi. This is all a small matter, I didn't take it seriously. So why would that old man? Yi Shuzhu twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling quite speechless. In fact, he wasn't worried about this, although he wasn't as impressive as the dragon god. He was still capable of handling this golden equipment. After all, it was just a piece of equipment. How could someone like the dragon god care? Seeing him silent, Yan Shi immediately understood what Yi Shuzhu was hesitating about. With a scoff, she turned to Lin Chen. Trade the equipment to me. Lin Chen was taken aback, but without thinking much, he traded the golden dragon seed to her, and she immediately took it in her hand and smiled. Dean Yi actually wanted to tell you that this equipment has a problem. Seeing Lin Chen's confusion, Yan Shi didn't waste any words and directly bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the item. Alright, let's make a deal. As the equipment returned, Lin Chen could clearly feel that it seemed a bit different, but he didn't notice the unnatural paleness on Yan Shi's face. Yan Shi blinked and said, I've solved your problem. Consider it a return for the performance you put on with me in the arena. I'll tell you an extra secret. This equipment is, anyway, it's not exactly top tier. It was once damaged and was repaired by the old man, but its attributes have decreased quite a bit. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. But no matter how much it has decreased, it's still a piece of golden equipment, and its attributes are enough for you to use from level 80 to 100. He originally intended to use this equipment to play with me, but since you won, you can keep it. Lin Chen was used to Yan Shi's decisive and carefree nature, so he didn't think much of it. But to Yi Shuzhu, it seemed a bit far-fetched. He knew Yan Shi's past much better than Lin Chen did. Not to mention, when has Yan Shi ever been so warm-hearted to help someone else? Especially a boy? With this attitude, even her father had never treated her this way. What was going on? Different treatment? While Yi Shuzhu was puzzled, Yan Shi looked around. When are you leaving? Lin Chen smiled. Probably tonight. Yan Shi showed no surprise at his words. Where are you going? Purgatory. Yan Shi was taken aback for a moment but quickly recovered, directly trading him 2 items. Purgatory hasn't been peaceful lately. There are too many old men and old ladies, and a lot of brainless young masters and young ladies. Be careful. If you see them, just don't believe whatever nonsense they say. Yi Shuzhu had a face full of black lines. Just the 2 of you, and not a single good word from either. Lin Chen took the items and looked at them with a complex expression, because Yan Shi also gave him a resurrection stone, but the other item was very useful. Purgatory token. Holding this token allows you to enter and exit any layer of purgatory, but you can only teleport freely within the first 10 layers. Forger, May 1, thanks. I owe you a spicy hot pot. Yi Shuju? You're really stingy. Stingy? That's 2 spicy hot pots already. Yi Shuju? What the hell did I just hear? 2 spicy hot pots? Yen Shi helped out like this? Yi Shuju was astonished, looking at Lin Chen as if he had seen a ghost. You stingy person. I'm leaving. Yen Shi waved her hand, coming in gracefully and leaving even more casually. Watching Yen Shi's disappearing figure, Yi Shuju couldn't believe it. She came all this way, just to help you with these things? Lin Chen felt quite annoyed at his words. What else could it be? At least she has the insight to give me some time. Yi Shuju clearly couldn't keep up with Lin Chen's jumping thoughts, squinting his eyes in confusion. Give you time? What time did she give you? Lin Chen was speechless and too tired to retort. Hiding a beauty in a golden house? Didn't you say that? Old man, are you okay? Yi Shuju, she really just gave you the items and left? Of course. On a reef at the edge of Promotion Island, Lin Chen took a sip of milk tea. I didn't even look at what the old man gave me before coming to see you. Indeed. He hadn't even learned the skill book Yi Shuju gave him yet. Bai Jinqing's little face turned red, and she huffed a bit proudly. She really is generous. Lin Chen was speechless and leaned closer to whisper. Are you jealous? Bai Jinqing's face turned even redder. Who's jealous? Bai Jinqing, pouting, took out a small red stone the size of a child's fist. Here, I don't have anything as good as a resurrection stone. This is for you. Lin Chen was taken aback, instantly recognizing the item. This was called a substitute stone. It wasn't as good as a resurrection stone, but it could withstand one fatal blow. At a critical moment, it was a chance to turn the tide. Its value was immeasurable. Lin Chen opened his mouth and gently patted her small hand. You keep this, you need it for dungeon runs. It can improve your survival chances. Bai Jinqing puffed up her cheeks, clearly unhappy. You think it's worthless? You look down on it? You'd rather not have your resurrection stone? Lin Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I currently have 3 full resurrection chances. And you know my strength, I probably won't even need them. This thing is obviously more suitable for you, Bai Jinqing said, narrowing her eyes and adorably pouting. So you think my strength is lacking? The orange potential Xianfeng Snow Maiden, if this could be considered weak, then most professionals might as well not exist. Jinqing. Seeing Bai Jinqing's expression that suggested he was rejecting her, Lin Chen could only accept it reluctantly and gave her the 2 purple rings and 1 purple necklace he had swapped out. Although Bai Jinqing couldn't use them yet, she would be able to after reaching level 40. The beauty's kindness was hard to bear. Lin Chen was genuinely touched. Wait until I run the dungeon this time, maybe I can find something good for you. Bai Jinqing's little face flushed, and she instinctively touched the black rose ring on her ring finger. Well, you don't have to, you can just use it yourself. Even though Dad hasn't helped me with equipment for now, once I reach level 40, he will definitely help me. And there's still a month until school starts. Ansu will take me to run dungeons and level up, so the equipment will be mine. Lin Chen sighed helplessly upon hearing this. It's good to be from a big family, unlike me. I have to grind everything myself. Put. Bai Jinqing couldn't help but laugh. Then when school starts, your level might be lower than mine. Looking at Bai Jinqing's sneaky smile, Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. How is that possible? Even 10 of you couldn't catch up to my leveling speed. Who says? Aunt Sue will personally take me to level up. She's amazing. I'll definitely level up faster than you. Then you guys go for it. You? Bai Jinqing was instantly both angry and amused, quickly giving him a light hit. Lin Chen laughed heartily and took hold of Bai Jinqing's small hand. Bai Jinqing's face turned red, and she immediately became obedient. This was the first time they held hands. She felt his hand was big and warm. He felt her hand was small and soft. In less than 3 seconds, both of them felt a flutter in their hearts. You, after a long while, seeing that he had no intention of letting go, Bai Jinqing nervously asked, "When are you coming to my house?" Lin Chen was taken aback, instantly understanding her meaning. Of course, I have to go, after all, we won the national championship, and I need to show off a bit, right? Bai Jinqing chuckled, her nervousness easing considerably. But a girl's feelings are not so easily resolved. The visible tension remained in her big, watery eyes. Lin Chen looked at Bai Jinqing, whose face was flushed, and smiled warmly. Once I finish my tasks, I'll go. Bai Jinqing softly responded with an feeling delighted inside. As long as Lin Chen was willing to go, it already showed his attitude, so she was willing to wait. Besides, they were only 18, they had plenty of time, so she was definitely not in a hurry. With that thought, Bai Jinqing bit her lip and quietly opened her small hand, intertwining her fingers with Lin Chen's. I overheard Dad and Aunt Su talking. The head of the Shi family is very angry, and the Shi Tingfei brothers have been causing trouble for a long time. They won't do anything openly, but what they do behind the scenes is unknown. To ease the awkwardness, Bai Jinqing took the initiative to share this, but Lin Chen already knew without her saying, the Shi family would definitely seek revenge on him. Don't worry, I have it under control. Also, many people have been asking about you lately. You must be careful and never trust what they say. Seeing Bai Jinqing's serious expression on her flushed face, Lin Chen was taken aback. Because she had said the same thing. Damn those, how many years have they been silent? Wouldn't it be better for them to just stay in their territory? They just had to come back from the dead. Inside a huge luxurious tent, a man around 25 years old, dressed in a white suit with a head full of red hair, leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and complained with a face full of indignation. And now, we have to suffer in this godforsaken place. The others either scoffed or remained indifferent, but no one dared to refute him. Firstly, he was right, and secondly, his status was such that no one wanted to provoke him. However, many familiar faces were present: Ling Kong, Qin Yan, several deans, and the heads of families like Shirley and Bai Shangnan. Even Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei were there. Seeing the red-haired man still complaining, Ling Kong smiled. Young Master Qi makes a valid point, but the cooperation between No and the Inferno has been secretly ongoing for 3 months now. We still need to come up with a countermeasure so that we can communicate with City Lord Yan about the relevant matters. The others exchanged glances, their expressions quite intriguing. The red-haired man, Qi Xiu, looked disdainful. What countermeasure is there to discuss? With so many of us, we can just push straight down from the 3rd level of the Inferno. No, that's not possible. At that moment, an elderly woman, who could barely stand upright, spoke up. Because someone exposed the cooperation between thee and the Inferno, they have already abandoned the 1st and 2nd levels. The monsters there have also been relocated, and now starting from the 3rd level, the number of monsters has increased exponentially, at least 3 times more than before. The old woman raised her eyes and spoke softly. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence from our scouts, the monsters on each level of the Inferno have been invaded by the abyssal energy from the abyssal rift under the orders of the higher-ups in the Inferno, significantly increasing their attributes and levels. If it were just that, we wouldn't need to worry. But the key issue is that the Inferno itself possesses intelligence, and after being invaded by the abyssal energy, their intelligence has greatly expanded. With the combat power we have now, if we rashly charge in, we will surely be completely annihilated. Why has the human faction been able to dominate the territory of Blue Star for so long? Because humans are smart, they have brains, and they understand tactics. But in recent years, whether it's the Abyssal Demon Clan or even the corpses in the Inferno have begun to evolve their intelligence. Coupled with the influence of the world will, the human faction has been slowly losing its leading position over the years. So why did the human faction react so strongly upon learning of the cooperation between the Inferno and the Abyss? Isn't it because of this? However, just as everyone fell into silence, Qi Xiu lazily looked at Ling Kong and said in a strange tone, I heard, this was discovered by Lin Chen from the Apocalypse Academy? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze fell on Ling Kong. Ling Kong glanced at Qi Xiu, then smiled and said, Indeed, it was our academy's Lin Chen. The elderly woman who had spoken earlier suddenly chimed in. I heard he is also the dual champion of this year's college entrance examination team battle and individual battle? Ling Kong's expression changed slightly, but he could only smile in response. Yes, Lin Chen is quite surprising. He's been so quiet. The old woman nodded in agreement. Well, that's true. To win against Yin Shi in the individual battle, he must have some skills. Oh, the old woman raised her cloudy eyes to look at Ling Kong. By the way, since it was he who discovered it, and the assessment has ended, why hasn't he come here? Yeah, he's a great contributor to our humanity. Qi Xiu interjected sarcastically from the side. Without him, how could we have discovered such a big issue? It doesn't seem right for him not to come to the battle, does it? Shi Xiu glanced at Ling Kong with a half-smile. What do you say, Director Ling? Watching the old woman and Shi Xiu pressuring Ling Kong, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei, hiding behind Shirley, suddenly revealed smug smiles. Lin Chen. Oh Lin Chen, winning the championship has made you arrogant, provoking us two brothers. Your life and death are unpredictable. Don't be anxious, Tong Fei. We must wash away this humiliation. As long as he comes, we have plenty of ways to deal with him. The two brothers exchanged cruel smiles, while Ling Kong could only helplessly spread his hands. That kid has disappeared after the college entrance examination. Besides, this matter is serious and has exceeded the coping range of these children. Letting him participate is also against the rules, Shi Xiu said without looking up, tapping his fingernails. Aren't the two kids from the Shi family coming too? Isn't the city lord's daughter on the front lines? What? Just because he is the champion, he should be treated differently? Although Ling Kong felt angry inside, he could only force a smile. He's only level 40, even if he participates, it won't solve anything. Oh, that's not the case? Shi Xiu sat up and picked up his teacup. I've heard that he has a skill called plague. Ling Kong's eyelids twitched, and his expression immediately darkened. I've heard that skill has high damage and a wide range, and in the secret realm, it clears people one by one. If that skill is used in the purgatory, it would definitely be a great help. Yes, I've heard from our kid that Lin Chen's plague skill can even kill professionals over level 30 in one hit. Very impressive. I've heard that Lin Chen's skill can even kill those in the secret realm, and even if we assume his damage is insufficient, after all, he is a priest and can help others heal, which is better than standing by and watching, listening to the moral coercion from everyone. Ling Kong felt his blood boil, and his head was about to explode. He certainly knew that all of this was due to Shirley's influence, aimed at sending Lin Chen to his death. As long as Lin Chen came, they had too many ways to make him have an accident without being suspected. However, he could not allow such a thing to happen. After all, Lin Chen is a newly awakened student, with insufficient experience, knowledge, damage, and strength to cope with the current situation. Let's discuss how to solve the current problem. His issues can be addressed later. Shi Xiu sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone. It seems Director Ling is quite protective. He's just a country bumpkin. Even if he wins a national championship, it's nothing much. Shi Xiu looked at Ling Kong with disdain. Does he really think that winning the assessment championship makes him the strongest new student this year? Ling Kong's face darkened, trembling with anger. Young Master Qi, if you are unwilling to join us in resisting the demon race and the purgatory, then please leave. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu's expression changed instantly. Do you think I want to be here? Enough. At this moment, the old woman who had spoken earlier lowered her head and said, Qi Xiu, you should really change your temper. You don't understand the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Little Ling, he's still young, just a child, don't argue with him. Seeing this, Qi Xiu snorted coldly and became more subdued, but Ling Kong felt even more furious inside. He cast a meaningful glance at Shirley, who was oblivious to the outside world, and sneered disdainfully. The ancestor speaks too heavily, how could I argue with him? I just want to resolve the current trouble quickly. The old woman quickly interjected. Since we all want to solve the demon race problem, it's better for him, the great contributor, to come. This way, we can also give an explanation to the soldiers below and boost everyone's morale. Moreover, after all, he was the one who discovered it first. Yan Shi is responsible for relaying the information, and he must know the specifics best. Perhaps there are many critical details that Yan Shi has overlooked. Having him here is the best choice. Seeing Ling Kong instinctively wanting to refute, the old woman waved her hand. All right, little Ling, this matter is decided by me. You hurry and contact him. Let him come here. Isn't he just awakened? Perfect. With so many of us, we can help him level up. We won't let him come for nothing. Ling Kong's heart sank, nearly losing his composure. But that old woman held the highest status among this group, so he dared not refute her. He could only grit his teeth and force out a dry smile in response. Shirley raised his head, his expression blank as he looked at Ling Kong, and a half-smile appeared on his face. Want a hit? This is so boring. In the second layer of the abyss, at the corner of a dilapidated hill, two men dressed in black leaned on their long guns, sharing a cigarette with a look of helplessness. Once they lit it, they squinted and complained. You know, the higher-ups really are something. Didn't they move all the monsters from the first two layers? Why do we still have to stand guard every few steps? Wouldn't it be better to just let us relax? Who can argue with that? The air here is foul, I can hardly smell anything anymore. Well, we have to endure it. Who told us we're just foot soldiers? They're up there enjoying the good life while we're stuck here eating dust. Listening to their conversation, Lin Chen looked on in bewilderment. No wonder he hadn't seen any monsters after coming down from the first layer. It turned out the intelligent higher-ups of the abyss had moved them away. But that was fine, it saved him a lot of time. After listening for a while longer, Lin Chen realized there was no useful information left, so he used the abyss token to teleport to the third layer. After spending some time with Bai Jinqing and seeing her off to her flight home, Lin Chen activated the appearance of Baylor's mask and stepped onto the teleportation array, heading straight for the city of avoidance. However, he didn't look for Yanxi but quietly descended alone. Fortunately, although the area was under strict surveillance, the abyss, as a public dungeon, had many people entering due to the bounty tasks issued by the city of avoidance, and the guards did not restrict others from entering. In fact, there were many more people entering the abyss than before. Plus, with the abyss token from Yanxi and the random teleportation stones from the assessment, traveling was not difficult at all. Soon, after wandering around the third layer for a while, Lin Chen smoothly arrived at the fourth layer. Originally, the monsters in the third layer were level 70, so logically, the monsters in the fourth layer should be level 80. However, Lin Chen discovered that the monsters here had all become level 85. Moreover, they were emitting faint black smoke, looking very familiar. I felt something was off when I saw those monsters in the third layer, Lin Chen thought with suspicion, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Demonized abyss? Yes, it was the demonized abyss. The conditions exhibited by these monsters were exactly the same as those in the demonized abyss. The only difference was that the black smoke on them was much less, and they still retained some awareness in their eyes. Could it be that the abyss rift is actively helping? This was not good news. Monsters that had been demonized would have their attributes increased. No wonder these monsters are all level 85, and there are so many of them. Lin Chen frowned slightly, but it wasn't an insurmountable problem. For him, these monsters with 10 million health were hardly a challenge. However, he also understood what Yi Shuzhu had said. The monsters in the secret realm had indeed been altered to an outrageous degree. Those level 85 monsters had health reaching 60 million. Well, it's fine, there's still a month until school starts, so I have plenty of time. Just in time for me to level up. Plus, since there's been no news on the world quest, it means the quest location must be further down. I'll level up while I walk. After all, I can still steal magical attack power from the ancient corruption, so farming monsters won't be a loss. After quickly deciding on his subsequent plans, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something when he took out the Curse of Resentment. Right. The old man also gave me a skill book. Transformation was a divine skill for magic users. He was eager to see what the skill would become after being altered by his mutation talent. Taking out the transformation skill book, Lin Chen clicked to learn it directly. Ding! You have learned, skill, transmutation, skill mutation. You have learned, gender transformation. When releasing the skill, you will cause the target to undergo a random gender determination, with possible results, male, female, both, female-male, neither male nor female. After the skill takes effect, the personality retains only 30% of the original gender, and during the effect, due to the target's cognitive dissonance regarding their own gender, they will suffer minor damage. The skill lasts for 100 minutes, and if not actively cancelled before the duration ends, the current gender will be permanently retained. Hiss! Lin Chen gasped, his face filled with astonishment. No, I remember. I seem to be a priest, right? This? It can even change gender? Turtle. If this is used on someone, turtle. Just thinking about someone being hit by the skill, their gender changing drastically. Lin Chen felt numb, especially when paired with the two powerful skills of senile dementia and persistent excitement syndrome. Doubting his own gender, forgetting his own gender, and excitedly thinking about his gender. This is really getting more and more bizarre. The main point is, if the skill's effect is not actively cancelled during its duration, the other party will permanently retain their current gender. This, yet another top-tier torture skill. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, his expression incredibly strange. So, Lin Chen looked at the hellish iron corpses still wandering in the distance, his smile becoming increasingly unrestrained. Shall we give it a try? Just in time to test the stealing ability of the ancient corruption. After letting out a chilling laugh, Lin Chen hurriedly ran over with the vengeful curse. Coincidentally, at that moment, he stepped on the warning line of the hellish iron corpse. In an instant, the horde of corpses with heads bobbing began to sway and claw at him. A glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he raised his staff and grinned. Gender transformation. With a flash of the staff, a strange light suddenly erupted from the hellish iron corpse that was wobbling at the front. Its body twisted violently. Then the larger parts grew larger, and the smaller parts shrank back. In the next second, its waist became delicate, and its figure began to transform gracefully. As if sensing its own anomaly, the expression on its face suddenly froze. Looking down, its fierce gaze instantly turned to terror. It instinctively cupped its cheeks, its face filled with fear, and it threw its head back to scream. Ah! The scream abruptly stopped, and it looked down in disbelief, thinking it had seen a ghost. After tentatively screaming again, it finally realized. Its originally vigorous roar had turned into a delicate scream. At that moment, confusion, bewilderment, shock, astonishment, and panic gradually appeared in its eyes. The vivid expression could definitely win a little golden statue. The emotional performance was incredibly subtle and seamless. However, that was not the end. As green smoke began to rise from its body, in the next second, the hellish iron corpses behind it twisted, and in no time, it was like a market gathering, with screams rising and falling. Ah! 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 You have stolen 1 point of magical attack power, corruption. You have stolen 1 point of magical attack power, corruption. Watching a group of rough men transform into alluring figures in an instant, Lin Chen was utterly shocked. Turtle, this really has men and women, both genders, neither male nor female? And this ancient corruption's erosion can really steal magical attack power. As if recalling something, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and his expression gradually became twisted. Senile dementia, persistent excitement syndrome. As the two skills were unleashed, the group of hellish iron corpses suddenly stiffened, their eyes turning crimson as they screamed and charged at their former brothers nearby. But halfway through their run, confusion appeared in their eyes, yet their minds were unclear, and their bodies remained obedient. In an instant, the monster horde fell into unprecedented chaos. Lin Chen shivered and turned away in disgust, running off. To be honest, he would rather face a group of fierce and menacing figures than this chaotic bunch whose genders he couldn't even distinguish. It was too much for his eyes. Forget it, I'll find a more suitable place to practice this skill. This skill is even more perverse than the sustained excitement syndrome technique. Lin Chen was on the run, but the monsters left behind continued their misdeeds, unrestrained, truly hard to evaluate. You all hold on to this freezing scroll. In the human camp of the first layer of purgatory, Shirley quietly took out a lot of good items to trade with the two brothers. Although Ling Kong said he couldn't contact Lin Chen, it's inevitable that Lin Chen would come here. Of course, Shi Tingfei sneered arrogantly. With the ancestor speaking, who would dare not come? Just a little mud leg. Shi Tengrui chuckled wickedly and turned to Shi Tingfei. Actually, it's better if he refuses, that way, we all have a legitimate reason. By then, even if we kill him, it will be justified. Shi Tingfei's eyes lit up, and his lips couldn't help but curl. Seconds? Shi Tingfei suddenly looked at Shirley. Dad, this move of yours is amazing. It completely cut off all his escape routes. Shi Tengrui grinned, his expression gradually turning sinister. Whether he comes or not, it's a dead end, all the advantages are on us. The grudge from the assessment. This time, it must be avenged. Looking at the hatred on the faces of the two, Shirley scoffed. That's why I said he will definitely come. Only by coming can he have a chance to survive. Not coming? We won't even need to act. Someone will step in to personally take him down. Seeing the two nodding in agreement, Shirley slowly curled his lips. Make sure to gather everything, since we can't affect him through his skills. We'll find another way. Shirley looked at the two with a cold smile. The city lord has issued an unlimited bounty. The number of bounty hunters and members of various guilds coming to purgatory will definitely increase. His skill range is large, and its effects are perverse. He definitely can't activate it in full mode. If that happens, he will truly become a public enemy. He might not care about provoking a bunch of civilian students, but those who enter purgatory won't be simple characters. Provoke them? That's certain death. So, he will definitely activate the camp mode. Shirley whispered, unable to suppress a smile. In that case, His skills can only harm monsters and not the professionals of the human camp. As soon as I get news of him, I will immediately inform you. Once he enters purgatory, you go back to find him and secretly throw all the skill scrolls I gave you at him. After all, he's just a magic-type cloth armor user. His defense and health are definitely not high. At that time, as long as he gets hit by one skill, you can easily get close and kill him. Seeing the fierce light flashing in Shirley's eyes, the two brothers immediately curled their lips and laughed recklessly. Dad, you're really amazing, Shirley scoffed, feeling quite pleased. Shi Tengrue licked his lips and said, once that fool is dead, what about Bai Jinqing? You can deal with her however you want, right? Shi Tingfei's eyes brightened, and his lips couldn't help but curl again. Don't worry, that bitch, I will definitely deal with her properly. In the 7th layer of purgatory, Lin Chen was using skills while randomly teleporting again. As a result, he found that the teleportation distance hadn't exceeded 10 meters. Lin Chen looked around in realization, gazing at the countless purgatory copper corpses erupting with millions of damage, muttering to himself, it seems that the deeper I go, the more the world rules will change. To avoid missing the quest location, Lin Chen did not choose to teleport directly to the limit of purgatory, the 10th layer. Instead, he descended layer by layer, except for the first 3 layers, which he barely glanced at. Starting from the 4th layer, he examined each area closely. Besides consuming a lot of time, he also discovered that the monsters in purgatory had been weakened by the abyssal rifts. Not only had the attributes increased somewhat, but the numbers had also skyrocketed. Even the quantity of the minions had increased. It was completely different from the strategies seen in the professional forums. In other words, the information about the Inferno was useless, everything had become brand new. He also discovered that whether it was a boss or a small monster, their intelligence was much higher than before. The one he had just killed even cursed at him in human language. It was truly unbelievable. Then let's start from this level. Anyway, I can't see any other professionals. There were quite a few bounty hunters in the first 3 layers, but by the 5th layer, he could only encounter them occasionally. By the time he reached this layer, he had teleported 6 times without seeing a single professional. This way, no one would discover his secret, allowing him to level up and practice skills without restraint. After all, this place had been weakened by magic, with plenty of monsters, and it didn't conflict with completing world tasks. With this thought, Lin Chen raised his hand in a vengeful curse and directly got to work. Neural control. As invisible ripples spread outwards, hundreds of 3-meter-tall inferno copper corpses suddenly froze. Then they turned around and rushed towards the other groups of monsters nearby. Lin Chen walked while using the neural control skill to control the monsters until he reached a valley, where he finally stopped controlling the monster groups. He climbed up a small hill, sat on a large rock, and looked at the tens of thousands of inferno copper corpses surrounding him. Lin Chen took out some bread and began to release skills one by one. He started with Alzheimer's disease, followed by the continuous excitement syndrome control. Then came the rending technique, followed by the blood explosion technique. Just these 4 simple dishes made for a hearty meal. You killed an inferno copper corpse. Experience points. You killed an inferno copper corpse. Experience points. You killed an inferno copper corpse. Experience points. Ding. You leveled up. Seeing a golden light shine on him, Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Finally leveled up. It wasn't easy. After reaching level 35, the leveling speed had noticeably decreased. Especially at level 38, it was simply ridiculous. He didn't even know how many monsters he had killed to reach level 40. Now that he had reached level 41, Lin Chen looked at the experience needed for the next level and felt like crying without tears. Damn it, leveling up to 42 requires 280 million. No wonder the 2nd and 3rd transitions are always mainstream in this world. Reaching the 4th transition can be considered a master. This leveling up is truly painful. Lin Chen cursed and became noticeably more ruthless. Fortunately, he had high damage and abnormal skills. Even if it were Yan Shi, she wouldn't be able to level up as fast as he did. And so, he walked and stopped, leveling up, practicing skills, and teleporting downwards. The monotonous days continued for 5 days. Finally, after leveling up again to level 42, he entered the 9th layer of the Inferno. The deeper he went into the Inferno, the larger the map became. The 8th layer was already twice the size of the 1st layer. Lin Chen spent 3 full days inside. Of course, the results were gratifying. Not to mention the gold coins, he had already possessed over 8 million before coming. After arriving, he picked up nearly 10,000 gold coins, so life was looking up. The key was the equipment. In total, he had picked up 6 orange items and over 20 purple items. However, aside from the skeletal belt rewarded during the first transition, everything else was just gathering dust. There was no choice, none of it was magic-type equipment, and he couldn't exchange it even if he wanted to. After this trip to the Inferno, I must go to the trading hall to sell all this junk. Looking at the full backpack of equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. But the stolen magical attack power had already reached a terrifying 13,000 points. It was worth noting that even now, Li Fei, roar! At that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from not far away, followed by a slightly hoarse voice angrily saying, "Which bastard did this? That useless wild bee can't even guard the main gate." Hearing the voice, Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly retreated to a corner. In a valley, a 2-meter tall, dark bronze-skinned, muscular bald man furiously slapped the weak copper corpse in front of him. "Wild bee is dead, and you still have the face to come back?" The frail copper corpse timidly covered its face in fear and said, "My lord, no, it's not that I want to run back. You don't understand." It seemed to remember something, and the terror in its eyes grew. That scene at the time was simply hell on earth. Smack! The burly man, upon hearing this, struck it again with a heavy hand. "Nonsense! This is hell on earth. No, that's not it." The copper corpse, hands covering its cheeks, exclaimed in utter terror. The practitioner at that time didn't even know what skill they used. My brothers went completely mad, transformed into transformations, twisted into twists. Even their personalities and hobbies changed. Goodness! You should have seen it, they even turned on their own, howling and screaming. Even Lord Wildbee went crazy at that time. The burly man was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. "What do you mean? Hobbies changed?" The copper corpse nodded repeatedly, fearing the burly man would strike it again. And Lord Wildbee. Woo-woo. The copper corpse slightly turned to show the burly man its back, and after seeing it, the burly man's expression changed instantly. "What the hell is going on? Isn't Wildbee a female corpse?" The copper corpse wiped its tears, feeling wronged. "Woo-woo, I don't know either. That practitioner is a pervert. He turned Lord Wildbee into that. He not only tormented our brothers with strange skills but also used a skill that can make corpses become dull-witted. Woo-woo, Lord Wildbee doesn't even remember who I am anymore, and keeps holding on. Woo-woo." Watching the frail copper corpse weep, the burly man's eyelids twitched. Could it be that a new profession has emerged in the human camp? He was not an ordinary corpse, he knew some secrets of humanity. Moreover, the monsters in the abyss were all transformed from practitioners and ordinary people after death. Even if they lost their memories from before death, and even if their appearances changed drastically, some residual cognition could still understand certain matters of the human camp. In his impression, there were countless strong individuals in the human camp, yet it seemed no one had skills with such effects. The only explanation was the emergence of a new profession. Of course, the emergence of a new profession was not surprising. A new profession did not necessarily mean it was powerful. It depended on potential. A profession that can change gender and also make one dull-witted? What kind of profession is that? A hint of suspicion flashed in the burly man's eyes, but he immediately realized something was off. "Stop crying. If they've all become like that, how come you're fine?" Upon hearing this, the copper corpse suddenly became a bit shy. I didn't say I was fine." Looking at the copper corpse's bashful demeanor, the burly man felt his head throb. Damn it! The burly man trembled in anger, raising his hand to give it a heavy blow, but seeing the copper corpse looking up at him with affectionate eyes, he immediately kicked it 2 meters away. "So damn disgusting." The burly spat, his face darkening instantly. "No, this matter must be reported to Lord Helltiger quickly. If those human practitioners discover that group of crazy elves, it could lead to big trouble." "Ha!" Lin Chen, hiding nearby, widened his eyes upon hearing this. "Wait a minute? Who?" The burly man jumped in surprise at the sound. Lin Chen didn't hide and walked out directly, his face filled with astonished joy. "What are you talking about? Elves? Do you know where the elves are?" The burly man was taken aback, his expression instantly darkening. "Human profession. My lord." Before the burly man could finish his sentence, the copper corpse, which had just gotten up, shouted in terror. Then, it pinched its fingers delicately, and under the burly man's disgusted expression, it angrily linked arms with Lin Chen and shouted sharply, "It's him! That perverted human practitioner!" The burly man's eyelids twitched, instinctively looking at Lin Chen. "Is it him?" "Exactly. My lord." The copper corpse recalled the scene just now, its eyes filled with increasing terror. "It's this murderous pervert." "Bah!" Lin Chen scratched his arm, goosebumps falling all over the place. "You're the pervert." Lin Chen shivered, genuinely disgusted, and his anger flared up. "How could you let that slip just now?" Seeing Lin Chen about to pick up his staff to cast a spell, the copper corpse screamed in fright and wiggled its hips to run away. "Ah! Help! There's a pervert killing corpses!" Lin Chen, watching the copper corpse flee, the burly man was stunned, but with a great enemy before him, he had to suppress his chills and glare at Lin Chen. "Bastard! How dare you intrude into the 9th layer of hell?" Lin Chen came to his senses and turned to size him up. Unfortunately, he could see a bit of information about this burly man. Ever since his first promotion, he could see the panels of monsters that were 50 levels above him, but he couldn't see this one. This indicated that its level was at least above 92. "Don't worry about whether I intrude or not. You mentioned the elf race, do you know where they are?" The burly man sneered coldly. "A human, thinking he can get information from me?" Lin Chen slowly curled his lips. "You better speak now, or you won't be able to say anything later." Upon hearing this, the burly man suddenly laughed in anger. "What a joke! You think you can fight me alone?" The burly man scoffed, and the smile on his face gradually turned sinister. Then, as his body grew taller and more robust, his voice became increasingly coarse. "Your strange skills are only useful against those useless wild bees. You think you can affect me? A mere first promotion human practitioner, haha." Watching the shadow before him grow larger until it overshadowed him, Lin Chen had to look up at him. The burly man was now at least 10 meters tall, his solid muscles resembling granite, and his shiny bald head paired with dark copper skin exuded an overwhelming pressure, especially those scarlet eyes, from which Lin Chen could even see a faint mist of blood emanating. He returned to his original size, and his strength had increased significantly. Lin Chen could feel that he was at least 40 levels stronger than when he was 2 meters tall. But Lin Chen, being a fearless rookie, was not afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited. "It's the first time I've seen a sentient being that can chat. I want to savor this. Since you're so uncooperative, I'll show you some strength." Lin Chen curled his lips, and before the burly man could speak, he directly unleashed a skill without any regard for martial ethics. Alzheimer's. Watching Lin Chen's staff light up, the burly man was momentarily stunned but felt nothing. Then he burst into laughter. "What kind of skill is this? Is it a joke? Ha ha ha. A little, ha?" A hint of confusion flashed in the burly man's eyes as he suspiciously looked around. "How did I end up in the 9th layer? Wait." Seeing Lin Chen, the burly man clearly froze for a moment. "A human? How could there be a human practitioner, huh? How did I end up in the 9th layer?" Watching the burly man mumble to himself, with the damage being quite ideal, Lin Chen felt a sense of calm. "Where exactly is the elf race? Bastard! You, a human, dare to wish to know where the elf race is? The confusion in the burly man's eyes grew, but whenever he saw Lin Chen, he would immediately show anger. "Damn human, die!" The burly man opened his massive mouth and, with a bang, shot out a beam of black light. It shot like a cannonball straight towards the empty ground beside Lin Chen. Bang! Watching a large pit appear on the ground, the burly man was once again bewildered. "What's going on? Damn human!" The burly man came to his senses, roared, and immediately raised his arms to smash down at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen just smiled, showing no intention of dodging. The next second, the empty ground beside him was once again smashed into a deep pit by the burly man. This time, the burly man was completely baffled. He had no idea what was happening. Seeing it becoming more and more confused and absurd, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, because he knew that it was impossible to get anything out of that mouth. "Since that's the case, then you can go die." Lin Chen's expression gradually became serious, directly launching a smooth 5-hit combo without any martial ethics. Senile dementia, chronic excitement syndrome technique, gender transformation technique, disease technique, plague. Whoa! The burly man was already in a dazed state, and once the excitement technique took effect, his eyes lit up. But the gender transformation technique made his strong body swell in the right places and shrink in the wrong ones, twisting his entire body, making him look like a cartoon character from a distance. But the most terrifying part was that the plague induced a poison state, and after reducing the resistance to abnormal states, the disease technique was activated. His face twisted, unsure whether to be excited or angry. His entire being became extremely chaotic. You, human? It wanted to curse in rising anger, but the first 3 words were fine, while the last 2 became sharper and thinner. It went numb. What's going on? What on earth is happening? Hearing his own delicate voice, a hint of fear suddenly appeared in the burly man's excited eyes. You despicable. Ha! Hey! Before the burly man could finish his words, his stomach suddenly felt wrong, and then the transformed state erupted, spewing out a black column. Instantly, a landscape painting appeared on the mountain wall behind him. Ah, whoa! The burly man arched his back, tilted his head, and let out a sharp, inhuman scream, his eyes nearly popping out. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver and quickly scratched his arm. So disgusting! So disgusting! I can't take it anymore. Break the tendons! Lin Chen could no longer endure it and directly took action, intending to end its sinful life. After all, it had already mentioned the elf race, so it must be on one of the lower levels. Killing it would allow for a slow search. Break the tendons! Puff! The burly man let out another strange scream, and with blood spurting from his wrists and ankles, he collapsed to the ground. Immediately, it replicated the iconic scene of the Stone Brothers arena. With his head on the ground, hands covering his feet, he screamed while arching his back, creating a fountain. Tear technique. Rip! Dozens of deep wounds that could be seen to the bone exploded on his body, causing the burly man to throw his head back in pain. He began to wail, but alas, with the chronic excitement syndrome technique boosting his intensity, his spirit remained high. Coupled with the double pain from the tear technique, one could say he wanted to die faster than Lin Chen did. Ouch! This is killing me. Cough cough cough. Vomit. Lin Chen shivered, his scalp going numb. So disgusting. Go die. Blood explosion technique. Blood explosion technique. Already at full power, Lin Chen disdainfully began to throw blood explosion techniques like crazy. Although he couldn't see its health, the health bar was still honestly dropping. With over 2 million damage per second from the blood explosion technique, it wasn't long before the burly man finally couldn't hold on, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. And that fountain, having lost its power, gradually weakened in height and angle until it flowed onto the ground. Lin Chen looked at the mountain wall behind the burly man and couldn't help but cover his nose, sighing, "This is a painting with a smell." Lin Chen shook his head and quickly picked up the equipment that had fallen in front of him, but just as he was about to make a quick escape, he froze upon seeing the items he had picked up. Elf race's token? This is. Lin Chen was taken aback, stepping back while opening his backpack. The items dropped by the burly man were quite good, including 2 pieces of orange gear. However, they were all strength-based, suitable for warriors and knights, so he glanced at them and moved on. The key point was a letter in the corner, inconspicuous and unassuming. Elven clan's token, respected Hell Messenger Lord Ninghu. We have waited for 100 years and finally awaited the opportunity to save the moonwell. Now your troops have all gathered, and we request you to send a small portion of soldiers to assist us in reclaiming the territory we lost in the 10th layer of hell. We will forever remember your kindness, High Priestess Finis Aisha. After reading the content, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. The 10th layer of hell? They are in the 10th layer? Human practitioners have always referred to the abyss as hell. However, the monsters in the abyss call it hell, and Lin Chen did not understand why, but it was just a name, so he did not pay much attention. From the content of this letter, it was clear that the Elven clan wanted to take back the territory in the 10th layer of the abyss, which meant their camp, or rather their homeland, was in the 10th layer. No wonder I have been searching for so long without finding it. It turns out they are all in the 10th layer. What was there to wait for? Lin Chen directly used the Abyss order to teleport to the 10th layer. Abyss, 4th layer. Shi Tengfei took a sip of water and wiped his mouth carelessly. Bro, do you think Lin Chen will come? It's been how many days? Almost a week now. Shi Tengrui sneered, twisting his neck. Director Ling is still protective. Anyway, he said he hasn't been able to contact him. As for whether it's true or not, who knows? Shi Tengfei looked at him with some suspicion. But the ancestor has already spoken. Director Ling can't be fooling us, right? Shi Tengrui shook his head. Who can say for sure? Anyway, no matter what, the ancestor also spoke yesterday. If Lin Chen doesn't come within 3 days, then there's no need for him to come. Remembering what the old woman had said in the meeting last night, Shi Tengfei couldn't help but smile. Then there's no need for him to come. This is quite interesting. Shi Tengrui scoffed, stood up, and said, let's hurry up and level up. While that group of bounty hunters hasn't come down to this layer yet, we should quickly reach level 40. By then, we can wear the equipment Dad gave us. Shi Tengfei chuckled, thinking about the equipment his father had given him, and his mood instantly brightened. Right, let's hurry to level 40. This damn leveling experience is too brutal. Shi Tengfei stood up and picked up the great sword. I've been grinding monsters here for 6 days, I'm already tired of it. Once we get out, it will definitely feel great. The two brothers exchanged glances and immediately burst into strange laughter. However, just as Shi Tengfei was about to go ahead and pull monsters with a wicked smile, his smile suddenly froze. Bro! Shi Tengfei put away his smile, squinted his eyes to take a closer look, as if he had seen something that shattered his worldview, momentarily unable to believe it, wanting to see clearly, but the result left him feeling as if he had seen a ghost. Wait a minute? This isn't right, is it? Shi Tengrui, who was still looking at the equipment his father had given him, was puzzled by Shi Tengfei's astonished words. What's wrong? Shi Tengfei stared intently and patted Shi Tengrui's arm, his expression gradually becoming obscured. Bro, the monsters in the earlier layers of the abyss, besides the abyss soul ghosts, are the abyss iron corpses, right? Shi Tengrui looked at Shi Tengfei, confused. Yeah, then, besides the abyss iron corpses, they are all male, right? Yeah, Shi Tengrui was also baffled. What's wrong with you, Tengfei? Shi Tengfei twitched his mouth, slowly opened his mouth, pointed to the corner ahead, and stiffly looked at Shi Tengrui. Bro, look, that monster. Why does it look off? Shi Tengrui was taken aback and instinctively looked over. What's off? Isn't it just an abyss iron corpse? Shi Tengrui turned his head and was immediately startled, because he saw a group of curvaceous figures, with tiny waists that could be grasped, flushed iron blue cheeks, and alluring gazes of twisted abyss iron corpses. What the hell is this? Shi Tengrui was completely bewildered. I don't know. What the hell? Shi Tengfei was about to say he didn't know when he was suddenly shocked. Brother, you have to take a look. This is getting weirder and weirder. The moment that group of twisted hellish iron corpses noticed the two of them, they actually started fighting among themselves. The two brothers were left stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? What the hell? Man, is this for real? Shi Tengrui was dumbfounded. How could things look fine one moment and then suddenly change? Wait a minute? Shi Tengfei seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Brother, why are all these monsters looking over here? Didn't we stay out of their alert range? Shi Tengrui shook his head repeatedly, watching the swaying hellish iron corpses approach, his mind nearly going blank. I don't know, brother, is this bad? Their excited expressions can't mean they're coming for us, right? Just as Shi Tengfei finished speaking, the leading swaying hellish iron corpse immediately threw a flirtatious glance, cupping its face, and let out a strange scream. The two brothers shivered in unison, goosebumps breaking out all over. Shi Tengrui was the first to react, his face changing drastically. Oh crap, this is way too wrong. Run, send the message back. The monsters in hell have mutated. They've all turned into idiots. Seeing Shi Tengrui bolt without a second thought, Shi Tengfei was instantly terrified. Brother, wait for me. The two were so afraid of being caught by the monsters behind them that they wished they could grow 4 legs. As they ran, Shi Tengfei was nearly in tears, slapping his thighs. Damn legs, run faster. I don't want to turn into an idiot. Fortunately, after a few minutes of frantic escape, they encountered patrolling guards. The two felt as if they had found a lifeline. Hey, guys, help us. The guards looked just as confused. Young Master Shi, what happened to you? The guards clearly recognized the Shi brothers. Shi Tengfei, with a face full of dread, pointed behind him, panting heavily. Something big happened. The monsters have mutated. What? The two guards were immediately alarmed. They were responsible for patrolling this area, primarily to prevent problems with bounty hunters and to keep the monsters in check. Hearing Shi Tengfei's words about the monsters mutating was a matter of life and death for them. Quick, young Master Shi, take us to see those mutated monsters. The two guards, upon hearing this, shook their heads in unison. I'm not going. Me neither. If you want to go, you go. Even if you kill me, I won't go. Same here. The two exchanged words, their bodies radiating resistance. This left the guards utterly baffled. You discovered the monster mutation, and you don't want to go? Is that right? Seemingly reading the guards' expressions, Shi Tengrui pointed sternly behind him. It's a 3-minute walk, you can go by yourselves. I'm definitely not going. Right. I'm not going either. The guards exchanged glances, forced a bitter smile, and reluctantly ran in the direction Shi Tengrui pointed. Before long, they returned with a piece of cloth, their expressions incredibly complex. One of the guards, with a face that shifted between emotions, gritted his teeth. This matter. This is serious. You two young masters should come with us to see old ancestor Sima. I'm not going. Me neither. Guards, do you even hear what you're saying? You caused this mess yourselves? You think you can just refuse to go? Seemingly sensing the guards' hungry expressions, Shi Tengrui twitched his mouth, suddenly realizing, if the monsters were already being killed, it wouldn't make sense to let them go alone. Shi Tengrui stiffly glanced at the bulging cloth behind the guards. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Oh okay, let's go together. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Inside the main tent, a collective gasp echoed, their expressions as if they had just eaten something foul. No other reason. The two monstrous corpses on the ground were truly difficult to assess. The old woman looked at the guard with a twisted expression. What on earth is going on? How did the monsters from the inferno mutate? The two guards exchanged a glance, their expressions stiff, their eyes filled with unspoken grievances. To be honest, they had lived for 30 years and had never seen anything so outrageous. The monsters were discovered by the two young masters of the Shi family. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the twisted faces of Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei. The two were startled and opened their mouths several times, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Shi Li's expression darkened. Speak quickly. What exactly happened? The monsters from the inferno have been like that since the beginning. How did they suddenly mutate? The two shook their heads in unison. I don't know. We just saw this group of monsters writhing around. It was terrifying. Dad, you don't know. My goodness. When we first saw that group of monsters, they were even fighting. As Shi Tingfei noticed the increasingly strange looks from the crowd, the rest of his words were instantly choked back. Well, anyway, inexplicably, they just appeared there. Listening to Shi Tingfei's voice grow quieter, the expressions of the crowd gradually became serious. Shirley looked at the old woman and said in a deep voice, Old ancestor, could it be that the demon clan has also taken action? The monsters in the inferno had been weakened by the demonic energy from the abyssal rift, and their attributes and levels had been slightly enhanced. Since the demon clan was cooperating with the inferno, it was normal for him to think this way. The old woman furrowed her brows, suppressing her disgust as she examined the monster corpses again. The direction of this monster's mutation, seems a bit unstable. Upon hearing this, everyone had a face full of black lines. You really know how to describe things. The old woman also felt a bit awkward and cleared her throat. But from what I remember, the demon clan doesn't seem to have such means, though we can't rule out that they have developed a new method of species mutation. Ling Kong shook his head, glanced at Shi Tingfei, and spoke. Regardless of whether it was the demon clan that acted, the most important thing is that this inferno iron corpse has mutated into this state. Have its attributes, health, damage, and level increased? Ling Kong's words hit the nail on the head. No matter how the monster looked, if its strength hadn't increased, it would only be a bit disgusting, which wasn't a big deal. But if it had significantly strengthened after the mutation, then that would be a serious problem, and they would have to change their strategies and tactics. The crowd instantly regained their focus and then turned to look at Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei in unison. The two felt a wave of nervousness. After all, everyone in this tent was a big shot. Each one was more impressive than the Shi family. However, this question, the two felt quite awkward, chuckling dryly several times without knowing what to say. Shi Li's face darkened, feeling that these two were useless. Director Ling is asking you, did the monster enhance or not? You can't just run away without even trying to fight. Looking at the two with flushed cheeks, stammering, the atmosphere in the room became awkward in an instant. Shirley trembled with anger, pointing at the two. Useless. Shirley's old face turned red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. When faced with a problem, his two sons fled without a fight. Wasn't this a slap in the face? What was the difference between this and being a deserter? If the monster was very powerful and they couldn't defeat it, running away would be understandable. But they hadn't even tried. Just because the monster looked disgusting, and they ran without gathering intelligence, on the battlefield, that would be a crime of delaying military operations, and they could be executed. Alright, old sure. This monster is indeed a bit. And the two kids just awakened, it's normal for them to be scared. Hearing Qin Yan play the good guy, the Sure Tang brothers were almost moved to tears. It was more than just fear. That monster was even throwing flirtatious glances. It was terrifying enough to make them cry. At that moment, the two guards who had gone to kill the monster felt awkward. These monsters haven't become stronger due to their mutations. They are still level 83, and their attributes haven't changed. But, the guard's cheek twitched. Their attack speed and frequency have increased, and their attack methods have changed significantly. The crowd sighed in relief at the first part, but their expressions changed drastically after hearing the rest. Increased attack speed and frequency, and you call that not enhanced? Hearing Qi Xiu's scolding, the two guards stiffened, looking as if they had something unspeakable to say. Attributes unchanged, but attack speed and frequency increased. This kind of enhancement. The old woman's eyelids twitched, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, her expression suddenly changing. Quick, while the monsters haven't respawned, hurry and deliver them to the Lord's mansion for the Lord to decide. The two guards were taken aback, completely not understanding why the elders suddenly went mad. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry! The two guards jumped in fright, quickly responding and dragging the monster wrapped in rags away. Watching their retreating figures, the Ling family suddenly remembered something. Elder, do you mean the shamans of the demon race? The old woman's face darkened as she looked at Ling Kong. I was curious before why they would transform their subordinates into such disgusting forms. It wasn't until the guard mentioned the increased attack speed that I realized. Transforming into this appearance is entirely to confuse us. Seeing everyone stunned, the old woman gritted her teeth. I am certain, these monsters must be those that failed their mutations or had minimal attribute enhancements, placed on the 4th level just to confuse us. When we go down, seeing these monsters, we definitely won't be cautious. However, this plays right into the hands of the abyss. We could suffer heavy losses because of it. They must have successfully mutated stronger monsters. Perhaps theirs have been enhanced in the same way. As everyone was lost in thought, they suddenly reacted. What the elder said makes sense. There are no decent guards in the first 10 levels, and their army is gathered on the 10th level. But thanks to the help of the abyssal rifts, their people have already been enhanced. They must know we will be extra cautious, even sending heavy troops down to clear out. Now, releasing such things on the 4th level is definitely to confuse us, luring us into underestimating them, thinking that the weakened monsters are not strong, thus giving them the opportunity to strike hard against us. These monsters are truly disgusting. They even use schemes. If we fall for it, that would be foolish. Exactly. I dare say, if we go down now to search, we definitely won't find many of these monsters. The crowd exchanged heated words, quickly analyzing the essence of the matter, angrily cursing the higher-ups of the abyss for being shameless and cunning. The old woman waved her hand to stop their anger. The monsters of the abyss are, after all, the reincarnated forms of fallen practitioners. Even if they have lost their memories from before, their intelligence is quite normal. What's most important now is how to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiu sneered disdainfully. What else is there to say? Just mobilize the army and deal with them. Ling Kong snorted coldly and turned to the old woman. The guards have already taken the bodies to find the Lord. Should we wait for the Lord's decision? Qi Xiu scoffed. Director Ling, if you're afraid, just wait here for news. When something unusual happens, there must be something amiss. With the abyss releasing such monsters now, who knows what the lower levels have mutated into? If we don't hurry to clean up, not to mention the bounty hunters in the abyss will suffer heavy losses. Once the abyss side buys time and gains momentum, it will be difficult to win against them. Ling Kong's expression changed slightly. He wanted to scold him for being brainless, but what he said wasn't entirely wrong. Right now, the most important thing was time. They had to quickly find out what was happening in the abyss. Even if we have to go down, we don't need a large army to set out. Just a reconnaissance team to take a look will suffice. Qi Xiu nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this. The creatures in the abyss are monsters, not humans. They won't adhere to any martial ethics. Sending a small team down? What if they fall into an ambush? That would be sending people to their deaths for nothing. Don't underestimate the abyss, it's much smarter than those mindless creatures in the low-level dungeons outside. Seeing Ling Kong about to speak again, Chi Xiu waved his hand. Old ancestor. I won't force others, if they won't go. I will. I will personally lead the team down. I want to see what kind of strange things have emerged in this abyss. How audacious. A mere land of the dead. And you think you can turn the tides? Chi Xiu had long been impatient. A week without an attack was, in his view, a pure waste of time. If it were him, he would gather the people that day and push through directly. Watching Chi Xiu's back as he cursed, Ling Kong's teeth itched with anger. This ambitious young man had no idea of the seriousness of the situation. Inside the Lord's mansion, Yan Shifeng, the lord of the city of Guan, looked at the monster on the ground, his expression incredibly vivid. Even though he had seen much and could remain calm in the face of a mountain collapsing before him, seeing such a bizarre and twisted creature still made his expression tense. What did old ancestor Sima say? The two guards exchanged glances, then shook their heads in confusion. The ancestor said they also don't know what this monster is about, which is why they brought it to you for your decision. Yan Shifeng frowned slightly, staring intently at the monster as he muttered to himself. I've dealt with the abyss for decades and have never encountered such a peculiar mutation. Could it really be the demon race at work? He immediately thought of the shamans of the demon race, but the problem was, they didn't seem to have this kind of mutation method either. Yan Shifeng's brows furrowed tighter. After pondering for a few seconds, he noticed the monster's corpse beginning to flicker in and out of visibility. He raised his head and looked at the two guards. Is there any movement from old ancestor Sima's side? The guards were taken aback and nodded. Young Master Chi Xiu personally led a team down. The ancestor was worried about his safety and sent Sima away to follow. At this time, they should be reaching the first level of the abyss. Yan Shifeng pursed his lips, feeling that something was amiss. This was neither the style of the abyss nor that of the demon race. But the problem was, now everything was on edge. Even the slightest change could lead to major issues. Especially with such a bizarre change, he had to be cautious. If the demon race had broken through some kind of research and successfully mutated, it wouldn't just be a simple increase in attack speed, there might be many other abilities as well. This would undoubtedly be adding insult to injury for the human coalition. After much contemplation, Yan Shifeng made a decisive decision. Send the order down. The 1st and 3rd Black Armored Legion, and the 4th Black Cavalry Legion, commanded by General Yan, station at the 4th level of the abyss. Report everything, no matter how trivial. Yes. The nearby Black Armored Guard immediately stepped forward to take the order. 10th level of the abyss. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Looking at the desolate land before him, scarred and filled with endless graves, Lin Chen almost thought he had entered a graveyard. This 10th level of the abyss feels like a completely different world from the previous 9 levels. Lin Chen murmured, his expression very serious. Because in terms of temperature, humidity, atmosphere, and sensation, the 10th level of the abyss was exceptionally unique. If it weren't for the abyss token he was using, he would have thought he had teleported to the wrong place. Glancing at the misty sky, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, instinctively wanting to choose a direction away from the graves. But suddenly, his task system transmitted an unusual message. You have accepted the world task, the Whale of the World Tree. Please go to the abyss to find the moonwell of the elven goddess and use the seed of the world tree. Upon completing the task, you will receive a large reward. The task lit up again, reminding him that he was in the right place. Moreover, as long as he turned his back, the task would gradually fade. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, a face full of black lines. This was clearly telling him that he had to pass through the grave circle. What could he do? This was a world task, so he might as well indulge in it? Lin Chen sighed, taking out a bottle of mineral water as he walked toward the grave circle. The 5th level of purgatory was the limit for ordinary practitioners. Those who could go further were not simple people. This left Lin Chen completely unaware of what lay beyond the 5th level of purgatory. However, he felt that since it was called hell by the monsters, having a few graves was quite normal. He chose to ignore the eerie surroundings and atmosphere. But before he could walk 100 meters forward, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind him. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively turned to look. Sure enough, the graves were being pushed up. What? The grave cracked open? Lin Chen was a bit shocked. Then, in the next second, hundreds of graves in front of him suddenly exploded. and pitch-black coffins sprang out. Damn! Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively wanted to step back, but the graves behind him also suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom! With the sound of explosions, coffins began to float in the air around Lin Chen, dense and numerous. There were at least tens of thousands of coffins, looking incredibly creepy. A cold wind blew, and Lin Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. Damn! So many coffins? They can't be planning to have a collective grave party, right? Lin Chen was a bit dumbfounded because after the coffins took off, they all landed back on the ground in unison. Boom boom boom! The coffin lids were rudely thrown open and crashed to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. Before the dust could settle, Lin Chen heard heavy footsteps. To be honest, this scene looked a bit like a horror movie, and Lin Chen felt a bit of a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, at that moment, a hoarse voice spoke up, or he might not have reacted. Who dares to trespass in the military camp, seeking death? Lin Chen was taken aback. Military camp? Position? Just this grave circle? Just then, as the dust cleared, Lin Chen finally saw the speaker. He had originally thought these zombies would be like those in movies, but in reality, they were wearing uniform black armor. The one speaking was a middle-aged man with a pale face, no pupils, and some wrinkles. Lin Chen instinctively looked at its panel. Purgatory Iron Zombie King Tai Tong, rare, race, level, health, mana, armor, attack, skills. Other than the name, everything else was a question mark, and the same went for the other minor monsters. This indicated that their levels were at least above level 92. Considering what it said about the military camp, these monsters were probably above level 100. While Lin Chen was checking it out, Tai Tong stepped out of the coffin, and the other iron zombies followed suit. The heavy footsteps indicated that their armor was very heavy. Trespassing in the military camp, the crime deserves death, Tai Tong shouted angrily, and the other iron zombies immediately drew their long swords and charged at Lin Chen. Hey! Lin Chen was taken aback, looking surprised. I haven't even made a move, and you guys are eager to come and die? Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen directly initiated an old age dementia spell, followed by a continuous excitement syndrome spell. The group of iron zombies that hadn't run a few steps quickly slowed down, looking blankly at their colleagues beside them. Then they began to alternate between looking excited and suspicious, turning on their companions. Seeing his subordinates starting to harm their colleagues, Tai Tong was furious. Bastards! What are you doing? What are you? However, just as it was about to continue scolding its subordinates, it suddenly felt something was off. Well, how to put it? Perhaps it was because it had been single for too long, but the adjutants beside it were all quite handsome. There was always a sense that the vice commander exuded a certain charm. Vice commander, you smell so good. The vice commander? Lord Tai Tong? What are you doing? Lord Tai Tong, your palm is really strong. Wait, the vice commander suddenly jolted, his murky eyes clearing up a bit, but soon enough, he became excited again. Lord Tai Tong. Tai Tong sensed something unusual and was immediately alarmed. You idiot! What are you doing? Lin Chen sneered, raising a finger of resentment and cursing at him. You go too. Gender transformation technique. Tai Tong was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the vice commander in front of him was starting to change. Where it should be big, it was big. Where it should be small, it was small. That delicate little waist, a beauty of national color? Wait, this seems too. My voice. Heavens! Tai Tong noticed his voice becoming increasingly shrill, terrified as he resisted the effects of the prolonged excitement syndrome for a few seconds. But it was all in vain. The next second, the skill turned him into a corpse. Vice Commander, what are you? Lord Tai Tong. Looking at all the iron zombies within a radius of 1,500 meters starting to change form under Tai Tong's lead, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. So perverse. Die. Tear technique. Explosive blood technique. Ouch. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the damage reduced to 800,000 due to level resistance, quickly deciding to increase the intensity. Explosive blood technique. Ouch. Lin Chen held back his nausea and goosebumps, standing still and crazily unleashing skills. But alas, this group of question mark monsters had too high a defense. He bombarded them for a full 3 minutes before the voice of the world will finally began to sound. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie. Experience points. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie. Experience points. Ding. You leveled up. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie. Experience points. Watching Tai Tong wail while the vice commander babbled. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and accelerated his skill release again. After all, each skill only cost 200 or 300 mana points, and his blue bar hardly moved. But to be fair, no matter how resilient these iron zombies were, they were indeed good helpers for leveling up skills and personal levels. Plenty of experience, and they only targeted their own kind. Setting aside the disgust, it was quite comfortable. After a while, Lin Chen was starting to feel a bit tired. An hour later, with a wave of deaths, the next wave of leveling experience cards expired. Tai Tong finally fell down, inseparable from the vice commander. Damn, bastard humans, my lord will skin you alive and take revenge for us. Just before dying, Tai Tong gave a fleeting glance. Then he exploded into a pile of equipment, embracing the vice commander affectionately. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie vice commander. Experience points. You killed the Purgatory Iron Zombie king. Experience points. Wow, good guy. 2 corpses gave nearly 500,000 experience? Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he held back his nausea and picked up the equipment that had fallen beside the corpses. You obtained 532 gold, 24 silver, 54 copper. You obtained the Iron Zombie King's teeth. You obtained the Iron Zombie King's ribs. You obtained the Iron Zombie King's magic core. You obtained the Legion token, Iron Zombie. You obtained equipment, Dark Hell, orange. You obtained equipment, Zombie King's finger bone, orange. 2 pieces of orange gear? Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he quickly checked his panel. King of the Undead's finger, orange. Part, accessory attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effect, increases your critical damage by 30 effect. Increases your physical and magical penetration by 30 effect. Increases your physical and magical attack power by 30 effect. Your attacks have a certain chance to trigger the King of the Undead's curse, reducing the target's armor by 3 per second and dealing 3 shadow damage based on physical and magical attack power. Stacking up to 10 layers, lasting for 30 seconds effect, effortless. You can equip items up to 40 levels above your own equipment level. Dull Hell, orange. Part, lower garment, magical attack power, physical and magical defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution armor, 15-12 effect, increases your spell penetration by 30 effect, increases your spell damage by 30 effect, shadow resistance effect, effortless. You can wear items up to 4 levels above your own, durability, 500 equipment level. I can't wear this, although the attributes are much better than the equipment he currently has. Unfortunately, he needs to be at least level 60 to wear it. And he, huh? Lin Chen was taken aback, only to realize he was already level 45? Gua, after killing these iron zombies, I actually leveled up 3 times? He deeply understood how difficult it was to level up after reaching level 42, as it required over 200 million experience points. After level 42, leveling up to the next level was nearly 300 million, even with his high damage and the inexplicably weakened monsters in Purgatory increasing in number. It still took him a full 6 days to reach level 42. Although the time spent running maps took up most of it, he still killed a lot of monsters, right? If it were Yanxi, it would probably take her 2 weeks to achieve what he did. How many monsters were there in this grave circle to allow him to level up 3 times? Forget it, it's a good thing anyway. Why dwell on it? Lin Chen thought positively. After all, he came to do world quests with the purpose of leveling up. Isn't it good to level up quickly? Otherwise, he would have to find an 80-level dungeon to grind. But he estimated, it wouldn't be as fast as leveling up here. At this rate, reaching level 60 before school starts won't be a difficult task. Lin Chen blinked, suddenly realizing, looks like I need to find a monster camp. Leveling up will be great. Lin Chen glanced around at the twisted iron zombies on the ground with a strange look in his eyes. Suddenly remembering that he seemed to have obtained something a bit different just now, he opened his backpack and searched, discovering a zombie head token among the equipment. Legion token, Iron Zombie, purple no level requirement description. Holding this token allows you to control an Iron Zombie Legion. With the number of Iron Zombies related to the user's level control an Iron Zombie Legion? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never heard of such a thing, nor had he seen it before. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the token and clicked to summon. The next second, it seemed as if something was about to emerge from the open ground around him. After pushing up the earth, 44 pitch-black coffins flew out with a whoosh. Bang bang bang. As the coffins landed, the lids crashed to the ground. One by one, monsters identical to the iron zombies he had killed emerged from within. Before Lin Chen could react, these 45 iron zombies immediately formed a team, standing respectfully in front of Lin Chen. With a stump, they all bent down and knelt on one knee, saying, "Iron Zombie Legion, at your command." Whoa! Lin Chen was astonished and quickly opened the summoning probe. Purgatory Iron Zombie, Rare, Race, Undead Level, 100 Health, 35 million Mana, 12 million Armor, 17, 232 Attack, 34, 233 Skills, Charge, Ambush, Undead, Death Strike. Goodness? They are really level 100? And they still retain their abilities? Lin Chen was unsure if the iron zombies he summoned had their attributes weakened due to his lower level. After all, he couldn't see what the original iron zombie attributes were, but the level of 100 truly shocked him. He had originally thought that summoned creatures would generally be related to their host, and their levels would be compressed. Who would have thought that the monster actually retained its level? Of course, the level of the iron zombie might have been weakened, but at level 100, with an attack power of 40,000, it could help him do so much. Moreover, the rune clearly stated that the number of iron zombies was related to his level. Since he could summon 45 level 100 iron zombies at level 45, didn't that mean that for every level he gained, he could summon one more? At level 1000, wouldn't he be able to summon 1000 iron zombies? By that time, it could truly be called an Iron Zombie Legion. Perhaps the attributes and levels of the iron zombies would also increase as his level rose. Gua gua! I'm rich! Lin Chen's eyes sparkled, and just thinking about being able to summon an Iron Zombie Legion in the future made his breath quicken. Let's not forget, these things are summoned creatures. If they die, he can summon them again. Their loyalty is 100%. They would never betray him. Most importantly, he had just tried it out, and he could actually split a bit of his mental power to place on the Iron Zombie, allowing him to see through its perspective, hear sounds, and control its actions. This was an excellent scout. In the future, when leveling up and doing tasks, why would I need to run around to attract monsters? Just send the iron zombies directly, it could save at least half the time. And I can also send them out as scouts. Lord Iron, Vianina requests an audience. Lin Chen was taken aback and instinctively looked in the direction she had come from. Iron? Vianina? Upon hearing these two names, Lin Chen instantly reacted. Elf tribe? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that after searching high and low, the elf tribe would come knocking on his door. Quickly putting away the Iron Zombie Legion, Lin Chen stepped over the graves of Iron and the others and continued forward. He had thought that since he could hear so clearly, the elf named Vianina must be nearby. However, the reality was quite absurd, as Lin Chen ran for 10 minutes and still found no sign of her. Moreover, Vianina's voice only sounded once and then fell silent. He even doubted whether anyone had responded to her, and she had left on her own. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, he saw Vianina kneeling on the ground in a clearing just outside the grave circle. Lin Chen did not hide his presence, so when he made a sound, Vianina instinctively looked up. She initially thought it was Iron, but when she saw it was Lin Chen, her excited expression instantly froze. Lin Chen was equally stunned. Wasn't it said that all elves were handsome and beautiful? Why did this Vianina look so haggard and withered? Her skin looked like old tree bark, and its color was comparable to that of Iron's iron zombies. If it weren't for her pointed ears and the elegant elven armor she wore, along with the small bow on her back, he would have suspected that an iron zombie was playing tricks on him. This was really not in line with the idea of being good-looking. And what was up with those pitch-black eyes that had no hint of color? Big socks. Does this look right? Can this be an elf? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. You are, Vianina noticed Lin Chen standing there in a daze. Her expression a mix of vigilance and suspicion. Logically speaking, Iron's subordinates should all be a bunch of disgusting zombies, right? How could there be such a handsome guy, so tall and strong, with such delicate skin? Who could rival the elves? Wait a minute? No. Vianina's expression changed, and she instinctively knelt back a bit. You are a human practitioner. Lin Chen came to his senses, twitching the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit nauseated. Big socks. Your quick retreat is quite nimble. I am indeed a human practitioner, but I am also the savior here to rescue your elf tribe. Based on the task content and the information he had received, Lin Chen had guessed a rough idea. Her appearance was definitely related to the moonwell. As everyone knows, The moonwell is the source of magic for the elf tribe and the fountain of life. They are attached to the tree of life, relying on the moonwell. If something goes wrong with the moonwell, the elven clan will inevitably suffer. The way she is now is clearly a result of the moonwell's problems. So, this is not good news, because he needs to find the moonwell to complete the first task of the world mission. If the moonwell is malfunctioning, how can the task be accomplished? On the opposite side, Vinina did not believe Lin Chen's words, and her wariness grew. The high priest said that human practitioners are the most cunning and fickle little people, and they are absolutely untrustworthy. Lin Chen was taken aback and speechless. If humans are untrustworthy, then are the people from the abyss trustworthy? Don't forget, the people from the abyss are also human practitioners who have died. What's the difference? Vinina was stunned, suddenly at a loss for words. She realized that Lin Chen's point was valid. However, for the sake of the mission, Lin Chen did not want to argue with her and directly took out a letter. This is a letter written by your elven clan's high priest, right? Upon sensing the familiar aura, Vinina's eyes widened. How do you have a letter written by our high priest? Lin Chen pursed his lips. I got this letter from someone, he is a subordinate of the infernal tiger. Vinina's expression changed, and she blurted out, is it Lord Wood? Lin Chen waved his hand. I don't care about your virtues, I now have reason to suspect that after you gave him this letter, whether he reported it to the infernal tiger is another matter. Otherwise, why would that so-called virtuous one arrange troops in the 9th layer of the abyss but not send troops to assist you? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Vinina was once again stunned. No wonder they had waited so long without any feedback from the Hell Messenger. If that's the case, Vinina's expression changed, and her gaze towards Lin Chen became hesitant. Seeing it was effective, Lin Chen took out the seed of the world tree. If you don't believe what I said before, how about this? Upon seeing the seed of the world tree, Vinina's eyes instantly widened. The disbelief on her face was impossible to hide. Oh my god, the seed of the world tree? Vinina slowly opened her mouth. Her dark eyes filled with astonishment. How do you have the seed of the world tree? How is this possible? Lin Chen smirked softly. I told you, I am the savior of your elven clan. Upon hearing this, Vinina quickly knelt forward, extending her withered hands as if to cradle the shriveled seed. Savior, our elven clan's savior. Can I see that seed? Lin Chen looked at her with a strange expression. Then, how about you stand up and talk to me first? Vinina was taken aback, realizing she had been kneeling the whole time. Her face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly stood up. Yes, I'm sorry, human hero. Goodness, she was a fickle one before, and now she was calling him a hero. Oh my, you are so real. Lin Chen twitched his mouth and casually tossed the seed to her, which startled Vinina quite a bit. However, this was a mission item for the world task, and no one could destroy or take it away, so he was not worried about Vinina running off with the seed. In fact, Vinina had not even thought about running away. Her body and mind were entirely focused on the seed in her palm. Oh my god, the seed of the world tree. This is really the seed of the world tree. After feeling it for a moment, Vinina instantly confirmed that the seed was real. She looked at Lin Chen with gratitude, her whole body trembling with excitement. Human savior, thank you. Thank you for bringing the seed of the world tree to our elven clan. We have hope now. The high priest will be very happy to know. Lin Chen smiled and raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. So, can you take me to see your high priest now? Even if I wanted to give it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. Vinina was taken aback. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she returned the seed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was right, this thing could only be used by him. But it didn't matter, Lin Chen was right here. And he was very friendly. Unlike Tai Tong and Wood, who always had an uncomfortable expression in their eyes. Although she couldn't get Lord Tai Tong to help, with the seed of the world tree, perhaps a new opportunity would arise. Moreover, this Lord Lin Chen was capable of killing Lord Wood, so his strength should not be underestimated. He was definitely a powerful figure. Taking him to see the high priest might just lead to the salvation of the elven race. The more Vinina thought about it, the more she felt like a clever little thing, her eyes gradually brightening. The high priest would surely praise me. With that thought, Vinina became excited again. Alright, I'll take you to see the high priest right now. As she said this, Vinina looked at Lin Chen with admiration and added, Great benefactor, Lin Chen, you're really too real. Big sock, what on earth is going on? In a hall made of black granite, a 3-meter tall dark tiger, clad in black patterned armor, sat on a massive throne, expressionless as he looked at the guards kneeling below. The human camp was clearly patrolling outside, so why did they send troops down to clear the third layer? The guard trembled, not daring to raise his head. In response to your lordship, I don't know either, but judging by their formation, they're probably about to enter the fourth layer. The dark tiger frowned slightly, feeling perplexed. He had dealt with the human camp many times, and based on his understanding of them, it was impossible for them to gather a large army without investigating the situation first. After sending people to kill over 30 waves of human scouts, they had remained silent. But why had they suddenly mobilized? This was very unusual. Of course, he didn't care about the miscellaneous troops guarding the gates of the abyss, even if they sent down so-called 2,000 elite soldiers. But the 5,000 black armored soldiers and black cavalry from Bun City could not be treated carelessly. Over the past few decades, he had suffered significant losses each time, and the matter at hand was extremely important, allowing for no mistakes. Therefore, he had to contain the problem at the fifth layer. After all, at the sixth layer, the dark tiger furrowed his brow and raised his gaze. Immediately dispatched Tai Tong to lead the iron zombie army to the fifth layer to guard. They must be stopped at the fifth layer. Yes, the guard responded quickly, but not long after, a figure rushed in with a terrified voice. Report, my lord, it's bad. A guard in leather armor hurriedly ran in, sliding to his knees before the dark tiger. My lord, it's terrible. Something big has happened. The dark tiger's expression darkened. What's the panic about? Speak quickly. The guard raised his head, eyes filled with fear as he pointed outside. My lord, General Tai Tong. He's dead. What? The dark tiger's expression changed, and he slammed the armrest with a bang. Nonsense. Tai Tong is the leader of my Iron Zombie Legion. He has been stationed at the 10th layer. How could he be dead? The guard seemed to remember something, his face shifting as he avoided eye contact. And no, my lord. It's just, seeing the guard stammering, the dark tiger became furious. Speak quickly. How did he die? The guard gritted his teeth, his expression pained as he looked up. Lord Tai Tong, you should see for yourself. With that, the guard disregarded the dark tiger's stunned expression and hurriedly had the body brought in. Upon seeing two corpses, before they even reached him, the dark tiger roared in anger. Nonsense! Tai Tong died in battle, just bring his body. Why did you also bring in his deputy? Could he be dead too? The guard, with a twisted expression, avoided his gaze. Why yes, my lord, but my lord. No, it's not that we have to bring Vice General Wuming along. It is. The guard's expression was complicated. It's that Lord Tai Tong and Vice General Wuming cannot be separated. Hearing this, Minghu had a face full of question marks, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation, until he saw the two bodies twisted together, inseparable, indistinguishable, with a bizarre appearance. His eyes nearly bulged out. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Minghu cursed angrily. If it weren't for Tietong's highly recognizable armor, he wouldn't have realized that this grotesque body belonged to Tai Tong. The guard stammered, seeing Minghu trembling with rage, his imposing aura growing, and hurriedly explained, I don't know what happened. After you gave the order, I immediately went to the Iron Zombie Legion's camp to convey it, but as soon as I arrived at the center of the camp, I saw a ground full of twisted bodies. If it weren't for Lord Tietong's recognizable armor, I wouldn't have recognized that this was Lord Tai Tong. And, the guard glanced at Tai Tong, who couldn't be pulled out, and shivered. There were many scenes he didn't dare to mention, fearing Minghu would have psychological trauma. But the problem was, he already had psychological trauma. Wait a minute? At this moment, Minghu suddenly realized something. He looked at the guard in shock. Are you saying, a ground full of bodies? The Iron Zombie Legion? Annihilated? The guard was stunned, his face changing dramatically. This was bad. At that time, he was only focused on how disgusting Tai Tong and the Vice General were, and didn't realize that the Iron Zombie Legion had no survivors. This was a huge deal. The guard shivered in fear and quickly knelt on the ground. Yes, my lord, the Iron Zombie Legion. Not a single body survived. Minghu shivered, a faint red appearing on his pale skin due to the surge of anger. He slammed the armrest angrily. Bastard! The Iron Zombie Legion was one of the most proud legions under his command. Now, it had quietly been wiped out right under his nose? That was 20,000 troops, 20,000. Minghu trembled with rage, his anger soaring. Who did this? Who? The guard trembled on the ground, not daring to raise his head. My lord, there are no more traces now. We cannot determine, but it must have been done by a master from the human camp. Nonsense! Minghu shouted, nearly scaring the guard to death. That bunch of half-dead elves and those lunatics wouldn't dare to attack my subordinates even if you gave them the biggest courage. Other forces have no grievances or grudges with us. How could they strike so ruthlessly? Who else could it be but humans? Minghu cursed in frustration, wishing he could tear the messenger to pieces. But then again, being able to silently annihilate his 20,000 Iron Zombie army could not have been the work of just one person. It was very likely that the human camp had sent a top-notch team to infiltrate secretly and launch a surprise attack, coupled with the fact that the human camp had sent 2,000 miscellaneous troops to suddenly invade Hell, clearing their own territory downwards. This was definitely a smokescreen from the human camp, used to cover for this top-notch team, and then coordinate with this top-notch team to cut off the rear of his army. This would create a pincer attack, surrounding his legion and breaking through their defenses. The more Minghu thought about it, the more he felt the problem was serious. If this top-notch team really discovered his side's secrets, Minghu shivered, and then his veins bulged as he shouted, "Send my orders! Assemble the entire army!" What did you say? In the central tent of the first layer of purgatory, General Yenming stood up in shock. Minghu is mobilizing the army, sending 70% of the troops to advance to the upper levels? The scout below had a pale face, reporting to the general. This is what our reconnaissance team witnessed with their own eyes. The Dark Tiger has gone mad, deploying 30% of its forces to frantically search the 10th layer of purgatory, while the remaining 70% are all gathered and marching towards the 9th layer, said the scout, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Our third reconnaissance team was caught off guard by that 30% of the forces, suffering heavy casualties. Only 3 managed to escape. Yenming spat in anger, instantly furious. That damn Dark Tiger is seeking death. Ever since he learned that Qi Xiu had led a team down to court disaster, he had thought it best to let them scout ahead while he covered their backs. However, to ensure the accuracy of the intelligence and to find out what Purgatory was truly planning, he had specifically dispatched a small team to gather information. After all, reports from the front indicated that the monsters in Purgatory seemed to have undergone strange mutations, and he had to respond cautiously. Who would have thought that as soon as the reconnaissance team reached the 10th layer, they found nothing and were almost completely wiped out by the Dark Tiger's main forces? Each member of the reconnaissance team had been trained with immense resources and time. Each one was an irreplaceable treasure in the army. This time, the losses were so severe that he bore an undeniable responsibility. Moreover, aside from this incident, it had been a week with no news at all, which was the real problem. This indicated that Purgatory's ambitions were definitely not as simple as a small piece of land. One bad news after another instantly left Yenming's mind in chaos. But fortunately, after years of military experience and dealing with Purgatory, he quickly adjusted his emotions and began to think of countermeasures. Usually, it's just small skirmishes, but this time Purgatory is clearly planning something big. This won't do. Yenming's expression changed, and he immediately issued orders. We can't let those troublemaking young masters run amok. Relay my command. The first Black Armored Legion is to mobilize and guard the 4th layer of Purgatory. I want to see what kind of mutations the monsters in Purgatory have undergone and what the Dark Tiger is really up to. In the 10th layer of Purgatory, Lin Chen was unaware of his surroundings. Only the withered grass and plants began to appear, making this place feel out of place in Purgatory. Vin Nina was very happy, chattering non-stop along the way, with most of her words filled with gratitude and praise for Lin Chen. Lord Lin Chen, up ahead is the dwelling place of our elven tribe. Suddenly, Nina's tone changed, and she happily pointed to a small grove ahead. The high priest and my kin are inside. Lin Chen took a look around, his expression filled with sympathy for Vin Nina. The elven tribe was a darling of nature. They not only longed for but also loved living in the vast forests. However, the reality was that although Purgatory seemed no different from daytime, the sky was always hazy, and there was no sunlight. Not even the sun could be seen. Looking at this so-called dwelling place of the elven tribe, was that tallest dead tree even 3 meters high? Was there any moisture in the withered grass on the ground? Was there a single spot of green in sight? Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a bit pained. You live here? Vin Nina, unaware of Lin Chen's underlying meaning, proudly nodded. That's right. This is our territory. It's very nice. There are no trees or vegetation anywhere else. Ha! Well, that is indeed true. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, suddenly recalling a question. Why are you in purgatory? Shouldn't the elven tribe live in the forests? The Nina's expression changed slightly, her gaze flickering, but she hid it well, even Lin Chen didn't notice. It's a long story. Our clan was plotted against and framed. Plotted against and framed? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen instinctively thought of Ming Yun. He also claimed to have been plotted against. But why would someone be framed and end up in purgatory? Was there some strange rule in purgatory? Or was it simply because the land of the dead was deserted? Lin Chen did not doubt the Nina's words, he was just curious. However, he was also curious about another question. Speaking of which, if we can solve the problem of the moonwell, will you be able to return to your original appearance? Then Nina was taken aback and instinctively nodded. Yes, our magic has withered, and our lives are thus threatened. That's why we went to ask Lord Inhu for help. But, after receiving confirmation, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Then that's fine. Ha, Lord Lin Chen, what did you say? Lin Chen came to his senses and waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm here for the same reason. He didn't want to have any particular relationship with the elves, he was simply curious. After all, he was just an ordinary human, while elves were beings that existed only in television and novels. The Nina's current appearance had already struck him hard, and he was eager to see if the elves were really as magnificent as they seemed. Absolutely no other thoughts. Then Nina? Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, an elf, similar to Nina, jumped down from the not-so-dense treetops. Upon seeing Nina, she looked at her with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. So, did Lord Taitong agree to send troops? Nina awkwardly shook her head, and upon seeing this, the other elf's dull little face immediately filled with disappointment and worry. Lord Taitong did not agree to send troops, relying solely on us. We cannot break through the Soul Ghost defense line. If this drags on, the High Priest might. It's okay, Deus. Nina cheerfully supported Deus's arm. I brought the savior of the elves, Lord Lin Chen. Deus was taken aback and only then noticed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you serious? Big sock. Fortunately, he had been watching from the side, otherwise, he would have turned and left. Lord Lin Chen? Seeing Lin Chen's beauty for the first time, Deus was a bit dazed. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like a person from hell, right? Nina, is this corpse newly dead? Lin Chen, do you hear how that sounds? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Me? Human? I'm human? Ha? Human? Seeing the shocked expressions on both of their faces, Nina couldn't help but chuckle, exuding a sense of a delicate young lady. Of course, if she weren't in her current state. Hurry, Deus, quickly take Lord Lin Chen to see the High Priest. Our elven race is saved this time. It's really saved. Nina was afraid Deus would be too excited and waste time surrounding Lin Chen, so she kept them in suspense and quickly pulled her and Lin Chen deeper into the forest. The further they went, the denser the trees became. Although the bark was still dry and the grass was dull, it was at least better than the several thousand square meters of graveyard outside. After running for more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen noticed that the terrain suddenly dipped down, resembling a deep pit. In the very center of the pit stood a single large tree with a patch of green leaves at its top. Its trunk was robust, but the other branches were thin and rough, looking awkward from a distance and constantly exuding a sense of decline. Most remarkably, in front of the trunk, there was a decaying large wooden house. As the three of them arrived, the elves on the other branches sensed someone coming and poked their upper bodies out from behind the trunks to look at the three. Upon discovering it was Nina and Deus, their eyes lit up, and they jumped over from the trunks and other places. Nina? How is it? Did Lord Taitong agree to send troops? Nina, when are we going to battle? I can't wait any longer. The moon well belongs to us. We must take it back ourselves. Is this corpse newly dead? Why is it so beautiful? Lin Chen, listening to the chatter of the crowd, Nina was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. We are going to find the High Priest to report this matter right now. You all wait a moment. Without further ado, Nina pulled Lin Chen and ran off, not even caring about Deus. High Priest, I'm coming. Nina happily pushed open the door and pulled Lin Chen into the large wooden house. So careless. Remember to knock before coming in. Don't you understand the rules? An elderly voice rang out, filled with affection and helplessness, rasping a complaint. Upon hearing this, Venina pouted but immediately grinned as she dragged Lin Chen to the bedside. Got it. High Priest! High Priest! Look! I brought the savior of our elven race. A real savior. The High Priest showed no reaction, merely tugging at the blanket and turning to look at Lin Chen, who stood beside Venina. Human. Thank you. The room had been somewhat dark, making it hard to see, but at that moment, Lin Chen finally got a clear look at the High Priest's appearance. She resembled a frail old woman, her skin not yet too bad, but her spirit clearly at its end. However, Lin Chen was quite curious about her gratitude. I seem to not have done anything yet. The High Priest immediately laughed upon hearing this. I knew this day would not be far off. Heaven will guide us to victory. Is this some kind of cutscene? Seeing this, Venina quickly squatted down excitedly. High Priest, Lord Lin Chen brought the seed of the world tree. It's really the seed of the world tree. Ah, the seed of the world tree. What world? The High Priest suddenly froze. In the next second, her eyes widened, and she sat up with a start. What did you say? The High Priest grabbed the bewildered Lin Chen, her elderly voice vanishing in an instant, replaced by the voice of a neighborly young girl. My lord, do you really have the seed of the world tree? To be honest, seeing her sit up so nimbly, Lin Chen thought her earlier sickly appearance was an act. Lin Chen pursed his lips in silence, flipping his hand to reveal a shriveled seed. The High Priest, upon seeing this, instantly transformed from holding his hand to shock, quickly picking up the seed from Lin Chen's palm. Heavens, the seed of the world tree? It was precisely because she understood how important the seed of the world tree was to them now that her reaction was even more intense than Venina's. My goodness, our elven race is saved. The High Priest jumped out of bed, respectfully grabbing Lin Chen's hand, excitedly saying, My lord, please save the elven race. Watching her move so nimbly, Lin Chen was stunned. Wait, are you two just putting on a show for me? Woo-woo. Just as he was thinking this, the High Priest suddenly started crying, so unexpectedly and smoothly that it left Lin Chen speechless. My lord, there were too many people just now. I beg you, have pity on our elven race. Seeing her suddenly kneel on the ground, Lin Chen was filled with confusion. Wait, are you really getting addicted to acting? No, when did Venina go out? Ha, wait a minute, with Venina, there are only 3 of us, right? What do you mean there were too many people just now? Lin Chen was bewildered. Get up first. My lord, I beg you, please save the poor children. Alright, I promise. Just get up quickly. Thank you, my lord. The High Priest's eyes lit up, and she instantly stood up, her nimbleness leaving Lin Chen stunned. He looked at the High Priest, who was now full of spirit and excitement, in disbelief. What? Where's the frail old woman from just now? Excuse me? Are all of you elves just acting? Speak, what exactly is going on? Start from the beginning. After much persuasion, the High Priest finally stopped acting. However, her bed was offered to Lin Chen to sit on. Due to the scarcity of resources in the purgatory, there were no extra materials to make tables and chairs. Did you see that even the house of the High Priest has holes? One can imagine what kind of dire straits the elves have been living in all these years. As for why they were in such dire straits, as Venina put it, that's none of your business. The High Priest stood before Lin Chen, bowing respectfully like a child who had done something wrong. About how we got here. Lin Chen looked utterly disgusted. Fine, I don't care. Oh, thank you. It's like this. Lin Chen. The High Priest awkwardly raised her head, then instantly shifted into a serious demeanor. She sighed heavily, filled with sorrow. 300 years ago, when I first became the High Priest, to reclaim the moonwell, I rallied. No, let our people to use all the remaining water from the moonwell. Lin Chen. And the previous High Priest's skull. No, the source of magic. Lin Chen. Then we made the Tree of Elves evolve, promoting it to the Tree of Life. I originally thought that once the Tree of Elves evolved, our magic would rise accordingly. And indeed, it did. Lin Chen listened with a face full of distaste. And yet, you still couldn't defeat others, right? The High Priest twitched her mouth, her gaze evasive as she looked around. Well, we don't have the moonwell. Lin Chen was too exhausted to retort. To be honest, if it weren't for the world quest flashing, he would have turned around and left. This group of elves were all actors, one and all. Of course, It might also be because they hadn't interacted with outsiders for so long. Their personalities had become increasingly awkward. But in Lin Chen's eyes, they were just a bunch of fools. Even Mingyun had been defeated by him. They were just a group of not-so-smart big socks, not worth his attention. Listening to the high priest's introduction, Lin Chen quickly grasped the situation. Originally, the elf clan could have lasted a long time. Back then, their appearance wasn't like this at all. It was all because this new high priest, eager to make a name for herself, insisted on clashing head-on with the enemy. As a result, after exhausting their resources to successfully evolve the Tree of Elves, they found that not only could they not win, but they couldn't even sustain a prolonged battle. Gradually, they were worn down by the enemy, losing more than half of their clan. Later, with no other options, they could only huddle around the Tree of Life, relying on its aura to sustain their lives. This was also the reason for their increasing aging. So, the urgent task now is to reclaim the moonwell, and our territory. That is our territory. Lin Chen twitched his mouth. Alright, and your territory. Then you can use the water from the moonwell to irrigate the Tree of Life, thus restoring your magic? Exactly. Lin Chen's eyes held a strange look. Then I have a sole question. If you restore your strength, won't you still be unable to defeat the enemy? The high priest's expression stiffened, instantly turning blank. They couldn't win even at their peak. And now the enemy's magic was growing stronger with time while they were aging. With this ebb and flow, how could they possibly win? Realizing this, the high priest knelt down in an instant, wiping her tears. My lord, please, save the poor children. Woo-woo. Lin Chen was speechless, holding his forehead, feeling utterly numb. Alright, get up, my lord. I promise you. Okay. Watching the high priest stand up as if nothing had happened and wipe her tears, Lin Chen was astonished. My lord, when do we set off? Now. Immediately. Right away. Let's go. Okay. Lin Chen feared that if he delayed even a second, this crazy high priest would start performing again. Really, talking to her was exhausting. Soon, the high priest gathered all the excited clansmen. Bent over with age, Lin Chen, with a face full of black lines, headed straight for the forest behind the Tree of Life. My lord, up ahead is the Soul Ghost defense line. After walking for about 10 minutes, the high priest pointed with her dry finger at the increasingly sparse forest ahead. Lin Chen indeed discovered quite a few infernal soul ghosts at the boundary between the two patches of forest. The panel still showed a question mark, indicating they were at least level 100 or above. Moreover, they seemed somewhat different from the soul ghosts of other tiers. The souls here are more solid, their eyes glowing with a crimson light, and their entire bodies exude an extreme aura of madness. However, Lin Chen cannot see the panels of this group of spirits, so he cannot compare their strengths. My lord, this group of souls is incredibly powerful. They are all madmen from the lower levels of hell. Impossible to kill completely. Impossible to kill completely? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, quite curious. Is it in the physical sense? Yes, as long as you kill one, a new soul will appear. Some souls even split into 3 upon death, and sometimes the more you kill, the more souls appear. Oh, that's wonderful. The high priestess was taken aback, not understanding why she felt Lin Chen was so excited about this news. My lord, this soul defense line, with our strength, we simply... Hey! Lin Chen was startled and quickly interrupted her. He was genuinely afraid the high priestess would start her performance again. It's fine, Lin Chen said confidently. Don't worry, I'm best at group fights. Stay put, this group of monsters is mine. Hearing Lin Chen take charge, the high priestess's eyes suddenly lit up. My lord, you truly are a benefactor of our elven race. Seeing the high priestess about to kneel again, Lin Chen was alarmed. Hey, if you dare kneel, I'll leave immediately. Upon hearing this, the high priestess immediately stopped kneeling. Hey, if you shed a single tear, I'll leave right away. The high priestess was stunned, looking at him with a face full of grievance. How could he predict her predictions? Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, the high priestess reluctantly averted her gaze. Good. Today, she had met her match. If Lin Chen knew what the high priestess was thinking, he would surely turn and leave. But he wasn't in the mood to care about that now. So many endlessly killable monsters. That was all experience. And the frequency of world tasks was increasing. This indicated that he was in the right place. Naturally, he couldn't let this group snatch his experience. Lin Chen didn't waste any time and directly took out the cursed staff and walked towards the soul defense line. After all, there was still a long time before school started, he could level up here first. However, when the high priestess and the others saw the staff in his hand, their eyes widened. Oh my! This staff! Such a strong aura of resentment. High priestess! The benefactor's staff looks full of malice, it seems to be that weapon. High priestess! This benefactor's weapon. The high priestess waved her hand, interrupting everyone's inquiries. She looked at Lin Chen's back in shock, murmuring in disbelief. This aura. It's definitely him. The divination was right. He has come. He really has come. As the high priestess regained her composure, her eyes filled with more and more joy, her whole body trembling with excitement. Lin Chen was unaware of what was happening. His mind was focused on the countless souls before him. When he was far away, he didn't feel it. Now that he was closer, good heavens, they were densely packed, at least a few thousand, truly forming a defense line. Plus, as the high priestess said, when they die, new ones appear, and they might even split. This was indeed a natural and excellent leveling ground. Once he was at a sufficient distance, Lin Chen wasted no time and directly unleashed his skill. Alzheimer's, due to the purgatory souls, falling into a state of madness, and the level difference being enormous. The effect of the Alzheimer's skill is weakened. Ha! They actually resisted? Lin Chen was taken aback. This was the second time he had encountered such a situation. This indicated that these monsters were at least level 120 or above. Sure enough, although the passive effect of the plague skill was still active, many souls were indeed infected with Alzheimer's. However, the madness in their eyes had not diminished much, and their confusion was intermittent, even failing to direct their hatred towards Lin Chen. As for the damage, it was even more absurd. A single jump dealt over 200,000 damage. This made Lin Chen feel as if he had returned to the age of 15 or 16. However, Lin Chen did not feel discouraged. Alzheimer's disease primarily targeted the upper three lanes, focusing on the brain itself, with the mind as a supplement. They were in a frenzied state for some unknown reason, and it was entirely normal for their minds to be a muddled mess, resulting in skill resistance. By this logic, it was highly likely that the sustained excitement syndrome spell would also face resistance. Although the transformation spell had excellent research results in terms of gender change, it was likely that it would also encounter resistance in other effects. Most importantly, they had already gone mad and probably did not care much about their own gender. Nevertheless, Lin Chen still decided to test it out. The results proved he was right. Aside from making these monsters even crazier, he only received a meager 200,000 critical damage in return. However, his attempts left the high priest and others, who had been standing back, quite confused. Many began to question Lin Chen's identity and strength. High priest, what is this lord doing? Is he casting a skill? Why haven't those soul ghosts died, but instead seem more excited? High priest, could this lord be an imposter? Is he deceiving you? High priest, is this lord really capable? The high priest also hesitated a bit. To be honest, when she first saw the seed of the world tree, she was a bit overwhelmed, and coupled with her inability to sense Lin Chen's aura, she thought he must be a very powerful human. But now, seeing, he had already released several skills, yet why were the soul ghosts gathering more and more? With suspicion, she took the lead and walked towards Lin Chen. The other elves exchanged glances and followed suit. Since your skills targeting the upper three lanes aren't working, I'll use skills targeting the middle three lanes. I have plenty of skills. Cheer, my lord? Lin Chen was taken aback, only then realizing that this group of withered elves had come up behind him. What's wrong, high priest? You can't be trying to steal my kills, right? Seeing Lin Chen's wary expression, the high priest was filled with question marks. Steal kills? Ah, the high priest shook her head in confusion, but just as she was about to ask Lin Chen if he was capable, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. This was because the soul ghost in front of Lin Chen suddenly had dozens of wounds splitting open all over its body. The dark, grayish blood flowed down like a waterfall. The most terrifying part was that as the group of soul ghosts let out soul-piercing screams, 1/5 of their health bar disappeared. At this moment, not only were the high priest and the group of elves stunned, but even Lin Chen was a bit dazed. What's going on? Alzheimer's disease isn't working, but a single tear spell took away over 6 million health? The monster's level was too high, and skill resistance was quite normal, but this loophole was just too strange. Could it be that because they are soul bodies, the tear spell counts as tearing the soul? Lin Chen's mind stirred, and he immediately grasped the essence of the situation. After thinking it over, this was the only explanation that made sense. However, regardless of the reasoning, discovering a new use for the tear spell and the explosive damage was a tremendous boon. In the future, if he encountered such soul-type monsters again, he wouldn't need to test which skill was effective. Lin Chen curled his lips into a smile, feeling great, and then raised his staff to start bombarding them wildly. Tear, crack, ah! The soul ghosts let out heart-wrenching wails, and the doubled pain drove them even crazier, recklessly raising their ethereal claws to charge at Lin Chen. The elves, seeing this, changed their expressions drastically. The fear they had once experienced under the control of the soul ghosts surged back, causing them to instinctively retreat, wanting to hide behind Lin Chen. Even the high priest subconsciously grasped Lin Chen's arm. However, just then, Lin Chen cast another blood explosion spell, causing over 6 million health to explode once more. With the advantage of tearing and bleeding first, the soul ghost flying in front suddenly let out a scream and transformed into a gray bead that fell to the ground. The elves present were wide-eyed in shock. What? Dead? They had fought against the soul ghost army many years ago and knew just how powerful these soul ghosts were. Just from the fact that Lin Chen had started releasing skills but couldn't make the soul ghosts chase him, it was clear that these soul ghosts were indeed extraordinary. However, such a strong enemy, and Lin Chen had only released 2 skills again before they died? The high priest slowly opened her mouth in disbelief, staring at the soul ghosts turning into beads one after another. She gently shook Lin Chen's arm in disbelief. My lord, you, just like that, killed the soul ghosts? Tear technique. Crack. Ow. The high priest. Lin Chen did not answer her question but instead looked at her and asked a soul-searching question. What did you want to say when you came to find me just now? I wanted to ask if you could, the high priest spoke without thinking, but fortunately, she realized it in time. She quickly closed her mouth and smiled awkwardly. However, her eyes soon lit up. If Lin Chen could almost instantly kill these soul ghosts, then that meant he could easily help them cross the soul ghost defense line and assist them in killing those madmen, right? If that were the case, wouldn't the moonwell and the lost territory have a chance to be reclaimed? The more the high priest thought about it, the more right it seemed, and she excitedly held onto Lin Chen's arm. My lord, you are amazing. Please, you must help us. This remark reminded the other elves. In the blink of an eye, all the elves surrounded them, excitedly praising him. Lin Chen waved his hand, not caring about these genuine actors. He was originally here to complete a task, and he still needed to find the moon well regardless of the elves. The current problem was that the soul ghosts indeed, as the high priest said, would immediately have new ones replenishing from the rear after death. Moreover, some soul ghosts would multiply after dying, becoming more numerous. Of course, he didn't mind. With the tear technique, all of this was just experience points. What he was most curious about was the gray beads that the soul ghosts turned into upon death. Do you know what that is? Seeing Lin Chen ask, the high priest looked a bit confused. That is a soul bead. When a soul ghost dies, it returns to its original form. And this is its original form. Ah, original form? Lin Chen was full of question marks. He had killed many soul ghosts before. Why hadn't he seen this thing? Driven by curiosity, Lin Chen picked up a gray bead while casting skills. Soul bead black description, a special product of the frenzied soul ghost use, randomly increases 1 point, resistance, defense, attack, or 10,000 experience points. Huh? Wait, this doesn't seem right? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. This thing could actually increase resistance or add 10,000 experience points? That's outrageous. Lin Chen's expression changed, and without a hint of hesitation, he directly clicked to use it. You have gained 1 point of magical attack power. Holy crap, it really works. Lin Chen slowly opened his mouth, dumbfounded. You have to know, aside from equipment, every professional could only increase their attributes through leveling up. However, with different potentials, the attribute values gained from leveling up varied for each person. But now, he could use the soul bead to gain extra attributes and resistance, even if it was just 1 point. If this thing were out in the world, it would be a bombshell, causing a frenzy among professionals. Moreover, based on his experiments, these soul ghosts would indeed replenish with new ones after dying. That means, Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. That means, I can grind experience like crazy while also grinding resistance and attributes. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and he quickly picked up the soul orb and used it. You have gained 1 point of ice resistance, you have gained 1 point of magical attack power, you have killed the Hell Soul Ghost. Experience points, you have gained 10,000 experience points. You have killed the Hell Soul Ghost. Experience points, you have killed the Hell Soul Ghost. Experience points, ding. You leveled up. Oh, leveled up? Hearing the voice of the worlds while ringing continuously, Lin Chen felt invigorated all over. With rich experience and such treasures dropping, who wouldn't be excited? Especially since he also had the effect of the ancient erosion earrings, which could steal 10 points of magical attack power. The more he farmed, the faster he grew. But after picking up for a while, he realized that the efficiency was too slow. Just then, he saw a group of dazed elves still standing there, and his eyes lit up as he waved his hand. Don't just stand around. Help me pick up the orbs. I have great use for them. Such items could only be used by professionals, and the elves, being of a different race, couldn't use them, so he wasn't worried about them hoarding any. Besides, he was currently sating the elven race. No matter how good they were at acting, they wouldn't repay kindness with malice. Thus, he frantically tore apart the Hell Soul Ghosts in front, while the elves cheerfully followed behind Lin Chen, picking up items. Just as Lin Chen thought, he was there to save them, and being able to help him was the happiest thing for them. He didn't know how much time had passed. The elves, while picking up the orbs, noticed that there seemed to be fewer soul ghosts and ran towards Lin Chen with suspicion in their eyes. My lord, are the number of soul ghosts decreasing? Lin Chen took the orb and clicked to use it directly. It seems to be less, he said, pursing his lips in silence, looking at the high priest with a hint of grievance. But it's not like we can kill them all. The high priest's face flushed slightly, but fortunately, her skin was thin enough that Lin Chen really didn't notice. Well, we haven't killed that many soul ghosts. This was the truth. Lin Chen had killed soul ghosts for a full 3 hours. He didn't know exactly how many, but he had already leveled up to level 49. Yes, he had leveled up 4 times, which showed just how many soul ghosts there were. He had used countless soul orbs, and each attribute had increased by at least 2,000 points, especially his magical attack power, which he had paid special attention to. He still had many soul orbs left to use, and his panel showed an increase of over 2,600 points in magical attack power. This didn't even account for the magical attack power added by the ancient erosion. With his current resistances, defense, and physical and magical attack power, let alone second transformation professionals, even ordinary third transformation professionals below orange rank would find it hard to break through his defenses. It was important to note that this directly affected him. Even if he changed equipment, his attributes wouldn't be affected. This clearly showed the abnormality of the soul orbs. Therefore, he currently felt no coldness in the hell, just like outside. The only downside was that the number of these soul ghosts was limited. He could clearly see the gaps between them widening, but that was fine. He had already gained enough benefits. As the last soul ghost died, the elves instantly cheered. They raised the soul orbs in their hands, excited like children. Oh, my lord has finally broken the soul ghost's defense line. The soul ghosts are all dead. Lord Lin Chen is amazing. Lord Lin Chen is invincible. With Lord Lin Chen here, our elven race is finally saved. Lord Lin Chen, you are so powerful. You will definitely help us. Right? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry as he put the orbs picked up by the elves into his backpack, using them while nodding. Don't worry, the moonwell belongs to us. Upon hearing this, the elves' eyes lit up, and they became excited again. Yes, the moonwell belongs to us. The high priest excitedly hugged Lin Chen's arm and pointed to the small forest in front. My lord, the moonwell is inside. We just need to kill that group of madmen. We can reclaim the lost territory. You have gained 1 point of poison resistance. You have gained 1 point of abnormal status resistance. Madman? What madman? You have gained 1 point of magic attack power. Lin Chen listened to the voice of the world will, casting a suspicious glance at the high priest. The high priest's expression stiffened, secretly cursing himself for being too complacent, and his mouth had run away with words. It's just, the high priest opened his mouth, and seeing Lin Chen squinting his eyes, he hurriedly explained, it's a group of madmen. They've all gone mad, just like soul ghosts. They just are cursed. As Lin Chen's gaze grew increasingly strange, The high priest's voice became softer. However, Lin Chen felt no other emotions about it. He had come to complete a task, and the world mission couldn't possibly be that simple. Moreover, the elves had been saying that the Soul Ghost defense line was a defense line, so since it was a defense line, it must be the first line of defense. There would definitely be more monsters behind. Otherwise, even if the elves were weaker, as long as they were willing to put in the effort over the years, they could gradually wear down the Soul Ghosts. They hadn't done that because they knew that even if they cleared the defense line, they would still be unable to reclaim their territory and the moonwell due to the difficulties that lay ahead. Lin Chen glanced at her in silence. Besides the madmen you mentioned, is there anything else? No, no more. The high priest quickly raised his hand. I swear, it's just that group of madmen left, absolutely nothing else. Lin Chen sighed and waved his hand. Let's go. Reclaim our territory. Reclaim our moonwell. Oh yeah. Let's go. Reclaim our territory. Brothers, step it up. We're about to reach the 10th layer. In the 9th layer of purgatory, Qi Xiu wielded a large knife, waving his hand imperiously. Didn't they send 70% of their forces to the 4th layer? Then let's go straight to their lair. Catch them off guard. Just right to let those self-righteous black-armored soldiers see our strength. Make them obediently eat our dust behind us. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, not feeling that there was anything wrong with Qi Xiu's words. Ordinary forces or practitioners wouldn't dare to come to purgatory, but they were seasoned partners, strong third transformation level warriors with perfect synergy. Monsters around level 100 in purgatory certainly couldn't stop their advance. Starting from the 3rd layer, they charged straight in without encountering any obstacles. The journey was as easy as cutting through vegetables. The further they went down, the more relaxed they felt, and many even started to slack off. However, just as the Grand Army of 2,000 found the teleportation portal to the 9th layer and prepared to advance to the 10th layer, someone suddenly noticed something was off. Hey, what the hell? What kind of new species is this? Others instinctively looked over at the sound. At that moment, everyone was astonished. What the hell? Amazing? Is that a purgatory copper corpse? Damn, brothers, look what I found. Qi Xiu heard the commotion and hurried over, squeezing through the crowd only to discover that not far away, 4 monsters were the twisted, bizarre mutated iron corpses he had seen before, and seeing so many people watching, the 4 iron corpses even flirted and started fighting, showing no regard for the onlookers. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly strange. Young master? Is that monster normal? Yeah, young master, look at their eyes. They're dazed. Hey, these 4 little things? They're still lively? Upon hearing this, everyone laughed heartily, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Nor did they notice the gloom in Qi Xiu's eyes. The matter of monster mutation was confidential and had not been disclosed, because this could very likely lead to chaos among the troops or scare the bounty hunters in purgatory. After all, no one could be sure whether this monster mutation was real or just an illusion. However, Qi Xiu had his own understanding. In his view, these monsters were deliberately created by the Inferno to confuse them. There was no such thing as a successful mutation. The Inferno wanted to use these monsters to scare them off, achieving the goal of stalling for time or other purposes. He was so certain because he had once taken down a lone monster when he was on the 5th level of the Inferno. After defeating it, he realized that the monster was nothing more than a decorative pillow, not enhanced at all, and in its foolish and dazed state, it didn't even know how to resist. So when he saw it again, he didn't take it seriously at all. This is a mutated monster from the new research of the Inferno, but it seems to have failed, resulting in changes to its gender and appearance, while its attributes remain unchanged, making it even more foolish. Upon hearing Qi Xiu's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, the eyes of these 4 monsters look like those of a big fool. So what should we do? Young master, should we kill it? Qi Xiu instinctively wanted to say to kill it and leave quickly, but suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. Use the spirit binding net. Let's take these 4 monsters with us. Qi Xiu's assistant was taken aback. Young master, why take them? Qi Xiu raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with a strange light. Aren't we going to the lair of the Inferno camp? Since this is their research to disgust us, let's return these monsters to them and discuss them in turn. After all, these monsters are just as they are supposed to be. They have a stronger sense of identity, and we can have a good laugh at their expense. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Hey, you're right. The young master is so clever. As expected of the young master. Such a sharp mind. Ha ha ha. Everyone was excited and quickly set to work binding the 4 monsters in a net. Watching them still clueless about what was happening, only wanting to fight, the group of professionals laughed uncontrollably. They joked and laughed as they passed through the portal and entered the 10th level. The temperature on the 10th level dropped significantly again, and the space expanded considerably. It felt even more eerie and terrifying. As far as the eye could see, there were only desolate plains, with mountain walls on either side, dull and barren. That was the main theme of the 10th level. This level is really cold. Many cloth-armored professionals had already started hugging their arms for warmth. Chishio surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a nearby depression in the mountain wall. Let's go over there to rest for a bit. Eat any medicinal food we can, as this is already the lair of the Inferno camp. Be careful. Got it. The group paid no mind and continued to laugh as they walked toward the depression in the mountain. But they didn't know that just as they were heading toward that depression, behind a large rock on the side of the portal, 2 Inferno copper corpses were hiding. Unlike other monsters, there was no foolishness in their eyes. Instead, they revealed a shrewdness. These humans dare to come here? Could they be the ones the master mentioned? Hey, wait a minute. One of the monster's expressions changed, and it quickly pointed at the 4 monsters caught in the net. Look, aren't those our brothers? The other monster squinted and looked closely. When it saw clearly, its expression changed drastically. It really is. They've all been tortured. The 2 looked at each other, speaking in unison. It's them. We've found them. It's this group of people who harmed our brothers. They even killed Lord Taitong. Damn. These damned humans. They've killed so many of our brothers and want to capture a few as playthings. Let's go. Report to the general. We've found that damned little team. This time, we must avenge Lord Taitong and our brothers. In the forest, the high priest excitedly pulled Lin Chen's arm. My lord. It's not far ahead, just a little further and we'll arrive. My lord. Rest assured. This time, we will fight alongside you. Lin Chen waved his hand, showing no sense of anticipation. That's fine, let's just take a look first. If the specific task is strange and doesn't grant experience, then it's fine to have the high priestess and the others help. If it does grant experience, then we won't need them. Leveling up is so difficult, even 1 point of experience has to be earned through combat. Even if they help, I still have to deal the final blow myself. However, the high priestess doesn't understand this and thinks Lin Chen is just being considerate, worried that they might get hurt. Moreover, Lin Chen has already demonstrated his strength, which is definitely beyond their comparison. So the high priestess feels very touched. My lord, rest assured, although our strength has been severely diminished, we can still help a little. After all, we need to reclaim our finis Aisha? Before the high priestess could finish her sentence, an angry, somewhat hysterical voice suddenly rang out. It really is you. Just as the faces of a group of elves changed dramatically, many figures suddenly jumped up from the large tree across from them. They were also a group of elves, with pointed ears and magnificent figures. Unlike the high priestess and Venina, whose skin was dry and wrinkled, this group of elves had very youthful skin, though it appeared somewhat tanned. The only difference from the high priestess and the others was that this group of elves had blood-red eyes, which even glowed scarlet when their emotions were highly agitated, and their voices, although the high priestess and the others looked old, their voices sounded like little girls. This group of elves looked very young, but their voices were somewhat hoarse and heavy, more like middle-aged women. Moreover, they exuded a mad aura, even more dangerous than the soul ghosts from earlier. Is this the madness you spoke of? Lin Chen mentioned, but the high priestess and the others were on high alert. My lord, it's them. They have been corrupted by darkness. They have lost their minds and have all become mad. Lin Chen had guessed this, but he couldn't see their stats, so he estimated their levels weren't low. By the way, they are elves too, right? They are not the cute elves. They are traitors. The shame of the elven race. The high priestess seemed to have stepped on a tail, frantically pointing at the opposing group. Hearing this, the opposing elves angrily retorted, bastards, you are the traitors. The great moon goddess will punish you. The high priestess immediately jumped up and shouted, if the moon goddess punishes anyone, it will only be you shameless mad women. Sisters, reclaim our territory, reclaim our moonwell, drive out the traitors. Bastards, you are the traitors. Fellow clansmen, kill them. Without further ado, both sides, seeing their enemies, were filled with rage and acted without restraint. After just a few words, they started fighting. Lin Chen was left speechless. If it weren't for the world quest about to go up in smoke, he would have doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. Charge! Kill the mad women! Take back the moonwell! The aged high priestess roared, smashing her staff, which was as tall as a person, onto the ground, and instantly 3 black whirlwinds flew out. The leading elf on the opposing side, seeing this, drew a long bow, shooting an arrow that split into 3, shattering the high priestess's whirlwinds. Watching the arrows and various magical skills flying around, as well as the large pits being blasted into the ground, Lin Chen could only step in helplessly. If this continued, he would be left to watch. After all, they were monsters over level 100. If something big came, he would be in tears. Neural control. The elves' still casting skills suddenly froze, all their attacks coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the skills released by the high priestess's side all crashed into the opposing camp. Seeing the opposing elves cry out in pain, the high priestess and the others excitedly shouted, "Go, sisters! With Lord Lin Chen's help, the dawn of victory is just ahead. Take down the mad women in front of you." The elves were overjoyed at this, quickly increasing their efforts, and the arrows they shot formed a rain of arrows. The opposing elves, suffering varying degrees of damage, angrily exclaimed, "What's going on? Why can't I move? Damn it! It's that human! That human skills are controlling us!" The leading elf shouted angrily, breaking free from the control. "Due to the level difference being too high, you have prematurely broken free from the neural control. You have stolen 1 point of magical attack power, corruption." Hearing the voice of the world will, Lin Chen already knew this would happen. He was just trying to interrupt the opponent's attack rhythm. Tear spell. Tear. With the sound of tearing echoing, the elves on the opposite side were struck hard, their bodies beginning to split open with deep wounds visible to the bone. Coupled with the double pain effect of the tear spell, the elves instantly abandoned their attacks, clutching their bodies and wailing, "Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Chief! My clothes are torn! My body is torn! Bastard! Bastard!" The leading elf's eyes turned even redder, and in a fit of rage, she raised her longbow to attack Lin Chen. But how could Lin Chen give her the chance? Alzheimer's? Ha! The leading elf was taken aback, and the bow and arrow in her hand fell to the ground. But the confusion in her eyes was only for a moment. She quickly regained her composure. Realizing it was Lin Chen's skill again, the leading elf's pupils constricted, and her expression changed drastically. "Everyone, attack that human! Everyone attack that human!" After shouting this, her blood-red eyes were once again filled with confusion. "Why am I here? Hiss! It hurts! Why am I covered in wounds?" She looked around suspiciously, finding that the other clan members had also dropped their weapons, all wearing expressions of pain and confusion. There were not many of them to begin with, and with dozens of them within the range of Lin Chen's plague skill, naturally, none could escape. Seeing this, the high priestess's eyes suddenly lit up. This group of crazy women is dumbfounded. "Sisters, the humiliation of over 200 years. Let's wash it away today. Charge with me. Let's beat this group of crazy women first." With that, the high priestess took the lead and ran forward. However, just as they were about to excitedly follow the high priestess to take revenge, they saw that the high priestess, who had just reached the opposite side, was met with 2 hard knocks from the enraged leader before she could even raise her staff to strike. She then ran back, clutching her head and crying loudly, "Woo woo, Lord Lin Chen! Woo woo, she hit me! Woo woo!" Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was utterly astonished. "No way? Are the elves in this purgatory this wicked? Just causing trouble? Isn't it that your elven clan is this abstract?" Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen closed his mouth and asked the soul-searching question. The high priestess, sobbing, wiped her tears and said, "They bully us, just relying on the moonwell to bully us." "Woo woo." Lin Chen twitched his mouth, truly speechless. "Heaven-defying. Your elven clan is really heaven-defying. I see now. Your elven clan not only produces actors but also produces clowns." Lin Chen was already too exhausted to complain. He glanced at the elves who were about to regain their senses, pushed the sobbing high priestess aside, and activated his skill again. He couldn't hold back any longer. He really couldn't stand the high priestess's antics. If he didn't quickly end the battle, who knows what kind of trouble she would cause next. Tear spell. The elves, just regaining some awareness, lost their composure again due to the pain in their bodies. Damn it! Ah! It hurts! I'm dying from the pain. The group of elves clutched their tattered leather armor and wailed, making Lin Chen feel a pang of heartache. So he didn't hold back, continuously casting blood burst. As waves of blood mist erupted from the elves' bodies, he watched as they collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The high priestess and the others slowly opened their mouths, gradually falling silent. They hugged their arms, some feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps, gritting their teeth as they looked at Lin Chen with eyes that were no longer the same. Lord Lin Chen, what a terrifying injury. No wonder she is the wielder of that weapon. High priest, what should we do? Should we tell the Lord? Upon hearing Vanina's words, the high priest did not respond but instead stared blankly at Lin Chen. The others were unsure of what the high priest was thinking and could only grimace as they watched the elf across from them wail. However, this situation did not last long. As the health bar of the leading elf was about to hit 0, the crimson madness in her eyes suddenly vanished. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, and as she instinctively looked up, she was instantly stunned. Phineas, what happened to you? Upon hearing this, the high priest was also taken aback. Melissa? You regained your senses? At this moment, the other elves, having reached the end of their health, also returned to normal. My heavens? How did I end up here? My body hurts so much. What on earth happened? Oh my gosh. My clothes? Who did this? Chieftain? What's going on? I have so many wounds. It hurts. Watching the increasingly chattering elves, Lin Chen was also bewildered. He noticed that the question mark names of the elves across from him had all turned green. This meant they were now in the same camp. Naturally, his skills lost their effect, but the wounds remained, and their health had not recovered. They still looked miserable. Moreover, the most miraculous thing was that as their senses gradually returned, the black smoke around them dissipated, their grim expressions vanished, and their skin became increasingly pale. Although they did not recover to the glowing white skin Lin Chen had imagined, they were at least much whiter than tan skin. What is going on? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, the high priest instantly regained her composure. She excitedly replied, "It's a curse. The curse has been lifted." The high priest's eyes lit up as she quickly ran over. Seeing this, Lin Chen curiously followed her. Melissa, are you okay? The elf referred to as Melissa, the leader of the opposing elf clan, immediately shook her head. I'm fine. You're fine? You probably won't have enough for next month. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Melissa, enduring the pain, grasped the high priest's small hand and said, Phineas, quickly, since this lord can lift the curse from our bodies, he can surely lift the curse from the moonwell. At this point, Melissa turned to Lin Chen and pleaded, Lord, please, save the poor elves. If I hadn't seen the pitiful performance of the elves, I might have believed it. Lin Chen cursed inwardly but knew he had to maintain appearances. After all, it was just for the sake of completing the task. I came here to save your elf clan. Just acting. Who can't do that? Then, under the high priest's bewildered expression, Lin Chen took out the seed of the world tree seriously. Look, this is what I snatched from the Abyssal Demon King and the Demon Emperor. For that battle, I expended countless efforts and resources, fighting for 10 days and nights, and only then did I manage to snatch it back from them. This? Although Lin Chen's words left her quite confused, the seed of the world tree was undeniable. This is the seed of the world tree? If it weren't for her severe injuries, Melissa would have jumped up. Looking at the shocked Melissa and the other elves, the high priest, despite feeling speechless, inexplicably felt a sense of pride. This is our great benefactor we sought. Our elf clan is saved. That's right. Melissa quickly regained her composure, reluctantly shifting her gaze away from Lin Chen, and seriously bowed her head, saying, Thank you for your generosity. The elf clan will forever remember your kindness. Lin Chen pursed his lips, feeling a bit speechless. This old talk was useless. When could he finish the task? So, when are we going to see the moonwell? Melissa, High Priest, Layer 10 of the Abyss. In the hollow of the mountain before the portal, Shi Xiu and the others were resting. Many were gathered around the four strange creatures, laughing and joking. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a bizarre monster. Why do you think the demon race is so obsessed with studying these things? The demon race always thinks of themselves as favored by the heavens, constantly pondering how to ascend. Their minds have gone awry. I'm quite curious. Is this really something the demon race studies? Just then, a horn sounded suddenly. What's that noise? What's going on? The crowd's expressions changed, and they quickly got up, grabbing their weapons and rushing towards the hollow's entrance. Shi Xiu, looking displeased, tugged at his clothes and said, "What's happening? Why is there a horn sound?" His assistant glanced at the female professional who had just emerged from Chi Xiu's resting cave, adjusting her clothes, then looked towards the dust rising in the distance. "It must be monsters coming." "No kidding, I didn't know monsters were coming." Chi Xiu spat, his anger flaring. "Everyone, gather, prepare for battle. These fearless monsters are just here to hand us experience." At this, the crowd burst into laughter. But the next second, they couldn't laugh anymore. The dust swirled like a tsunami, followed by a thunderous roar. "Damn humans! You humiliate my kin! Kill our generals! Slaughter our brethren! Today, I will take your heads to honor General Tai Tong." After the roar, the ground around them suddenly began to churn. Before Chi Xiu and the others could react, a horde of countless hellish copper corpses and soul ghosts surged from all directions. Behind them, a massive shadow with heavy footsteps emerged from the dust, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It was a figure clad in black patterned armor, with only the eyes visible from the helmet. Upon seeing this, Chi Xiu's expression changed instantly. "Level 150 legend? Form ranks," the assistant shouted, and the professionals in front began to raise their shields and cast skills. The enormous figure, towering at nearly 10 meters, approached the crowd like a mountain. When it spotted the 4 mutated copper corpses in a net held by one of the professionals, its eyes turned red instantly. "Ah, the master is right. It's indeed you despicable humans." Clearly, it mistook Chi Xiu and the others for the human team that had killed Tai Tong and the Iron Zombie Legion. It swiped its massive hand through the air, and countless lights flared up on the left, right, and behind, except for the front of Chi Xiu's team. In the next second, tens of thousands of black-armored copper corpses appeared. "You little ones, confirm it's that human team, kill them." It was truly a case of enemies meeting, and the monsters, upon realizing that Chi Xiu and the others were the ones who harmed their brothers, seemed to have tasted blood, their attack speed increasing. Hearing the monsters' furious yet excited screams and seeing the endless horde of tens of thousands of creatures, Chi Xiu's face turned pale. They only had 2,000 people. No matter how well they coordinated or how powerful they were, they couldn't possibly take on tens of thousands of level 120 monsters. Sure enough, within 2 minutes of engagement, over 10 defensive warriors and paladins had fallen. Seeing this, the assistant shouted, nearly bursting with rage, "Young master, think of something quick, otherwise, we're doomed." Watching his brothers fall one by one and the monstrous horde clawing and roaring, Chi Xiu was terrified. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he had no idea how to handle it. Fortunately, the assistant reacted quickly. "Young master, quickly contact the ancestor. Seek support. Support." At this, Chi Xiu suddenly snapped to attention. Right. Support. Support." He hurriedly opened the communication system, but unfortunately, the system was grayed out. Chi Xiu's face turned white, and his whole body began to tremble. It's been blocked. The communication system has been blocked." Hearing this news, not only the deputy but even the other guards of the Chi family showed expressions of despair. They had encountered no obstacles on their journey so far. However, upon meeting a regular legion, the situation flipped dramatically, and they became the ones being cut down like vegetables. Seeing dozens of their brothers fall again, the captain of Sima Wei gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Defensive formation, shield wall, cavalry, prepare to sacrifice. First, charge out a line to the left. Then the cavalry will provide protection for 3 thieves. Let them rush out to find reinforcements. As long as one can break through, we will have hope." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly felt invigorated. Under the threat of death, they unleashed unprecedented strength. As for Chi Xiu, he was already scared to the point of wetting himself. "Sir, this is the moonwell." With the high priest's healing and support, Melissa could barely walk. The other tribesmen had already received one-on-one assistance. So, the only ones bringing Lin Chen to see the moonwell were the high priest and Melissa. However, contrary to what Lin Chen had imagined, the moonwell was not a water well but a pool measuring 3 meters on each side. Floating above it were many purple and black runes, resembling chains made of runes that locked the surface of the well. This was what Melissa referred to as a curse. A curse that inexplicably curses you, curses the moonwell, and curses those soul ghosts, Lin Chen muttered, making Melissa quite embarrassed. Actually, we also don't know why this happened. Lin Chen nodded, not paying much attention. On the way back, Melissa explained the matter of the curse. However, Lin Chen did not believe her. He always felt that these elves were hiding something. Of course, it didn't matter, he was here to complete a world quest. He also wanted to level up and enhance his skills while stealing some magical attack power. So, seeing that he couldn't get any answers, Lin Chen could only take a chance and pulled out the seed of the world tree. Miraculously, the shriveled seed began to float on its own, flying above the moonwell. Then, to the astonishment of the high priest and Melissa, the seed absorbed the curse from the water's surface. Oh my god? This actually works. Melissa, the elven race is saved. The two's eyes lit up, and they instinctively moved forward. As the curse was absorbed, the rich spiritual energy from the moon well began to spread out. The withered grass nearby started to regain its green color, coming back to life. However, just as Lin Chen was puzzled about why this task seemed so simple, the water of the moon well suddenly exploded, startling the high priest and Melissa. But terrifyingly, after the seed was bounced back into Lin Chen's hands, the water and the swirling black and purple smoke transformed into a towering figure, resembling a mountain of flesh. The figure let out a furious roar, shaking the bodies of Lin Chen and the others. Who dares to destroy the curse created by the great Lord Ancient Wind? A thief! So it's a thief. You will bear the wrath of this king. The figure was indistinct, its appearance and name unclear, and it showed no reason as it raised its arms and smashed down towards Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly pulled the two back. Once they steadied themselves, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Can anyone see its level? The two were taken aback, looking at Lin Chen with suspicion. It's level 250, right? Can't you see it? Level? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and his expression became serious. This was the first time he had encountered such a high-level being. No wonder it was a world quest, this level was truly outrageous. However, now was not the time to think about this. The black shadow raised its arms again to strike down. Lin Chen pulled the two aside and took out the curse of resentment, muttering, a difference of 200 levels. I wonder if the skills will still work. Nerve control. Due to the level difference being too great, your skill nerve control has been resisted Alzheimer's disease. Due to the level difference being too great, your skill Alzheimer's disease has been resisted transmutation. Due to the level difference being too great, your skill transmutation has been resisted. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, continuously releasing all control-type skills, only to have them all resisted. Aside from the interrupt effect and the pitiful damage of a few 100,000, all other effects were completely wasted. Looks like I can't one-shot it. The high priest and Melissa immediately looked puzzled. Finus, this lord really dares to think. This lord is like this. Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was at a loss for words, other elves rushed over upon hearing the commotion. What happened? What is this? High priest? Are you okay? Elder, are you hurt? Melissa looked at her kin, her eyes filled with anxiety. I'm fine. You all quickly help the lord attack this savage monster. We must not let it destroy the moonwell. The moonwell and the tree of life are the foundation of the elven clan. Losing the moonwell would mean the downfall of the high priest. This was something they could not accept. So, after Melissa gave the order, the group of injured elves immediately drew their bows and began attacking the massive shadow. Similarly, the high priest's kin also started to help. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. Seeing this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, picked up his staff, and began casting skills. Since control-type skills would be resisted, he would use direct damage skills instead. Just then, he suddenly remembered how effective the tear skill had been when he had just killed the soul ghost, and wondered if it would be useful here as well. Without further ado, Lin Chen immediately released the tear skill. As the curse of resentment emitted a cold light, the massive shadow was instantly torn open with hundreds of terrifying wounds. Sizzle! You have stolen 1 point of magical attack power, corrosion. Ah, it hurts. It really hurts. Seeing the massive damage, Lin Chen thought he had misread it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the shadow's health bar had indeed moved a little, and he realized he hadn't been mistaken. Just like the soul ghost, its body had also been torn open with hundreds of penetrating wounds. Black mixed with purple smoke flowed from the wounds like blood, looking quite terrifying. It really works? Lin Chen was a bit stunned, to be honest. He had killed soul-type monsters before with this skill but had never discovered such a miraculous ability. Suddenly, Lin Chen had a flash of inspiration and opened the skill panel. Sure enough, the Tear skill and Blood Burst skill had both leveled up to level 7. When skills reach level 7, they undergo a qualitative change. The form of the skill does not change, but the effects increase. Of course, this wouldn't be written in the skill description. It's a hidden rule that the Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom had figured out and then shared with the vast number of professionals. No wonder, the damage of this skill had suddenly increased, allowing it to nearly one-shot a level 120 Soul Ghost and deal 6 million damage to this level 250 monster. It turned out that the skill upgrade had added extra effects. This is good, since the Tear skill is effective. I won't have to use my trump card. He had originally thought that if all skills were ineffective, he would directly activate the Curse of Resentment and engage it in close combat. With his current attributes tripled and the additional 30 from the curse, he could easily handle it. After all, his skills still had interrupt effects, so maintaining close combat was not a problem. But now, it was unnecessary, since the Tear skill was effective. It was better to cast skills from a distance. As a hidden class player, and a proper blood priest at that, elegance must come first, and his demeanor had to be impeccable. Like a frenzied madman, he fought in close combat and pulled hair, losing all grace. Moreover, he realized that this was anchored to the moonwell and could not move at all. Wasn't this just a free wooden stake? With this thought, Lin Chen disregarded the curses and continuously applied the Tear technique and blood explosion technique to increase its intensity. He completely failed to notice that the elves beside him had stopped attacking, staring dumbfounded at the crazed loss of health. Ah, damn human! You actually collaborated with a thief. This king will not let you go. You have stolen 1 point of magical attack power, corrosion. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. You have stolen 1 point of magical attack power, corrosion, bastard. Mental storm. Alzheimer's. Ah, you bastard. Tear technique. Ah, bloodthirsty demon. Alzheimer's. Ah, you son of a bitch. Lin Chen stood there holding his head, unable to cast skills, wanting to attack but unable to catch the thief who was running too fast. However, not attacking meant being a passive wooden stake, allowing Lin Chen to practice his skills. He was already furious, but he could do nothing but watch his health bar drop steadily until it was empty. Shameful human. I will come back for revenge. You and the thief will both suffer my endless pursuit. Lord Guan will also avenge me. You will surely die without a burial place. With the last scream, its phantom spiraled into the sky. You killed? Experience points bang. Clatter. Watching the rain of gold coins falling from the sky, the elves slowly opened their mouths, their eyes wide, staring in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Chen happily picked up all the items on the ground. He didn't expect this to grant over 12 million experience points. Quite impressive. You have obtained 342 gold. You have obtained the Hell Pass. You have obtained the Hell Magic Stone. You have obtained the Emerald Crystal. You have obtained the Hell Soul Pearl. You have obtained equipment, Ganlong's Monster, orange. You have obtained equipment, Ganlong's Fangs, orange. You have obtained equipment, Frenzied Fire, gold. You have obtained skill book, Mental Storm. What the hell? Another golden skill book? Lin Chen's eyes widened as he quickly opened his backpack. He didn't expect to receive so many good items. Hell Pass. Holding this pass, you can go to the 11th, 12th, 13th layer of Hell once. Hell Soul Pearl. After use, you will randomly gain 100 points, resistance, defense, attack, or 1 million experience points. Excluding a pile of materials, these 2 items could definitely be considered treasures. Moreover, he had 3 of each. However, upon seeing the pass, he understood why Yan Shi's Hell Order could only teleport to the 10th layer. To continue downward, he would need this item. The 2 orange pieces of equipment were level 240, which he couldn't wear, so he just tossed them into a corner of his backpack to gather dust. As for the rest, Lin Chen rubbed his hands, glanced at the cheering elves, and looked eagerly at the equipment. Frenzied Fire, gold, growth type, 0 position, headgear, magic attack, magic crit, physical, magic defense attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution. Effect, increases your spell damage by 20. Effect, increases your spell crit by 20. Effect, increases your spell crit damage by 20. Effect, affects your 4-dimensional attributes. Effect, increases your magic attack power. Effect, when attacking, there is a certain chance to trigger frenzied power, increasing your skill release speed. Skill damage, and skill damage crit by 3, stacking up to 10 layers effect. Durability, 800 equipment level, 0 dam. After reading it, Lin Chen's mouth almost stretched to his ears. Another piece of growth-type gold equipment. If this continues, a full set of golden gear will no longer be a dream. Lin Chen excitedly put on the equipment and quickly looked at the skill book he had been thinking about. Compared to the golden gear, he was more interested in the skill book. Mental storm can be learned by magic profession effect, creates a tornado of condensed mental power that acts on the target's mind, interrupting their spellcasting and causing significant damage. Oh, another skill that goes down the 3-path route? Lin Chen had a strange expression but immediately chose to learn it. No need to say, this skill, even if it mutated, would definitely affect the mind. Ding! You have learned, skill, mental storm, skill mutation. You have learned, split personality. After releasing the skill, you will put the target into a state of split personality, causing the target to go insane continuously, gradually reducing the target's resistance to abnormal states, causing continuous, stacking, damage for 1000 seconds. If not actively cancelled before the skill ends, the target will permanently remain in a state of split personality. Put. After reading the description, Lin Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Split personality? It really does go down the 3-path route? Lin Chen was a bit dumbfounded. If he used this in a battle against someone, applying dementia, a continuous excitement syndrome spell, a transformation spell, and then adding a split personality. Gosh, with these statuses stacked, wouldn't it be no different from being insane? Would he even recognize his parents? Lord Lin Chen, you are too amazing, right? You can even kill the 250-level Hell Lord Guanlong's phantom? Melissa was the first to come to her senses, looking at Lin Chen in shock as if she had seen an ancient true god. Her big eyes grew brighter, and she subconsciously glanced at the curse of resentment in Lin Chen's hand. Then her gaze moved up to Lin Chen's face. My lord, you. She opened her mouth, but the words got stuck, and she didn't know how to continue. However, the other elves reacted because of her words. Oh my, Lord Lin Chen's strength is too powerful. I thought it was going to be disastrous this time, but I didn't expect Lord Lin Chen's strength to have reached such a level. Lord Lin Chen is indeed the savior of our elven race. A great savior. Watching Melissa's kin look at Lin Chen with admiration, the high priest and others felt a sense of pride. After all, they had witnessed Lin Chen's scene of instantly killing a soul ghost. That's right, Lord Lin Chen's power exceeds your imagination. Lord Lin Chen is the one we invited. Lord Lin Chen is the strongest. Everyone chimed in, speaking with envy towards Melissa's kin. So impressive. Vianina, you did the right thing. Seeing Vianina's nostrils almost reaching the sky with pride, the high priest raised her chin. That's right, Vianina is the one I sent out. Watching the high priest show off, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He took out the seed of the world tree and threw it out again to absorb the curse. They could celebrate however they wanted, but what he wanted to do most now was to complete the world task and then return to attend the opening ceremony. He had just glanced at the time. He had been here for 3 weeks, and there were only 6 days left until school started. If he hurried, packed his things, and sold some junk, time was already quite tight. Melissa was the first to react. She saw the seed starting to absorb the curse again and quickly spoke to stop everyone's excitement. Don't disturb Lord Lin Chen. The urgent task now is to restore the moonwell to its original state. Lord Lin Chen has the seed of the world tree. Once it absorbs the curse and restores the moonwell's appearance, we can use the seed of the world tree and the moonwell to evolve the tree of life. Hearing this, the high priest's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Once the moonwell is restored, the tree of life can also be restored. Our magic power and appearance can also be restored. Moreover, if the tree of life can evolve, our magic power will also increase. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly overjoyed. They quickly surrounded Lin Chen, looking at him with admiration. They all understood that their rescue and the retrieval of the moonwell were entirely due to Lin Chen's efforts. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to handle even the soul demons at the front line, let alone the phantom of Guanlong. Time passed second by second, and as the curses diminished, not only did the moonwell regain its original appearance, but even the seeds of the world tree became plump, transforming into transparent jade-like seeds. In the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of life energy wash over him, instantly dispelling the fatigue and lethargy he had felt over the past few days. After a long while, He took a deep breath. Although the panel showed no changes, he could clearly sense that his body had grown stronger. Truly worthy of being the seed of the world tree. It is indeed miraculous. Lin Chen came back to his senses and subconsciously looked at the high priest and the others, only to find that this group of elves was so excited they were clasping their hands, staring at the seed of the world tree, unsure of what to say. Oh my goodness. This is the seed of the world tree. What a rich life energy. High priest. We are saved. We are saved. Vina's words snapped everyone back to reality, and after exchanging glances, they immediately jumped up in excitement. Ha ha ha. We are saved. The moonwell is restored. The tree of life is saved too. That's wonderful. Chief, we finally don't have to suffer from the torment of the curse anymore. The high priest and Melissa were also very excited, but the high priest was more direct. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm and bounced up and down with joy. Lord Lin Chen, this is all thanks to you. You are our great benefactor. Yes, Lord Lin Chen is the savior of our elven race. The other elves also reacted, surrounding Lin Chen and jumping in celebration. If it weren't for the injuries on Melissa and the others, they would have joined in the festivities as well. Looking at the group of emaciated elves, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. Hold on, don't get too excited, let's save the tree of life first. He had just checked the mission, which only indicated that the part about finding the moonwell was completed. The subsequent part about using the seed of the world tree was still unfinished. He guessed that they needed to use the seed of the world tree to evolve the tree of life into the world tree. Moreover, he was curious about the true appearance of the high priest and the others. He had to see what they really looked like. Right. Let's save the tree of life first. At this moment, the high priest's tone changed, her eyes widening in pain. Lord Lin Chen, wait a moment. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched as he grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Big sock, can we discuss something? Lin Chen said, glaring at her. Let's stop the theatrics and get to work, okay? My world mission is still waiting to be done. The high priest, seeing that she hadn't managed to kneel or perform, looked at him with a face full of grievance. Alright, I really have met my match. What did you say? The high priest chuckled awkwardly. Nothing, my lord, please let me down. Lin Chen shot her a glance and tossed her aside. The high priest cleared her throat, showing no signs of embarrassment. She smiled broadly, holding Lin Chen's hand. My lord, once I move the moonwell to the tree of life, we can let the tree of life evolve. Lin Chen was taken aback. The moonwell can be moved? The high priest looked at him with a mournful expression. Why do you think the moonwell can stay here? It was originally behind the tree of life. Okay. Melissa's face flushed, and she cleared her throat. Finis, hurry up. The tree of life is the most important. The high priest sighed with a hint of melancholy. What a hard life. Ha, alright. The high priest sighed again, realizing that it was really difficult to act around Lin Chen. My lord, you need to put down the moonwell first. Back behind the tree of life, the high priest wore a look of grievance. Well, not even for a moment, Lin Chen said, staring in silence. Are you going to keep talking nonsense? The high priest pouted, helplessly extending his hand and began to chant a spell to release the moonwell. He realized that the more familiar he became with this high priest, the more he seemed to lose his composure, now even actively asking to perform. It was simply insane. Lin Chen curled his lips, utterly speechless. Stupid hanging portrait elf. I'm really impressed. As the light on the high priest's aged hand grew more intense, the shadow of the moonwell gradually appeared on the clearing. Once the moonwell fully manifested, the elves immediately cheered. Lin Chen didn't waste any time and directly took out the seed of the world tree, saying, "Get ready, I'm about to start." The elves perked up at his words, excitedly nodding, and quickly focused their attention on Lin Chen's large hand. Using the seed of the world tree, Lin Chen silently thought, and the seed indeed flew towards the withered life tree. In an instant, the seed of the world tree erupted with intense white light, countless white threads bursting forth, wrapping around the life tree like tentacles at high speed. The high priest's wooden hut and the other small huts on the trunk were shattered in the blink of an eye, but no elf felt disheartened. Instead, they became even more excited. Soon after, the nearby moon well also began to boil, shooting out streams of water arrows straight towards the cocoon of the life tree. In no time, the water in the moon well had dissipated by more than half, and Lin Chen could even see the large stone at the bottom of the well. Originally, Lin Chen thought the evolution of the life tree would take a long time, but in reality, it only took 10 minutes. the white cocoon began to degenerate and be absorbed. The life tree, radiating with intense white light, grew at a visible speed, transforming from a withered little poplar in the deep pit into a towering willow tree in just a few seconds. Even the deep pit was pushed up by the roots of the evolving life tree, leveling the ground. When the white light faded, a lush, sprawling ancient tree appeared before everyone. It gently shook its crown as if greeting everyone. The rich life force not only immersed the elves but even enchanted Lin Chen. It was so warm, so beautiful. This was the first time Lin Chen felt the embodiment of life energy, even healing the joint issues left from years of training in his body. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations! You have completed the world quest, the Lament of the World Tree. You have received 1,000,000 gold. You have received a choice of faction reputation. You have received a rainbow stone. You have received a gold touch stone. You have received a divine seed. You have received luck. You have received equipment, silent curse, gold. You have received equipment, dark moonstone, gold. You have received skill book, divine armor technique. You have received treasure chest, gold. You have received level. You have received a follow-up world quest. Ding! You leveled up. Ding! You leveled up. Just as golden light kept flashing around Lin Chen, in an unknown dark space, a massive gear slowly moved, and the small gears connected to it began to turn one after another. The small gears spun faster and faster, multiplying in number, and the sound of countless mechanisms twisting echoed. In a moment, the dark space, regardless of its size, became lively. But the commotion didn't last long. When the gears stopped turning, a clicking sound rang out. A gigantic eye-shaped black hole abruptly appeared in the dark space, as if the entire space could not contain this black hole. And in front of the world tree, after hearing the voice of the world's will, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically, and he was left dumbfounded. 10,000 gold? Level up 10 times? 2 pieces of gold equipment? A skill book? A golden treasure chest? There are still so many materials and never-before-seen lucky attributes and divine seeds? Turtle, this is a bit too outrageous. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he dared to confirm he hadn't misheard only after reading the battle log 3 times in a row. Feeling his body continuously emitting light indicating a level up, Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses. His eyes sparkled. Is this the value of a world quest? And this is just the first task. Lin Chen couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth as he quickly opened his backpack to check the items he had just obtained. Divine seed, unknown item, unsealed. Philosopher's stone, gold, an item needed for forging, crafting, and upgrading equipment. Can increase the success rate to 100% and grant additional attributes or effects to the equipment at 100%. After reading this, Lin Chen suddenly understood. So the Philosopher's Stone is used to upgrade equipment, which is indeed useful, especially since he has quite a few gold items waiting to be upgraded. As for the Divine Seed, if it really comes down to it, he could wait until he gets back to ask the old man. Theoretically, he should know. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to it, clearly. Checking the equipment was more important at the moment. Silence curse, gold, growth type, 0 position, ring magic attack critical damage attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, increases your magic damage by 20 effect, increases your magic penetration by 20 effect, increases your magic critical damage by 20 effect, increases your skill damage by 20 effect, silence. Your attack has a chance to silence the target, preventing them from using skills for 10 seconds effect, effortless. You can equip items up to 4 levels higher than you, durability, 550 equipment level, dark moonstone, gold, growth type, 0 position, accessory attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, increases all 4 attributes by 10 effect, resistance to all abnormal states effect, all skill damage effect, all attribute resistance effect, resistance to mental control skills effect, dark moon affinity, under the moonlight. All your attributes, effect, effortless, you can equip items up to 4 levels higher than you, durability, 850 equipment level, goodness. These attributes. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, especially the dark moonstone, which could increase attributes by 20 under the moonlight. That was just insane. Didn't that mean he had become a being like a night demon, transforming as soon as night fell? It's just a pity that I need to be level 60 to equip it. Wait? Lin Chen was taken aback, suddenly remembering that completing the world quest had given him 10 levels. He checked his character panel, and sure enough, he was already level 59. I completely forgot about this. Lin Chen's expression was incredibly strange, and he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. because this 10 levels was a direct promotion, not experience points given. So his current experience points were still from when he was level 49. This meant he only needed to gain another 200 million experience points to reach level 60. Let's not forget, he was still in the Inferno, and the experience points from the Iron Zombie Legion's camp were quite tempting. If he could get another Inferno Legion to farm, reaching level 60 would definitely be no problem. By then, he could swap 2 gold items and 4 orange items, plus the 2 that dropped from the Iron Zombies. Then he could do the second transfer quest. Turtle. He didn't even dare to imagine how impressive he would become. I was originally thinking of finishing the world quest and going back, but now it seems I should see if there are any more opportunities here. If it really comes down to it, I could just farm the Dark Trace secret realm given by the old man. That should be enough. Lin Chen wasn't worried at all about leveling up. His damage per second was already quite effective at level 49, and now that he was level 59, wasn't it just a matter of grasping it? No wonder world quests are so hard to come by, the rewards are this generous. Lin Chen mumbled as he took out the skill book and opened the description. Divine armor technique can be learned by priests. You can apply an external armor to yourself and all teammates within a range of 10 meters, increasing physical and magical defense by 10. Resistance to abnormal states. Attribute resistance. Lasting for 10 seconds. You have learned, skill, divine armor technique, skill mutation. You have learned, explosive armor technique. Explosive armor technique. Instantly shatter all of the target's equipment, visually, reducing their defense, attribute resistance, and abnormal state resistance by 50, preventing them from equipping any gear for 1000 seconds. No wonder world quests are so hard to come by. This is the reward. What the hell? Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose, cursing directly. This skill? It's the most outrageous skill among the outrageous ones. However, the fact that it has the defense made Lin Chen's eyes shine with excitement, especially since this skill is the so-called explosive clothing technique. Just think about it. After casting a continuous excitement syndrome technique and a transformation technique on the opponent, then using the explosive armor technique, TSK. The scene is truly unimaginable. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. Forget it, let's open the chest. There's still a treasure chest. Lin Chen grinned and opened the golden treasure chest. Ding! You have obtained 100,000 gold. You have obtained a rainbow stone. You have obtained a dark moon gem. You have obtained equipment, dark moon robe, red? Wait a minute, red? Upon seeing the name, Lin Chen was instantly stunned. He couldn't believe it as he opened his backpack, staring at the slot glowing with red light, completely engulfed in shock. What level up by 10? What golden gear? What skill book? All of that can go to hell. What the hell? This is red. What does red represent? Does it need any explanation? That's divine level. Divine level. What could possibly compare? Divine level equipment. I actually obtained divine level equipment. Lin Chen's hand trembled, and his breathing became rapid. Without caring about anything else, Lin Chen quickly checked the attributes of this divine gear. Dark moon robe, red, position, upper body physical, magical attack physical, magical critical hit physical, magical critical damage attack speed release speed movement speed armor attributes, strength, agility, spirit, constitution effects, 4-dimensional attribute effect, your spell penetration increases by 40 effect, your spell damage increases by 40 effect, your skill damage effect, your shadow attribute effect, your natural attribute resistance effect, your spirit type skill resistance effect, your spirit type skill effect. All your skills will additionally inflict shadow damage. Damage is 10% of spirit effect. When you release shadow type skills, the effect is amplified by 40 effect. When you release spirit type skills, the effect is amplified by 40 effect. When releasing skills, you will ignore level resistance not exceeding your own level by 50 effect. When releasing skills, there is a chance to increase your spirit by 2, stacking up to 10 layers effect. Dark Moon Divine Fire, a divine fire that refines spirit, with a 40% chance to immune one attack from spirit type skills, effect, Favor of the Dark Moon Goddess, with a 40% chance to immune one lethal attack, effect, effortless. You can equip gear that is 4 levels higher than you. Additional effect, can be upgraded, can be forged, can be socketed. Durability, 1000 equipment level. What the hell? The more Lin Chen looked, the redder his eyes became, and after reading it, he felt like he was about to bleed. He uncontrollably cursed, truly stunned. With these attributes, anyone would be envious. It's too outrageous. not to mention the high 4-dimensional attributes. It also increases by 40, along with nearly 40 in all attributes and 50 in 3 speeds. And most importantly, this divine gear can actually be upgraded. This means that after upgrading, these attributes will increase. Turtle turtle. Turtle turtle. Lin Chen laughed heartily, excited beyond words. Although he couldn't wear it yet, he was about to reach level 60. This is divine gear. Lin Chen obtained his first divine gear. Ha ha ha, amazing. I love world quests so much. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. And he remembered that the battle log had mentioned he had received a follow-up to this quest. Let's see what the follow-up task is. If it's easy, I'll do it first. I want to wear this divine gear. And also, just as he was about to open the quest list, a sharp explosion suddenly rang out beside him. Oh my god, it's the world tree. The world tree. The tree of life has successfully leveled up. It has successfully evolved. Ha 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 ha, we're saved. This is amazing. This is amazing. A group of elves shouted excitedly, unable to contain their joy. It was as if Lin Chen had just acquired a red divine gear. At this moment, perhaps only Lin Chen could understand why they were jumping around so recklessly. However, looking at their current state, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, the world tree has successfully evolved, and the moonwell is also operational. Why haven't you returned to your original form? As soon as he said this, the high priestess excitedly jumped to Lin Chen's side. Lord Lin Chen, don't worry. The world tree has just evolved. It needs time to sense its changes. Lin Chen was taken aback. How long will that take? No sooner had Lin Chen finished speaking than the crown of the world tree shook. In the next second, a purple light burst forth from the crown, forming a protective shield that enveloped the entire forest at a visible speed. It's the world tree's defensive barrier. My lord, with this defensive barrier, no creature from hell can find us anymore. Even if they do, with the world tree here, they won't be able to break through the defense. We are now the safest. Hearing the high priestess's explanation, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He looked at the faintly visible purple barrier in the sky and nodded. That's good, at least it ensures your safety. MMHM. The high priestess nodded repeatedly, her excited little face flushed. There are too many powerful beings in hell, but we won't have to worry anymore. My lord, look, the world tree has completely finished evolving. It's starting to show its power. The high priestess's eyes widened, her aged face full of anticipation. In fact, she didn't have to wait long. After the world tree set up the defensive barrier, it shook again, and countless colorful light spots fell like fireflies, drifting down from the sky, dreamlike and beautiful. When these light spots landed on the grass and other plants, they immediately perked up, absorbing moisture, sprouting new buds, and regaining their green color. They grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen felt as if he was in a vibrant, primeval forest. However, at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that the high priestess and the other elves were floating involuntarily. Their wounds began to disappear. Their skin started to regain its softness and shine. The wrinkles on their faces and the rough bark-like skin vanished, becoming rosy and vibrant. Even their height seemed to increase a bit as they straightened up. But that wasn't all. Led by the high priestess and Melissa, the life force emanating from them grew stronger and stronger, their aura becoming more and more formidable. It was evident that they were becoming stronger, and not just a little bit. Compared to how old they looked when Lin Chen first met them, they were at least 10 times stronger. It was a complete transformation, a fresh start. When the light on them faded and fell to the ground, Lin Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. These were elves, upgraded elves. Legend has it that the elven race is the darling of nature, and they are said to be all handsome and beautiful. Now that they had returned to their original form, they must be very beautiful. Wait for me? Lin Chen's joy froze on his face as he looked at the excited high priestess staring at him. A big question mark appeared on his small head. Lord Lin Chen? What's wrong with you? The high priestess, returning to her original appearance, blinked her very cute big eyes, her face full of confusion as she touched her cheek. Is it that Phineas doesn't look good? Didn't you say you wanted to see the appearance of our elven race? What you see now is Phineas' true appearance. Lin Chen twitched his mouth, pointing at her forehead with a face full of confusion. Why is there a purple line rune on your forehead? Phineas blinked and touched her forehead. This is the symbol of our elven race. If you don't like it, I can hide it. Watching all the purple lines on the foreheads of the elves disappear, Lin Chen's confusion did not lessen. Then, why isn't your skin that glowing white color? Phineas touched her cheek, her face turning a bit red from shyness. Because we are dark moon elves, and we are very white. Okay, dark moon elves? Lin Chen's expression darkened, feeling deceived. But the high priestess muttered defiantly, well, dark moon elves are still elves. Lin Chen? Big socks? Do you want to hear what you're saying? I said. The elven race shouldn't be so dramatic. It turns out to be a branch of the elven race? What branch? The high priestess pouted in defiance. We are not a branch of those nature elves. We are much stronger than them. We believe in the great moon goddess. We are all descendants of the moon goddess. We are dark moon elves. Saying this, the high priestess stretched out her white little arm and held her neck high. We are very white. Lin Chen. You really? Lin Chen couldn't help but facepalm. Indeed, they were not dark or wheat-colored. They were much whiter than ordinary people. It was just not as white as Lin Chen had imagined. Moreover, they were not as proud as nature elves. Instead, they had a lively personality and were more down-to-earth. However, Lin Chen had never seen nature elves, so these were all his guesses. No wonder the equipment he obtained was all dark moonstones and dark moon robes. It turned out that fate had already marked the price in secret. But to be fair, this group of dark moon elves was indeed great. After admiring them for a while, Lin Chen looked at the high priestess's small face. To be honest, the elven race was indeed beautiful. Alright, dark moon elves are also elves. You all look great, fulfilling my little wish. Upon hearing this, the elves were instantly overjoyed. Seeing this, Melissa hurriedly stepped forward and said, Thank you, great Lord Lin Chen. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to regain our senses, nor could we have allowed the Tree of Life to evolve. Even the Dark Moon Elf clan would have been submerged in the river of history because of us. Thank you for your help. Saying this, she formally knelt on one knee, expressing the highest respect. The other elves followed suit and knelt down as well. This time, Lin Chen did not stop them and gladly accepted their gratitude. Reflecting on this mission, not to mention how arduous it was to get here, just the Soul Ghost defense line alone was a challenge. If he were an ordinary practitioner, he wouldn't have been able to break through at all. For a normal practitioner, at least a top-tier team of 40 people would be needed to pass. It was impossible to completely kill the Soul Ghosts. The subsequent Ganlong Phantom was even more so. It would probably require a top-tier team of 40 people to have a chance. Therefore, how difficult this world mission was to accomplish is hard for ordinary people to understand. Only he could solo it. Ding! You have gained the respect of the Dark Moon Elf clan. You have unlocked the reputation of the Dark Moon Elf faction. Current reputation: worship, neutral, ordinary, friendly, respect, worship. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting to gain their worship reputation. This was indeed a good thing. Worship is the highest level of prestige. One could say that his status among the Dark Moon Elves is no less than that of the clan leader, Melissa. However, at that moment, the World Tree slowly extended a branch, gently shaking it above Lin Chen's head. In the next second, as the purple light cascaded down like starlight, the voice of the world will suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! You have received the blessing of the Dark Moon Goddess. Dark Moon Goddess's blessing. When there is no moon, all your attributes, physical and magical attack power, and skill damage increase by 10. When there is a moon, they increase by 30. Duration, permanent. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The blessing from Mingyan only lasted for 3 days. This blessing from the Dark Moon Goddess is actually permanent? Although it only increases by 30 when there is a moon, it still adds 10 at all other times? This is a free gift. This trip to the purgatory was worth it. Lin Chen murmured to himself, quite excited. He had gained too many benefits this time. Just one divine level equipment would have been enough, not to mention all the other random things. To be honest, it felt amazing, absolutely exhilarating. However, seeing that the World Tree had granted him benefits, he suddenly thought, would the moonwell, which is also a source of life for the elves, grant him benefits as well? With this thought, he curiously crouched down and reached out to touch the water in the moonwell. When the life tree had just evolved, most of the well water had flown out to help, and there wasn't much left now. As soon as his hand touched the well water, the voice of the world will suddenly rang in his mind. Mental power? What's going on? This well water can increase mental power? Strength? More strength? What does that mean? This well water can increase the 4-dimensional attributes? Lord Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was bewildered, A voice suddenly came from behind him. He instinctively turned to look and found Melissa hesitating a bit. "What's wrong?" Melissa glanced at the high priest, and after exchanging glances, they nodded gently. "My lord." The two looked at Lin Chen, their expressions extremely serious. "The Dark Moon elves wish to serve you as their master, to become your kin." Seeing the elves collectively gazing at him with eager eyes, Lin Chen instinctively stood up, feeling a bit dazed. "What do you mean? Isn't it?" Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. "Are you still acting? I've already completed my task." The high priest and Melissa exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No, my lord, we are serious." The high priest knelt down, extending her pure white hand with utmost sincerity. "The Dark Moon elves wish to serve you forever as our master, to become your kin. From now on, we will obey your commands and listen to your holy voice." As soon as the high priest finished speaking, a purple light flashed from her brow. In the next second, it flew into Lin Chen's brow. "Ding! The Dark Moon elves recognize you as their master. Do you agree?" After sensing the content of the contract in his brow, Lin Chen suppressed the strange and confused expression on his face and looked seriously at the high priest. "To recognize me as your master means your lives will be at my command. If you betray me, even if it's just a fleeting thought, you will face utter despair and die exhausted. So, are you really willing?" This was the content of the contract, and after reading it, Lin Chen fell silent. However, the Dark Moon elves kneeling before him showed no signs of confusion or dissatisfaction. It was clear they had already discussed this. "Of course we are willing." The high priest straightened up, looking at Lin Chen, and softly said with a hint of sorrow, "My lord, the Dark Moon elves have gone through many hardships and have struggled to find a place to settle. If it weren't for you, our clan would have long since faced extinction." "Lin Chen, my lord," the high priest said with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. "We are girls too. We want to find someone to rely on, a great hero who can shield us from the wind and rain. And you, my lord, you are our great hero. Lin Chen, we beg you, please take in our Dark Moon elf clan. Although we may not be as pale as the nature elves who have been dead for over 10 days, we are still elves." "Lin Chen?" Melissa blinked her big eyes pitifully. "Yes, my lord, Dark Moon elves are also elves. Please, shelter us." "Ha, ha, ha." Lin Chen's face was filled with black lines as he pointed at the high priest. "Alright, that's enough." Lin Chen felt veins popping on his forehead, his head throbbing. As expected of a small workshop, the materials are fierce, one after another. They really can act, and they've been dead for over 10 days. Lin Chen was speechless. "My lord," the high priest wailed, quickly kneeling and crawling in front of Lin Chen. "Please, take in our elf clan." "Ha, ha." Lin Chen was startled. "You need to clarify. That's called taking in, not just taking. They have two different meanings. If someone hears this, they'll definitely shoot me." The high priest pouted pitifully, her big eyes filled with grievance. "My lord." Lin Chen twitched his mouth, and when he looked up, the other elves had the same expression. They were all such drama queens. "This is just ridiculous. Now that the moonwell has returned to its original state, the tree of life has evolved into the world tree. Moreover, they now have the great forest and the defensive barrier of the world tree. Their strength is more than 3 times stronger than during their peak. It can be said that as long as they don't cause trouble, there will definitely be no safety issues. However, in this situation, they still want to recognize themselves as masters and become servants without rights or boundaries. This indicates that they must have ulterior motives, and not small ones at that." Lin Chen fell silent for a moment and spoke seriously. "May I ask why?" "My lord, you are too handsome." "Alright, I agree." "High priest, Melissa, elf clan." Looking at the group of stunned elves, Lin Chen had a look of course. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No, no problem at all." Melissa was the first to react, her gaze towards the high priest filled with resentment. She wasn't blaming the high priest for giving in so quickly, but rather for making Lin Chen agree. It was purely because she hadn't finished her performance. She still had a lot to say, and before she could fully express herself, Lin Chen had already agreed. Of course, if Lin Chen knew this thought, he would definitely run away overnight. "Alright, since that's the case, then I agree." Since he had agreed, there was no need to waste time. "Ding! Congratulations! You have become the master of the Dark Moon elf clan." The elves also sensed the connection between Lin Chen and them, and they were instantly overjoyed. "Great! We have a patron now." Lord Lin Chen is our patron. We finally have someone to back us up. We can finally stop being bullied. Watching the elves excitedly jump around, Lin Chen, although aware that they were definitely hiding something from him, couldn't help but show a smile of satisfaction. After all, it was all for survival. He and other adventurers level up and gear up every day. Isn't it also for survival? In the abyss, where corpses and monsters are everywhere, and even deeper layers, they indeed had a hard life. Alright, now that I am the master of the Dark Moon Elf clan, does that mean the entire Dark Moon Elf clan belongs to me? The high priest was taken aback, her excitement instantly turning shy. Yes, we all must obey your orders. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Does that also include the world tree and the moonwell? The high priest blushed and nodded. Yes, it also includes Finny's, and Finny's kin. As Lin Chen approached her, the high priest felt her heart leap to her throat. She held her hands, shyly lowering her head. My lord, is this too hasty? Should we get away? Lin Chen pushed her aside, glancing at her with suspicion as he passed by. Are you blushing like a bubble teapot? The high priest slowly opened his mouth wide, a face full of question marks. Not, bro, can you do something human? Here I am, a delicate and beautiful elf right in front of you. And you, wait. Watching Lin Chen jump straight into the moonwell, the bewildered high priest's eyes nearly popped out. Not, bro, can you do something human? That's our holy water. Lin Chen sat down in the pool. No, in the well water, leaning against the edge of the pool, his face full of intoxication as he enjoyed the continuous broadcast from the will of the world. It's fine, even after I soak. It's still holy water. Mental power, agility, physique, uncomfortable. Sure enough, it increases the 4 dimensions. This is really a good thing. Layer 4 of Purgatory. Inside the large tent, Yen Ming looked seriously at the sand table on the table, listening to his subordinate's report. In the past few days, the 450,000 troops of the underworld tiger, which accounted for 70%, had cleared their way from the 9th layer to the 5th layer. All the bounty hunters along the way either ran away or died. It was equivalent to doing again what they had done before. Now, the remaining bounty hunters in Purgatory were almost non-existent. Of course, he did not sit idly by. He sent out legions to fight against the enemy a few times, but even if they won, it was only small-scale victories that had no effect on the overall situation. Instead, it made the underworld tiger more cautious and harder to deal with. Moreover, the underworld tiger's troops were not like ordinary monsters. They had intelligence and thought, could understand commands, and could form battle formations. Ordinary monsters only had the fate of being killed and refreshed. So this battle was very difficult to fight. My lord, the underworld tiger has dispatched 50,000 advanced troops to camp in front of the teleportation portal to the 4th layer. If we don't attack now, when they all come up, it will be difficult for us. Yen Ming waved his hand to interrupt him, rubbing his forehead in pain. Since they dispatched troops, we can't even enter the 5th layer. We lack a lot of intelligence and have no idea what they are doing. What is their purpose in cooperating with the demon race? To what extent have they cooperated? And has the demon race also sent troops? What about the abyss? If they have ambushes, traps, or schemes, to directly go to war now is simply sending the soldiers to their deaths. The most taboo thing on the battlefield is having no intelligence. What's the difference from being a headless fly? However, just as Yen Ming was worried, a guard suddenly ran in. Report, my lord, the guard said anxiously. My lord, you should go outside and take a look. Old ancestor Sima has gone mad. Ha? Yen Ming's expression changed, and he quickly asked, what happened? The guard swallowed hard. It's young Master Qi and the others. They broke into the 10th layer and were surrounded by a garrison of the underworld tiger. Only one thief escaped. He said they encountered at least over 30,000 monsters and 2 level 150 legends. They couldn't hold them off at all. When he ran out, over 100 brothers had already died. Now old ancestor Sima insists that we send troops to rescue them. What? Yen Ming's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran out. Sure enough, outside the large tent was already crowded with people. Many guards were caught in a dilemma, neither stopping nor letting go, constantly trying to persuade the old woman at the front. Old ancestor, Yen Ming quickly shouted, and everyone immediately quieted down. He rushed to the front, his eyes filled with urgency. Old ancestor, please don't be anxious. Listen to me. The old woman waved her hand, her face stern. Before the chief family's child came out with me, their old man had instructed me to take care of him. Now he is in danger, and I must go rescue him. She raised her eyes to look at Yan Ming. Logically speaking, I have no right to dictate to the black armored army, but Qi Xiu took the risk for our human camp. As the overall commander of this battlefield, you should send troops to go with us. Yan Ming cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he could only explain. Ancestor, the lower-level intelligence is unclear. The Minghu army has already set off and gathered at the teleportation portal on the 4th level, which means that below the 5th level, it's all Minghu's troops. If we force our way in, we don't know how many people we will lose. Moreover, we don't know the strength of the troops that young Master Qi encountered or their exact location. If we rashly attempt a rescue, it could lead to a disaster. I know. At that moment, a thief suddenly pushed through the crowd, running towards the old woman while drinking a potion. Ancestor, hurry, help! The thief's eyes were brimming with tears as he saw the old woman. I just escaped, and along the way, I've already encountered 7 waves of monsters. I overheard them. It seems they received some news and are all rushing madly towards the 10th level. Now there are almost no monsters from the 5th to the 9th levels. After the 3 of them broke out of the encirclement, they chose to split up to ensure the information could be relayed. He was the second to return and the last one back. However, upon hearing this news, not only did the old woman's expression change drastically, but Yan Ming also shouted in alarm. This is bad. Those 50,000 soldiers are a smokescreen. Their real target is the 10th level. Yan Ming didn't know whether the Minghu had suddenly sent troops back for Qi Xiu and the others, or if their collaboration had reached a certain point, planning to gather forces for an attack. But regardless of the reason, it was clear that a great battle was about to begin. The old woman looked at Yan Ming with a pale face. Now you know the intelligence? It's time to mobilize, right? Yan Ming, he only has 5 resurrection stones, and there are over 30,000 monsters. Even if he had 2,000 more, it wouldn't be enough to withstand it. And now the monsters are flowing back. They will face hundreds of thousands of them. If we don't take action, they will surely die. Seeing Yan Ming deep in thought, the old woman gritted her teeth and slammed her staff down. Yan Ming, do you want me to bring out Sima Ling? Or do you want me to beg you? Yan Ming's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed instantly. Right now, the Minghu are gathering all their forces for some unknown reason. This must be their signal to sound the final horn. If we go recklessly, enough! The old woman interrupted him angrily, her face dark. If you don't go, we will. The Qi family is the only remaining heir. Nothing must happen to them. If anyone is unwilling to go, I won't force them, but those who are willing, after this matter is resolved, I will reward you. With that, the old woman turned and left, not giving anyone a chance to respond. Ling Kong and the others looked at the old woman's retreating figure, exchanging glances before letting out a sigh. They didn't want to go, nor did they wish to, because anyone with a brain knew this was a trap set by the Minghu. But in the world of martial arts, one had no choice. Even if they weren't afraid of the old woman's revenge, they had to consider the face of their families and brace themselves. However, the most infuriated was Yan Ming. He cared deeply for his soldiers. How could he be willing to let these warriors, who protect their homes and country, die because of a blindly arrogant and obstinate young master? But the old woman had already brought up Sima Ling. Even if he went to ask Yan Shifeng, if Yan Shifeng didn't want to tear their relationship apart, he would have to concede. Watching the crowd grow more distant and recalling the possible ambushes and traps the Minghu might set, he spat in frustration and shouted furiously, "Convey my orders. The army will set off. Immediately eliminate the 50,000 Minghu troops at the teleportation portal." Yan Ming didn't care at all about Qi Xiu's life or death. They were not from the same camp. Moreover, as a soldier, he had always held a bias against large families. If it weren't for the special relationship between the Qi family and the Sima family, he wouldn't have lowered himself to persuade them. Now being forced into action, his anger was understandable. The army quickly set off. A grand force of 10,000 regular troops, accompanied by over 20,000 people in various attires, headed straight for the 4th level teleportation portal. Although the 50,000 monster army in front of the portal was numerous, they were utterly powerless against the assault of the 10,000 regular troops. The old woman and the high-ranking officials like Ling Kong didn't even need to intervene. A black-armored battalion and 5,000 000 personal guards easily crushed the monsters. Afterward, a few dozen stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, while the rest rushed into the 5th layer. It was proven that the information brought back by the thief was correct. From the 5th layer to the 9th layer, they encountered only 3 small waves of monsters. However, Yan Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. This doesn't seem right. The deputy glanced at the portal ahead. My lord, could they be lying in ambush for us on the 10th layer? There will definitely be an ambush. Yan Ming replied without hesitation. Right now, I'm very worried that they are surrounding us from behind. The deputy's expression changed, and he instinctively looked back, but there was nothing behind them, just emptiness. Yan Ming looked at the silent personal guards from various families, then turned to the deputy. Have the scouts on the 10th layer made contact? The deputy shook his head. The communication system has been blocked, and the teleportation scrolls are ineffective. We must enter the 10th layer to make contact. But according to the information from the scouts in other layers, that thief wasn't lying. The monsters in the inferno indeed received some news and all rushed back to the 10th layer. Yan Ming furrowed his brows, thought for 2 seconds, and nodded. Let's enter the 10th layer. Once inside, contact the scouts immediately. Yes, the deputy responded and hurried forward, stepping into the portal with the army. However, as soon as they teleported to the 10th layer, they immediately heard a thunderous roar. Damn humans have arrived. Little ones, kill them all. Hearing the deep, menacing growl, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Before they could even see the formation on the opposite side, a torrent of attacks came crashing down. The deputy's communication system was ringing incessantly, almost smoking. He instinctively opened the communication system, which was filled with intelligence reports from the scouts. After reading, his face changed drastically, and he rushed back to Yan Ming, horrified. My lord, our scouts have found the oil wells and demon towers built in cooperation with the inferno. There are at least 30,000 mutated monsters there. Moreover, there are now 6 groups of 3,000 mutated inferno iron corpses heading towards us, and there is also an ambush of an army of 300,000 in the 9th layer. What? After hearing the deputy's report, Yan Ming's face changed dramatically. This is bad. We've been played by the Hell Tiger. That bastard. It actually pulled a counterattack. The deputy was taken aback. Then the monsters in the 9th layer weren't trying to cut off our retreat? Nonsense. Yan Ming spat angrily. If they were trying to ambush us, they would have attacked directly in the 9th layer. Why wait until now? Yan Ming cursed as he scanned the surroundings. No wonder the communication system in the 10th layer was blocked. No wonder the teleportation scrolls were ineffective. They already knew we would come to rescue that fool. Upon hearing this, the deputy also realized the situation, his pupils constricting as he blurted out. They didn't attack to avoid our main force, so they could circle around behind us. The deputy's eyelids twitched, realizing the gravity of the situation. Could it be? Their goal is the surface? Comfortable in the moonwell, Lin Chen leaned against the edge, tilting his head back, enjoying the high priest's massage on his temples. The high priest, with a hint of sorrow in her eyes, softly asked, My lord, is this strength suitable? Just right. This strength is perfect. The high priest glanced at the nearly empty well water and then at the large stone under Lin Chen. My lord, aren't you uncomfortable? Not at all. It's quite nice. My lord, our holy water is almost gone. Lin Chen was taken aback, instinctively opening his eyes and sitting up straight. Sure enough, Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and let out a dry laugh. No wonder it's a bit chilly. The high priest, the water from the moon well may look cool, but it's actually very warm, just like a hot spring. Lin Chen has already woken up twice. I must say, the feeling of randomly increasing 4-dimensional attributes while enjoying it is quite captivating. But right now, there's not much water left in the well. It's better to leave some for the elves. Lin Chen stood up, and the well water was instantly absorbed by his body. Mental power, grasshoppers are also meat. He reluctantly glanced at the well water, and when he turned around, he met the mournful big eyes. My lord, the holy water from the moon well has been saved for many years. Isn't there still some left? Lin Chen awkwardly cleared his throat. You don't have many people, it should be enough. Seeing the high priest's gaze becoming increasingly sorrowful, Lin Chen quickly glanced at his watch. Oh no, it's been 4 days? School starts in 2 days. Well, Lin Chen took out the hell order, blinked, and said, train well. I'm going back. I'll come to see you when I have time. The high priest stared at him, the sorrow in his eyes gradually turning into confusion. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and used the hell order again. The result. Ahem. My lord. What are you doing? Lin Chen's embarrassment grew, and after a forced laugh, he looked at the battle log. Unable to teleport. Teleportation failed, huh? Teleportation failed? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, feeling even more awkward. Well, I'm leaving. With that, Lin Chen turned and walked away. If he didn't leave now, the high priest would definitely demand the holy water from the moonwell. My lord, please walk slowly, don't trip. Lin Chen's face turned red, and he waved his hand, striding towards the edge of the forest. Due to the world tree, this place had become a primeval forest, so the dark moon elves had started building their little wooden houses. After greeting the excited elves, Lin Chen hurriedly made his escape. More than half an hour later, back at the edge of the forest, Lin Chen took out a purple stone and safely walked out of the world tree's barrier. This was the dark moon stone given to him by the high priest. With this stone, he could freely enter and exit the dark moon elves' territory and had a chance to teleport back to the territory once a day. Looking back at the gradually disappearing primeval forest, Lin Chen felt a wave of emotion. He had been here for over 3 weeks. He didn't expect the world quest to go so smoothly. He had earned over 1.2 million gold coins, leveled up 19 times, obtained 2 skill books, 3 pieces of gold equipment, 16 pieces of orange equipment, and the most impressive divine equipment. Remarkably, he also gained at least 1,000 resistance in each category through the soul orbs. The water from the moon well had given him at least 4,000 in each of the 4-dimensional attributes. It was nothing short of exaggerated. An absolute bountiful harvest. Not to mention he had obtained a legion token that could summon the Iron Zombie Legion. The Dark Moon Elves had recognized him as their master. One could say that his external strength was not to be underestimated now. By the way, the world quest. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that when he completed the first world quest, he had also received a follow-up task. But he had forgotten it due to the headache caused by their performance. Opening the task list, Lin Chen was taken aback. You have accepted the world quest, the Dark Land. 2. Please go to the Dark Land and find the lost key. Complete the task to receive a large reward. The Dark Land? Lin Chen thought suspiciously. Why does that sound so familiar? He was certain that there was no place called the Dark Land in the known territories. But it felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Forget it. Since I can't teleport, I'll just walk back and level up along the way. What if I can reach level 60? After school starts, I can go for the second job change. Wait, Lin Chen was stunned, looking bewildered. What is that thing? Seeing a huge, iron corpse walking not far away, Lin Chen looked completely confused. The monsters in the first 10 layers of the abyss are mainly concentrated around the abyss iron corpses, copper corpses, and soul ghosts. He had encountered these monsters before, but he had never seen such strange iron corpses. These iron corpses were taller than the level 150 legends, starting at least 20 meters, with the tallest one reaching a staggering 30 meters. They wore no clothing, their explosive muscles covered in runes and iron chains, their iron-gray skin resembling the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, weathered, wrinkled, and solid. Their bald heads were also etched with dark symbols, their eyes a fierce red, and their fangs protruding. The most bizarre thing was that some of them carried an incredibly thick log, others bore long iron frames, some had their arms wrapped in several loops of iron chains, and others held massive boulders in their hands. Each iron corpse had a chain with a huge iron ball tied around its ankle. As Lin Chen passed by from a distance, he could feel the ground shaking and dust swirling. Could they have mutated? The level of this group of monsters was very high, even though he was level 59. His panel still showed a question mark, so he could only speculate that these monsters had undergone some kind of mutation. This monster should be a new one from the abyss, right? Looking at the direction they are heading, it seems to be towards the 9th layer's teleportation portal. Could it be that the monsters from the abyss are starting to gather, preparing to launch an attack upwards? Of course, he could farm these 2,000 or 3,000 monsters, but with such a small number, finishing them off wouldn't help him level up. Since that was the case, Lin Chen slowly curled his lips into a smile, his gaze gradually becoming peculiar. He then took out the Legion command token, Summon Iron Zombie. Now that he was level 59, he could summon 59 iron zombies. However, after Lin Chen looked at their panels, he he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. They hadn't increased in attributes or level due to his level up, but that was still decent. After all, they weren't level 100 monsters. Looking at the towering iron zombies before him, Lin Chen sensed the Legion command token, then immersed his consciousness, transferring a sliver of awareness into one of the iron zombies' bodies. This way, whatever the iron zombie saw or heard, he would know. He could even influence the iron zombie's actions, quite similar to neural control. Go, follow them, and see what is happening. He was very eager for the monsters to gather. All his skills were designed for team battles, so he naturally welcomed a large-scale monster presence, which would make it easier for him to reach level 60. He had been coveting that divine gear and 3 pieces of gold gear for a long time. Following Lin Chen's command, the iron zombies marched in unison, easily blending into the large group ahead. That team was not composed solely of mutated monsters, there were also some ordinary monsters, so no one noticed anything unusual. Only the leading soul ghost seemed a bit puzzled. In front of the 9th layer's teleportation portal, Yan Ming was directing everyone to attack while glancing at his deputy. How's it going with Qi Xiu? Have you made contact? We've made contact. The deputy, pale-faced, looked at Yan Ming. Sir, young Master Qi's team of 2,000 is down to just over 130. Young Master Qi has also died 4 times. If he dies again, it will really be the end. There was a binding limit on the number of revivals. One could bind a maximum of 5 times, and if all 5 were used at once, there would be a cooldown period afterward. Otherwise, if capable individuals could bind countless revivals, wouldn't they become immortal? Moreover, revival stones and substitute scarecrows were not so easily obtained. The revival stones on Qi Xiu had also come at a considerable cost. Yan Ming spat and glanced darkly at the countless monsters before him. We can't delay any longer. If we keep dragging this out, our brothers will all be done for. And even if we can clear these monsters, the 300,000 strong army rushing upwards won't be stopped in time. If they break through to the surface, not to mention the distant places, at least the city of Guan will be in serious trouble. Every city had millions of people, and this place was not filled only with professionals. There were also many ordinary people and life professionals. The professionals can run, but what about them? Facing over 100 levels of monsters, they can only be described as a mouthful of little friends. Moreover, with so many bounty hunters dying these past few days, many major powers and guilds have decided not to send anyone over anymore. Now, the only ones they can rely on in the city of avoidance are themselves. Setting all that aside, he is the overall commander of this battle. Yet he fell for a trap and was charged by monsters breaking out of the hellish realm. This is a grave sin. Even if Yan Shifeng publicly executed him, he couldn't utter a word of protest. So, even if it was for himself, for these brothers, he couldn't let those monsters break out of hell. What should we do, my lord? What about young Master Qi? Who cares about him? Damn it! Yan Ming exploded with a curse, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted. All legions, split into 6 teams. 3 in front, 3 in back. Once we break into the 9th layer, don't wait for my orders. Pursue the monsters in the upper layers with all your might. We must keep them trapped in hell. Yes, the soldiers responded immediately, then proceeded in an orderly manner as practiced, heading straight for the teleportation portal. Seeing this, Ling Kong and the others' expressions changed instantly. But right now, the old woman leading the charge was still pushing forward, and they couldn't just abandon her. What should we do, old Ling? Xin Yan and the others looked grim. They didn't want to get involved in this mess at all. They would rather go back with Yan Ming to stop the army than fight and die for a spoiled young master. Ling Kong looked around, furrowing his brow. The current monsters are still easy to clear, but there are just too many. No one knows how long it will take to clear them all. If we really get bogged down and the upper layer monsters break through to the surface, then the city of avoidance will truly be finished. Xin Yan's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively looked towards the old woman's back. You mean? Ling Kong sighed and turned to the old woman. Old ancestor, there are still 300,000 troops in the upper layers attacking. The monsters here aren't very strong. I know, the old woman interrupted him irritably. Ha, the old woman sneered. Fine, you all go back. Don't say that I delayed the battle and caused the monsters to attack the city. I can't bear such a heavy sin. Seeing Ling Kong about to speak, the old woman coldly cut him off first. We will save Qi Xiu ourselves. You are fighting for a great cause, but our vision is limited. we can only fight for ourselves. But you must think clearly, if something happens to that child Shishio, and his family asks, I can only tell the truth. So, everyone, do as you please. The old woman's lack of compassion infuriated Ling Kong and the others. If it weren't for her status, they would have already started cursing. Even at this point, she still dared to risk the entire city for one person. As if that weren't enough, her words were laced with threats. Seeing Qin Yan unable to hold back, Ling Kong quickly pulled him aside. Old ancestor, this matter is serious. We should first deal with the monster army outside, and once we have the time, we will return to rescue. The old woman sneered but said nothing, yet Shirley suddenly spoke up. Old ancestor, there are too many monsters now, our Shi family will stay behind. Upon hearing this, not only Ling Kong but even Shi Tengrui and Shi Tingfei were taken aback. In the current situation, staying behind was extremely disadvantageous, let alone saving Qishio. If the monsters continued to gather, they might not even be able to escape. Dad! Shirley's gaze stopped Shi Tengrui's words, and he spoke with righteous fervor. The monsters outside have the black armored army, General Yen, and Dean Ling, that's enough. But there are at least over 100,000 monsters here. Relying solely on the old ancestor and the other families is simply not enough. My Shi family may be weak, but we are willing to contribute. The old woman laughed heartily upon hearing this. Good, Shirley. I'm not blind to your Shi family's contributions. I will remember it. Upon hearing this, Shirley quickly concealed the joy in his eyes. Old ancestor is joking, this is what Shirley should be doing. Ling Kong and the others looked at Shirley's sycophantic demeanor with complex expressions. But everyone has their own ambitions, what could they say? Old ancestor, we will go support the black armored soldiers first. Without waiting for the old woman to respond, Ling Kong hurriedly led Qin Yan and the others away. In the blink of an eye, more than 20,000 ragtag soldiers were left with only a third. Seeing the old woman directing everyone to charge again, Shi Tengrui and Shi Tangfei quickly surrounded Shirley. Dad, is it worth it for you to do this? Worth it? Ha, of course it's worth it. Shirley scoffed, looking at the old woman's back. Although our Shi family is considered a prosperous clan, compared to the true big families like the Sima family, the Qi family, and the Murong family, we are nothing. Now being able to sell a favor and connect with the Sima and Qi families, even your grandfather would praise me for doing a good job. Shi Tengrui looked as if he expected this, but soon he wilted. But Dad, that monster looks to have at least 300,000. What are you afraid of? Shirley curled his lip in disdain. Those who can circle around the old ancestor all have their own trump cards. How could these monsters break through the defenses and hurt them? Impossible. Besides, we are not pushovers, it's just the right opportunity to help you level up. At this moment, Shi Tangfei, not knowing what got into him, suddenly changed the subject in defiance. That doesn't matter. But how many days has it been? School is about to start, and that idiot Lin Shen still hasn't come. Shirley was a bit speechless, but his son was clearly out of sorts, so he could only comfort him. Don't worry. The reason he hasn't come after so many days is that he hasn't responded to the old ancestor's summons. Do you think he will be fine? Shi Tangfei's mind stirred. Dad, are you saying the old ancestor has already sent someone to find him? Shirley chuckled, patting his head. Silly boy. Don't worry. If he defies the old ancestor will definitely send someone to find him. Shirley sneered, looking relaxed. Even if the old ancestor hasn't sent someone to find him now, do you think his life will be easy in the future? Don't forget, he is definitely going to study at the Eastern University in the imperial capital, where it is the territory of the Sima and Qi families. Upon hearing this, Shi Tangfei hesitated. Dad, didn't you say Director Yi took him as a disciple? Shirley scoffed disdainfully. Did Director Yi announce it? Who in the world knows? Just ask the people on the scene, who would say they know about this. It is very simple for big families to learn certain things, but sometimes, knowing doesn't mean you really know. Shi Tangfei quickly reacted, his eyes suddenly brightening. Right? If Director Yi hasn't announced it, then we. Boom! Before Shi Tangfei could finish his sentence, a huge cloud of smoke suddenly erupted in the distance. What the hell? What is that?